I became a lone male worm wandering outside the interstellar Zerg. But when I returned to the Zerg civilization for the first time, I attracted the attention of all the female worms, and even billions of single female worms vowed to become my lifelong partner. Simply because the number of male Zergs is too scarce in the interstellar Zergs. Only one male Zerg can be born from an average of billions of Zerg eggs, so most female Zergs have never been able to see the magnificence of male Zergs from birth to death. My appearance has just aroused their desire to possess the male insects. At this time, I, who was preparing to process the Zerg light brain, had just returned to the town gate from the wilderness, and heard an urgent shout, little female insect standing at the city gate. If you don't come in soon, the city gate will close. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. This sound interrupted my thoughts. I saw that the city gate was indeed about to close, so I quickly ran towards the gate and narrowly made it in at the last moment. There is another world inside the city gate, which is more orderly than the outside. There are also many flying vehicles and starships. I stood still and couldn't help but let out a sigh of amazement. Just at this moment, the previous voice sounded again, followed by several gasping sounds. You are actually a male insect. The leading female insect had an incredulous expression on her face, and the black insect patterns on her neck were spreading, seeming quite frightened. SARS did not expect that I, who was only half a head shorter than them, with a slightly slender figure, would be a male insect that looks like a female insect. He just thought it was a mischievous little female insect from someone's house going out to play, so his voice became a bit stern. I didn't expect that when the other party walked in, he only smelled the pheromone scent unique to male insects in the air. I'm sorry, dear Lord Beetle, please forgive my rudeness just now. Salz immediately came to his senses and knelt down in front of me. His current inner turmoil is extremely intense. He had just recently become a middle-ranking military female, but unexpectedly offended a male insect this time. He was scolded by the male insect, which was inevitable, but he hoped that after the handsome male insect beat him, he would not go to the Male Insect Association to complain. Otherwise, his military rank and property would be at risk, and he would only be a powerless female slave in the eyes of the male insect in the future. Dear Sir Beetle, Salz does not mean to offend you. Please consider his sincerity and just give him a beating. Please do not report him to the Beetle Association. Salz's friend Bob also came to me after regaining consciousness, bowing and pleading with a sincere and worried tone. The other three female insects finally regained consciousness and also bowed and pleaded with me. Both of them, as intermediate military females and friends of Salz, know the consequences of offending male insects. 5 female soldiers lowered their heads, afraid to look at me. Salz felt me approaching, and the rose fragrance on the male insect's body became even stronger. He was ready to be overturned by the male insect, but the next second he felt a tug on his arm. He unconsciously looked up and met my smiling peach blossom eyes. For a moment, he forgot to react and obediently stood up following the movements of the male insect in front of him. It's okay, I don't mind. Don't kneel to me. I feel pressured when I see you kneeling. After the 5 insects in the room were gently helped up by the male insect, they heard his gentle voice. The touch on the arm still exists through the fabric, and the sense of presence is very obvious. They stared blankly at the gentle and polite male insect in front of them, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Do you know where I can get a brain scan? I knew my actions might have surprised them too much, so I stood still, patiently waiting for them to recover. I waited for a while and found that the female insect I helped up first finally took a breath of cold air and regained consciousness. In the technology building, you can reach it by taking a civilian airship for 2 stops. Both reapplying and reapplying are possible. Salz was dazzled by my gentle smile, answering my questions blankly. After getting the answer I wanted, I smiled and said, I got it. Thank you. As the words fell, I followed the sign on the building and left. The petrified 5 female insects disappeared completely before I came to my senses. I was actually helped up by a male insect from the ground. I'm going to share my joy with the insect community on the Star Network. My cosmic ruler. Was that male insect just now smiling at us? He looks so handsome when he smiles. Don't shake me. He is a male beetle, and such a gentle male beetle. Did he just say thank you to SARS? My universe master. What kind of fairy male beetle is this? Bob ignored his 3 good friends and stopped the still petrified Salz. Salz, where is the male beetle? Salz finally came to his senses from the thank you he just said. He looked around and suddenly turned pale, his expression tense. The male insect went to board a civilian airship alone. He looks so handsome and gentle, but he has to be peeled off by those rude guys. Bobby, Cass, quickly informed the superiors that a male insect left behind is heading towards the technology building. The military females along this road are strengthening protection to prevent insect disturbances. The 3 who were originally cheerful immediately stood on guard upon hearing SARS's words, saluted him, and then turned to run towards the base. SARS and Bob were left alone in place, feeling guilty. I lay on the observation window of the civilian starship, looking at the cosmic nebula outside the window. The peach blossom eyes stained with starlight and water vapor are full of exploration and curiosity for this world. This nebula reflected in the bottom of his eyes made his whole person look mysterious, and he didn't realize that several heads were watching him behind him. Just now, before boarding the civilian airship, the escorting police bugs had given him a special VIP box after realizing that he was a male bug. But still, he was seen by many females when he came in after all. The male hormones on him could not escape the females with a keen sense of smell. Oh my master of the universe, it's a rare occasion in my life to see a male insect other than the male father. He's so good looking, he looks so soft, and his eyes are so beautiful. Ah. He looks so cute lying on the window, his Giorgio wiggled a bit, my heart. The male bugs smell so good and sweet, unlike me, who only smells like stinky sweat. I just saw him smiling at the service females, I'm so jealous, I want to be the female that serves him. Geez. I want to turn into a worm state and roll around in the palm of his hand so bad. I didn't think I'd miss my flight today and still get to see such a beautiful view, it was worth the delay. The window by the door outside the VIP box was crowded with heads, pushing and shoving, all wanting to catch a glimpse of the male bug and see his smile. If it weren't for interstellar law that says you can't violate portrait rights, they'd have taken several shots with their photo brains. Service bug, would you go in and inquire of His Excellency, the Honorable Male Bug, if you could take a picture of him? A female bug couldn't hold back and grabbed the wrist of one of the service bugs and said with a pleading face, and as the sentence fell, Service Bugzilla was gazed at by the hot eyes of all the females. Slaw coughed, glanced at the male bugs in the VIP box, and said, why don't I try it then? If something happens to me, you guys are screwed. I have a feeling this male bug is very gentle. If you're scared, take off your clothes and I'll go for you. Take it away. This male bug is so cute, it's worth it even if he gets a beating. Annalise, a military female, saw Slaw dawdling and went to tug on his shirt with some urgency. Slaw slapped his hand away, turned around with the dessert favored by the male bugs, and after taking a deep breath, stepped in with all eyes on him. Chapter 4, Accidentally Becoming a Star Blog Hot Figure. The females hid in the hidden doorway quietly and silently watching the box. Slaw walked over to where the stag bug was sitting with his dessert and drink in hand and called out in a soft voice, Honorable Lord Stagbug. She heard the voice and turned back to the handsome female bug standing beside him with dessert and drink, paused for a moment, then hooked her lips in a friendly smile. Hello, what can I do for you? Slaw just felt a Cupid's arrow of love hit his heart as he stabilized his mind and put the dessert and drink down. Then his voice grew softer and softer as he spoke to him. Your Excellency Stagbug, this is the catering for Stagbug from our civilian airship, we hope you enjoy your meal. Ah, in that case, then please. She narrowed his peach blossom eyes and smiled a gentle smile. He was indeed a bit hungry, not realizing just how much his words had petrified Slaw. She looked at the exquisite dessert arranged on the bone dish, picked up a spoon and tried to dig a small spoon into his mouth, slightly sweet in the mouth, thick and not greasy, very suitable as a pre-dinner dessert. He was about to dig in for another spoonful when he suddenly realized that Slaw hadn't left and looked at him with a slightly puzzled tilt of his head. The adorable and foul crooked head kill directly caused Slaw and the crowd of females by the door to suck in a breath of air. My female father. Is this the legendary crooked head kill of the male bug? Aha. It's just too cute. My drop of the master of the universe. He's just too cute. I want to be his house bug. Ah. He's just too cute. Oh my god. Ah. This wave of crooked head kills, I can ah. Male lord. I love you. That one over there, get a face. Annalise by the door didn't hold back to record the part where the male worm just ate dessert to the point of killing it with a crooked head. He's going to take his time to watch it himself and definitely not upload it to the star blog. The male bug is just too cute. That, honorable male worm, can I take some pictures and videos of you to upload to star blog? Because you are just too gentle and cute and polite. Slaw finally came back to her senses, saying the words quickly and nervously, and she listened, glancing inadvertently at the doorway, holding up her photo brain, or ready to videotape, or ready to take a picture of a group of females. She paused slightly, thought a little, and decided that it didn't seem like much, so he looked at Slaw and smiled, nodding, it'll work. As Jin's words fell, clicks sounded one after another. They thought they were hidden, but in reality, Jin, who now possessed SS-class physical abilities, heard them clearly. But he didn't move as he continued to eat his dessert. He was really kind of hungry. After all, he hadn't had a chance to eat dinner before crossing over. Thank you, Lord Stagbug. You are truly the gentlest and most courteous Stagbug I have ever met. Enjoy your meal. Slaw bowed slightly to she after saying this, then turned around and left the area. The door to the box was closed, blocking the females from taking pictures and videos, but not their enthusiasm for Shi Jin was amused, but he didn't show it on his face, concentrating on the dessert in front of him, and then took a sip of his drink. Before he drank it, he had something to be defensive about. So he wasn't affected by the bad taste. He had seen the phrase bad drink in the author's setting before he came here. Speaking of which, she didn't wear into that novel, but traveled into the world with that world setting, don't care about any plot at all, which 101 understands him very well. The conversation between Sla and Shi Jin had been heard by all of the females, and after they finished filming Shi Jin, they directly uploaded it to the Star blog without saying a word. Anneli said absolutely nothing about releasing it last second, but this one was the first one to release it, so you can't just make a flag, and usually flags get punched in the face. The video of Shi's gentle conversation with the service bug caught the attention of the whole nation as soon as it was uploaded on Starblog. The Anneli Starblog private messages and comments are growing, and other females are posting videos and photos. For a while, the news of a gentle male bug appearing in the bug race went viral, spreading from the central star to the border star. Then it reached the Federation Wageclan from the border star, and she was on fire for a while. She left the civilian airship amidst the iffy glances of the females, and he had just walked to the station. Then a group of females in black suits were spotted standing at the station seemingly waiting for some bug, and at the sight of him, approached. Honorable Sir Male Bug, I am the bug in charge of the technology building. I heard from Sal's medium military female that you were going to handle the light brain. Specific came over to greet you. Please forgive our uninvited visit. The middle-aged bug in charge led a group of slightly younger females to kneel down on one knee and salute in front of Shi, with a sincere attitude. She immediately felt Alexander. It seems that being a national treasure is not a particularly good thing. It's okay, you guys get up. I happen to not know how to get to the tech building. You guys lead the way, please. She let them stand before saying this with a friendly smile. Bo Beely did not expect the male insect in front of him to be so gentle and courteous, and after a moment of stunned silence, he smiled and made a gesture of invitation. She nodded to him, then moved forward, with Bo Beely leading the way and the other females secretly thrilling in the background. They didn't expect that the male bugs they had seen in Starbo one second would appear in front of their eyes the next. It was just too surreal. The technology building lives up to its name and is indeed full of high technology, with intelligent AI as soon as you enter and an energy ladder right up the stairs. Just stand on it, say where you want to go, and you'll be at your destination in a flash. She is amazed. The male insect's light brain is usually led by the female insect to come over for processing. Almost no male insect comes over on its own, so I hope that His Excellency the male insect will forgive us if we have poor hospitality. Billy Bowie looked at the pure-eyed and beautiful male bug in front of him, and suddenly thought of his own young male bug, and couldn't help but say more. She smiled at him and shook his head. No, it won't. I wonder what I need to do to handle the light brain. Just stand in front of the scanner and back up your files, then take the matching photo brain to the Androgynous Bug Society and activate it to use it. Bobby didn't find Shi's question strange after all. The male bugs had light brains, and it was the females who brought the males over to prepare their files. It was the first time for a male bug like Shi to come over alone, and it was normal that he didn't know the handling procedures. She nodded, deciding to go to the Male Bug Association after getting the light brain in a while, and wait for a good idea to be taken care of. After getting the grant money from the Stag Bug Association, he went to buy a house and open a dessert and milk tea store. I just don't know if he got enough grant money to spend. Lord Mailworm, you can just lie down in it. Billy Bow's voice pulled back Shi's thoughts. She looked at the exquisitely crafted testing pod in front of her, paused for a moment, and said thank you to Billy Bow before lying down in it. His thank you stunned everyone in the room, even more so than the previous trouble. Oh my master of the universe! What kind of Jedi cutie is this? He's just too gentle and polite. Billy Bowie saw Shi laying back and came back to activate the scan button, which he pressed directly. In just a moment, the glass of the detection chamber cracked, and the chamber let out an ear-splitting alarm. Alarm! Alert! Physical capacity exceeded. Physical capacity exceeded. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. Ka-ching! The people in the room didn't expect this to happen and didn't react for a moment as the glass of the testing chamber just cracked and shattered in a few moments. It began to emit smoke, which triggered an electrical fire alarm on the top floor, and for a moment the entire building was in a state of panic. Activate defense mode. Detection pods are going to blow up. Bo Beely vigorously pulled the door to the detection hatch open, pulling up Shi, who was still in a daze inside, and quickly ran for the door, one of the females pressing the push button too late to escape. She came back to his senses, and, in an emergency, yanked the other man by the collar with a mighty tug, and got the female out before the door closed, and Billy Bowie, who was tugging at his other wrist at that moment, let go his hand in astonishment. The gate slammed shut and an explosion sounded through the defense shield as she yanked the dazed female away from the gate, dodging the aftershock damage from the blast. The members of the Androgynous Insect Association who had quickly rushed over, as well as the army of androgynous insect guards in Billy were all staring at she in a daze at what they had just witnessed with their own eyes. A skinny male, single-handedly pulling an adult female out of the danger zone, with the female's feet even 2 centimeters off the ground. Is this something a normal male can do? She froze as she looked at the sudden abundance of males and some armed females in the corridor in front of her, suddenly realizing that she was still tugging on someone's collar in her hand. How to look like a provocateur at the moment, he suddenly laughed in embarrassment, the tips of his ears and cheeks red, and the insects looked at him for a long time in silence. Chapter 5 Labor believes in love at first sight. She sat on the soft sofa, holding a steaming cup of tea in his hand, lowering his presence as much as possible as he sat on the starship bound for the Male Bug Society. Taloner, the president of the Stag Bug Society, Ireland, the captain of the escort, and SARS, who reports to his superiors. They were all sitting on this one starship at the moment, and the atmosphere in the starship's rest cabin was overly eerie. So, you've been living alone on the planetary border for the past 28 years? The supposedly eerily quiet atmosphere in the lounge cabin was interrupted by Saul's question, which was tinged with a heavy dose of heartache. She then looked up and realized that all the bugs, including the older Taloner, were looking at him with a heartfelt look that he had really had a hard time all these years and had suffered a great deal, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably and slightly. I clearly just said I don't have a female or male father. I'm 28 years old, and I came from outside the city gates, right? What on earth have you guys been brainstorming about? Could it be a stray male bug egg that hatched out of a clueless male bug and then wandered off to fend for itself and grow up? Don't make it up in your head. Host greatly, you have a low tone. They brainstormed that you are physically handicapped, abandoned by unscrupulous male and female fathers in the garbage concentration point, rely on picking up garbage to sustain their lives, hungry and full. That's why you look so thin and weak, especially pitiful. She rolled her eyes mentally as she listened to the 101 that finally spoke, and condemned it viciously. Where's the promised on-call, 101? Where's your systematic professionalism? It's just coming out now. Host greatly, the creation god of this world is very powerful. I have to say sorry to you, everything that happens to you here, but not life-threatening. I can't help you, otherwise I will be wiped out by the creation god, and you will be dissipated as well. I'm sorry. She listened to 101's words and waved his hand in his mind, not minding at all. It's just that. It's fine, this SS level physical you gave me is enough. I came here to swing and lie down and didn't want you to do any favors. After all, it's the sense of fulfillment you get when your dreams come true on their own that's the happiest, and I've found the females here to be quite protective of me, even though I don't really need to be is all. A few bugs in SARS saw she staring blankly with a forlorn look on his face, and felt even more heartbroken, so it was no wonder that he was able to wring out a female bug. This is exactly how many dangers he has encountered outside to exercise although it does not rule out the possibility that his physical fitness value is higher than the A level, but it is still so heartbreaking. She male bug honors, you also do not feel bad. We Male Bug Association will definitely help you to find the biological female father male father. When we get to our destination, we'll test you thoroughly and match you with the most suitable female insect to take care of you as your female ruler. She just came back to his senses when he heard such explosive news, and froze as he looked at the president of the Male Insect Association. Taloner, what match? What female monarch? What a clueless male bug, not even knowing about the female ruler. Ireland couldn't help but feel sorry and heartbroken, not to mention Saul's, who wanted very much to be the male bug's female servant. It's okay to be a female servant or a female slave, but she is 28 years old and it depends on the genetic match, otherwise he would have proposed long ago. Who doesn't love a gentle, understanding and heartbreaking male bug? Talonel gave she a makeshift photo brain for entertainment, plenty of food, told him to get some rest, and left the area with the two females, Ireland and SARS. She looked at the extra light brain in his hand and froze for a long time before remembering that there was a rule in the interstellar law that if a male insect past the age of 25 didn't have any females around him, the Male Bug Association must genetically match them to a female bug that is a good match and become their female ruler, regardless of the status of the other person, and they must marry. It's the only law left in favor of females, and unfortunately, since the beginning of time, no male has ever been left without a female companion after the age of 25. She is a special being after all. Male insects in this world have no shortage of suitors before they reach adulthood. Is this what it's like to be assigned a date by the state? 101 Can you tell who my date is? I'm so looking forward to it. Host, don't make it difficult for me. She put down his teacup and his entire body nestled on the sofa, operating the light brain while watching the novice tutorial. When he heard 101, he just thought it was to be expected, and he didn't dwell on it as he followed the newbie tutorial and boarded the starbolt. I didn't realize that as soon as I boarded it, my eyes were drawn to a series of 5 reddish hotspots related to the mailworm. He clicked in on the first hashtag such a gentle and lovely mailbug and ended up confused after seeing a video of himself as well as a photo. Hillman, aha. So cute. Lord Mailworm. I want to marry you. Brilliantly, be a little more reserved upstairs, okay? Monrada, aha. Trying to turn into a bug state to play with him, and the crooked head kill is so cute. Carmine, do you want to scare the honorable male upstairs with your ugly black and white buggy state? Monrada, ooh. I'm not all white, why am I ugly? I'm obviously a flowery color. Carmichael, don't spit worms in your blood. Eyes, ha. I dare say that the white bugs are the ugliest bugs in the entire universe, and no male bugs like them. I have a white-winged female bug brother who is in his 30s and has yet to marry himself off. Though 30-something is in the prime of life. Emmanuel, the all-white bug state has no color at all. It's obvious that the bug god has taken the female's color and is cursed to be ugly, so how can the males like it? Oh gee, I suddenly thought of Marshal Angus of the Maple Leaf Army, who is probably a 100% white female. Even in his incarnated state his hair is silver white, and although I've never seen him in his worm state, it must be hard to disagree with him. Lux, careful what you say upstairs, we are real names. Do you want to be beaten down by Marshal Angus? His bug state anymore is also our bug warrior, although so far unmarried, indeed a little bad to say, but we all do not discuss. Oh gee, I know, that said, this male bug is really good looking. Jose, oh my god. I'm dead. He was so gentle, I was actually thanked by the male bug. Giacoli, His Excellency the mailworm is so handsome. Wants to marry him. Slotsy, what are you dreaming about upstairs? As much as I would like to marry him, I don't have enough possessions to be able to offer him, and he's so gentle and so nice that he deserves the best female bug in this universe. Monrada, yeah. He's got a good voice. She looked at these comments on the Star blog, his eyes were attracted by their mention of Angus. He exited the hot search phrase and began to open his light brain search, searching up Angus the female worm. A silver-haired man wearing a military uniform with gold stripes on a white background appeared on the light brain's hovering blue screen. The man was extremely handsome. A pair of narrow Danfang eyes were upturned, the bridge of the nose was high and straight, thin lips were pursed, and long silver-colored hair was draped over the shoulders. A few strands of silver bangs hid thin sword brows, and the golden insignia on his shoulder glowed with a light that emphasized his status. The man looked calmly ahead, his narrow eyes rippling, his brows clear and cold. He exuded a cool and majestic aura that belonged uniquely to the higher-ups. Next to the man's picture there is a background description of his life, and scrolling down there are many more phrases related to him, most of them related to winning the war, and a few related to his buggy demeanor. She could not be bothered to look at the words and the background introduction of his life at the moment. His eyes were unblinking as he looked at the picture that popped up on the optical brain, feeling his heart beating faster and faster in his chest. I only felt short of breath, and I couldn't get back to my senses for a long time, and now I was looking at the picture of the person in front of me. For the first time, he felt a feverish, passionate emotion that was so strong, so dense that it evoked a possessive desire in him. Wanting him to be mine and mine alone, wanting to possess him and make him all mine. Such a thought, as if the poison of poppies in the heart of she took root, gradually took root and sprouted, and then grew rapidly. From the heart began to spread, the cells of the whole body are screaming and shouting. The sound of the gate decryption came from his ears. She quickly returned to his senses, retreated from the light brain search, and subconsciously cupped his teacup and took a sip of tea. He only came back to his senses when Taloner came in, and he rubbed his head with some amusement in his heart. Raoul believed in love at first sight this time. Chapter 6, His Mailmaster seems a bit special. Angus turned the light brain off and somewhat wearily reached out his bony, white, slender fingers to pinch his brow. The silver hair that stood high on his head slid down from the movement of his bowed head and rested smoothly on his shoulders, adding to his valor. Marshal, have a cup of hot tea and take a rest. You must be doubly tired after an afternoon of meetings. Angus's adjutant, Illyrio, placed a steaming cup of hot tea on his desk, his words full of concern and worry. Angus picked up his hot tea and took a sip. Did you process the interstellar file that was sent to your light brain this morning? It's been processed and transmitted back to your optical brain. Illyrio, sitting back in his seat, couldn't help but look up at Angus in uncertainty when he heard him say, "You didn't get it?" Angus listened and opened his light brain to check it out and didn't see any new files. He looked up at Illyrio and was about to say something when a request for a video communication came in from his optical brain. This newsletter comes from the president of the Androgynous Bug Society, Talonor. Angus froze, as did Illyrio, who saw the calm request from a short distance away. Hey! How come the president of the Stag Bug Society called the Marshal directly? Angus was also surprised, thinking that the other side was missing some supplies, and without a care in the world, right there in his office, he picked up the video communication. Thus, Talonel's kind face appeared before the eyes of the two serious-looking military females. Marshal Angus, today our Male Bug Association picked up a male bug and after genetic matching found that his match was 100% to yours. So please make sure you get here by tomorrow to pick him up and take him to the male and female marriage registry to register his marriage. I'm sure Marshal Angus knows more about interstellar law than I do. Talonel hung up the communication as soon as the words left his mouth, not giving Angus any chance to react. He called over a video communication and hung up decisively after dropping a heavy bomb. The two military females, Angus and Illyrio, were left alone in their place, stunned for a long time. Immediately afterward, there was an additional message on Angus's light brain from the male and female marriage registry. Honorable Marshal Angus, you have a 100% genetic match with the esteemed male she-bug. Please lead the male she-bug to the marriage registry as soon as possible to get married. Besides, when it comes to she, after she entered the Androgynous Bug Association, he was pulled for a systematic inside-out checkup after checking in with his optical brain, and collected blood and androgynous hormones. I didn't realize that you were actually a male insect with SS-class physical abilities. It's a good thing we found you today. If anything happens to you, the entire interstellar insect population won't let us go. Sars looked at Shijin, a hint of post-hoc fear on his hard, handsome face. Shijin shook his head at him, his smile gentle and polite. It's not that much of an exaggeration. They're already making genetic matches. I wonder who would be a good match for the Honorable you. Ireland glanced at Sars, then said softly to she, who froze for a moment when she heard him and suddenly stood up. I thought it was just archived. How come the matching started? The two Sars were startled by she's sudden movement, and they hadn't reacted yet. She then ran towards the gene match, which had just ended. She just reached the door, the gate opened automatically. He saw the picture on the blue screen at a glance, long silver hair, white military uniform, handsome and heroic looking. The name was Angus. Shijin slipped at once, and if it wasn't for the intelligent AI next to him holding him up, he probably would have fallen into a dog's mouth. Not expecting him to come over, Terrenal was startled to see him nearly fall over, and thinking he was unhappy with Angus, he rushed over to explain. The other male worms exuded disgust and dislike at the sight of Angus. One can only imagine how unpopular Angus really is with the male bugs and how much denigration he usually gets. Honorable she, are you frightened by this white hair of Marshal Angus's, and don't you be afraid. I was going to replace him and rematch him, but you're a 100% match for him and there's no way to replace him, so please understand. Seeing that she still looked confused, and thinking that he probably didn't know about the interstellar law of these things, Talonor explained to him. Interstellar law states that males and females with a 100% genetic match must marry, and the female you are matched with must have the status of a female monarch. It's for the sake of future generations, and there will be severe penalties under the law if you don't agree, so... I agree. Without waiting for Talonor to finish, she, who had finally found his voice, deliberately suppressed his joy and uttered those three words. The two Sars, who rushed over, heard that she was going to marry Marshal Angus, and at once their whole body became bad, as if they heard the sound of their hearts breaking. Although Marshal Angus is good looking and his physical fitness level is SS, he can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen, marching and fighting. Earning money to support his family is not a problem, and he is even more respected among the military females. But he's a female bug cursed by the bug god to bring misfortune to the males. How can such a good male bug marry him as a female ruler? What if he becomes unfortunate? They would rather the male insect marry His Royal Highness Anthony, the second prince. However, the genetic match between His Excellency She Staghorn Bug and Marshal Angus actually reached an unprecedented 100%, telling them to say nothing against it, and they could only leave in a sad companionship. The fact that Angus and she were a 100% match spread throughout the entire star network the moment the match value appeared. And it caused quite a stir on the astroturf. After all, such a match was unprecedented in its existence. And netizens were even more heartbroken when they found out that she and Angus had to get married. As soon as you open the star blog postings about it, most of what comes up are crying faces and wailing cries. There's also a part of the soundbite, but that's just something that neither she nor Angus know about. When Angus arrived at the Stagbug Association in his hovercar, she was a bug, sitting peacefully on the waiting room couch, checking out the number and size of dessert drinks and flower stores in this world. He was wearing a white jacket and gray pants of an unclear material, and a pair of black and white shoes on his feet, and he looked superb and gentle. He seemed to hear the footsteps and looked up at him with eyes so deep that they sent shivers down his spine and made you want to go deeper. She looked at Angus, who was about 4 centimeters taller than himself, and was momentarily brought back to his senses as he was awestruck by him. He flashed him a soft-to-the-bone smile, his voice soft. "Hello Angus, I'm she, nice to meet you." Angus' eyes wavered for a moment at She's smile, and paused, withdrawing his eyes from him, restraining his eyelids in a soft his voice faint. "Hello, Honorable She, come with me." She and Angus out of the Mailbug Association, riding on the hovercar after the two people did not say anything. She does not know what should be said, Angus does not want to say. Along the way, Angus sniffed the rose-fresh scent of hormones from the mailbug, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his thin lips pursed, and the feeling of nervousness and panic building up in his mind, his whole being looking uneasy. He used to have a lot of males like him and Angus, before he revealed his worm state. He was good-looking, dusty, and richly endowed, and was the object of competition among many male insects. However, during a battle with a mollusk, he was injured so badly that he couldn't maintain his incarnated state and turned into a worm state. The white insect state was instantly exposed in front of the insects, and thereafter all the males shunned him like snakes and scorpions, and no males were willing to look at him more than once. If not for his high enough status and ability, I'm afraid that even the military female of the force would dare to climb on his head and spread their wild ways. He was ready to be forcibly stripped of his political rights and property by the Empire. He didn't expect to receive such a surprise out of the blue today. He was happy and panicked. Before arriving, Angus investigated his future stallion and found that the stallion was the lone worm. There was no record of his life in the Empire, prior to 28 years ago, and he seemed to have only just been picked up, a stray male bug. He's lived out there alone for so long, and even if they were married because of the star law, would he still want him when he's lived here long enough to understand how unpleasant and unfortunate the white worm state is? Angus had the intention of not marrying and waiting for the Empire to strip him of his political rights and property, but now he had the male lord, and if the male lord loathed him later and broke off the marriage with him, would he still be able to say with equanimity that he was willing to accept such a punishment? And could he stand to be alone for the rest of his life? Angus, are you nervous? You can't make a fist this tight even if you're nervous, look at your palms bleeding. Angus' clenched fist was wrapped in a warm hand that gently stretched his fist out, and a voice with pain and warmth rang in his ear. Angus snapped out of his own thoughts and looked over to She, who was currently holding his hand and carefully and gently blowing hot air on it. He was shaken by his gentle movements and frown covered in heartache, and his whole bug froze in place, staring at him in disbelief. Most of the male bugs I remember were arrogant and conceited, cold and unfeeling. It was the first time he had seen a gentle male bug like this one, and for a moment he was taken back by the fact that his male lord seemed a bit special. Chapter 7 My Lord Male He is Gentle. She watched as the wound in Angus' hand healed at a rate visible to the naked eye, the skin returning to its original shape. There wasn't even a trace of blood at this moment, and if he hadn't been mentally prepared, he would have been taken aback at this moment. As strong as you are at healing, you can't hurt yourself just because of that. She gently stroked Angus's palm with the tip of his thumb, and his fingertips trembled a little as a result, presumably because they were a little itchy. Without further petting, she looked at him and smiled reassuringly. Don't be nervous, I'll be good to you. Host greatly, why does your sentence feel like a scum quote from the human world to me? She, shut up. Labor is clearly speaking from the heart. Don't come out and bother me. Wish System 101, so love goes away, right? She, I never loved you. Wish System 101. Angus lowered his eyes to look at the hand interlocked with his own, a faint light shining in his eyes as the warmth in his palm seemed to spread, reaching his heart in a moment. Warming his heart for a moment, the sense of panic in his heart faded a lot. He didn't pull his hand back, obediently letting Shi-Jin hold it, but Shi-Jin let go. I believe in the male lord. Angus unconsciously clenched his fingers into fists to hide the loss in his eyes and spoke to She, his voice crisp and pleasant. At this moment, the volume is lowered, colored with a little soft meaning, giving people a warm, soft, sweet and soft feeling, completely different from the cold and clear temperament he gives people. The words he uttered straight away tickled She, but he restrained himself. They had only just met after all, and although they would be pulling the trigger in a little while, they had to cultivate their feelings before they could get any closer, didn't they? Otherwise it would be very unfair to Angus. Wish System 101, scum. Hands are held. It's all about marriage, what's the point of being melodramatic here? She. He had just boldly shaken his hand, all because he had smelled blood and wanted to relieve his palm before making a move, which was already taking advantage of him, and it was a little bit not so good to hold it any longer. Soon arriving at the male and female marriage registry, she and Angus successfully applied for the marriage license after going through some processes. The process was a bit of a hassle because she had to re-establish a new account, so the police bugs were called in. But the good thing is that it worked out in the end, and the marriage license in this world is not paper, but electronic, and the electronic marriage license has a code on it. When you are out and about, just scan the code on the e-marriage license and some basic information will come out, making it easy to handle anything. And the male and female marriage registry has a record. Even if the light brain is damaged, there will be no effect, as long as the light brain account password is there. Reapply for the light brain and log in. When Shiwei got his light brain at the end of his registration with the Androgynous Bug Association, the Androgynous Bug Association credited him with his first 28 years of subsidized funds, a considerable amount of property. 20 billion star coins, 5 astral globes, 10 properties, and some bits and pieces of subsidized funds, etc. At the male-female marriage registry, Angus had another 2/3 of his fortune transferred to his account, and Angus' wealth counted as one of the greatest in the entire empire. Even if 2/3 of it was allocated to she, there was still a lot more. Just how much he had now, he didn't bother to count. After all, there were too many zeros behind the number to count. Anyhow, she is the one who was transformed overnight from a poor man to the most worthless androgynous poor man among the millions of rich men. After all, the male bugs in this interstellar era have assets of more than $10 billion since they were young, plus they married many female bugs and have a constant flow of funds, and it's a small thing to have more than $100 billion in star currency, compared to which, she is just a small thing. She had a couple of properties that were on the central star that was planet Raza Chic Wild, and he planned to find a suitable property to open a dessert milk tea store or a flower store, and as for a place to live, it was, of course, Angus's house. He wasn't about to let Angus get away from the home he'd lived in on his own for years. Because of him he'd been new to the area and was sort of dependent on him for the time being. He couldn't still be required to go to his property and stay there, and it seemed like his property was pretty far from where Angus worked, all the time. She wants to be good to Angus, but can't give him all the goodness all at once. After all, the setting of this world is there, it's better to take your time. It was late when the marriage license was done, and she yawned a little tiredly, seeing Angus looking intently at the marriage license on his light brain. His eyes were so wide open that he forgot to start the hover car, and for a moment the cute made she a little tickled, but he held back and didn't do anything about it. Angus, it's time to come back to your senses. Let's go back, get something to eat. It's time to take a bath and go to bed. It's been a long day. She was slumped over the console without any buttons, his eyes slightly closed, looking really tired, and Angus saw him like this, shutting down his light brain, a little overwhelmed and self-conscious. Master Hung, I'm sorry, but where is your home address? I just got the property today and I haven't had a chance to clean it up for the bugs, so I'll have to stay at your place from now on. She pillowed her arms and turned her face toward Angus with a hooked lip and a smile, and, where there's Angus, there's home. I'm honored to be married to such a special Angus. Angus was so shocked to hear she's words that he looked up at him, only to feel his heart burn with something when he touched his gentle smile and the sincerity and blazing heat that came out of his watery eyes. He lowered his head for a split second, even the tips of his ears reddened. Lord Male. This sound of the male master with a few points of shyness and unconscious petulance, seems to be a pair of lovers in love flirting with the general. Shiwei let out a light laugh, and finally did not resist reaching out to re-grip Angus's somewhat cold hand and clasped his fingers together. Angus's shyness can be really cute. She said and took Angus's hand in his hand to warm it, and said to him gently, Angus's hand is very pretty, take good care of it Well, it's all up to Lord Shangnu. After Angus came back to his senses from his daze, he reddened his cheeks and said softly, she nodded, and the corner of his lips raised in a warm arc, a smile like a warm sun, shining on Angus' barren heart and enriching his originally grey world. It was the first time Angus had ever encountered a male bug that was so warm and gentle with him, although his female father used to say that males were accustomed to being flamboyant when they liked a female. But he was Xiaori holding his hand at the moment. His palm was so warm that he unconsciously thought, even if it was a lie to the bug's words, he would also remember it for the rest of his life, and he secretly looked at she who was helping him warm his hands, and his heart felt as if it was filled with honey. Sweet. Does the male lord want my bug flower seeds? Angus hesitated for a moment, still keeping his head down and asking very quietly, his heart lifting nervously as the temperature in his hand seemed to continue to rise. Can I have Angus's bug flower seed? Shi Jin held Angus's hand and played with it. His hand was slender and white. In the 21st century, even if it was a proper hand model, no, he himself could be a model. Though she was engrossed in her lover's beautiful fingers, she stopped her movements with some surprise upon hearing his question and looked at him with uncertainty. Angus looked up at him, meeting his eyes that seemed to merge into 1,000 stars, his heart beating faster involuntarily and his cheeks growing redder. Angus nodded and drew his hand back. She didn't stop it. He looked at Angus with some anticipation, imagining in his mind what the bugflower seeds would look like. Angus removed a silver-white metal chain from his neck, on which was strung a crystal orb the size of a glass bead and crystal clear. In the center of the orb blossomed a delicate little flower of silver white and light blue intermixed with the starlight of his time, and the seeds were crystal clear, setting off the flower beautifully. Chapter 8 Living with the Lovely Angus. Angus pursed his lips and somewhat nervously handed the mishmash of ugly bugflower seeds in front of she. He hoped that the male lord would accept this mishmash of colors and ugly bugflower seeds of his for the sake of their genetic match of 100%. Angus has been an anomaly in his family since birth. Not only does he possess a pure white buggy state capable of bringing misfortune to males. Even the bugflower seeds are not as pure in color as their female siblings, without a hint of mishmash of extra color. His bugbear flower species not only has the white color that brings misfortune but also the lowest blue color. He never cared how the male father treated him. From the time he was a female worm egg covered in white worm lines, his fate was sealed. He was doomed to be disliked, doomed to be abandoned. If it hadn't been for the fact that interstellar law made it a capital offense to abandon a bug egg, and his female father had strong-armed his way into raising him with the remaining third of his fortune, he might have died long ago under the weight of no one's attention while he was still a bug egg. From a very young age he had no hope of marrying himself off. But now he's not only married, he's met a male lord who wants to be with him properly. Even if this male lord will have many female servants and female slaves in the future, he doesn't want to be abandoned, but his bugflower species and bug state are so unappealing. Angus's bugflower seeds are so pretty. The sound of she's voice with laughter and surprise in Angus's ears pulled his far-flung thoughts back, and he looked over at she. He was seen holding the bugflower seed placed under the light, looking at it with a face full of joy, his black eyes shining brightly as if full of starlight. Angus froze, the nervousness in his heart instantly disappearing, replaced by an increasing shyness and a blush up to his neck that was extremely seductive against his silver hair. "It's good that the male lord likes it," Angus shouted. "She male master." From the beginning of the awkward gradually become natural, words are also full of joy and leap. She wore Angus's bugflower seed around his neck in a precious manner. Angus' cheeks reddened even more at the sight, his bony fingers unconsciously clenched into fists, signaling his nervousness. If it's she, he's willing to give everything to him, including himself. However, the person in question, she, didn't know that in this world, the female bug sent the male bugflower seeds not only for the purpose of fixing their love. Moreover, it also means to seek pleasure, while the male worm wears the female wormflower seed around his neck, meaning to agree to make merry. And in the future, worm eggs will only be created with each other, which is also equivalent to an alternative declaration of sovereignty. After returning to Angus's place, Angus wanted to cook for she, but since it was too late she ordered takeout, and females are allowed to have dinner with their males. So the two of them simply ate something, with Angus carefully noting she's preferences. When dinner was over, she went to take a shower, and when he got out of the shower he found Angus in his bathrobe with his silver hair draped over his face, sitting on the bed with his cheeks red and somewhat restrained. His cheeks reddened even more at the sight of him, with a great intention of continuing to spread, his beautiful Danfang eyes a little evasive, his voice Microsoft glutinous. "Lord Xiong. Grass. Trying to get something going. No. Hold on. Can't be such an animal." She sank his eyes and took a deep breath to push down the almost overflowing fire, picked up a dry towel and walked over, sat down and tenderly wiped Angus's hair, his voice gentle and watery. "Why don't you dry your hair? It'll make you sick." Angus also thought that she will immediately push him over when he came over, did not expect to be to help him wipe his hair, paused surprised at the same time and feel very warm. "I'll be fine, thank you, Lord Male. Even though you have a great physique, you need to pay some attention to it." She gently rubbed Angus's hair, and when it was dry, he doted on his head and rubbed it again, then put the towel in the automatic dryer on the bedside table. "Well, lie down nicely and go to sleep." When she's words fell, he took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, and when he got under the covers and looked up, he found Angus looking at the mattress with pursed lips, and his narrow Danfang eyes seemed to hide bitterness and low self-esteem. The whole man looked a little sad, while his fingers were still gripping his bathrobe, as if he was trying to restrain himself from letting his inferiority complex and bitterness spill over. She froze, a little confused, moved out from under the covers, not caring first, moved to Angus and hugged him, his hand holding his hand, gently breaking his fingers apart. "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Angus's body instinctively stiffened at she's embrace, and at the same time snapped out of his own inferiority complex. It was probably the fact that he had lived in an environment where he was disliked since he was a child, which had led to an extremely low self-esteem and sensitivity within him. He had grown up with no one caring about him except for his female father and the few friends he had, and he now suddenly had a male master. And by accepting his worm flower seed and hanging it around his neck, the male lord agreed to his advances and agreed to give him worm pups. However, Lord Shion's words just now did not have that meaning, which made him think more about whether he had done something wrong and made Lord Shion dissatisfied? But how could he say these words? I'm fine, hung Lord. Angus was slightly at a loss for words at the moment. His ears were red throughout and tended to spread up his cheeks in a big way, and he didn't know where to put his hands. His pair of eyes that were cold and clear on the battlefield were now tinted with astringency, and shyly dodging, the ends of his eyes were vaguely watery, looking seductive. Angus. She caught a whiff of Angus' strong lime scent, which made his head spin a little and he became dizzy. More than anything, he wanted to get closer to him, to get more, and he involuntarily rolled the knot in his throat a few times, his voice a little muffled. You smell good, Em. It's the smell of little limes, it's nice, I like it. Angus' entire body froze on the edge of the bed as he felt she come up to the back of his neck, his warm breath hitting the fragile skin gently. The slight movement stirred up goosebumps for only a moment, and he unconsciously gripped his robe with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Angus was aware that males and females with a 100% match, the males were able to smell the female's hormones, he just didn't realize that his hormones were actually little limes. She shook his head, snapping out of his chaotic daze. He froze as he looked at the skin on the back of his neck close to his eyes, looking up when he would have apologized. But he paused at the sight of Angus's winking eyes and blushing yet expectant face, and he unconsciously gritted his teeth and cursed himself inwardly for being so damn cheap before he pounced on Angus. Angus lay on the bed, his silver hair spread out like a waterfall, a dazzling silver white that framed his handsome red face. He looked at the curtains of the window, and did not dare to look at Xia. His ears were very red, and his neck was also very red. The whole worm had a look of letting the king pick more and more. Curses! I'm going to be a today. Angus, look at me. Xi's voice was still as gentle as ever, only it was tinted with a hoarseness that was stoically restrained, and it was horribly low. Angus reflexively looked over at him, only to have his narrow, dainty eyes widen in the next second as he was kissed by Xi. Angus had never been in a relationship and wasn't sure exactly how to kiss, and neither had Xi. But he had seen adult instruction, and had he never seen a pig run before? What's more, he seems to have a knack for being untutored in this area. With just one kiss, Angus was completely engrossed, having long since left behind all his previous inferiority complexes and insecurities. What's more, she was just too gentle, inquiring about his feelings from start to finish, fearing that he would be hurt and wronged. He had never been cared for so preciously before, and he felt that, even if he ended up being abandoned, he could use this one good night to heal all the unhappiness and bad luck. Xi, my majestic lord, I will always submit to you, now and in the future. At the last moment, Angus wrapped his arms around Shi Jin's neck, letting the tear stains flow over his temples, and then being tenderly kissed away by Shi Jin, he looked at the handsome male lord in front of him, and quietly and silently made a decision in his heart. How can a lonely knight, long in darkness, resist letting go when he encounters the light that is uniquely his? Chapter 9 Cooking for Dear Little Lime. She carried the exhausted Angus into the washroom for a quick shower before carrying him out wrapped in a bathrobe. He sat on the edge of the bed and dried Angus' soft, smooth silver hair. Angus was obediently leaning against his chest, his breathing steady, the marks on his neck looking a little miserable. She looked at these marks, both sweet and heartbreaking. He opened his light brain and asked the housekeeping robot to send the ointment over. After patiently rubbing the medicine on Angus, this time he put on his pajama pants and cuddled him under the covers. She looked at Angus's serene sleeping face, the corners of his lips involuntarily rose. He lowered his head and gently kissed his forehead, whispering in his ear, "Good night, my little lime." As soon as Xi's words fell, he manipulated the light brain to turn off the main light, leaving only a warm yellow wall light, before closing his eyes and falling asleep in no time as well. He didn't notice the sleeping Angus curl his lips and look as if he had a wonderful dream. The following day at noon, yesterday's busy half of the night until the early hours of the morning to sleep over, Xi finally woke up. His first feeling after waking up is that his arm numb to no feeling. He pain lightly exclaimed. As a result, he froze for a moment when he turned his head to find Angus, who was sleeping very peacefully on his pillow in the crook of his arm, and only then did he react to the fact that he had crossed over yesterday, and had a date, and was married. She looked at Angus's sleeping face and his whole body softened with it. He lowered his head and kissed him tenderly on the lips, then carefully pulled his paralyzed arm away before tucking Angus in before getting out of bed. She stood in the washroom, wrinkled his face and rubbed his numb arm. His heart was beautiful, alas, being pressed by his daughter-in-law to sleep on his arm for a night or something. It's really a sweet burden. She glanced back at Angus, who had rolled over into the covers on the bed at some point and propped them up in a small bulge, and paused for a moment, looking back with some amusement. He picked up the toothpaste toothbrush and began to brush his teeth. Daughter-in-law is so cute, cute when she is shy, cute when she calls out to her husband, and even cuter when she screams, like a cat, milky and soft. Even the threats are not imposing. Obviously looks so cold in the picture, but did not realize that in private is a little cute. He is too much like. She spat out the toothpaste bubbles in his mouth, rinsed his mouth and then simply washed his face and washed his hands after going to the restroom, which led him out of the door of the washroom. Before leaving the bedroom, he didn't resist scooping up the little lime under the covers, kissing it very sparingly several times, stopping before the little lime was about to wake up and turning to go out the door and down the stairs. The first morning of the newlyweds, of course, breakfast should be made by the husband. Know how to heart the daughter-in-law of the man, in order to get a happy and fulfilling family is not. Angus, because to get married with Shi Jian, he directly applied for wedding leave. The higher-ups approved 3 days of leave for him. This thing Shi Jian is aware of, so when he woke up just now, he did not wake him up. What's more, Angus had indeed been tossed around last night by the good taste of meat, so even if he slept all day, that would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it? Provided of course that he ate something to replenish his energy. When the family machine AI saw Zai coming down from upstairs, it retrieved the broom in its hand that had just finished sweeping the floor back into its body, and then slid the small roller to come in front of him and spoke to Zai in the same electronic voice that had been used for years. "Dear Sir Shi, what kind of lunch do you need? Home robot little Q is at your service." Shi Yan looked at the round-headed household machine AI in front of her and smiled involuntarily, reaching out to pat its round head. "In that case, help me clean the ingredients. I'm going to make a delicious lunch." "Yes, Q is at your service." Being needed, little Q looks very excited, bumbling behind Shi into the kitchen, the whole machine AI shaking its head. If it is a small child, at this moment would have been happy to jump 3 feet high. After all, in this world, being desired by a male bug is really a great honor for any bug, and that includes any machine AI. Little Q washed the vegetables, mushrooms and chicken under Shi's instruction. He was diligent and looked quite happy to be ordered around. She occasionally turned around to see it so happy, so he handed over a piece of beef and some seasoned onions, ginger, and garlic with a pleased face. "Little Q did a good job. These also trouble you to wash. Wash it cleanly, huh?" Instead of feeling sad or frustrated, little Q accepted it very happily and swore in electronic voice, "Don't worry, Your Excellency Shi, I'll make them spotless." Shi Xia gave a light laugh upon hearing this, and in his heart, he felt that this intelligent AI was quite funny, but the movement of peeling shrimp meat in his hand didn't slow down at all, and he was planning to make a 5-course soup. Shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried slices of fatty beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, egg custard with fresh shrimp, stir-fried broccoli and stewed chicken soup with mushrooms, and deep-fried plates of golden and crispy shrimp slippery balls, so that spicy dishes are available, as well as non-spicy ones. She wasn't quite sure if Angus could eat spicy food, so he only made 2 spicy dishes, and the rest were not spicy. Of course, if Angus likes to eat spicy dishes, that's fine. As a person on the southwestern edge of Great China, a meal does not eat spicy, all the body is not strong. About an hour later, she and the instructed Q together brought the finished dishes to the table in the dining room. These dishes were so colorful and flavorful that even little Q, an intelligent AI, felt a bit greedy, but it couldn't eat ready-made food, but the leftovers could still be tasted. After all, some of the household garbage created by the min bugs is garbage that they can absorb and convert into energy, such as leftover meals, melon and fruit peels and cores, and so on. Of course, their main source of energy is still electricity and light. When there is no electricity, they use light, and when there is no light, they use electricity, which is really very good. She carried the steaming rice to the dining room table, and then received the dishes handed over by little Q. After arranging them neatly, he took off his apron with satisfaction and patted little Q's round head. "Well, it's finally done, Q, free your trouble, go recharge and rest." As soon as Shi's words fell, he turned around and went upstairs. Little Q glanced at the food on the table, then turned around and walked over to the charging area, stopping to charge away. Its tiny round head didn't understand a lot of complicated emotions, so it just erased the processing. The check room in Angus's bedroom was facing the bedroom door, and when she pushed the door and walked into the bedroom, he just happened to see Angus, who was bare with a pair of long white legs and wearing only a white shirt, buttoning up his buttons. Angus looked up at the sound and saw him, his movements halting and his ears and cheeks reddening at a rate visible to the naked eye. Angus quickly withdrew his eyes, wanting to hide but not feeling quite right, his round toes curled, looking both nervous and uncomfortable, his whole being embarrassed. "Little Lime," she walked up to Angus, and after a light laugh easily picked him up off the cold floor and sat him on the bed, kissing his forehead with a smile on his brow. "It's not a good habit to have bare feet on the ground, but the next time it's done, it won't happen again." Lord Shion, Angus was Zai eyes in the bottom of the gentle smile provoked the frequency of heart beating. The whole person is almost become a steamed shrimp. He did not dare to look at Zai, voice is even more soft and sticky like a petting. You do not call me a small lime. Like, some shame. After all, lime was the flavor of his hormones, and although he was glad that the male lord liked it, he still felt a little ashamed and uncomfortable to be called out by the male lord in such a gentle and doting tone, and to use this in place of his title. Noah, Shiyin tenderly rubbed Angus's head, said with an earnest attitude, I think it's quite good to use Little Lime as my exclusive name for Angus. Others will know that our relationship is very close as soon as they hear it, and Angus can also call me by my first name directly, or my husband can be called, too. I like this name. My exclusive title? Angus looked up at Shixia, a little disbelievingly. The bottom of his eyes were full of joy. At the moment it was as if they were imprinted with fine starlight, dazzling and beautiful. Chapter 10, I am your male lord, treat you well, rightfully so. In this world, for a male bug to allow a female to call him by his first name meant 100% trust and a willingness to have many pups with the other person, so Angus was happy, whether it was being able to call she by his first name or being given his exclusive moniker. Yes, it only belongs to you. When She's words fell, he tenderly kissed Angus on the lips, then crouched in front of him and said with a smile. Get dressed and wash up, I've already prepared lunch. After lunch in a while, we'll go to the mall together to buy some of my daily necessities, No, or, we'll take a day off and go back tomorrow, very sorry for tiring you yesterday. No, females are very resilient. Angus' cheeks grew redder. Yes? She took one of Angus's hands and put it to his lips and kissed the back of the hand lightly, his eyes deep in color as he hooked his lips, then let me check, Little Lime. Angus was already shy when he was kissed by Shijin, and now that he heard what he said, his whole body turned even redder, and he unintentionally glanced at Shijin's hand and realized that his paw was intentionally poking the skin of his thigh, and he became even more ashamed, but didn't reject it. Well, it's really quite good to have a male master with SS-level physical ability, it's just a bit waste of waste. The two tossed for a while, Angus only in the she helped to wash up and then with him downstairs, small Q charged to find she and Angus did not come down, then start the table insulation cover, this time the meal is still hot, do not have to carry out a second rework. When she led Angus to the restaurant, little Q consciously withdrew the heat preservation cover and stepped aside, but it is an AI with professional ethics. Angus in the dining room to see the table on the table of 5 dishes and a dish of shrimp slippery balls, the whole worm was stunned. He had thought she said to make a good meal merely let the home machine AI warm up the nutrient solution. I did not expect him to actually make such a sumptuous lunch. Look at the way, it is roughly busy for a long time. Master Hun, did you do all this yourself? Angus twisted his head to look at Shi Jiao, his narrow Danfeng eyes dripping with shock, an emotion no less shocking than the shock he felt when he learned that he was about to marry Shi Jiao, a male bug that was a 100% match for him. Ever since he broke his shell, he had never seen a few male masters enter the kitchen, let alone have them make such colorful and flavorful meals. His male masters, it was just too shocking to him. Was this because he had been sharpened by surviving outside for the first 28 years of his life? Angus's mind instantly appeared one scene after another that made him feel gripped by the little male insect's plea for survival, and a strong heartache arose in the bottom of his heart, and in the bottom of his heart he secretly vowed to work even harder in the future, and give the male lord a lot of money, so as to let him lead a better life. Yes, I wasn't sure about Angus's taste, so I made spicy and non-spicy ones. She didn't know what exactly Angus had brainstormed in this little while. He smiled as he pulled out a chair and pushed Angus to sit at the table, then sat down beside him. Try it and see if it's good or not, you can try it quickly. Or you can make me a menu, and I'll make you something different every day. Lord Xiong, I'm already happy that you can do this for me, there's no need to make a special menu. It was as if the lake of Angus's heart was filled with honey, the whole lake was flooded with a sweet, clear scent, and he was suddenly so glad that the female insect that was a 100% match for she was him and not some other female insect. It is needed, I am your male lord, and all the good I do to you is deserved. You should not feel that it is a gift, or that such goodness will disappear at any moment or be transferred to some other bug. I'm only going to have one bug in my life, you and not any other. I know you won't believe it, but I'll prove it all to you later in life. She knew that Angus looked strong and incomparable, but at heart he was very sensitive and fragile, extremely insecure, which was the influence of his family of origin. But it's okay, he will spoil him little by little with love into the little friend who dares to express his joys and sorrows to him, his little friend, his little lime. Zai's words were spoken with such conviction, and his eyes were so unwavering, and he still wore his bugflower seeds around his neck. Angus' heart was moved, and he always felt that Zai had not lied to him, and he looked at his enchanting and gentle peach blossom eyes, and was unconsciously mesmerized, and he looked at the male lord who was so lovely to him, and hooked his lips in a smile. She, my majestic lord, I believe in you. After the meal, she dragged Angus, who was going to the study, to the roof to lie in the sun for a while. and then dragged the man back to his room to change his clothes. He had to go to the mall in the afternoon. It was important to buy necessities, and field trips were also very important. He planned to learn to fly a flying machine and get a license to fly a flying machine before he did any of those things. In the car, she suggested the idea of needing to learn to Angus, who was driving the flying machine, and Angus agreed without any objections, but couldn't resist asking him. Lord of the Majestic. Little Lime, I still prefer you to call me by my first name, don't you think it's a little more intimate? Zai had been looking at Angus from the beginning to the end, really how to see how rare, but once again heard Angus address him, he finally couldn't help but voice a reminder. Angus was a little bit frozen, his ears red, for a long time before Zai. Very well, although his voice was small, she was very satisfied. He nodded, then reached out and hooked a strand of Angus's silver hair around his fingertips lightly. What was it that Little Lime wanted to ask me just now? Hearing Zai's question, Angus once again remembered his doubts and asked, male. Zai, why do you suddenly want to learn to pilot a flying machine? Many of the flying machines suitable for male insects are autopilot, and you'll get a driver's license when you buy one. There's still this? But that's not the setting of the novel I read. The host greatly, you wake up, this is the world with that novel setting, the world after the realization, certainly with the original is not quite the same, don't rely too much on the novel you read, that is only the general outline. When Angus saw Zai looking at him with a dumbfounded look on his face, he instantly understood, so his male lord was not aware of it, this dumbfounded look, so cute. If you want a flying machine, we can go to the flying machine mall to shop after we finish buying the necessities in a while, and then we can go to get the pilot's license together. The corners of Angus' lips raised in a gentle arc, inexplicably bringing on a doting undertone when he spoke these words, and she had the illusion that he was the one underneath in this moment. But only for a moment, after all, the feeling of being pampered by his daughter-in-law, it's not bad, this kind of feeling, a single dog can't experience, even if it's not a single dog, as the husband's side of the family, it still can't experience, he can be really happy. Thinking this, she let go of Angus' silver hair and reached out to hold his hand, kissing the back of it, then interlocking his fingers, he smiled and said, good, or Little Lime is smart. Angus smiled a little shyly, he realized that the male lord really liked to hold his hand, hold even if, but also every time a kiss, really make people shy, but he did not hate it at all yet. His male masters are so much better than those mindless male insects that only know how to eat, drink and be very violent and bad. All single dogs, are you polite? Eric NYC. All the husbands who have been scolded by their daughters-in-law, you are noble. You are marvelous. You compare yourself to my old man. See this mallet? Delta death. Give the master death. The cute male bugs, me. Female bugs that have been bullied with sniper rifles, talk nicely. Cue the male bugs. Chapter 11. Even if it's a small thing, with your partner, you're happy. The afternoon sun was just right and the breeze was not too dry, just the perfect time for a siesta, but the working bugs who were busy were not free to do such a thing. They stood at their respective posts, doing their jobs conscientiously and responsibly, and in order to be favored by the male bugs, they needed to work very hard to earn a lot of money in order to do so. However, that didn't stop them from getting together to chat about gossip and desertion when there were no customers, and at that moment, in front of the service counter of the clothing store, there were 3 service females who were getting together to talk in a small yet excited voice about the main characters who had just walked into the store, she and Angus. My master of the universe, His Excellency, she is 10,000 times better looking than in the video. He's really so gentle. Haven't you guys noticed? He's been holding Marshal Angus's hand since he came in just now. Is he pampering Marshal Angus to buy him clothes? So cute. So cute. Oh. Sheep Angus, I also want to become a partner with such a perfect male bug, even if it's just a female slave, I'm willing. The manager bug, knowing that the male bug had come to the store, rushed out of his office, and as soon as he came over, he saw these 3 bugs chatting, with only the pin bug following His Excellency the male bug and his female, and was furious, and decided to make a note of it, and then settle the score later. When the 3 females saw the manager bug's eyes, they immediately felt that it was going to be game over in a while, but what could they do? His Excellency, she is really charismatic. Honorable Lord Mailworm, I am the manager of this clothing store, I'm really sorry that I'm just now showing up in front of you, what style of clothes do you need? The manager bug came to the side of the pin bug, some embarrassed to talk to she, words, sincere attitude, the pin bug saw him, did not say anything, but the heart has already cursed 10,000 times, the stinking fat bug, disturbing him to see what the male god. When she saw the manager bug, he nodded to him, and then took a set of fall and winter clothes from in front of himself, a pure white-bottomed knit sweater, a mid-length black and gray plaid jacket, and a pair of black 9-minute straight pants, together with a pair of black leather shoes, which is not a good-looking outfit to wear if you don't have enough height. Wei carried this set of clothes and looked at Angus, the bottom of his eyes drenched in tenderness. Little Lime, what do you think of this set? It won't be long until fall, will it be easier to buy it in advance? It should be new by fall and winter. Angus glanced at the set of clothes carried in She's hand, and felt in his heart that his family's mailmaster must look very good in them. If she likes it, I can buy it for you. The last thing Angus lacked now was money. Even if he gave 2/3 of his property to she, the rest, even if he used it to buy a mining star after the balance, was enough for him to spend most of his life, not to mention, he still had a job, and a paycheck every month. I'm the real winner in life. Other males, tears of remorse flow all over the floor. No, I can buy it myself. Does Lime have any favorite clothes? I'll buy them for you. From just now when she called Angus Little Lime, and when Angus called out She's name, Manager Bug and Pin Bug froze, and it was hard to come back to their senses at this moment. When he also heard that she was going to buy clothes for Angus, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Angus was also surprised, but compared to them, he was too calm. After all, his mailmaster was very special. This one, and this one. She took down all the clothes she felt would fit Angus perfectly after saying this to him. It included the set of fall and winter models he had first picked up together, and all of them were tucked into Angus's arms. Little Lime, go to the changing room and change for me, you'll look very good in these. Angus was dumbfounded as he held a pile of clothes and looked blankly at she, aren't you the one who wants to buy clothes? Why are you shoving all these at me? I think these all suit you. She rubbed Angus's head tenderly, then pushed him to the changing room. You change quickly, I'll take your picture outside. Zai lowered his head and tenderly kissed Angus's forehead. This move of his was all 5 people in the store into the eyes. Angus somewhat shyly lowered his head. Nana said, Zai, there are still bugs in it. Got it, you change quickly, I'll wait for you outside. She rubbed Angus' head again, then exited the changing room, and thoughtfully closed the door for him, saying before leaving, take your time to change, there's no rush. Good. Angus placed the clothes in his arms on the stool next to him, his ears flushed red in response to Shi-Jin. From the moment he entered the clothing store just now, the female bugs in the store had been looking at Shi-Jin, and while he was calm on the surface, he was actually very nervous, fearing that Shi-Jin would see any of them. But he did not expect, his mailmaster simply did not even share a glance to them. He felt that he was valued, cared about. The heart is very satisfied, but also more and more greedy. He hoped that she is one of his bugs. Don't bugs simply can't snatch the kind? Angus shook his head, locking such thoughts firmly in the depths of his heart. He didn't dare to let she find out that he was just too eager for the warmth he gave him, probably because he had been in the dark for so long. She was sitting on the couch waiting for Angus to come out. He was currently adjusting the pixels and filters on his optical brain camera. He had just had a sudden idea. That would be to take a few more pictures of Angus and get them washed up, and when the time came to open the store, hang it up or put it on the wall so that he could briefly relieve his lovesickness while he worked. Lord Stag Bug, you and Marshal Angus are so sweet. Manager Bug is over the hill, his male and female pups are all grown up, and was a little surprised to see something like that just now. But after returning to his senses, he suddenly felt that he was seeing a very different male bug now, and he couldn't help but say so. Thanks. She looked up to the manager bug and smiled politely and lightly, then said thank you. The manager bug was so irritated by the thank you that he almost turned into a buggy state and flew. He had lived most of his life, the first time he had heard a male bug say thank you, or to him. Aha, you're welcome. The manager bug was instantly dumbfounded. The pin bug and the 3 service bugs saw this and were remorseful. If the manager hadn't come and messed up, the male bugs would have been the ones saying thank you. Angus changed his clothes and came out. She then stood up and commanded him to pose for a photo, then took a photo, and even walked over to take intimate photos with him face to face after taking individual photos, this wave of invisible dog food, so that the 4 singles present were hit by a 10,000-point blitzkrieg. After the 2 of them had taken enough pictures and finished buying clothes, the 4 single bugs came back to life, but for some reason, their stomachs were a bit full and their hearts were hard. Angus let the store clerk arrange for the machine AI to send the clothes back, and then he and Shixia bought other necessities together, during which time Shixia took a lot of pictures. When the purchase of living supplies was over, Angus took she to the flying machine mall. She picked a cost-effective flying machine, paid for it with the manager's dumbfounded eyes, and then went to the police bug station to apply for a pilot's license. The sun, which had shone all day, went down, leaving only the beautiful evening sun for the working bugs who had finished their busy work to enjoy, and she took Angus to eat, and while he was eating, Angus insisted on paying, and she didn't fight with him when he saw his ears reddening. Before going home, she held Angus walking on the street to eliminate food. Angus had previously been in the fast-paced busy life, the first time to live such a slow-paced life, but the heart did not feel annoyed, but very at ease and happy. Angus, I want to open a store where I sell flowers, desserts, milk tea and delicious snacks. She looked at Angus and told him what she had in mind. What do you think? She can do whatever he wants. There's nothing in interstellar law that says males can't set up store, but is there anything I can do to help? Angus did not feel strange about it. He just thought it was just a little fun on the spur of the moment. If she's interested in doing it, lost is also fine. He tried to make money, is it? Yes. She suddenly stopped and looked at Angus, his gaze sullen, his lips hooked in a bad smile. Angus stopped to look at him as well, and not understanding the wicked grin at the corner of his lips, asked, "What is it?" She suddenly wrapped his arms around Angus's waist and kissed him on the lips, then leaned over to his ear and whispered, "You need to be responsible for feeding me, understand?" The heat spilled over his skin and Angus felt a little tickle. He took a moment to slow down before he could hear the meaning of she's words. His ears and cheeks instantly reddened to the point of shyness and he shouted the other name. "Lord Xiong. You don't tease me. Put. Angus is just too cute." She rubbed Angus's head and smiled. After saying this, he took his hand and interlocked his fingers. "I won't tease you anymore, let's go home." Feeling extraordinarily warm at the tip of his heart, Angus smiled and nodded. "Aha." The two bugs holding hands under the dim streetlight walking away, their shadows were stretched infinitely, and finally getting closer and closer. Even if it was the end of the world, they couldn't be separated. Chapter 12, Rumors Abound. Please divorce yourselves. She and Angus hold hands and go shopping together, and he buys Angus a lot of clothes for the thing. Under the various verbal modifications of the 4 singles bugs in the clothing store, the word spread throughout the entire star network with lightning speed. Even the netizens in the holographic game who were piking in the ring knew about this. After all, a line of large letters was floating on the fluorescent blue hovering screen in the arena square. Shocked. His Excellency, she is spending money on his new wife, Angus. So many of the netizens who were piking paused the game and clicked into this one fluttering red word. After seeing the female bug that posted the posting, the results of what was described as the cause of the incident, it was red in the eyes. "It's nothing. It's just a case of red eye, and I need to see a psychiatrist about it. I'm going to worship him and beg him to teach me the tricks of the trade. Seville, my master of the universe. I'm really hard these days. It's not easy to see a particularly favored male bug. I did not expect that day the male bug has a match 100% female gentleman. This is even so, why is he still willing to spend money on his female gentleman? Oh. I'm so hard to find. Saras, am I the only one who noticed that the posting said that His Excellency she was wearing Marshal Angus bug flower seed around his neck? It's still said to be a mixture of pure white and low-grade blue, but His Excellency she seems to treasure it, and doesn't forget to wipe it with a soft handkerchief while waiting. Gensi, upstairs, I was going to pretend I didn't see it and didn't want to focus on that, so why are you trying to shatter my illusions? Oh, XX, I'm having a harder time now. Anonymous, as a bug that witnessed Angus get seriously injured and turn into a pure white bug state, I just can't fathom why a female like him would meet such a good male master. Anonymous, he is not worthy at all, and will even bring misfortune to such a good male lord. I strongly suggest that the imperial government can take this seriously. After all, His Excellency she is the entire star, the only male insect with SS-level physical ability. Anonymous, I would like to suggest that His Excellency she divorces a cursed and unspecified female like Angus, and I hope that the Male Insect Association will rematch His Excellency she with a female ruler. I don't know who this anonymous person is. When the next person speaks, they all know the real name system and don't dare to talk nonsense. He is so good, he directly spends a lot of money to buy through the official, and becomes an anonymous user. Underneath the message he sent, there were even other anonymous users replying. The real name crowd looked at these words, all with the mentality of a melon-eating crowd. Only a small number of people who were close to Angus countered them. This included Angus's left adjutant, Elio, his right adjutant, Ogster, and some of Angus's inner circle. But their numbers were nothing compared to the thousands of netizens, and they quickly lost the battle. The number of anonymous people on the internet suggesting that she and Angus get a divorce is growing to countless. The story festered bigger and bigger as time went on, to the point where the official private messages were overflowing and the servers were nearly corrupted. However, this matter, the parties involved didn't know at all. Angus' eyes were red as he looked at she, looking as if he had been greatly wronged and was about to cry. Xia put his arms around Angus and heartily lowered his head to kiss his forehead, nose and mouth, his voice gentle. "Be good, little lime, call me husband, okay?" She stroked Angus's silky silver hair, whispering coaxingly in his ear, and Angus nuzzled his neck, his cheeks and ears, following his breathing, becoming more and more flushed. Angus felt very shy and was a little embarrassed to call him his husband, but in the end, he was just too shy to do so and called out, albeit in a very low voice. "Old husband. Baby, it's too low, yell louder." She heard Angus's little kitten-like voice, and his heart tickled as if he'd been scratched with a small brush. Just for a moment, it made the corners of his mouth turn up, and his mouth couldn't help but tease the shy Angus. "Don't! The male lord is bad. Always lying to me." Angus shook his head, his eyelids gradually stained with saline, a small grumble and a hint of exhaustion in his soft voice. He was really tired. Long ago, she said the same thing and he shouted, but he didn't let him sleep as he said he would. On the contrary, he had been torturing him in different ways, from his body to his heart. Every cell remembered his tenderness and proximity, and he even had the illusion that he would not be able to see tomorrow's morning light and sunset. He didn't think his fitness was that bad, but he felt like he was literally dying. The words of the female father were indeed right, and the mouth of the male worm that speaks sweet nothings is indeed used to deceive the worm. Bad. Husband was wrong, this will let you sleep well. Seeing that the baby in his arms was about to cry, she stopped continuing to coax him to call him his husband, and ended everything immediately after admitting his mistake. "Good night, husband." Angus hugged she, and after saying this with a resigned and pitiful voice, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Almost the instant he closed his eyes he was in dreamland, arguably faster than a second's sleep. "Put." She looked at Angus, who was fast asleep, and couldn't help himself a little, as he tenderly wiped away the beads of sweat on his forehead, before saying, "Good night, little lime." It was late in the night and she took Angus for a shower, followed by wrapping him in comfortable, dry pajama pants. Tucking him under the warm, melting covers again, his body dry, Angus' brow relaxed as he slept more soundly. She kissed him tenderly on the brow, then turned into the washroom to compose himself, and 10 minutes later, in pajama pants. All dry, he walked out. It was after 3 a.m. in his time, and he intended to go to bed, but heard the voice of Angus's light brain just as he sat down on his bed. She gave a slight pause, then quickly retracted himself under the covers, took Angus' hand, and picked up the vid, which connected, and a figure surrounded by a fluorescent blue glow appeared in front of his eyes. Zai, Your Excellency, good evening, sorry for the intrusion." Ario didn't expect that the person who got through to the videophone would be she, and after freezing for a moment, he immediately saluted the other party, and then glanced at Angus, who was lying beside she, and glanced at the marks on his arm, and flushed red in both ears. "Hello, is there a particularly important job that needs a little lime?" She noticed the look in Illyrio's eyes and smiled, pulling the covers over Angus' arms and wrapping him up tightly. "He's asleep, let me know if you need anything and I'll pass it on for you." She didn't recognize Illyrio, but he did recognize the uniform Illyrio was wearing. Angus had a closet full of this style of uniform. It's just that the color is gold mixed with white, and the branch of red maple leaves on his chest is just too striking. Angus, as the Marshal of the Maple Leaf Army, Maple Leaf was naturally the representative of his team, not to mention, those who could have Angus's private number had a great relationship, and were either friends or beloved. Illyrio was a little confused when he heard she call Angus a little lime, but after reacting for a moment, he realized what it meant. Both of his ears were getting redder and redder, and by the looks of this, His Excellency, she really liked their Marshal. When he looked at the arm, there were more than 7 or 8 red spots, I think, and the Marshal looked tired. His Excellency, she was worthy of being an SS-grade male insect. His ability was just superior to other male insects. If it was any other male insect, the ones who slept over at this moment would be those male insects. Your Excellency, there are people on the Star Network anonymously denigrating the Marshal and asking for a divorce between the Marshal and you, and now that the matter has become a big deal, I'm afraid that the Marshal won't be able to carry the pressure of the netstorm after he knows about it, so that's why I've made the phone call at this time. Illyrio quickly retracted his thoughts, and after thinking about it, he finally told Shijin about it. After Zai heard the cause and effect, the gentle smile on the corner of his lips slowly disappeared and finally pursed into a straight line. Illyrio finished what he wanted to say, found she pursed his lips, frowning, face gloomy, immediately felt a chill on his back, 2 warring strands. Why would he have a kind of illusion that he could be punched by the other party into a worm cake? Okay, I know about this matter. She withdrew his leaked anger and once again turned into a gentle and refined appearance. He looked at Illyrio and smiled. There's no need to speak to Lime in particular about this, I'll take care of it. As soon as the words came out of She's mouth, he gave a slight nod to Ario, and then hung up the videophone, and Ario, who had ended the videophone on this side, wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and froze for a long time. My goodness, why do I feel that talking to His Excellency she is scarier than talking to other male insects? Chapter 13, Maintenance from the Male Worm, Envy of the World. She tucked Angus in, lowered his head and kissed him tenderly on the cheek, then got out of bed. He turned off the headlights in the room, leaving the bedside lamp on, before turning to the downstairs living room. Shijin had just sat down on the sofa when Q came out from his charging room, and he brought Shijin coffee. She smiled and rubbed his head, before opening up StarNet and going over the rumors that Illyrio had said. After that, he turned his head to editing the blog post and released his Star blog, which was flooded with bugs just as soon as he sent it out. They thought the male bug couldn't handle the pressure and felt he was losing face, so he made a late-night post announcing his divorce, but when they read the blog post, they were stunned. Zivif the Little Lime family, I didn't realize that people would care so much about my life with Little Lime Angus. Little Lime is my term of endearment for him. I would like to express my deep gratitude to all of you, but what kind of life and what kind of things Little Lime and I want to do? Whether it makes sense or not, it's not the turn of some self-righteous guy to judge. First, no matter what Little Lime's buggy state looks like or what color he is, in my eyes, he is the most beautiful female bug in the world, and will not accept any rebuttals or false accusations. Secondly, I will not divorce Lime, not in this lifetime. Even if he wants to, I will not allow it. The bug that belongs to me will be mine in this lifetime. Thirdly, she, hereby swear in the name of the god of bugs, that in this life and the next, as long as Angus, my dear Little Lime a female bug, if I violate my oath, I will not be able to return to the world. Fourthly, if there is a virtuous female in the family, all females should not be disturbed. On the other hand, I will use legal means to defend my rights against those rumors on the internet and those bugs who intentionally stir up trouble. I'm having a great time with Little Lime and I hope you all don't waste your time on pointless things. Read more about my Little Lime's contribution to the Empire and his valor on the battlefield. Here's a compliment, my Little Lime is so handsome. Ahem. Last but not least, let's all enjoy the beautiful photos of my Little Limes. Attachment X10, photos of Angus dressing up and Angus and she holding hands, kissing and hugging. SARS, boo. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little bit of a hold in my stomach. My brain is suddenly so happy, am I sick? Woohoo! Bob, Sals, isn't that especially great when you're high on CP? That feeling. SARS, I suddenly understand why you like to get high on showbiz CP so much, it's really happy. It's happier than being married to a male bug. Dovira, oh my god. What kind of love for the ages is this? I'm going to put it in my book and hopefully make it into a blockbuster movie in the future, it's just stunning. Janet, oohoo. My man god. Why did you plant yourself in a tree and hang on to it? We females still have a lot of beautiful bugs. Don't you want to see more? Victor, that's what I call a male bug with spirit and charisma. A male bug that knows how to defend his female is worth more than any bug. Male god. I wish you guys 100 years of good luck and lay bug eggs soon, I'm starting to believe in love again. Woohoo! SARS, Your Excellency Marshal Angus, I wish you all the best of happiness and the birth of healthy male bug eggs soon. His Highness Anthony V, His Excellency she is very bold, I will have someone help you catch those anonymous people. The Empire's second prince, Anthony, suddenly appeared in Zai's Starblog comment section, instantly throwing another ammo to many fans and instantly blowing up. The message that SARS sent, on the other hand, was rather like saying goodbye to a happy and sweet romance that was not his own, and like him, there were other females who had met with she before. Unfortunately, she, who knew nothing about this, posted the blog post and then went offline, then messaged Tarinal and then contacted his lawyer. He tossed and turned for a while before finishing, returning to the warmth of his comforter and falling asleep with Angus in his arms. Elio and the others were shocked, they really didn't expect that she would actually swear with the name of the insect god. If they couldn't do it, it would really be all doom and gloom. Moreover, the fact that he actually married only one bug in his life to the Marshal was too shocking, even more shocking than the first time they saw the Marshal decapitate millions of soft-bodied bugs by himself. Just as shocked as Illyrio and the others was Angus' female father, Sagana, at the 100% match between Angus and she. He was then extremely worried that this male bug that suddenly appeared would be bad for Angus. He didn't realize that he was the one who was wrong about this male bug, it was just too different. Angus, my boy, I hope you are happy. Sagana looked at the photo attached under the blog post with red eyes, tenderly caressing Angus with a sweet smile in his eyes, tears of relief glistening in the bottom of his eyes. Angus's wedding leave was soon over, and he lived a little vacation under the loving favor of she, and when he returned to the military headquarters, and the others saw him, his whole being radiated, with the happiness and sweetness of a newlywed full of joy. Marshal. Wherever Angus went, he was greeted by military females giving him the buggy military salute, which he usually nodded his head at, but today he pursed his lips in good humor and smiled a little before nodding his head and leaving. When the military females saw it, they were really horrified and felt that they deserved it. If they were the ones who met such a good male master, they would have to be happy for 3 days and 3 nights. Only when Angus was far away did the military females dare to gather and chatter, talking as they made their way to the training base, their words full of gossipy implications. Did you guys see that? The cold and quiet Marshal Angus actually smiled just now, and smiled so sweetly, His Excellency she must be very, very good to him. I saw it, Y'all get it around Marshal Angus' neck, that's just striking. You really don't say. The line clothes that Marshal Angus is wearing should have been bought by His Excellency She. I haven't even seen him wearing that style of clothes before. Boing boing. I'm so sour, lemon fruit on a lemon tree, you and me under a lemon tree. The military females chattered and gossiped as they arrived at the training base, quickly shutting their mouths at the sight of Angus' right adjutant, Ogster. This guy can be even more ruthless than Illyrio. Some words are better not to be heard by him, or else there will be a lot to suffer during training. Angus came to the office. Illyrio was making coffee, and when he saw him, he gave the bug military salute. Marshal, I checked before, it was my light brain signal that was off, so the file didn't get sent. Illyrio looked at Angus, scratching the back of his head in some embarrassment, and continued, but I've resent it, and sent the working papers for the last 3 days along with it, so take a look at them all, and I'll change them if there's anything that's not right. Well, Angus sat at his desk, and after turning on his light brain, he suddenly looked up and said to Illyrio, Illyrio, take the time to check the busier zones of the central planet to see which stores are for sale or for rent, and make a list of them, and send it to my light brain mailbox. Illyrio nodded, though he didn't quite understand, carrying his coffee back to his seat. Alright, I'll list it and email it to your light brain when I'm done. Angus nodded and plunged into his work, not thinking about anything else. Chapter 14 on another way to show your love. She piloted his craft to all the locations of his properties on planet Raza Sheik Wild, checking out the environment as well as the terrain in turn. Finally, a centrally located property was designated as the main location for his store, a house with a total of 2 floors and a very spacious garden in the backyard, which was planted with several beautiful flowers. The entire garden was enclosed by a wall, which was even crawling with moonflowers, and in the corner of the wall there was even a tall camellia tree, on which the camellias were a bewitching red color. The branches of the tree extend beyond the wall, and the blossoms adorn the branches at the height of the camellia's bloom at Falls Hole, and some of the still corrupted camellia blossoms can now be seen beautifully under the corners of the wall. Camellias are always so proud, even when they are fading, the whole thing detaches from the branch when it is at its best, looking rebellious and haughty, very different from other flowers, very different. When Xia saw the entire location and decorative layout of the house, he had already made a decision. He would set his store here, but before that, he needed to redecorate the place a bit. The first floor needs a spacious front door, a cash register, a kitchen, and a variety of stoves in the kitchen, as well as tools for making milk tea, and a variety of bouquets of flowers to decorate the store. The first floor also requires exquisite tables, chairs and benches, elegant piano music performance stage, while the second floor is set up with elegant themed compartments, each of which is decorated differently and can be leaning towards the Chinese style. With these thoughts in mind, she sat down on a chair and drew up the design of the decoration on the notebook he had brought with him. His store, to combine flowers, pastries, milk tea and snacks, these elements, seemingly conflicting, but after the production, very harmonious. I'm feeling pretty good about this idea. Shoot it to Angus, I wonder if he likes it. As she said, he took a picture of the design and sent it to Angus's light brain. This side Angus received the message and quickly replied. Little Lime, it's good that Lord Xiong likes it. I'll let the construction bugs go over there with the construction robots. Within 3 days, the renovation will probably be finished. Lord Xiong can go home first or go to the street for a while. I'll go home and cook after work. She looked at the message replied by Angus, stayed for a moment, and quickly reacted. He almost forgot, this is the world of the insect race, it is not a normal thing to renovate within 3 days. Lord Xiongxi, good, Angus don't work too hard, now get up and move around and drink a cup of hot water. Angus, who was working hard, saw Xi's reply and his hand movements paused, then he replied with a good word before literally getting up from his seat and heading out. Marshal, where are you going? Illyrio came back from printing out the information and ran into Angus, a little surprised that he had come out of his office so suddenly, and asked. Go to the training ground and move around. Angus then tossed Illyrio the line, pour me a cup of hot water on the table when I get back soon. Illyrio looked confused. Marshal, are you going to an event, or are you going to bug out? Why did you come back for hot water? Instead of drinking nutritional supplements? Who taught you that? Of course, all these words, Illyrio did not dare to say out. He hurriedly put down the information after, hurriedly followed the past, and he did not know when the Marshal came back, or follow the past to see the safer. He is definitely not to see the other females beaten, definitely not. When Angus arrived at the training grounds, the military females, who had just been given a hard lecture by Ogster, were currently sitting and resting on their nutritional supplements. Ogster whistled immediately after seeing Angus coming. All the military females immediately stood at attention. They saw Angus and were still a bit strange. Wasn't the Marshal too busy to do anything? Why did he? Half an hour later, the military females on the training ground, all sprawled out on the ground. Angus gracefully straightened his uniform, covering the marks on his neck in the process. So many of you bugs beat me up without even touching a single strand of my hair. It's really too much of a shame for the bugs. Add an extra hour to your training in the future. The military females dared not utter a word, and it was not until after Angus had left that they grunted out, that wretchedness, that sadness, that pain. Let Ogster look, feel miserable, no way, who let them so weak, this if the battlefield, not become those soft bodyworm snacks, the all military females. Angus returned to his office and took a sip of hot water followed by a tube of nutritional supplements, which instantly replenished what little energy he had just lost. Angus even felt that he was now able to rectify all the rest of today's information in one breath and take a look at some of it tomorrow as well. Lord Sheong is so sweet, he is really getting more and more energetic now after moving around. Let's continue this tomorrow too, maybe the work efficiency will be a bit higher than before. All military females. Marshal, how presumptuous of you. Chapter 15. Come work as a barista in my store. As she walked along the streets, as far as the eye could see, most of them were places for male insects to entertain and play, mixed with some shopping malls, restaurants as well as hotels, prosperous and complicated. Males don't usually come shopping or buying by themselves. In their world it would be a shame not to have a female attendant with them. However, Shixia had no such worries or thoughts at all, and he didn't pay any attention to the eyes of the other bugs. He just walked his own way, observing the layout of the surroundings and the things that the other bugs were selling. When he saw stores selling pastries, drinks, and flower stores, he would walk in and taste the pastries, sip the drinks, or buy a bouquet of flowers. He didn't have the overbearingness of being a male bug, nor did he have the unseen and noble nature of being an SS extreme male bug. He was very gentle, and no matter who he was talking to, he was always wearing a smile, giving the bugs a feeling like a spring breeze. She was already a hot search figure on the Star Network, and his sudden appearance alone in the city center quickly attracted the attention of all the bugs, and the bugs along the way turned back to look at him frequently, and he didn't care, just doing his own thing. Shipei is standing in the front desk of a dessert store, smiled and nodded to the front desk of the service female worm, which lowered his head, looking at the dessert list placed on the countertop. The list is the same as the other stores, are cakes, only 5 flavors. After she finished reading all the names of the desserts, he estimated them in his mind, then raised his head, looked at the still dazed female insect, and asked him a question with a light smile. Hello, is this the only dessert you have in this store? She's voice was gentle and soft, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and as he spoke, the unmarried females who were originally eating desserts in the store blushed. Some almost screamed with excitement, and some females even gripped their partner's wrists, so excited that they almost broke his hands. Ah, yes, would Your Excellency Shijin want to taste them all? The serving female bug finally came back to her senses and spoke to Shijin with a red face. He seemed to be very excited and his shoulders were vaguely trembling. Our pastry chef bug is very happy to serve you. Then I'll trouble you. She didn't find it strange for the other party to call out his name. After all, his previous clarification blog post had spread to the Federation. He nodded politely to the service female, not caring about her shock and excitement, and as his words fell, he turned and walked over to an empty card seat and sat down. Located in the center in front of the pillars and covered by green vegetation, the soothing music and the atmosphere make it a good place to have afternoon tea. The female bugs sitting near Shiwei didn't dare to speak for fear that they would disturb this prince of male bugs who suddenly intruded into the folklore and leave a bad impression on the other party. However, the female bugs that knew each other had already chatted on the light brain. Some even went directly to the Star blog posting, and on the posting, when they saw the other bugs posting messages about she also going to other stores and being encountered, they instantly became more excited. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, the pastry chef bug will take some time, so have some drinks and be patient. The service female bug brought a cup of pulled coffee. The coffee on the pulled flower is a rose. The pulled flower of the bug skill is very good. This branch of the rose, the drawing is perfect. Okay, thanks. The word thank you in Shi's sentence made all the insects present draw a breath of cold air, shocked, overflowing. Shi? It's not necessary. Your Excellency, Shi, take your time. After the service female bowed to Shi, she turned around and hurried back to the back kitchen, not knowing exactly what he was in a hurry for. Shi Xiaowei mentally ignored the sounds of pouring cold air and took a careful sip of his coffee once he brought it over, scared by the taste of the previous drink. Fortunately, the taste of this cup of coffee was not bad. The coffee was fragrant and mellow, there was sweetness, but not much, and it did not affect the taste of the coffee itself, which was many times better than what he had drank, the coffee from the other store. She raised his eyebrows slightly, a light smile on the corner of his mouth, looking quite satisfied. At that time, the barista bug that hid behind the door curtain, checking out Zaya's attitude after drinking coffee, heaved a sigh of relief. he patted his chest and whispered, fortunately, if it wasn't for the store in front of us, the store's barista bug, who's my own younger brother, I'd have to let His Excellency's eye down. His Excellency, she is still waiting for the cake, so let's make it quickly and don't let him down. The service female covered her face and screamed for a moment once she walked into the back kitchen, before reacting and looking at the crowd of bugs and saying this seriously. His Excellency, she is just too gentle, he's one of the best male bugs I've ever seen, if I can become his female, even if I'm a female slave, I'd still be willing. The service female bug was serious for no more than 2 seconds before she started fantasizing, and the pastry bug and the barista bug sent him a big blank stare and said in unison, "You'd better make good money, you. With your crappy salary, can you compare to Marshal Angus?" Marshal Angus is, anyways, a 100% match for His Excellency, she female monarch, we can't compare at all. Just one sentence, it instantly knocked the service female down from heaven to hell. The service female's whole heart was instantly cold. Wow, 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 wow. You two females are just too much, I can't get it, can't I imagine it? Ooh. What are you imagining? Why don't you hurry up and get to work? His Excellency, she is a male insect, if he comes to our store, there will definitely be other female insects coming here, so you'll be busy. That's right, hurry up and get out you. What if His Excellency, she needs something and can't find you? Can those iron lumps serve well? Fair enough, I'll be right out. Iron pimple intelligent robot, how presumptuous of you. 20 minutes later, the pastry chef bug, the service female bug, and the barista bug were all standing around she, watching him eat the pastries and waiting for his evaluation as if they were waiting for the results of an inspection, and Pi was nervous as hell. A 5-flavor cake, strawberry, matcha, taro, lemon, and mango, these pastries are much more refined compared to other stores. She took a fork and carefully scooped a small piece of strawberry cake with strawberry cream from the strawberry cake and ate it together in her mouth. The cake was very fragrant and flavorful. After she tasted, in turn, the remaining 4 flavors of cake, he did not waste any of it, and elegantly and seriously finished all the pastries, before reassuring his fork, taking a sip of coffee, and speaking to them. The pastry is delicious, soft and sweet, melts in your mouth. She smiled as she looked at the pastry chef bug and gave a polite and pertinent comment. However, this pastry is still a bit too sweet for me, but it's just right with this cup of coffee. After she finished his previous sentence, he dropped a heavy bomb on barista bug. Also, good pulling skills, interested in working as a barista in my store? Boom, all the bugs present, including the barista bug Lin Dai himself, were dumbfounded. My master of the universe, what the hell is going on here? Chapter 16, A Daughter-in-Law Must Be Spoiled to Be Good. The crowd of bugs present were confused for a while before reacting to what exactly Shi Jin meant, and the barista bug Lin Yan looked at him somewhat hesitantly and asked frostily, "Sir Shi Jin, is it that you want to open your own store?" When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar, and many females were so shocked that they stood up, and their surprised expressions were such that even they couldn't control them. She didn't expect the bugs in the store to react like this, and froze for a moment, then nodded with a light smile. "Yes, but the store is being renovated, so I thought I'd see what's going on in the other stores, such as the types of drinks, or the forms of pastries." "Lord Mailworm, I would like to work in your store. Where is your store?" When Lin Dai heard what Shi Yan said, his heart was instantly controlled by excitement, and in just a moment's time, he felt as if there were flowers blooming on his back, and his entire bug was overjoyed. "Lin Dai, you ungrateful worm. Actually jumping ship in front of me." When the pastry chef bug saw Lin Dai like this, he was so angry that he directly gave him a violent chestnut, then turned his head and looked at Shi Jin with a smile. "Your Excellency, the male bug, if you need a pastry chef bug, I actually think I'm not bad." She. Lin Dai. Store manager, you are more or less presumptuous. Crowd of bugs. I've never seen such a shameless bug. She responded with a smile and politely declined the pastry chef bug's self-promotion. "Your pastries are indeed very good, but I'm sorry, but one pastry chef will do just fine for my store." After Shi Yan said this, he glanced at the time displayed above the light brain, then looked up at pastry chef bug with a polite and unostentatious smile. "My little lime is almost done with her shift. Can I use your kitchen and the ingredients for the pastries as well as the drinks in the kitchen?" "I'll pay for it." Who is Little Lime? Looking at the entire interstellar world right now, I guess no one would not know. Except for Marshal Angus, this Lord Mailworm in front of him would not call anyone Little Lime. The pastry chef bug had just been rejected, and it was within his expectations, so he wasn't very upset, and he immediately agreed after hearing the male bug's request, mainly because the other party was just too polite. If it was another male bug that came here, they wouldn't be so likely at all, and what they wanted was usually a direct order to them, the females, to do it. Saoirse, are you trying to make your own pastries and drinks? Is it for Marshal Angus? Lindy guessed at this possibility and asked. The other bugs were so curious that each one was now sticking their necks out waiting for the other's answer. However, she didn't give them an answer and merely smiled gently, then got up and followed the pastry chef bug towards the kitchen. Geez. Is His Excellency she opening his own store and making his own pastries as well? I'm suddenly so looking forward to eating food made by this perfect mailworm, His Excellency. Boing boing. I'm really envious of Marshal Angus on a daily basis. How come he's so lucky? The match just happened to be 100% with His Excellency she stallion worm. Envy makes me ugly. Makes me faceless. Today is also a day for daily jealousy of Marshal Angus. I'm going back to eating sour lemons, woohoo. Don't be pessimistic, everyone. When His Excellency opens his store, not only will we be able to see him every day, but we'll also be able to eat the pastries he makes. I'm bubbling with happiness just by casually thinking about it. Right. And how did this barista bug get so lucky? It's so lucky to actually get to work at His Excellency the mailbug store. Boing boing, you guys, stop it, I'm getting more and more excited about it. It seems like I could eat it right now, but how could I? It'll just have to wait. The sky was already a bit dusky when she came out of the dessert store, carrying a homemade pastry and a cup of homemade drink in his hand. He left under the gaze of the crowd of bugs with a look of admiration. He gets on the craft, types in the location where Angus works, and then autopilots over to it, stopping on the way when he stumbles upon a florist store and buys a bouquet of flowers. Over here, after working all day, Angus finally got through all the work materials that had been piling up for 3 days, revised them, and finished all the rest of the work, before relaxing back in his seat and reaching up to rub the back of his sore and tired neck. Marshal, it's been hard work, Illyrio said as he walked over with a cup of hot coffee and placed it on his desktop with a simple, honest smile. Have a cup of hot coffee and take a break. Thanks. Angus nodded to Illyrio, then picked up his coffee and took a sip, then set it down. 5 minutes to go before the end of the shift. Why haven't you collected your things yet? Angus had begun to collect his things in his hands as he spoke, and Illyrio froze for a moment at the sight of him, suddenly reacting to the fact that he was no longer a lone military female. He was required to come home from work on time and cook for his mailmaster, so Illyrio rubbed the back of his head in some embarrassment before reacting to the fact that he seemed to have been shown the door, and spoke to Angus with a bitter face. Marshal, I'm a single lone bug. What's the point of getting off work so early? You'd better go back early to cook for His Excellency she. You've worked hard, Marshal. Goodbye, Marshal. After Illyrio said this, he turned around and continued to put into the work, his appearance, as if he wanted to workplace as their own home, a face of generosity, the whole worm his angry look. Unknown Angus? Angus really couldn't figure out what was going on with Illyrio after all, so he just stopped dwelling on it and stood up with his things. Alright then, you work hard, I'm going to go home and cook for my mailmaster. Once again, Illyrio, who had been hit by a 10,000-point blitz. Waving his hand at Angus, his voice is getting a little sad. Okay, Marshal, see you later. Angus returned his goodbye and received his belongings into his optical brain storage space and walked out of the office, heading for the main gate of the military headquarters, encountering many military females along the way. It's rare for Marshal Angus to be off duty on time. Is that the difference between having a mailmaster and not having one? Don't look at it, you single lonely bug. You can't get off even if you look at it again. It's better to train and train more, exercise all aspects of yourself, then go to the battlefield to get a first-class merit, get a rich asset, and then talk about your feelings. The Marshal just has capital and assets. Plus the right time and place, that's why he's so happy now. I'm going to lean on him and learn from him. Angus didn't know what his subordinates were talking about him. All he knew was that after he walked out of the gate of the military headquarters, he was on all fours with Shixia, who was waiting for him with a rose in his arms. Lord Xiong, what brings you here? Angus froze for a moment, then blushed and smiled as he walked quickly over to Xi and opened his arms to hug him, kissing him tenderly on the cheek and giving him the flowers. Of course I'm here to pick you up from work. She held Angus's hand and led him towards his flying machine. I've made you pastries and drinks, so help me taste them first to see if they're good, and then book a price for me if you can. Good, Lord Xiong bought some nice flowers. Angus hugged the roses and followed Shijin, his ears flushed red. Shijin smiled and nodded, adding, if you like it, I'll buy it back for you next time. And you don't have to buy it every time. Angus and she chatted while walking towards the flying machine parking lot. The two of them were so happy that the patrolling females were very jealous and envious. Alas, today is another day to get a red eye. Does chapter 17 count as a head scratcher in the sweetness? She returned home with Angus, who had wanted to cook dinner, but he held him down on the couch and then put the pastries and drinks he had made on the table. Angus, hard day at work. She rubbed Angus's long silky silver hair before placing the fork in his hand and opening the pastry case. Now what about you? Just sit here and eat the cupcakes I made, and what about this rose lime tea? Finish it whenever you want, and I'll go make dinner. As soon as she's words were out of his mouth, he came up to Angus' lips and tenderly kissed him lightly on the lips, then rubbed the tip of his nose, then smiled as he got up and went to the kitchen. Angus gripped his fork and looked at the delicate triangular purple potato mousse cupcakes on the coffee table, then glanced at the rose-colored lime blossom tea, and just felt as if his chest was filled with honey, all so sweet it was on the verge of bubbling. Angus looked up to the kitchen. Xiaoqiu was helping Shi Jian to wash the vegetables. Shi Jian was chopping the vegetables while turning back to say something to Xiaoqiu. Looking at his expression, it was quite serious. Angus unconsciously reddened his ears and took a bite of the mousse cupcake. The cream on the cupcake was soft and sweet. Unlike the sweetness of the other stores, this was just the right amount of sweetness for young and old. He was awestruck by just a taste. The pastries made by Lord Xiong are so delicious, they will surely be a big seller. After being amazed by the pastries, Angus couldn't help but take many more bites, praising them as he ate. It's really delicious. Zai heard what Angus said in the kitchen. The corners of his lips unconsciously rose up a joyful arc. He looked back at Angus, doting emotions, just in an instant to the two pupils spread. If Angus likes it, how about I let you try all the new products in the future first? Angus looked up at Shi Jian, a pair of blue eyes brimming with water, crystallized and sparkling as if they would glow. Is it really possible? Male Lord. Of course, you're my female ruler, what's not to like? After she smiled in reply to Angus's words, he turned around to continue cooking. Angus held up the rose lime tea, holding the straw, smiled and sucked a mouthful. The rich fragrance of roses and the sweet and sour of limes combined together, not only solved the greasy taste of eating the cake, but also to satisfy the loneliness of the heart. Angus was once again stunned for a moment, and then he worshipped Shi more and more, looking at him with admiration and joy, and even a bit of pride in his eyes. The male masters of other families would not be as heartfelt as his male master, nor would they make pastries for the female insects, nor would they cook for the female insects. The more Angus thought about it, the more he felt that his stag lord was the best at everything, and that there was no way that any other stag bug could compare to him. With this thought, Angus leaned back on the sofa with his rose lime tea and watched Shi's busy back, his entire bug immersed in blissful joy. Q, come on, bring out the rest of the dishes. She patted little Q's round head, after which he walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of food. Little Q served the rest of the dishes and followed. When Angus saw this, he put down the cup of the drink he had finished and got up to go over, helping to serve the rice, fetch the bowl, and take the chopsticks. She didn't stop him, but just smiled gently at him. Angus, the rice is a little hot, so be careful when you serve it so you don't get burned. Yes, I know, Lord Male. When she heard Angus call himself this name again, he was a little helpless, but he didn't correct himself any further. It's just a name, so there's nothing wrong with being casual about it. After she and Angus finished eating together, she went to take a shower, and Angus sat on the sofa, thinking about whether he should go straight to bed in a while, or suggest to Shi that he watch a movie for a while before going to sleep, and then his light brain rang. The incoming video communication showed the female father, and Angus froze for a moment in surprise, which was then replaced by joy as he picked up the communication directly from Sagana. Angus suddenly felt some urge to shed tears at the sight of his female father, and his gentle face. He had never had time to go back and visit him because of his busy schedule. His estranged father never bothered him when he knew he was busy, and he must have called now because he had seen the news of his marriage to the male lord. Female father. Angus looked at Sagana in the vapors, his words dripping with dependence and missing his female father, who had never been a strong man, and was always cold, hard and stoic in front of his subordinates. But in the presence of those close to him, he was like a childish little boy, displaying all his fullness of joy and blazing emotions. Angus, my boy, how have you been? Sagana, since the birth of Angus, the body is not as good as before, and then because in Angus that bastard male father divorced, are now living alone, opened their own small store, planting vegetables, raising flowers, but also live a comfortable life. Only sometimes, when Angus led the troops to the front line to fight, he would be so anxious that he could not sleep. Angus also knew that he would be attached to the heart. Every time he went to fight, he would report that he was safe, so that he could rest a little more at ease. Female father, I'm fine, don't worry. Angus nodded, looking at the corners of Sagana's eyes covered with fine lines. He was a little distressed. Have you been eating properly lately? How come you look thinner than the last time you videoed me? Of course I've been eating properly. I can't get enough of those supplements Angus bought me last time. When Sagana looked at Angus with a worried look on his face, he couldn't help but reach out his hand and try to smooth his brow. only to realize that he was video communicating with him, and for a split second he dropped his hand with a little loss of breath and smiled to reassure him. Female father, I'm sorry that I haven't had the time to go back to see you. When I'm on vacation, I'll bring the mail master back to see you with me, so you have to take care of yourself. As soon as he mentioned she, the sadness between Angus's brows faded a lot, and the corner of his lips hooked up a sweet smile wrapped in honey, and when Sagana saw it, he knew that he was immersed in this sweetness. Angus, what did you think of Honorable She, when you spent time with him? What kind of a person he was? Seeing Angus' sweetness, Sagana followed suit herself and couldn't help but ask him something about She. Lord Shion, he is very gentle, and very educated, and a gentleman, and treats me well, and will cook for me, and make pastries, and buy me flowers, and blah blah blah. Angus was quite interested in this, and named many of the others' virtues at once, his eyes shining brightly, and his whole bug glowing as if he were glowing. Sagana's words were like a pot of cold water that doused Angus from head to toe, taking him out of his sweet romance and bringing him back to his senses as he suddenly remembered his pure white bug body and that there was an ominous curse on males regarding pure white bug bodies. Angus was already suffering from low self-esteem because of his insect body, and the little bit of self-confidence that he had managed to accumulate under She's gentleness was all shattered into crumbs at this moment. Father female, I understand all that. Angus paled a little, but his lips still curled into a smile. I know what kind of situation I'm in. Angus, the female father isn't wanting you to blame yourself, I'm just trying to tell you to be gentle and considerate in order to catch the male bugs properly. Angus, who are you talking to on the phone? Before Sagana could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sudden loud voice. Sagana was startled, Angus was also startled, and when he looked up at She, his entire body was in a panicked state of shock. Shion, Lord Shion. Angus's voice was low, so low that she was a little skeptical as to whether or not he had spoken at all. Chapter 18, I want to hold up a world for him too. Shiyin noticed that Angus's face was not very good, rubbing his hair all the action to pause, he walked over, first covered his forehead, some of the look at him. Angus, why do you look so bad? Not feeling well? Lord Shion, I am fine. Angus froze at this subconscious action of nervous concern from She, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses, shaking his head and answering him with a reddening of his ears. I'm on the phone with my female father, Lord Shion. She froze for a moment, then looked at the shadow, suddenly blessed with understanding. He smiled and nodded to Sagana. Hello female father, I'm so sorry that I haven't had the time to visit you with Angus these days. I hope that my female father will forgive me. No, His Excellency, she is overstating the case. Sagana heard She apologize. The whole worm was scared and shuddered, flattered, and waved his hand. She smiled and squeezed Angus's hand, suddenly said, Father female, Angus is different to me. He doesn't have to abide by any of the rules of the other females with me, nor does he have to, like the other females, please me like the males. I think it's fine with me what he wants to do and how he wants to do it, as long as he feels happy about it. Both females, Angus and Sagana, froze and looked at him fixedly as She, undaunted in the slightest, continued earnestly, Angus is unique, and one of a kind in this world, and the things I do with pleasure. He is my female ruler, who is on top of the world outside, leading the warriors to hold up the sky and protect the people, as well as me. I am his male lord, I heart him, and not only heart him, I also want to support a piece of heaven and earth for him, even if it's just a small piece, as long as he's here with me and feels happy and joyful, that's enough. Perhaps what I am saying now is too much of a pipe dream for you to believe, but I will prove it in time, and I hope you will come to witness it. She's tone was calm, without much impassioned emotion. He merely looked at Sagana with firm eyes, and told his father, his heart and determination, nothing else. Sagana froze for a while as he listened to She's words, worried, and suddenly let go. His eyes reddened and he nodded with some emotion. Well, I hope His Excellency She will be true to his word, or I will take Angus away from you. She looked at Sagana and smiled with hooked lips. Female father, I won't give you this opportunity, you don't have to be so polite, just call me by my name directly. Sagana froze again, then smiled, and it was obvious that he was very pleased with She, the male bug. Angus was beside himself and didn't say anything until the phone hung up, then he jumped into She's arms and whimpered. At this moment, Angus's heart was full and swollen, the whole heart was extremely filled with sweetness. He had always known that She was very good, he just didn't expect that he would be so good. She rubbed Angus's head and let his tears wet his clothes. There are grievances and sadness, cry it out, it's fine, there's nothing to it. Lord Shion, do you like me because we are a 100% match? I don't know how much time passed before Angus' muffled voice came out of She's chest, and she raised a slight eyebrow as he pulled him out of his arms, cupping his cheeks and wiping his tears. No. She carefully wiped Angus's tears before he tenderly pecked his forehead, nose and lips, leaving with a light nibble on his chin before answering his question. It's because Angus is so handsome, so completely grown up on my aesthetic point, that I see the lust, I crave your body, I want to eat you inside and out, I want to get you pregnant with my bug eggs, I want to spoil you, love you. Master Xiong, stop it. Angus was really not expecting she to say these words so bluntly, sounding like love words and teasing, straight to make his whole face red, busy reaching out to cover his mouth to shut him up. Angus is obviously so good looking and so good at fighting, I'm afraid you'll be taken by someone else, how can you not be confident? She held Angus's hand over his mouth, pulled him into his arms around his neck, and wrapped his arms around his waist again, and lowered his head to kiss his lips, his words doting and gentle. But, my bug state. Angus had his heart warmed by she's warm words, but was still a little unsure of himself as he clung to his neck, still unsure at the mention of his buggy state. What's wrong with your buggy state? Is it unattractive? Hearing Angus' words, Shi Qian suddenly rubbed his hair with some itchy hands and coaxed, Angus, will you turn into the bug state and show me, okay? Seeing Angus loosening up, Heartboy kissed him tenderly and continued to coax, you won't have to worry about it now that I've seen it. I looked up the information and said that females seem to have to turn into a buggy state and stretch their bones every 3 days just to get better hee. Angus, however, didn't react for half a day, thinking that he still didn't dare to turn into the worm state, fearing that his hard-earned happiness would just vanish into thin air. She knew he was insecure and didn't push him, so he rubbed his head and laughed softly, alright, go take a shower, don't you have to work tomorrow? Angus glanced quietly at Shi and saw that he wasn't angry, so he breathed a quiet sigh of relief inwardly, or, better yet, he'd turn into worm form later. Chapter 19, Kid, you're from the men's class, right? By the time Angus finished his shower and scrubbed his hair and emerged from the washroom, the interior headlights had been turned off, leaving only a bedside lamp and a bright wall sconce on the wall above the bed. At the moment she was alone with a bug leaning on the bed, he was holding a medium-thick book in his hand and was looking at it seriously, his long slender fingers flipping the pages. The whole bug looked calm and introverted. At that moment, there happened to be light hitting Shi, making him look like an immortal insect that had come to Earth, and this immortal insect, however, stayed for him. Angus cannot bear to break the quiet beauty of this moment, even the action of rubbing his hair, have stopped, he was afraid that he rubbed his hair too noisy Shi. Lime, why don't you come over here? She felt a pair of eyes staring at him all the time, so he couldn't help but look up and see Angus, who had finished his bath and was gentle and well-behaved throughout. When he just stood there looking at himself and didn't come over, he let out a soft laugh of some amusement, closed the book, put it on the nightstand, and held out his hand to him. Lord of the Majestic. Angus came back to his senses, suddenly realized that he actually looked at Shi, looked into the eyes, in the bottom of his heart, some chagrin that he was too unrestrained, but on the face of the face still comply with the will of the she-will, red ears and walked over. She pulled Angus to sit on the bed and reached for his towel, gently rubbing up his silky silver hair, and not blow drying, although I know you have a good constitution, but in the long run, it's easy to get a migraine. I know, Lord Male. Angus knew that she was concerned about himself, and only felt sweetness in his heart, and the shyness of falling in love showed on his face, but he was a completely different person in front of his subordinates. Cold and reticent, killing and decisive, thunderous, mature and steady, calm and self-possessed, calm and introverted and so on words, used in Angus, are not too much, but he in the face of she, just as the unusual female insects face the sweetheart, blushing heartbeat, sweet very. Of course, compared to other females who had married males, Angus was counted among the happiest females, with few exceptions other than his. Does Lime take the weekend off or work? She unintentionally asked Angus this question, and Angus just took it as an unusual family matter and answered directly, I am the commander of the entire army, I can't rest on Saturdays and Sundays, and on Saturdays, I need to go out to inspect the week's training of the various armies. Angus went over in his own mind what he'd be doing for a week or so, and added, inspections run from 8 in the morning until the end of 9 at night, and on Sundays, you have to follow the army into a mock battlefield for drill training until 8. Well, next time blow dry your hair. Well, thank you Lord Male. She nodded thoughtfully as he listened to Angus, rubbing Angus's drying hair and then carefully folding the towel and placing it in the drying cabinet. Angus turned and watched Shi's movements, only feeling that he was gentle and patient, the most patient of all the males he had ever seen, and he really liked him. Little fool, what are you still looking at? She looked up and realized that Angus was still looking at himself with those bright eyes, staring at himself in a daze, and a moment later, a little helpless, he smiled and pinched his cheeks, You want it? Angus's cheeks instantly burst red, and he hastily lifted the covers and rolled in with one bone, covering his whole bug with them, his panic and blush getting into Shi's eyes. It was then that Angus's shy voice came from under the covers, muffled, No I didn't, good night Lord Male, I'm off to bed, see you tomorrow. She witnessed a scene of Angus's adorable reaction and couldn't hold back his muffled laughter, which, like his voice, was low and deep, as if it came from his chest, and was exceptionally good. Angus blushed for a moment just listening to She's low chuckle, not to mention what happened on his wedding night, which made him even more shy and very sweet. He still remembered the gentle words and the tone of affection when she asked him gently if he was in pain, and those words and the tenderness he gave were able to heal him for a long, long time. She laughed for a moment, and realizing that Angus was really planning to go to sleep, he stopped laughing and lay down as well, turning off the bedside lamp and laying down under the covers, wrapping his large arms around Angus in his own. "Little Lime, I need to cuddle before I can sleep. The scent of Little Lime on you is so healing. Little Lime is so nice. I'm sure you'll let me cuddle, right?" After she carried Angus over, sensing that he was still a bit squirmy and shy, and had a tendency to want to escape, he pretended to be soft and pampered him softly in his ear. Angus really ate him up, and even though his ears were red, he didn't bother to run away, and he even took the initiative to wrap his arms around She's waist, resting his head on his chest. "Master Xiong, then I'll hold you while you go to sleep quickly." "Good, then I'll ask for a goodnight kiss." Seeing that Angus was finally looking up at himself, she smiled softly as he finished his sentence and lowered his head to kiss him on the lips, exchanging a lingering kiss with him. She had intended to fall asleep at the end of the goodnight kiss, but found a hint of it when he wrapped his arms around Angus, smiling at the way he gripped his pajamas, rubbing his forehead and kissing the tip of his nose tenderly. "Little Lime, now I'm asking you for a bug pup, can you get up in the morning?" After Yin finished this question, his breathing was a little deep, and he didn't wait for Angus to answer. He said in a low voice, "It's okay if you can't get up, I'll send you to work." Lord of the Majestic. The words fell, sealed with a kiss, and for the moment, the remaining silence and rich sweetness was the best harmonizer between the young couple. Early the next morning, she woke up before Angus lying on his chest, sleeping, handsome face flushed, but a touch of red in his silver white hair, forming a sharp contrast, surprisingly unexpectedly good looking. She kissed Angus's forehead tenderly, then carefully withdrew his tingling arm, got up, tucked him in, and went to wash himself, rubbing his arm. "Host greatly, you pull only one night, the hand is numb, just wasted the physical ability I gave you." "Yo, isn't this 101? Where have you been fooling around lately?" When she was brushing his teeth, he heard the voice of the Wish System 101, which he hadn't heard for a long time, so he couldn't help but flirt with him in his mind. "I'm not fooling around, I'm a professionally ethical system." I went home to see the brain woman. There's no rush, it's still an hour before your shift, it's still early, so wash up, then get changed and come down for breakfast, I've already made it." She rubbed Angus's head tenderly and smiled again, kissing his forehead before he said something to reassure him. "Good, thank you Lord Mail." Angus did not think that Zai actually even helped himself with breakfast, so his heart instantly had a burst of warmth across, the whole person was warm to the core, and then he kissed Zai's lips for a moment, and only then he turned around and went to wash up. She covered his lips with a happy face. When he reacted, he turned around and went to the check room to change his clothes. If he was going to send Angus to his workplace today, then he should dress casually, he couldn't be flamboyant. "There are too many females there, spray some more pheromone blocker so that only Angus can smell the pheromone on him, any other bugs, don't even think about it." Wish System 101, wow. "Host, you graduated from the men's class, right? Or an outstanding graduate, I'm quite impressed with this professional conduct." No, you learn more, you may be able to use it, don't you think? Wish System 101. Chapter 20 sends Angus to work. She changed into a casual outfit with darker colors. He was handsome, no matter what kind of clothes he wore, there was no way to hide the charm of belonging to the male bugs on him. She didn't think much of it, he felt he was wearing plain enough clothes, so he turned and went downstairs. Angus came out of the wash, changed into that gold-patterned white background military uniform, tied his long hair up, and turned and went downstairs. "Lime, come and have breakfast," she said as she set breakfast on the table and looked up to see Angus with his hair tied back, amazement crossing the bottom of his eyes. "You're so pretty." Angus was already handsome, and when he let his silver white hair down, he was cool and life-affirming, like a god overlooking the world, untouched by mortal dust. For the moment he tied up his hair, and was transformed into the gallant little general, handsome and gallant, and dazzling merely by standing there. The male lord is also very good-looking. Angus didn't expect Shi-Jin to bluntly praise himself, and in an instant his ears and cheeks reddened, and he was a little embarrassed to say the same compliment to Shi-Jin. She walked over and wrapped his arms around his waist, lowered his head and kissed him on the lips, resting his forehead against his, looking deeply into his eyes. Angus' face heated up at his look, but he couldn't look away. "Angus is just so handsome, it's so tempting to hide you at home and not allow you to go anywhere, but I won't do that because being free and happy and loving yourself is the way I want you to be." As she said this, he rubbed the tip of Angus's nose affectionately again, smiling and kissing his forehead, and Angus didn't know how he should take it. He had a lot of things in his heart that he wanted to say to She, but when it came to the critical moment, he couldn't say anything and could only hug him tightly as a way to express his feelings. Lord Xiong, you're really, really, really good. Shi Xiaqian hooked Angus' long silver white hair and played with it as he wrapped it around his fingertips. His movements were so light that Angus wouldn't feel any pain at all. Shi Yin involuntarily laughed out loud as he listened to the words Angus said and sighed. I just said a few words, and it's so good in your heart, believing in me so much. What if I can't do it? It doesn't matter if you can't do it, Lord Male is just fine. Angus hugged Shi's waist and rested his head on his shoulder. With a rich smile in his voice, it was obvious that he was in an extremely good mood. Well, if you don't hurry up and eat breakfast, you're really going to be late, she said as he rubbed Angus's hair and laughed lightly, looking at him incredibly seriously. Well, is Lord Xiong really going to send me? Angus asked again, still a little less convinced. He had never heard of a male bug sending a female to work. Of course there was no such thing as a male insect going to pick up a female from work, but these, he always seemed to find in Shi, and the female who was treated in this way was actually still him, and he felt that his male master was really good. Of course, when you say you're going to do it, you're going to do it, she said, then reached out and pulled Angus to the dining table to prepare the tableware for him. The smile on the corner of Angus's lips has never gone down. His whole worm are instantly in the sweet happiness. Thank you, Lord Male. Why are you so polite to me? Try it, is it to your liking? If you like it, I'll make it for you next time. It's delicious, and Lord Xiong eats it too. That'll do. She and Angus chatted about family matters while eating breakfast. The morning of the day was very harmonious and beautiful, and when they had eaten breakfast together, she sent Angus to the place where he worked. The entrance to the military headquarters in his time was basically filled with long-time officers and military females who had come to work, who had originally met by chance on the road. Angus listened to him and glanced back at the watching generals, then nodded to him, which she then left in peace. Chapter 21 is pretty standard for him as a rake. The generals who had just been stared at by Angus did not dare to walk away, and stood in formation, not knowing why. They only felt chills on their backs when they saw Angus coming over, and had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Generals, today's weather is really nice, why don't we go to the training base together in a while, and give a martial arts demonstration to those new recruits who are here today, adjourn the meeting, and after breakfast, line up and wait for me. Angus turned around, came to the generals standing straight, looked at them with an expressionless face, and after saying this, turned and walked towards his office. The generals looked at each other in a daze and quickly realized what had just happened. What martial arts demonstration? To put it nicely, it is a martial arts demonstration. To put it badly, it is a living female worm meat target. When did the Marshal become so petty? We just looked at His Excellency Shi a little more, and he's going to use us as a target if we make a fool of ourselves in front of those recruits today. What prestige will we have to speak of when we train them in the future? Boing boing, stop it, I'm the only one who envies the Marshal. Has His Excellency Shi sent him to work? Did you guys just notice that Marshal Angus has a reddish mark on the side of his collar? What? Marshal Angus was most likely well loved last night as well. I'm solidly envious. Yesterday when I was off work, I also saw His Excellency Shi holding a bouquet of flowers at the door waiting for the Marshal to come down. He is really so gentle, but the gentleness he treats other females and the gentleness he treats the Marshal with are simply two states of being. Don't say it, don't say it, envy and jealousy make my face change. Hurry up and go, after breakfast in a while. There's still a lot to be suffered by us. The Marshal beats people, but he's not merciful at all. I just think about it, and I feel my body start to ache. The generals were chattering behind Angus' back, heading towards the general's only mess hall, and the expressions on their faces, which were just a little too sad, caused the other military females to look over, full of curiosity. When she returned home, he sent a message to Angus, telling him that he had arrived home. Angus did not reply, probably because he was busy. He simply shut down his light brain and went to meet the raw material supplier. After she came back yesterday, he asked Lin Yan to look for the staff of the store instead of himself 3 waitress bugs, a cashier bug, an instrumentalist bug who was good at a variety of musical instruments, a packer bug who was responsible for packing up the pastries, drinks, and wrapping the flowers, and a chef bug who was good at cooking the food. The rest of the other matters are assisted by intelligent robots. Xia store, if you intend to make a long time in advance to make the pastries, other desserts, snacks, but also with the drinks package, it is the scene of production. Every customer bug that comes to the store to eat, after the meal is over, can go here to the cash register and receive a free flower of their favorite. She knew that if he did this, he would attract the attention of many bugs, both females and males, and they would surely flock to him. Therefore, she intended, after the first day of the opening, to make a quota limit, only 3,000 customers per day. These 3,000 customers into the store, you can choose to dine in, you can also choose to pack and take away. Of course, it's not impossible to buy some more to pack up and take away when you're done, depending on the situation. The first day of opening a store is about making a name for yourself, and the quota limit is obviously bad, but after the first day, odds are it will be better if you use it. Shi Jin intends to make a store description himself, right at the entrance of the store, a very eye-catching place, so that all the bugs can see it, so that the next day's restriction of quotas will not be met with too much rejection, and he has already explained it is not. Good morning, Lord Shi. Ah, hello to you all, no need to be so polite everyone, have a seat. She walked into the agreed-upon cafe, and as the waiter led the way into the box, the supplier females, who had been sitting and chatting over a cup of coffee, stood up and greeted him with some restraint and some caution. She understood their constraints and caution very well, so he smiled and nodded his head, signaling everyone to sit down, and the crowd of supplier females didn't expect him to really be as rumored, both handsome and gentle as jade. Today is to talk about a long-lasting business with you all. You can first look at this business plan that I've created. If you think it's feasible, then we'll sign a contract. You only need to provide items that are quality assured and high quality, and price-wise, it's all negotiable. Once all the supplier females had sat down, she nodded to them with a smile, and then shared his Lightbrain screen, and a screen that could slide on its own appeared in front of each supplier female. In the screen above the business plan, clearly visible, supplier females look at this thing, have frozen, and then turned the slide to look up. They looked seriously, for a moment, actually no one to speak. She didn't bother them, he just held his coffee and sipped it leisurely, waiting for their reaction. He knew very well in his heart that they would be very satisfied. Your Excellency Shi, your idea for your own store is so original that you won't be able to find a second such store in the entire empire, no, in the entire interstellar world. One of the supplier females, after reading the business plan produced by Shi, had a pair of eyes that lit up and looked directly at him, voicing out her thoughts. Your Excellency Shi, this proposal of yours is just too perfect. I am willing to cooperate with you for a long time. After one supplier female worm read it, she made a direct statement, and other supplier females expressed their thoughts, all wanting to cooperate with Shi. Okay, then we can talk about other things. She nodded to the supplier females present, then put down the coffee cup in his hand and continued to discuss with them about his store. His speech was smooth and clear, his voice alone was like a spring breeze. The female insects listened attentively, and the tension and constraint in their hearts became relaxed under the other party's gentle attitude, and they realized that the male insect in front of them was talking to them on an equal footing. He didn't have any lofty posture, nor was he arrogant and domineering like those other male bugs. He was gentle as if he was a calm lake, and at a glance, he was sparkling and extremely dazzling, which really made the female bugs feel good. After that, the supplier females present all signed contracts with Shi, and said that when he opened, they would go to support the show. She smiled and thanked them. The females were shocked and delighted, more or less flattered, but when they thought that the word thank you came out of the mouth of this gentle and elegant male, they felt that it was a perfectly normal thing to do. Well then, happy cooperation. Pleased to cooperate, Lord Shi. She stood up from his seat and withdrew his sharing privileges before smiling and nodding to the females, who politely nodded back to him, and the cooperative gathering, thus, broke up. Sheely originally wanted to pay for the box, but suddenly remembered that he is a male insect, not a human in the 21st century. If he is a one-time today, to so many suppliers female insect payment, the next morning, quasi on the Star Network headlines. Besides, he'd be misunderstood by the, not very insecure, little female in his house, so he ended up abandoning his gentlemanly demeanor for the time being and just walking away. At a time like this, it was better not to upset Angus, a little more than any kind of gentlemanly behavior. As a man who grew up in the land of the poop ear, Shi was in the aspect of loving his wife, that is, he has been subjected to 28 years of inculcation. He is a standard rake ear. Chapter 22. A middle-aged and soft male worm. She came out of the cafe. He was about to take the flying machine home, but when he turned around, he was stopped by a male insect who was dressed in a rather flirty way. If not for his handsome appearance, such a flirty and flowery clothes, he could not handle it at all. Do you have something to do? She glanced at the 5 strong-bodied military females standing behind the male insect, narrowed his eyes slightly, then stared at him and said, if there's nothing to it, please make way, you're blocking my path. You, boy, are much more handsome in person than you look on the video. The male bug that blocked Shi Jin stroked his chin, not even hearing what Shi Jin said, and even looked at him with a measuring and judgmental look. It's just that you're so loaded, it's really irritating for Bug to watch. I really don't know why Anthony thinks you're so nice. Actually defending you on the internet, TSK. What a bummer. She felt that the flower butterfly in front of him, the way he spoke, was too annoying for him, and he didn't really want to waste his time on this kind of guy. He wasn't exactly sure who the Anthony he was talking about was, so he just ignored it and turned to the side, intending to go back and make lunch and bring it to Angus. Hey! You stand still. Great and jade-like, suave male bug, did I, Lujanua, let you go? Lu Zhenhua walked over to block Shi's way, struck a very middle-aged pose that he thought was cool and handsome, and then made a very middle-aged self-introduction. Shi Jian looked at him and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. He stomped his feet in a hurry, looked back at the 5 rash, shouted. 5 military females then came back to their senses, blocked Shi's way. The leader of the military females saw him frowning, hurriedly explained. Your Excellency Shi, I'm very sorry, we didn't mean to stop you. This Your Excellency Lu Zhenhua male insect is the second son of Counselor Lu, although his way of speaking is a little bit not so good, but he has no malice, he just wants to ask you for some advice on how to chase a female insect that doesn't like him? As Lu Zhenhua bodyguard of the 5 military females, all have a partner, they do not know how to chase such a female insect. Lu Zhenhua is really worried about No Way, which came to find Shi Yan, want to learn something from him. As she listened to the words of the lead military female, the corners of her mouth twitched once again, glancing at Lu Zhenhua who suddenly blushed, she couldn't help but ask. Since it's a female bug that doesn't like him, what's the point of chasing it? Won't it cause unnecessary trouble for that female bug if you keep chasing it? Can't we change the one who likes him? He's a male bug, and he's still afraid that there won't be any female bugs who like him? Shi's words silenced all 5 females. Right, His Highness Anthony doesn't like His Excellency Lu Zhenhua at all. If he keeps going after it, won't it cause him a lot of trouble and annoyance? Why doesn't His Excellency Lu Zhenhua like another female bug? He's so outstanding and has so many suitors, and Yu Lu, the housekeeper female bug who has been following him and taking care of him, seems to like him a lot. Wow! I didn't expect you to be so smart. Lu Zhenhua suddenly clenched his fists and hit his palms, a look of clarity, looking at Shi's eyes, instantly became worshipful. I didn't expect that the problem that has been troubling me was so solved by you. You're still very good at what you do. I declare, from now on, you are my best brother. Shi Jiao pumped the corners of his mouth, didn't hold back from rolling his eyes, grabbed the back of Lu Zhenhua's neck collar, pointed to the large tree not far ahead, and spoke in a serious tone. You're a little cutie. Are you? It's not so obvious. Don't stop me, I'm going home to cook for Angus, and if you stop me again, I'm going to pick you up, and from here, shoo, and throw you into that tree out front. Lu Zhenhua. Lu Zhenhua was lifted up from the ground by Shi Jianhua, just a second off the ground. He felt the sense of oppression, he felt that the other party was not joking. Boing boing. Don't throw me, if you wanna go, go, I won't stop you, you're just horrible. Lu Zhenhua was startled by Shi, and after he let go, he instantly rushed like a cannonball to the black-clothed butler who came from nowhere, and also jumped into the embrace of someone's female insect, crying and pampering with someone. As she looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched once again, and for a moment he had an urge to rush over and give him a punch, but he held back, comforting himself that this was an insect race, and it was normal for males to be soft and dainty. Your Excellency Shi, I'm really sorry, His Excellency Lu Zhenhua didn't mean to delay you, we apologize on his behalf. The 5 military females have apologized to Shi Jin. Shi Jin waved his hand and said, it's fine, I can understand if he's like this. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Although it's very quiet in this neighborhood, it's better to be careful if there's a male insect around. Thank you very much for the reminder, His Excellency Shi. Shi Jin nodded to the 5 military females, and then turned around and walked in the direction of his flying machine. Over here, Yu Lu wrapped his arms around Lu Zhenhua and patted and caressed him, and when he heard that Shi Jin was going to walk away, he raised his head and glanced at him, and then retracted his sight. Young master, next time don't just sneak out in these clothes, if the counselor finds out, he'll be angry again. Yu Lu rubbed Lu Zhenhua's head, his voice was gentle as water. Lu Zhenhua nodded, not knowing whether he heard or not, just hugged his neck. Yu Lu, I'm so hungry, let's go eat. When I go to the palace next time, I'm going to tell Brother Anthony that this guy called what's his name Shi is actually a big bad guy. Carrot. Yu Lu was helpless. Young master, you provoked him and you still don't allow him to get angry? Chapter 23 is really awesome at times like these. When she made his lunch, he packed it carefully and put it in a thermos before taking the flying machine and going to where Angus worked. Previously sent over the message, Angus has not replied until now. She guess he must be busy today, even the meal may not be able to take care of. Suddenly heartbroken, the speed of the flying machine are much faster. However, in reality, Angus was, at this very moment, at the recruit training ground, teaching those unknowing recruits, one after another, how to be a good female who is gentle and considerate to males and ruthless to soft-bodied insects. Snap. Ouch. Ouch 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 ouch. Angus once again managed to knock one of the recruit females that challenged him to the ground, and regardless of the other's bruised nose and loud cries of pain, he looked directly up at the other recruit females without blushing or gasping, sweeping his face in an expressionless circle. Who else wants to challenge me? Come. Angus's expressionless look viciously provoked the battle spirit of this group of new female recruits, plus he also had a gentle and considerate male, in a flash of jealousy to the point of madness, they could not care about anything else, and asked for battle. Thus, these new female recruits who attempted to teach Angus some lessons were all easily beaten down by Angus, each with a colorful face, which was truly tragic. The generals on this side, who had finished being used as meat targets for demonstration, wiped their wounds while watching this group of unknowing fellows go forward to give for nothing with great emotion, shaking their heads with great emotion. These new recruits are really young, look at this drive they have, more training, maybe they can become the next us Marshal training demonstration special live targets. The Admiral rubbed his arm, which he had just been forced to use as a living target, and then twisted, hissing out in pain while lamenting the vigor of these new females. You really don't say, this group of boys really have this potential. If not for our female bugs, self-healing power and energy recovery are relatively strong, they are now probably carried out by the stretcher, TSK. The Lieutenant General looked in the mirror and looked at the bruises that were gradually recovering on his face, and then looked at those new recruits, who were injured and recovering at the same time, and couldn't help but feel emotional. I really did not expect this group of recruits female insects actually dared to be in the face of the Marshal, discuss how to become the female insects of His Excellency. This is not properly looking for death? Hiss. I watched the Marshal this downward movement, that is half no mercy. The Major General was also emotional as he watched Angus lecture the newbie females while intolerantly half squinting to avoid the gruesome images of the females as they were toppled to the ground. Hiss. Really don't underestimate the Marshal's fighting power after he gets jealous. He fought for so long and actually didn't turn red in the face and didn't gasp for breath, and the point is, he also graced the SS-ranked male bug last night, but he's still like a nothing bug. I'm really admiring it too much. The various adjutants lamented while rubbing each other's wounds with medicine. Their expressions, more or less, felt sad for these new female recruits. They really don't know the heights of heaven, to be beaten so badly. It's also you who deserve it. Angus's adjutant Ogster and Elio have stood not far away, expressionless watching all this. In fact, their hearts all feel creepy. In the future, don't mess with His Excellency Shi Jinwao. After the Marshal is jealous and angry, it's really too scary. Regarding the discussion and heart thoughts of the generals, Angus was half concerned. He had only wanted to call those guys under his hand over today, demonstrating to these new females, so that they could train properly. As a result, just after he finished his demonstration, a female bug yelled out, "Marshal, you're so weak. How can a female bug protect the precious His Excellency the male bug? His Excellency, she is the most noble male bug excellency of our empire's bloodline. Why should you be able to have it all by yourself? I express my displeasure." As soon as this female bug shouted out, there were actually many other females responding. His male master said that he was the only female bug in his life, and having other females questioning his favorite male master, could Angus bear it? Of course he couldn't bear it, and then there was the above scene. The female bug that shouted out was beaten up the most. Shouting and snotty, tearful female bugs, there are some it's better not to commit, at some point, to save your life. She carried the thermos box to the entrance of the gate of the military female team. This place is solemn and majestic, no matter it is the door wall decoration, or the military female standing guard, it is a burst of solemnity. "Hello, I'm Angus's male bug," she said as he walked up to the military female standing guard, a polite smile on his lips as he picked up the thermos and gestured to him. "Can I go in and bring him food?" The military female standing guard, not expecting to be suddenly accosted by His Excellency the National Stag Bug, froze for a moment before reacting, straightened her face, and nodded to she, "Honorable His Excellency the Stag Bug, of course you can go in, but you'll need to fill out the form, this way please." She smiled and nodded, then walked into the guard room and filled out the form before entering the gate and waiting for him to walk away. It was only then that the military female on guard duty screamed with some excitement, and by the time he realized that Angus was in the middle of a training session and wanted she to go to the office to wait, it was already too late. If His Excellency Shi Jin sees such a violent side of the Marshal, will the Marshal beat us up? Shouldn't, wouldn't. That's weird. The two military females were in a panic, but they couldn't stop them, so they had to do as they were told. On this side, Shi Xiao arrived at the training base for new female recruits under the leadership of a patrol army female captain, and as soon as he stepped into the gate of the base, he heard continuous screams, which, one after another, were even more tragic. "That she..." The patrol army female captain, hearing this voice, realized what Angus was doing, and immediately felt a chill down his spine, and was about to say something to stop Shi from going in, but then he saw him raise his hand and interrupt him, and he shut up. The female captain of the patrol army is bitter in his heart. "Marshal, how come you don't practice the new female recruits at other times, but only today? Being seen by His Excellency Shi Jin to see your cranky side, really don't blame me, I'm innocent." She followed the sound and walked into the base, then he saw an iron fence, he walked over to it, and looked down, just in time to see on the field, a white figure, easily turning around with a spinning roundhouse kick, sending a glimpse of dark blue near him, flying 3 meters away. Sigma. Reikirshi, see such a scene, immediately feel weak legs. His wife seems to be a little powerful, which later if angry, high, and low have to give him a taste of 360 spiral roundhouse kick. Think of the pain, it is too painful. She was confused for a moment, but the expression on his face didn't change, and then he saw the other females lunge at Angus in a brainstorm, and then they were all skillfully dodged by him, and struck back, and the whole time, he didn't get hurt at all. She returned to his senses and suddenly realized that it was his family Angus, who was teaching his soldiers fighting skills. The shock he felt just now was fleeting, and after that he was captured by Angus's cool and sharp movements. My daughter-in-law is awesome. Chapter 24, The General's Pet Peeves. She just stood by the fence, lowered his head and eyed the field, and those newbie females fighting Angus. The in his heart is almost to drown his whole person, but there is not much surprised expression on his face. The captain of the training army female who had been paying attention to his expression next to him was confused himself for quite a while when he saw this. His Excellency Shijin actually wasn't scared by the Marshal's violent look? If it was any other male insect, it would probably have fainted by now. His Excellency Shijin is worthy of being a national male god, he is really awesome. The generals over here, who had recovered from rubbing their wounds with medicine, looked up in a trance and saw she standing on the iron fence, and, seeing that he had been looking at Angus the whole time, stood up in shock, and the admiral whistled instantly to stop the one-sidedly crushing training. The recruit females stopped their own attacks when they heard the whistle. Angus looked back at the admiral with some confusion. The admiral gave him a look and then looked up at the bars. The recruit females looked over and then froze. Angus raised his head in uncertainty, and when he saw she, the cold temperament of the entire insect body, immediately subsided, and a good-looking face instantly went white. Xiong, Lord Xiong. Angus was like a child who had made a mistake at the moment. His tone of voice was a little shaky, and his pair of good-looking blue eyes were filled with panic. She froze for a moment. He didn't expect Angus to be in such a state after seeing himself, and after returning to his senses he suddenly realized that he was probably insecure and afraid that he would leave him or something if he saw a different side of him. She thought, and looked at him and smiled, at the same time opening his own optical brain and typing a scrolling subtitle, still in a bubbling pink font. Little Lime, you're so handsome, come up here quickly and let Lord Xiong give you a hug. I've prepared lunch for you, let's eat together. The scrolling subtitle of She's was seen not only by Angus, but by the generals, and by the beaten and bruised recruit females as well. Angus's somewhat white face was instantly tinted pink at the sight of She's smile and his scrolling screen as he turned to head up the stairs. The female recruits who were beaten up and swollen, enviously and jealously looked at his back, wanting to cry. What's the situation? What's going on? Why are they spreading dog food? Whose male bugs would still love such a violent military female? It really hurt them to death. Lord Xiong. Angus, I have a feeling that if my male bug is His Excellency he will like me no matter what I look like. Oh, first of all, you have to become like a marshal, otherwise everything is exempted. Look for yourself. His Excellency she is not a polite and gentlemanly person to anyone. Only in front of a marshal will he act like a possessive male insect, releasing a mighty pressure that makes the other males afraid to come near. Oing oing oing. I can't be a female insect of His Excellency she in my life. Kanshinku, I think you're just fine. Let's go on a date tonight. I don't want any other male bugs, I want you. Go go go, this lieutenant general doesn't engage in female-female romance. You find someone else. You little chili. Ah. Kanshinku, I'm not done with you. You're the one who's a little chili pepper. You're the one who's a little chili pepper. Major General Shintrace was Lieutenant General Kanshinku disliked, immediately exploded, all of a sudden rushed up to lie on his back, locking throat at the same time, biting the back of his neck, the whole ferocious little pepper, but also said that he is not a little pepper. Hiss. Little chili, you loosen your mouth. It hurts so much. Bite wash you. Bite wash you. Not dating me. Date me or not. Date me or I'll bite you. No appointment. Ouch. 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 Ouch, 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 ouch. My master of the universe, it hurts too much. Admiral Chavez watched the two females fooling around as if they were oblivious, walking and thinking about what he was going to eat in a while, completely unaffected by the two females. The adjutants even looked away, discussing to themselves what the cafeteria would be eating today, what training objectives should be given to the new female recruits in the afternoon, and so on. It can be seen that the two females, Kanshinku and Shinsigns, usually in private, not less together in the fight, and at the same time not less flirt with each other. As for whether they are not to each other to store some thoughts, it does not matter about them. After all, this is their own private matters. On this side, Angus brought she to his office. They sat opposite each other and ate a sumptuous lunch together. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Even Elio and Augst couldn't go in to disturb them, or else they would have to be beaten up when she left. I really don't know how His Excellency, she, could have looked at such a violent guy as Marshal Angus. Chapter 25. It's nice that his male master loves him so much. She's store was rapidly being completed with the processing of the construction bugs and construction robots, and that morning, after dropping Angus off at his place of work, he went to the store. A store that has just been renovated basically smells a bit, but the renovation materials in this world are not known to have been treated in any way. Not only is it odorless, it's also very easy to clean up, and to clean up, all you have to do is command the robot to do it. She let the robot go and clean up, while he himself checked from upstairs all the way to downstairs, and was much more satisfied after seeing the decorations that were more or less the same as what he had expected. She checked all the corners, which led him to the cashier's position, checking the table body and countertop to make sure the quality was correct, and then went to the kitchen. While Shi Jian went to the kitchen, Lin Dai walked in with a bunch of female insects, and the females behind him were all the top insects he had found under his careful selection, in all the fields. "Boss, I brought our store, the females you need for those posts." As soon as Lin Dai entered the door, he saw Shi Xia, who was checking the kitchen renovation behind the glass window, and called out to him with a big smile, sounding quite happy. The other female bugs heard Lin Dai's howling voice and just felt their hearts jumping out of their chests. Who would dare to yell at a male bug like that? Isn't this looking for death? You're all here. When Shi Yin heard Lin Dai's shout, he turned his head to look at him, and after seeing the 8 females standing behind him, he politely smiled and nodded. Let's find a place to sit and rest and relax first, and when the table and sofa are pulled over in a few moments, please just help move them. The 8 females didn't expect Shi to smile at them, and even more so, they didn't expect him to speak so gently, and to let them rest well, and to say that they were in trouble, so they were stupefied and didn't react for a long time. Oh, Master of the Universe! What kind of divine male bug is this? It's also too gentle. He's not bad for a national male god. She came out from the kitchen, saw them standing in place and dazed, slightly froze for a moment, quickly reacted to what, and laughed again. Don't stand there, don't go to rest now, you'll have a busy time in a while. The females reacted only then, and all of them were a bit embarrassed and red-faced. Lin Dai was much more calm compared to them, and busily greeted the females. Yes, everyone go and sit down for a while, there will be a lot of work to be done in a while. Only then did the females walk aside together, which was said to be resting, but in reality was just lazing around, having nothing to do for the time being. Isn't that all they can do? After Shi Xiajiu had checked all the places to make sure there were no slip-ups, she called the females out and let the intelligent robots carefully clean up the place. Come on, well now, you all introduce yourselves, and say what position you are in. I first understand the understanding. After understanding, let's add a friend, pull a work group or something. You have something to put aside in the group to say, it is really difficult to speak, then give me a private message. She see those robots cleaning well organized, from cleaning up is estimated to have a moment. This time the table sofa and so on have not yet arrived. He simply get to know these employees first, to avoid embarrassment. As soon as Shi Jin's words came out, the females looked at him with a serious face, and then starting from Lin Dai, one by one, they began to introduce themselves, not to mention, they were quite disciplined. When she finished listening to all the females' self-introductions as well as the positions they were going to take, she nodded and friended them with her work number before pulling a group. As for his private number, that is not just any female insect can be added, in case the soft and insecure female insect at home knows, nothing on the surface, the heart is certainly not happy. Your Excellency Shi, I've shipped you everything you asked for. You come to see if the number is right? If it's less, I'll send someone else to bring it to you. Just after Shi Yan's side added his friends and finished pulling the workgroup, there was a supplier female bug driving a flying van over there, and after he stopped, he even stuck his head out of the window and yelled at Shi Yan, not afraid of him at all. When this supplier shouted like this, the females shopping nearby and the females accompanying their male masters heard it and turned around to look, and then they saw Shi, who led a group of females to the supplier's female, and were pleasantly surprised. The news of Shi's plan to open a store has been circulating on the internet before, and many bugs refuse to believe it, and now some bugs have seen him transporting tables and sofas with females, so it's impossible not to believe it at this moment. Because of the fear of violating Shi's portrait rights, no female bugs dared to try and take unauthorized photos and videos, they just logged on to the Star blog and published what they saw and heard. But in the end, because there is no evidence in the form of pictures and videos, many bugs refuse to believe it, and with news like this, if only one person posts it, fewer people are sure to believe it. But when more than one person posts the same message, whether it's true or not, most people will believe it. So many bugs on the internet have started asking for Shi's store address. There are even a lot of bugs that run to Shi's Star blog account, specifically asking if he is really opening a store. What is the address of the store? I'm going to go and support the show or something. But the person in question, Xia, is working with his own employees, setting up the store, setting up the tables and sofas, the kitchen utensils as well as all kinds of materials all loaded up, all kinds of ornaments, flower arrangements as well as potted plants and so on. After she followed them and put the various decorations in the store neatly and organized, his customized plaque also arrived, which read, She Lemon Leisure House. 5 words were wrapped in hot gold, glittering in the sunlight, the meaning of which bright-eyed bugs, at a glance, can see, she on behalf of she, lemon on behalf of the small limes, that is, Marshal Angus, which can be a romantic thing. When she had sorted out all the things in his store, it was already very late, so he went straight to get Angus here, and then made a meal and brought his staff to eat with him as a token of appreciation. Little Lime, have some more, here. Before Shi Qian's dinner, he also gave all his employees a special introduction to Angus, not introducing him as a marshal of something or other, but a very simple sentence, he is my female gentleman, everyone will call him the boss female gentleman from now on. A very proper introduction, directly welded Angus's position as the main court to death, no one could pry it up, and Angus was all red-faced by this introduction of his. Cough. Male lord, you eat too, don't just focus on me. After Shi Jian continuously gave himself the 10th dish, Angus finally couldn't help but speak. He always felt that the feeling of envy and jealousy in the eyes of these 9 people on the opposite side of the room looking at him was just too obvious. But I don't know why, he just felt sweet in his heart, his male master, from the time he arrived here, the eyes of the heart are all him, simply did not look more than one glance at the other insexit. Chapter 26, This wave of dog food, you have to eat it. Little Lime, you need to eat more, don't talk, eat, I'll make you pastries later. She did not feel that there is something wrong with his wife's pain. He talked while peeling shrimp shells, if not for the gloves on his hands, his hand high and low enough to stick to Angus's head, give him a rubbing mess also do not let go. Angus always felt that the tone of his male master, more or less coaxing a small child, he reddened the roots of his ears, while accepting the attention, while eating the shrimp meat that his male master peeled for himself, his heart was very sweet. Master Xiong, you eat too. Angus felt that he had to show something since his male master was so nice, so he took a piece of shrimp and fed it to Shi's mouth. Shi Yan ate it without hesitation and smiled gently at him. Angus' cheeks flushed slightly and he continued to eat. It was nice to have the feeling of a male lord. Lin Dai, ha. This dog food, it's really not something a normal worm can eat, I'm so braced 3 service females, the rice was delicious. The food is delicious. Uhu, the dog food is also delicious. The owner and the owner female bugs are really sweet, when will we meet such good bugs, we are envious. Cashier bug dry rice. Dry rice. Dry rice. Other bugs, the owner cooks really good food. Even if you go to a restaurant, you'll still get a lot of customers. Boing boing. Dog food smells so good. The reason why cashier bug Zhang Yuchen can be a cashier is probably because, in his eyes, there is only money and dry rice, right, other than that, everything else has nothing to do with him. Lin Dai expressed his heartfelt shock and admiration for this silent guy who was still not full after drying 3 large bowls of rice in one meal, and silently gave a thumbs-up nod. Yuchen, don't eat so fast, none of us will grab it from you, drink some water, don't choke. Zhang Yuchen's dry rice speed, even Angus was concerned about it, although his male master's cooking was indeed very delicious, but according to the way he ate, he must not be choked, so he was kind enough to send a bottle of water over. Thank you boss, asked Cohen. After Zhang Yuchen swallowed the rice in his mouth, he thanked Angus, and only then took the water, unscrewed the bottle cap, and huffed and puffed down most of the bottle, and then continued to dry the rice, that speed, half the time. Angus, my reminder, it seems, is a bit redundant. Lin Dai 9, because 6 flipped. She, Sigma. Other bugs, he just say you've been starving for a few days? It's a blessing to be able to eat more if you like, there's still bone soup in the kitchen, I'll go and bring it out later. She was startled for a moment by this speed of Zhang Yuchen's, and quickly reacted, and when he said so, he took off his gloves and turned to go to the kitchen, and when Angus tried to go to help him, he was held back in his seat before he could stand up. Lime, eat properly, don't come, the soup is very hot. It's not good if you hurt yourself. Good, hung lord. Angus knew that what she had decided, he would not agree to even if he wanted to help, so he simply sat down to eat properly and waited for him to serve it. Hearing that there was soup to drink, Zhang Yuchen's speed slowed down a lot, a pair of eyes very sparkling looking at the glass window, Shi Jin's hand holding, steaming soup. When Lin Dai saw this, he tugged on his sleeve, trying to get him to restrain himself a bit, but it turned out that he didn't pay any attention to him at all, and he couldn't help but cover his forehead, the corners of his mouth twitching. My master of the universe, how come I recruited a rice bucket cashier in for the boss? Boss, I'm sorry, I'll have to break your bank from now on. Xia brought out the steaming tang and first gave Angus a bowl of fresh chicken soup before greeting the other females with a polite and gentle smile. Everyone who wants to drink, just serve yourself, huh? Don't be polite. The females thanked each other, and then collectively rose with their bowls, reaching out for the soup spoon, but none of them were as fast as Zhang Yuchen's hands, and with the exception of Angus, the first female to drink the soup was him. Lin Dai, you've pushed your limits for food, huh? You're really good. After dinner, the various females went home on their various means of transportation, while she took Angus around the store and gave him an introduction. Here's a lounge with a bed, closet, and a washroom for washing up. Little Lime can come straight over here at lunchtime later on, eat and then go to bed. It's very close to your workplace anyway. She was so excited to introduce their temporary love nest to Angus that he didn't notice Angus' incredulous and heartwarming expression when he saw the wall full of pictures of him and his. Well. When she finished his introduction, he turned and took Angus in his arms, resting his forehead against his brows filled with laughter. A picture like that I'm also going to hang on that wall downstairs in the hall. I want all the other bugs to know that Angus and I are the most compatible male and female mates in all of Interstellar, don't you think? Angus already didn't know what words to use to describe his emotions at this moment. All in all, it was just one word: touched. He hugged Xi's waist and couldn't help but rub against the nest of his shoulder. I feel good, Lord Xiong. Thank you for caring about me so much. I already feel very happy. She rubbed Angus's hair and inclined his head to kiss the side of his forehead tenderly, murmuring softly in his ear, both in tone and voice. Angus, Little Lime, what I'm doing now is just what I should be doing as your male lord. It's not good enough to feel happy just like that. I'll make you happier in the future. Do you believe me? Angus looked up at Xi's eyes. His pair of blue eyes contained mist and looked watery, like the azure sea, mysterious and beautiful. Lord Xiong, I believe in you. Xi tenderly rubbed Angus's head, lowered his head and kissed his forehead, working his way down until the kiss landed on his lips before he looked at him and said seriously, Little Lime, I will certainly not fail your trust. Lord of the Majestic. Angus wrapped his arms around Xi's neck and called out to him softly. She let out a soft laugh and picked him up across the room, placing him tenderly on the bed, propping his hands up to look at him, dotingly saying, I am. The moonlight outside the window spread silently in Angus's azure eyes, adding a mysterious and bright light to him as he wrapped his arms around his male master. Male master, let's have a bug baby, okay? She froze for a moment, then let out a light laugh, reached down to undo the waistband binding his clothes, and lowered his head to gently kiss his thin lips, saying, good. So, this night, Angus again experienced casually provoked the consequences of their own male master. I have to say, really, very tragic. That waist is really painful. Chapter 27, Always double standard with the person on your heart sleeve. She woke up as the brilliantly colorful sunrise appeared, 3 hours before Angus's workday and 4 hours before he opened his store. She felt some numbness in the right half of his arm, and when he looked down and saw that Angus's head was resting on his arm, his heart was really sweet and painful at the same time. He carefully reached out with his other hand and lifted Angus's head up, then freed his tingling hand, which instantly went even more numb as blood scrambled into it once the compressed veins disappeared their blockage. She hissed softly, slowed down for a while, until the blood circulation returned. His numb arm, which could be moved, he looked at the sleeping face of the quiet Angus, and laughed softly. This kind of sweet torment, it is really a waste of hands. Angus leaned against Xi's chest, breathing steadily, and occasionally rubbing his chest unconsciously, his hand clasping his waist tightly, all in a possessive stance. She wrapped his waist, tucked him in, and tenderly rubbed his head, full of joy and rarity. His Angus, a good-looking man. She lifted a strand of Angus's silver hair and placed it between his fingers, twisting and rubbing it, all without sleep. He just gazed at him, his eyes were gentle like water, and there were many strands of love. Lord of the Majestic. It was probably because Xi's eyes were too blazing. Even in his sleep, Angus felt this blazing heat, and leisurely turned around and opened his eyes, and only for an instant, he met his 4 eyes. Angus just woke up, his voice had a slight hoarseness, and when he called Xi by this name, it carried some softness, like a freshly steamed glutinous rice cake, sweet and soft. Aha! Xi Jian listened to Angus's voice, the heart of the intention, then gently low kissed his lips, lightly sucking slow pecking, but added some excessively sweet warmth meaning. Lord Xiong is so sleepy. Don't. Angus frowned and pushed Xi's shoulder, and while saying this in a daze, he buried his head on his chest, his hand gripped his clothes tightly, and then he wanted to go back to sleep. He was really sleepy, and he simply couldn't get enough sleep. Fine, I'll leave you alone, it's still early, you can sleep for another 2 hours, I'll call you in 2 hours. Angus lazily rejected Xi Jian once, or in this pampered way, Xi Jian felt rare, and at the same time felt that the way he loved Angus, there was no problem. Angus listened to Xi's powerful heartbeat, and not knowing if he heard him clearly, he gave a confused hum and fell back into a deep sleep. She smoothed out Angus's somewhat disheveled silver hair, pondering in his head what he would make him for breakfast in a few moments, and for a moment he was lost in thought, unable to return to his senses. When Angus woke up again, she was up and out of bed, but the spot where he had been lying was still warm. Angus sat up from the bed, seemingly not having regained his senses, and just sat there, frozen, yawning, and sitting on the bed in a daze. It wasn't until he heard the sound of water coming from the washroom that he froze, completely regaining his senses and coming to his senses. He lifted the covers and got out of bed, putting on his slippers before heading in the direction of the washroom, whose door was unlocked, so he pushed his way in. "Angus? You awake?" She was washing his face with warm water and didn't notice Angus, but heard a push on the door and Angus walked over to him and wrapped his arms around his waist from behind. "Good morning, Lord Hung." "Good morning to you, too, little Lime." Angus pressed his entire weight all over she, rubbing his spine in a clingy way, saying gentle words of greeting, and she wiped his face clean with a towel, reached out and squeezed his hand, letting out a soft laugh and twisting his head to look at him. "Why are you so clingy today?" Angus didn't say anything, he just hugged she closely. He couldn't tell himself, he just suddenly wanted to stick to she, especially today. He didn't want to do anything, he just wanted to stick to him. It's she's opening day, and he's going to be at the store, meeting with a lot of females, after he drops him off at work later. Although he knew he was being a bit unreasonable, but what if she had his eye on another female bug? He was not at all willing to share a male master with another female insect. Sensing that Angus was not in the right mood, she put the towel on the rack and pressed the drying button, then turned around, grabbed him by the waist, and with just one deft move, lifted him off the floor and into his arms. Angus froze for a moment and reflexively coiled around him, circling his neck, she wrapping his arms around his waist and dragging him along, moving over to rest his forehead against his, gazing into his azure eyes. "Little Lime looks like he's not in a very good mood." She rubbed Angus's hair tenderly and spoke to him in a gentle and extremely patient voice. "Is he unhappy? Can you tell me why you're unhappy? Is it because you didn't see me when you woke up, or did I wake you up?" Angus was gradually soothed by she's gentle and patient attitude and tender eyes, but his inferiority complex was deeply rooted. Now he was still at a loss for words in such an emotion, and how he couldn't dispel it. He just shook his head and then leaned his head against the nest of she's shoulder. She clearly sensed his low mood, so she pursed her lips and wrapped her arms around him, no longer asking any more questions, but leading him out of the washroom and sitting on the sofa. He stroked his spine tenderly, one after the other, and did not continue to question him as to the reason, but simply stayed silent with him until he was willing to explain. She was like the ocean, able to calmly contain any emotion Angus passed on, or become broken and rough because Angus was half aggravated. Before meeting Angus, she never dared to imagine that she would become so patient and gentle for a love at first sight, or a female bug. His temperament, not particularly good, not bad, in the words of the social scene, is the worldly smooth, cannot see how much true nature, but call people at a loss. Lord Shone, she. For the first time, Angus called she Jean by his first name under the bed, but he froze for a moment, and understood that what he was going to say next must have been told to him with great determination, so he hummed and listened attentively. "Well, I am, Angus." She also solemnly called out his name, while wrapping his arms closer and closer to his side, waiting for what he would say next. Chapter 28. Will you get tired of falling in love with insecure females? She said no. Angus didn't expect she to answer himself so solemnly, and froze for a moment, then his ears reddened, but returned to normal in a moment. She didn't hear what Angus said next, and wasn't in a hurry, just stroked his silver hair one after the other, waiting patiently for him. Angus called out she's name again, somewhat unspeakably and shamefully, whispering in his ear, very, very quietly, "Can you not look at those females today, please? I don't want you to look at them much." She froze for a moment, then hugged Angus and laughed out loud, and when Angus heard him laugh, he blushed a little and hugged him tightly, not daring to look up at him. "Little Lime, I thought something was upsetting you? So it's because of this?" She smiled and pulled some distance between him and Angus, looked him in the eyes, his smile turned into a serious emotion, and said, "Angus, don't worry, I won't look at any other bugs but you, trust me, okay?" Angus noticed the seriousness and firmness in she's eyes, and for a moment, it was as if a warm current flowed through his heart, and an inexplicable sense of trust and dependence gradually gathered in his heart, growing stronger and stronger, and could not be dissipated no matter what. I believe you, Lord Male." Angus looked at Shi-Jin, sincerely smiled, his sunlight from the window sprinkled in, fell on his temples, surprisingly more dusty temperament, so that Shi-Jin for a moment swayed. "Hey! Didn't you call me by my name just now? Why did you change your mind and call Lord Shone again? You change over, instead of calling me by my name, calling me husband is fine." It took She a long time to come back to his senses, suddenly realizing that something was wrong. He wrapped his arm around Angus' waist and spoke threateningly in his ear, and between his words, he actually brought some gnashing of teeth. Angus instantly buried his head in the hollow of his shoulder and shook his head, just not looking up at him or calling him by his name or the title husband. "Are you calling?" She twisted his head, and in Angus's ear, purposely lowered his voice, and strangled him with his hand as he asked him this question. It wasn't purely a threat anymore, and if Angus's answer didn't satisfy him, those threatening words could very well turn out to be true. Angus suddenly felt a pain in his back, and was busy looking up at him, shouting at him very seriously, I'll yell okay, don't you move." She nodded with great satisfaction, then looked at Angus and raised an eyebrow seriously. "So what should little Lime call me?" "Zai, let go of me, I'm going to wash up. How bad it is if I'm late for work as the commander-in-chief." Angus is a handsome face, a red, a pair of beautiful eyes are dodging. It is obvious that shyness cannot be, he shouted she name, always feel like begging for pleasure, strange shyness. Oh, so Angus knows himself. She made a look of realization, then lowered his head over and pecked him on the lips with a bad smile. "So let's fix this as soon as possible before you're late." "Huh? What? Males and females?" Angus was held down on the couch by She, and before he could react, all that remained was a panicked and shy gasp, and finally, even his gasp was manually subsided. Angus was insecure, she was well aware of that, but he didn't think it was any kind of trouble. Instead he felt that it was because Angus cared about him that he was like that, and his heart was extraordinarily contented, and at the same time he tried to do everything he could to try to get settled down. To ask him if he gets tired of being in a relationship with an insecure Angus? His answer is simple, no. "Angus, these pastries, you can have them when you're bored at work, go to work and I'll pick you up after you're done." Then Lord Xiong. "You go back slower." "Good, don't worry. I'm leaving, Lord Xiong, you have to remember not to look at them much, it's just a deal." "Okay, I've got it all memorized." At the gate of the military department, She with a serious face, put his own prepared pastries, handed to the blushing Angus, tenderly smiled and rubbed his head, and spoiled to assure him of many things, and then watched him walk into the gate. Angus walked through the gates of the military headquarters carrying She's carefully prepared pastries, and in an instant drew the crowd of passing military females to stop and watch. In their eyes, there is no lack of envy and jealousy, but now She is on the Star Network, swearing by the insect god, they have no half a chance. Regarding that time she came down to defend Angus, Angus did not know about it, he was tossed and exhausted, was lying on the bed huffing and puffing, even if he got up the next day, the hot search and so on, but also sent by His Highness Anthony to withdraw, he simply cannot see it. Therefore, when Angus saw the adoring eyes of the bystanders when they looked at She, he would unconsciously show his inferiority complex, thinking of his birth, his wormy state and other things, thus lacking self-confidence. By and large, it's always easy to suffer when it comes to people you like, and for the first half of Angus's life, basically no one really loved him for being Angus, except for his female father, Sagana. The first appearance of a male bug who loved him no matter what he was, what his status was, what his buggy state was, made him feel, well, unreal. He always felt that the happiness that came so easily to him was always unworthy of a broken female like him. He always felt that such thoughts would, in the next second, disappear forever, or be seized by a side bug. He was terrified and panicked, and at the same time coveted She's gentleness and the happiness he gave. With that in mind, Angus walked into the office and was greeted by both Illyrio and August, who nodded in response. "Marshal, are these the pastries made by His Excellency She?" Illyrio, who was usually rather talkative, noticed what Angus was holding as he came in. The sweet aroma of it was just too much of a seduction bug. "Aha!" Angus looked at the pastry she had given him, and the corners of his lips lifted in a shallow arc of delight and tenderness, and Illyrio and August saw it and wondered at it in their minds. "Marshal, for you to be with such a committed, responsible, and so gentle male insect as His Excellency She, it must be because those dedications you made for the Empire before were seen by the insect god, and we sincerely wish you well." Augster bowed to Angus and suddenly spoke solemnly, and Illyrio listened and nodded approvingly. Angus opened his light brain and paused slightly when he heard what Augster had said, the smile at the corners of his lips growing even wider, only he hadn't been smiling for long before he was interrupted by a pop-up hot search. "Your store is open for business." Angus, who had managed to calm down, was once again destroyed, and he began to ramble on again with mixed emotions, and when August and Illyrio saw him like this, they looked at each other with puzzlement in their eyes. "Wasn't that fun just now? What's wrong?" This is Chapter 29, His Male Master, Just Wonderful. Angus tapped into the tweeted words to see a food vlogger posting a fruity red velvet mousse cake as well as an extremely beautifully pulled cappuccino drink, and a selfie of him with the text, As a 10-year food blogger, I can responsibly tell you that the desserts made by His Excellency Shi Shaosheng are really very good, not too sweet and not too greasy, and they are really suitable for young and old alike. His Excellency Shi just opened today, the first day every kind of desserts, snacks, and drinks are half price, and there is no limit on the number of bugs, so hurry up and come. After today, from tomorrow onwards, there will be a restriction on the bugs. His Excellency Shi will only entertain 3,000 customers per day on a first-come, first-served basis. Oh, my snacks and other desserts are still to come, and they're really super good. This store makes it clear that toe curling guys are not welcome, so, bugs, if you want to eat, you'll have to talk a little more gently. Oh, no more chatting with you, bye. Below the star blog entry, there are a number of comments, and the comments don't expand. Continue to scroll down to see star blogs posted by other bloggers. Among them, there was actually His Highness Antony, as well as His Excellency Lu Zhenhua Xiangworm, who was very close to him. Angus's line of sight, resting on a photo taken by Lu Zhenhua shown bug. In the photo, a head of short black hair, dressed in the noble prince's costume of Anthony, is smiling and she talking to Shishi looking at him, smiling sincerely. Angus pursed his lips, his fangs hating his lips, panic and unease showing in the bottom of his eyes as he admonished himself to trust his male master, but couldn't stop feeling inferior. Marshal, are you sad? Noticing the look on Angus' face, Illyrio padded over and took a bold look at his screen before freezing and looking up to question him. No, I'm fine. Angus withdrew from Starbolt in a bit of a panic, lusting after the words, and Illyrio saw him like that, and realized that if he was that good, he would still love the females and respect their male masters, and he would suffer from the same thing. Marshal, don't feel bad, I just took a look at the comments section, and someone in the comment section said that His Highness Anthony complimented His Excellency Shi on the creativity of the photo he hung on the wall, saying that he and you are a good match, and that's why he's smiling so happily. Illyrio said while elbowing in August, who understood in seconds and immediately flipped through that one blog post of Lu Zhenhua's, clicked on the comment section, found the top comment and showed it to Angus. Angus looked at the content of the comment section, a moment stunned for a long time, suddenly felt very guilty, but the inferiority complex was so deeply rooted in his heart that he could not change it for a moment, and for a moment he was anxious and annoyed with himself. Besides, His Excellency Shi really loves the Marshal. Last time someone was jealous of you, they anonymously speculated on the internet about how your buggy state was. We fought for 300 rounds without even arguing, and in the end it was His Excellency Shi who personally came. Angus was even more confused. He got up from his seat and looked at Illyrio, his eyes full of amazement. What bug god swears an oath? What only marries me? What are you talking about? My master of the universe, ah. Marshal, you really don't know, ah, boing boing. His Excellency Shi really loves you so much that he won't even let you suffer a little bit of aggravation. Illyrio looked guilty of sourness, and Ogster sighed, flipping straight to Shi's Starblog account and opening the one he'd posted earlier, showing it to Angus. Angus read over the blog post she had posted, and when he saw that he had sworn at the end, in the name of the insect god, that he would only be with him in this life, and that if he couldn't find it he would be doomed, a pair of azure-colored eyes suddenly reddened. That day, it was the day after he and Lord Xiong registered. He didn't think that such a thing had actually happened. He didn't know at all that Lord Xiong had secretly solved it by himself. He didn't even tell him. Was he afraid that he would think of his own buggy state and be sad? Marshal, are you okay? Illyrio froze for a moment when he saw Angus' red eyes and busied himself by drawing a tissue and handing it to him. Angus froze for a moment, realizing that he'd actually lost his temper in front of them, and then snapped back to his senses. Thanks, I'm fine. Angus thanked after taking the tissue, then wiped the corner of his eye and said to the two military females of Illyrio, it's work time, so gather here, I'll take care of myself. It was intended to support the two of them so that they could be left alone to calm down, and with a glance at each other, Illyrio and Ogster gave the bug military salute and turned to leave. Angus sat in his office alone with a bug and clicked on Shi's Starblog account, where there was only one blog post, the one he'd posted defending him. Angus clicked into the blog post and read what she said over and over again several times, then went to look at the pictures he'd taken, the tips of his ears gradually reddening with shyness. The feeling of inferiority in the bottom of his heart was wrapped in a warm current at this moment, gradually turning into a warm warmth that flowed through his limbs and was very warm. Just as Angus was about to shut down his light brain and get back to work, she sent him a message over, and he froze for a moment, then clicked on it. Master Hung, pictures x2, pictures of Shi's store name and pictures of his and Angus pictures hanging on the wall of the hall and on the rope hanging from it. Hung Lord, Angus, what do you think? Lord Xiong, I'm a bit busy over here, so it's okay if you tell me when you get back. Lord Hung, Omega. After the last message was sent from Shi's side, his avatar grayed out, showing that he had gone offline, and Angus didn't have a chance to reply to the message even if he wanted to. However, Angus still gave his replies one by one. Seriously, and he liked the name of the store She Lemon Leisure House, which contained his and his family's mailmaster's last name, and he felt good and happy about it. On this side, she was busy in a frenzy. He hadn't taken a moment's rest since he entered the kitchen, and hadn't even taken a sip of water, but he didn't look half tired, and looked quite happy instead. Linda guessed that it was probably due to the fact that they had made a lot of money today. After all, their store had only just opened, and it was full of insects. Moreover, the owner had made pastries and snacks that were new and innovative, and the flavor was really not bad. After today, maybe their daily quota of 3,000 customers would have to be taken. Linda thanked his master as he busied himself. If he had not taught himself to pull flowers, he could not have been noticed by His Excellency She, and would not have been suddenly dug over by him to work. Before this job no one cared, now other insects can only be envied it? Chapter 30. Don't guess what's in the female insect's mind. Yun, this is for table 10 upstairs, serve it steady, don't let the hot drink spill out, it's a little hot. She put the last order on the tray and waited for Lin Dai to put the hot drinks on it before he handed it to the waiter, bugged Xiao Yun, and instructed him to be careful. Don't worry boss, I promise to complete the mission. Xiao Yun quirkily pulled a smirk at Shi Jin, and then carried the tray, steadily heading upstairs. Shi Jin smiled helplessly and turned around to get a glass of water. After he opened it, he tilted his head and drank down a large portion of the water. His throat, which felt like it was about to go up in smoke, was relieved, and Lin Dai watched from the side and smacked his lips. Boss, if you weren't an SS-grade male bug, just according to the way you just drank it, you would have fainted by now. Extremely hot and cold, the male bug's body can't take it. She just smiled when he heard it and didn't say anything more. At this time Zhang Yuchen probed in and said, Boss, a cup of cappuccino, a cup of lemon and grapefruit tea, 2 mousse cakes, a red velvet, a purple taro, and a boneless chicken tenderloin. Okay, you type up the list and tell them to wait at the table while Lin Dai and I do it right away. Shi Jin put down the cup of water in his hand, and after putting the lid on it, he glanced at Lin Dai, who nodded and turned around to continue working, as did Shi Jin. Seeing this, Zhang Yuchen turned back to let the customers sit in the empty seats, wrote down their seat numbers, and typed up a list to be transmitted to the screen in the kitchen. If you were to ask him why he repeated it with a special probe, it was just that he was a bit hungry and wanted to smell the food as a brief way to quench his appetite. Shi's side was busy, and in the hall on the first floor, on the card seat on the corner, sat His Highness Anthony and Lu Zhenhua, the mailworm. Lu Zhenhua's housekeeper, Yu Lu, stood beside him, taking care of him while wiping the corners of his mouth. It was really meticulous and considerate. How can this stuff be so good? Lu Zhenhua hard, although I think she bad, but not half a psychological shadow of eating clean. He bend bugs to do the food. Look at the speed of that eating, really half a point does not bring to reduce the speed of the mouth is almost full of flowing oil hanging face. Before I came here, why do I remember some male bug saying that His Excellency She was a badass male bug? Seeing Lu Zhenhua eating so unimaginatively, His Highness Anthony laughed helplessly in his heart and teased him with a light smile on his face. Who said that? Whoever said such a thing is an idiot. Lu Zhenhua really exploded. Is that this? Will he even scolded himself, and so he scolded suddenly realized that something is wrong, and then want to add a sentence. I'm not stupid anyway. There is no silver in this place, and they say they are not stupid. When His Highness Anthony listened to Lu Zhenhua's words, he shook the folding fan in his hand, looked at him and smiled without saying anything. Lu Zhenhua hummed and continued to eat. Your Highness Anthony, please don't tease my young master, he has been raised to be a bit naive and ignorant, please forgive me if I have offended you. Yu Lu gave His Highness Anthony a noble bug salute and said some scene. His Highness Anthony waved his hand and looked at him very seriously and said, The Lu family is blessed to have such a loyal steward like you in the end. Your Highness Anthony is well spoken. Yu Lu is still an oil and salt, gentle and calm appearance. His Highness Anthony felt a little boring, so he looked up. She hang in the hall, he and Angus's various sweet photos, the bottom of the eyes born some yearning to come. Anthony, are you thinking about the union again? Lu Zhenhua pulled Yu Lu to sit beside him and patted the ash on his knees while talking to His Highness Anthony. If you don't want to, then don't go. Those male bugs in the Ouijas can be even more pretentious than the males in our bugs, and apart from me here, and that bug over there, you might as well marry my cousin anyway. As soon as Lu Zhenhua mentioned his female insect cousin, the whole person was excited. His female insect cousin Lu Zhenlin, but now the top streaming movie star in the entertainment industry, is also his idol since childhood. He especially likes him. Young master, no nonsense. Oh. When Yu Lu heard Lu Zhenhua's words, he was so scared that he directly covered his mouth. His Highness Anthony is a royal son, even if he is a female insect. But his future marriage, how could it be something that he himself could influence? The imperial royal family let him marry whoever he wanted. He could only marry whoever he wanted. There was no freedom to speak of. Lu Zhenhua suddenly talking about this in public at this time, even if His Highness Anthony didn't mind, it was still not allowed. If the side bugs hear about it and make a big deal out of it, then His Highness Anthony's position in the royal family will only get tougher. Just let go of him, it's nothing. Anthony waved his hand, fingers holding the spoon, gently stirring the coffee in the pure white ceramic mug, a light smile curling his lips. Your cousin is indeed good, it's just a pity that we are destined to be unattached. In a little while, the two clans will have a pilgrimage meeting. If I am spotted by the male insect of the Weijia clan, I am bound to get married. Thank you so much for your kind words. Although Anthony smiled, but the corners of his lips are all bitter flavor, Lu Zhenhua saw, cannot help but give birth to some pity, but also just a moment, his eyes, once again Bai Lu handed over the pastries to attract attention. If His Highness has a sweetheart, and married, then when the two clans pilgrimage, even if it is noticed, the side bugs will only feel sorry for the feelings. What do you think? While Yulu was feeding Lu Zhenhua, he intentionally glanced outside the store at the cold female insect that had been guarding the side of the flying machine, standing upright like a pine with a very broad back. Anthony followed Yulu's line of sight to look over. The cold female worm seemed to feel, raised his head, his left face, there is a shallow scar, but half does not affect his handsome face, but added some wild atmosphere, male worm flavor is full. The cold female bug seemed to pause for a moment after meeting Anthony's eyes, and then she gave him a noble salute before she straightened up again and continued to stand guard. Anthony retracted his eyes and suddenly hooked his lips in a smile, saying to Yulu, you have a point. Yulu nodded slightly to Anthony without saying anything else, and Lu Zhenhua gave them both females a somewhat confused look, not thinking anything through. Female bugs are so hard to understand, aren't they? Can't guess what they're really thinking. It's so annoying. Chapter 31, We're all a family of bugs. After she's busy day, the bugs that came to the store were, at last, much less, and after the last customer left, he hung the sign of suspension of business on the front door. Lindai, you take everyone and clean up. I'll go and fetch your boss, Esther, to cook and eat again, and the leftover pastries in those window freezers. Okay. Zhang Yuchen stood next to the freezer, waiting for everyone to finish lining up for their favorite pastries and go to work full of joy before he looked over at Lin Dai with an expression that looked like he was urging. Lin Dai's face heated up for a moment at this look in his eyes, and after coughing, she took a pastry in her hand and stuffed it into his hand, and said before she left, I don't like to eat sweets, I'll give you this one of mine to eat, so take your share yourself, and then close the cupboard door. Zhang Yuchen's aggrieved expression was instantly replaced by one of joy, and as he looked at Lin Dai's back, he couldn't wait to show his tail and wag it. Lin Dai, thank you, you're so kind. Lin Dai, listening to this tone of Zhang Yuchen, could imagine his expression full of joy. The corners of his lips unconsciously rose up. He suddenly realized what was going on, pretending to be high and mighty, waved his hand, and then went to work. Zhang Yuchen ended the two pastries, satisfied with all eat all, and then grabbed to help Lin Dai work to go. After all, eat insects soft mouth, take insects short-handed. On this side, Shi Jin piloted his flying machine to the entrance of Angus' workplace, holding an extraordinarily beautiful camellia in his hand, which was red and colorful, and kinda matched with the casual clothes he was wearing. There were patrolling military females and off-duty military female officers who couldn't help but feel as sour as lemonade when they saw the females waiting for Angus to get off work at the gate. The small group of military females in Pi was really lively, and many of the newly appointed junior military females had even started screaming, filling the screen with intonational auxiliaries. Admiral Chavez, hey! You junior officers, what are you yelling for in the group? How many times has His Excellency she come to pick up Marshal Angus, and you guys are still not used to it? Rear Admiral Shin signs, that's right, hurry up and get used to it, but don't let Marshal Angus see you guys like this, or else he'll have to give you guys a hard time. Lieutenant General Kanshinku, yes, Marshal Angus is not normally possessive, which is something that I think Lieutenant Illyrio and Lieutenant Augst, both of their bugs, have a very deep understanding of. Commander Isaac, oing oing oing. His Excellency sends Marshal Angus to work every day as if it were a day and then picks him up with all sorts of little gifts to take him home, which, my master of the universe, is just too sweet. Commander Isaac, I've decided that I can't afford to marry His Excellency Shi, and I'm going to marry their child, be it a female or a male bug. Left Adjutant Illyrio. Sigma. Right Adjutant Augster, ingenious idea, but you'll be an old man by that time, and will Marshal Angus, their bug pup, like it? I don't think so. Admiral Chavez, TSK, you spring-loaded guys. The Marshal and the others don't even have. They're really planning to go after their bug pups, they can't catch up themselves, at least the future bug pups can catch up, no. They can't be the female bugs of His Excellency Shi, nor can they be the female bugs of Marshal Angus serving the same male bug, so let's be in laws. This is quite good, isn't it? 6. Angus. You guys are doing the math, and I can hear you from a long way off. The small group was still sending their blessings. Angus, who wasn't in the group, knew nothing about it. After he came out of the gate, he smiled and ran towards she, who unfolded his arms and caught him, intertwining his breath with his and hugging him. "Little Lime, this branch is for you. If you like it, we'll make it into an eternal flower and put him on display in the lobby of our store. It will be very pretty." Yeah. She smiled as he looked at Angus in his arms, and while talking to him, he took him on board the craft, and after buckling his seatbelt, he started the craft and left the area. "Lord Xiong, why are you so nice to me?" Angus held the one delicately wrapped camellia, his cheeks flushed for a moment and turned pale with some concern. "And why did you swear to the bug god that you would only have me as a female for the rest of your life, huh? It's a very sacred oath, and if you can't do it, you'll really be punished." She paused slightly at Angus's words, then let out a light laugh, lifting his hand to tenderly rub his head, and after buckling the autopilot, he twisted his head to look at him, tenderly rubbing and caressing his cheeks and calling his name. "Angus, you're my favorite female bug. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? And besides, you're the only kissing bug I've got in this place, so how could I not do it?" Angus unconsciously rubbed his cheek against the palm of she's hand, listening to his words. His heart instantly ached as he reached out to hold his hand and said earnestly, "Lord Male, I won't leave you. You not only have me, but my female father as well. We are the closest of house bugs." "Well, Little Lime is right." Shiwei froze for a moment, and then laughed out softly, although he still felt a little awkward about the adjectives pro-bugs and home bugs, but he was already adapting well to this world. Angus looked at she and smiled. The old scars in his heart were being gently stroked and healed by him, and he felt that he was really lucky to have met the best male bug in the world yet. Chapter 32, Marry Me, Female Insects. After His Highness Anthony came out of the Shi Lemon Leisure House, he separated from Lu Zhenui and Yu Lu, who boarded the same craft, while he boarded the other craft with his personal attendant, the female insect Nickel, along with a group of bodyguards. Anthony stood on the iron cleats of the craft and merely raised his arms, and Nickel came over to him as a matter of course, unbuttoning his jacket with a gentle motion, and helping him to remove it and fold it. At the same time, Nickel would go along and turn on the air conditioner inside the craft to keep it warm and prevent him from catching a virus and a cold or fever, which was really sweet. Anthony sat in his seat, dressed only in a white shirt, his legs folded sideways against the seat, one hand supporting his chin, and as far as the eye could see, there was the busy figure of Nickel. Clink, clink, clink. Anthony's other hand, tapping regularly on the armrest of the seat, a smooth and crisp clanking sound, as if knocking on someone's heart, causing the bugs present to tighten their hearts. "Your Highness, please have some tea." Nickel knelt on one knee in front of Anthony, holding the tray in both hands, his head slightly bowed to hide the scar on his cheek that became very visible when he came closer, but his voice was low and melodious. When Anthony looked at Nickel's gesture like this, he looked up at the females standing around him and waved his hand, and the bodyguard females, seeing this, gave a noble bug salute and left the small room, leaving them alone here. Nickel didn't know why Anthony suddenly screened off the other female insect bodyguards, and just thought that he had something to tell him to look at, and wanted to teach him a lesson or two, so he prepared himself to be punished, and just thought of it as gaining experience. Anthony reached out, placing the tray held in Nickel's hand on the shelving table that the robot had propped up beside him, and then reached out to pick up his chin. Your Highness, Your Highness. Hush. Nickel didn't expect Anthony to suddenly pick his chin and look at his face, and for a moment there was some slight panic, only for him to say 3 words before Anthony pressed a finger against his lips and shushed him with a soft shushing silence. Nickel felt the slippery, soft fingertips on his lips as well as on his chin, only to feel hot and sore where he was touched, but he didn't dare to move, just lowered his eyebrows and didn't dare to look at him. He knew by heart the ugliness of the scars on his face, and was afraid that if he saw disgust or nausea pass over the face of his most revered highness, he felt that he would not be able to bear it and run headlong to his death. If he really crashed to death on impulse, then who will care for his highness from now on? Who will take care of his highness's food and living? Anthony, unaware of what Nickel was thinking, pinched his chin lightly and with his other hand brushed the scar on his cheek, a long one that Nickel had received to save him. At that time His Highness Anthony is still only a young man impulsive and easy to anger. The sight of the insect randomly provoke a few sentences, can be on the ground to blow up. Anthony had been set up by his male worm brother at the time without realizing it, and had jumped into the fire alive, making a big mistake and being punished with 50 lashes of prickly vine, which was full of thorns and would permanently scar his body when he hit it, and even if the flesh grew back, he would still have a light scar. At that time, he couldn't carry the 20 lashes he was given, and the 21st lash came close to hitting him on the cheek, which was blocked by Nickel, who was also a teenage boy, who hugged him tightly and held him in his arms for the rest of the lashes, all of which were carried by him. Since then, on Nickel's cheek, there was this scar, and now it had become a little lighter, but Anthony knew that Nickel had become very inferior because of this scar, and after that time, he was more silent than ever. Nickel is an orphaned bug who was rescued after his male and female fathers both starved to death during a famine, and he was the only one who barely survived and escaped to the wild planet of the Lhasa Sheik. Anthony didn't know what Nickel was thinking, but he knew very well that Nickel would do anything for him, even if it meant giving his life, but he didn't want him to. Nickel, Anthony stroked Nickel's scar tenderly, and seeing his eyelashes fluttering and seeming nervous, suddenly some impulse came over him, and he lowered his head, dropping a soft kiss on the scar at the corner of his left eye. "Marry me." "Your Highness, what did you say?" Nickel didn't expect Anthony to kiss his scars. His whole bug stiffened, and before he could regain his senses, he heard news that he found unbelievable, and for a moment he forgot his manners and grabbed his hand, staring at him in bewilderment. "You look as if you're happy." Anthony, even though he was a little sore from Nickel's pinch, didn't look half as uncomfortable as he leaned in closer to him, stopping 2 centimeters away from him. "What a coincidence, your reaction to this makes me feel happy, too." As soon as the words left his mouth, Anthony kissed Nickel's lips. His lips were a little cool, but unexpectedly sweet. Nickel's eyes widened, and his grip on Anthony's hand were involuntarily tightened a few points. "Hiss. You're pinching a little hard, Nickel. I'd prefer you if I could." Anthony was in some pain, and he looked up at Nickel, trying to get him to let go of his poor hand, but before he could finish his sentence, he was being held back in his seat. He was stunned for a moment by Nickel's overbearing invasion of his lips and tongue, then reacted by wrapping his arms around his neck, pausing slightly at the touch, then inclining his head and whispering in his ear, "Today, you will be allowed to, below." Nickel's body shuddered lightly, then went berserk as he turned on his shielding mode, blocking anyone from coming in, and this side began a crusade that drove him insane. "Nickel, I don't want to be a victim of a royal union, and I know that you will be able to save me." Chapter 33. Nickel's true identity is actually, "Your Highness, lean against me and I'll carry you down." Nickel tenderly wiped the beads of sweat off Anthony's forehead, and after saying this, he leaned his head against his chest and wrapped him in a blanket. "Nickel." Anthony leaned against Nickel, his cheeks tinged with obvious exhaustion, but the corners of his lips were hooked, his eyes dark and bright with dependence and wisps of affection hidden within, almost overflowing. "Your Highness, I am." Nickel picked Anthony up and tenderly lowered his head and kissed the swirl of his hair, then responded to him in a low voice. Anthony listened to his voice and with a soft he listened to the sound of his heartbeat coming out of his chest and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Nickel walked smoothly, and the servants and bodyguards in the palace, not daring to look around, prostrated themselves on their knees on the ground and waited without lifting their heads for Nickel to carry Anthony away. Anthony had previously been so tired from work or from attending too many aristocratic parties throughout the day that he always came back exhausted and fell asleep, basically because Nickel had carried him back to his bedroom by hand. Therefore, when the females of the crowd saw such a phenomenon again today, they did not find it strange, but only felt accustomed to it, while sighing in their hearts at the same time. To be born in the royal family and become a highness is not a good thing to be happy about, not to mention that there is no freedom, but in terms of marriage alone, one can only be decided by His Majesty, which is really too miserable. "Alas, your Highness returns daily, so tired, and I wonder when it will end?" The servants stood up after Nickel walked away, and one servant looked in their faraway direction, frowning and sighing, his words full of regretful feelings. "Who knows? In a while it will be the pilgrimage of the 2 clans, and then the noble male insects of the Waja clan will come over, and if any of them take a liking to your Highness will surely fall victim to the rapprochement of the 2 clans." The other servant couldn't help but, "Nickel, take your boots off and sleep with me for a while." Anthony's hands, passing underneath Nickel's armpits, tightened around his shoulders, nuzzling his chin against his chest, rubbing it lightly, demanding of him, "Yes, your Highness." Nickel reached around Anthony's pale spine, and after easily backing out of his boots, he slipped his feet under the covers and tucked him in again, hiding all traces of his neck under the soft covers. Satisfied with the warmth coming off of Nickel, Anthony moved up and rested his head on his shoulder before closing his eyes. Nickel was amazing and he was really tuckered out. "When I wake up from my nap, let's go to the marriage registry." Anthony said this in a daze before falling into a deep slumber, and Nickel paused slightly, then rubbed his head tenderly, the corners of his lips rising slightly, a joyful emotion hiding in the bottom of his eyes. "Astavija, don't listen to your mailworm brother's nonsense, you can pay such a big price, chasing a wife. The male father is very pleased, when you hurry to confess to him to be lenient, and then bring him back to our Vija clan. Of course, you want to join the family, the male father and your female fathers have no opinion. Joeli and Waja, the second female father has no opinion, your female father must have no opinion, we will persuade him, he has not heard from you for so many years, he is worried. Jodira Vijay, Che. Who's worried about this brat? I'm worried about him bullying my future daughter-in-law. Sheesh. Kalanwick Waja, big brother, big brother, big brother. Please send me a copy of the pastries and snacks and drinks from His Excellency Shi's store. Please 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 please. Nickelodeon VJ, come and eat it yourself. That store of his only serves 3,000 customers a day after tomorrow, and now it's probably all booked up until the following winter. You want me to buy it for you, you want to eat it. Callan Wikwaja, ah. Petri dish superscript 33. Callan Wikwaja, you won't ask your sister-in-law to invite him to the palace to make palace pastries. Sister-in-law is at least Her Highness, it's impossible for him not to give face. Callan Wikwaja, and isn't that female insective is going to participate in the two clans pilgrimage as well, M9? Callan Wikwaja, big brother, you're so stupid, no wonder it took you so many years to get my sister-in-law. Nikhil VJ, colon. Nikhil's family group was noisy and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. There was actually no half-argumentative atmosphere, and they got along very well. Nikhil thought they were too noisy, so after falling in love with Anthony at first sight, he abandoned them and assumed a miserable identity to come to Anthony. When he first arrives, Nikhil will still talk to them, and then because he realizes that Anthony's position in the royal family is really precarious. He then simply hid the group and focused on becoming Anthony's sword, removing a lot of obstacles for him, which led to today's situation. It just didn't occur to him that single females of the Bug royal family, in the absence of a sweetheart in marriage, would have to be united in marriage with the Wager royal family. When Nikhil found out, he was about to contact his family and ask his brothers to pick up Anthony first when His Most Beloved Highness actually jumped into his arms. Nikhil's whole body was trembling with excitement when he hugged Anthony at that moment, but it was just that his face was so perennially expressionless that he was used to it, and Anthony didn't notice. Chapter 34, I'm always out of step with you guys because I'm not in love. Nikhil had looked up the royal information and knew that single females were exempt from being chosen if they found a mate before the two clans pilgrimage, but Anthony had always kept clean and never appeared then gossip. Nikhil, being his near servant and having designs on him, had never dared to offend below, and with the scar on his face, had more or less an inferiority complex. He did not dare to show even a semblance of fondness for Anthony at all, but was only a little more careful and considerate in his living. Anthony had paid attention to him when she, a male bug with SS-level physical abilities, suddenly appeared, and he was so nervous that he was close to breaking his defense. Unexpectedly, the next second the other party matched 100% with Marshal Angus, he was relieved, but before this breath was finished, he saw Anthony letting Bug take Shi's information, and he was instantly alarmed. He's the most ballsy and capable male I've ever seen in our bug race. The internet is making Angus worm state of public opinion, so many people are asking for their divorce. This time, she actually directly a maintenance blog post dumped out, dazzle the black face. Anthony had been following Shi's updates, he had just posted a blog and he saw it, he was laughing so hard, it was the first time Nikhil had ever seen him so happy. Nikhil saw that blog post as well, even his family bugs wouldn't dare swear in the name of the bug god, and while he could, he had no reason or qualifications to do so. He's nice, but sadly, not my type. Nikhil almost went back to his room to celebrate with champagne when he heard Anthony's remark at the time, but he held his tongue, seeing as the two tribes' pilgrimage was fast approaching. He was overjoyed when he thought Anthony didn't want to care anymore and was ready to strike when the other man jumped into his arms first. Nikhil lay in Anthony's bed, smelling his scent, his mind wandering, his face expressionless but his heart thumping in a way that indicated his good mood. Nikhil exited the group chat and shut down his light brain, no longer bothering with the words of his family bug. Nikhil wrapped his arms around the sleeping, serene, handsome Anthony, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. Anthony rubbed his shoulder in his sleep, mostly because sleeping on his back was a little uncomfortable, and tried to roll over onto his side, he just moved but couldn't. Instantly realizing what he intended to do, Nikhil wrapped his arms around him and carefully lay on his side so that he was lying on his side, pulling his hand up to avoid pressure, still keeping him resting on his chest. Sleeping Anthony heard Nikhil's heartbeat like a drum, but instead of waking up, he rubbed himself dependently and slept even more with his hand on his waist. Your Highness, I love you. Nikhil rubbed Anthony's head, slightly hooked the corner of his lips, his eyes seriously said this sentence, Anthony seems to hear the general, this sleep, he had a beautiful dream. Lu Xinlin parked the flying machine and just got off the flying machine. Lu Xinhua, who was still eating inside the house, flew and rushed to him, jumped up with a smile, and hung onto him. Cousin, why are you back today? Didn't even tell me, did you prepare some kind of surprise for me? Lu Xinhua hung on Lu Xinlin, a pair of eyes brightly looking at him. Lu Xinlin glanced at Julu who followed him out and stood by the side of the rules, swallowed his saliva and grabbed Lu Xinhua's collar and pulled him down. How old are you? You're old enough to get married? Still jumping on me every day, I'm not your trampoline. Stand still, behave yourself. After Lu Xinlin pulled Lu Xinhua down, he frowned and lectured him a few times, then threw him a limited edition jigsaw puzzle gift box. The original is still not very happy. Lu Zhenhua instantly coaxed, happy to take the jigsaw puzzle to share with Lu. Lu, take a look. This is a limited edition puzzle. None of my other male bug partners have one. Ha, my cousin is too good to me. Lu smiled and rubbed Lu Zhenhua's head, nodding approvingly, then looked at Lu Zhenlin and said seriously, second youngest, welcome back. Hiss. Don't you smile at me, I feel creepy. Lu Zhenlin looked at Lu's smile, the long-lost memory of being punched instantly revived. He frantically waved his hand, and after swallowing his saliva, he turned around and slipped into the house. Lu Zhenlin, it's horrible. This Lu Zhenhua loyalist is just too scary. Female father. Why did you recruit him? Lu, why did my cousin leave so quickly? Lu Zhenhua held the puzzle and wanted to look for Lu Zhenlin and play with him, but when he turned his head and disappeared, he waved his hand and pulled Lu. Forget it, Lu, let's go to our room and play, you and I can do the puzzle together. Lu's eyes darkened, smiled as he held Lu Zhenhua's hand tightly and nodded. Does young master need to eat the pastries he brought back? I'll go prepare some for you. Not for now, I just ate a lot of food. I'm not hungry at all right now. Let's play for a while and eat when we're hungry. What do you think? Lu Zhenhua hugged the puzzle and looked at Lu, who was wearing a black butler suit beside him. His smile was pure and innocent, and he thought that he had always been extremely well protected by Lu. The young master's idea is a good one. Lu smiled and rubbed Lu Zhenhua's head, nodding his head and agreeing with what he said. Lu Zhenlin stood on the balcony and watched their departing backs, narrowing his eyes and raising an eyebrow. TSK. How come you see springy guys everywhere you go? Doesn't it smell good to make money for him? What's the point of falling in love? I really don't understand it very well. I'm always out of place with you guys because of that. Lu Zhenlin took a sip of coffee, then lay on the balcony sofa, while blowing the wind while watching the stars, a bug feeling, really at ease. Chapter 35, Some male worms, when they are rogue, are not human beings. She appeared after the shower and found Angus rummaging through the movie, with the towel on his shoulder, probably rubbing his hair halfway through the movie when he suddenly wanted to watch it and stopped, and now his hair was still wet. Little Lime is really getting naughty, haven't I told you many times? If you don't want to rub your hair after washing it, dry it, or you'll catch a cold. She sighed helplessly in her heart, so she smiled and walked over to sit down, picking up a towel to wipe up his hair, her mouth still unable to avoid rambling. I know, hung lord. Angus glanced at him and smiled shyly, then turned his back to him and continued to rummage through the movie, tentatively taking his tenderness for granted. She paused for a moment, then hooked up a smile. His hands gently continued to rub Angus' hair, and only after the water in his hair was pretty much absorbed by the towel did he take out the dryer and dry his hair. Lime, what movie are you looking for? After she put the towel on the dryer to dry, he folded it and put it in the cabinet, and then turned around and wrapped his arms around Angus's waist, resting his chin on his shoulder and rubbing the hollow of his shoulder. Find an hour-long emotional movie, you can go straight to bed after that. Angus picked up a grape from the table in front of him and brought it to She's lips. What does Lord Xiong think? She ate the grapes Angus fed him and took his finger, nibbling the knuckle with his teeth, his eyes on his ear until it reddened and he let go. I think it's very good, she said, kissing Angus's ear. Both feet then climbed onto Angus's strong and lean waist, the whole male insect sticking to him like an octopus, his whole weight on him. Little Lime smells so good. Lord Xiong, it's hot like this, hey. Angus nearly slumped onto the table at the sudden weight of the male bug, but luckily he steadied himself, cheeks flushed, and reached out to pat the other man's hand circling his waist. Hot? She asked suspiciously, and then suddenly came to a realization as he reached out and tied up Angus' hair, and then the whole bug stuck over to him again, face to face with him, rubbing up against him like a big, clingy dog. That won't be hot, Lime, find it, let's hurry up and read it, and then we'll work hard and make a great contribution to the Empire's prosperity, don't you think? Lord Xiong, why don't you find it and I'll feed you grapes? Angus listened to the word Shi Jin meant to say, only to feel a soreness in his back, in his heart. Although sweet in his own male master likes himself, but thinking of the craziness of the last few nights, he still felt a little bit unable to eat. Angus panicked and shoved the remote into Shi's hand and took the grapes, eating one for himself and handing him another, trying to get away with it. Well, then it would be nice if we just watched a movie and then continued to discuss what we were talking about. Lord Xiong, I'm going to have a preparatory meeting for the Two Clans pilgrimage tomorrow, and I have to get up very, very early, so I'll make it up to you after I'm done with this period of time, okay? When Angus heard Shi Jin's words, he still wanted to struggle a bit, so he turned his head and used a consultative tone to make a deal with Shi Jin. Fine, then kiss me until I'm satisfied. When she saw Angus like this, he especially wanted to tease him and make him blush before he would stop. Angus really reddened his cheeks, his eyes averted for a moment, but finally he came up to she's cheek and was about to kiss it when he dodged it. Hey, I'm not talking about kissing here, little lime, think it over, or there's no negotiation. She looked at the blushing Angus and smiled like a sinister and cunning fox. Angus looked at him in this cheap and beaten look, bit his teeth, puffed up his cheeks, and finally kissed him on the lips, and bit his lips when he left. Lord Xiong is bad. Humph. Carrot. Angus exploded, his entire female bud looking menacing, favoring his red cheeks and ears, which looked somewhat annoyed. Shi Wei really loved the way he was making a little fuss at himself at the moment, so he rubbed against him with a smile. Hey, you bit me and said I'm bad, aren't you being a little unreasonable? Angus shoved him in the head, fierce throughout, but without much conviction. It's the male lord that's unreasonable. She kissed his palm and was kinda surprised. Oh, yo will still talk back, the whole quite good, haha. When Angus heard Shi's words, he turned back to look at him and saw that his eyes were full of smiles and favor, and suddenly he understood what was coming. No matter what he looked like when he was in front of Shi, he seemed to like it, and even if he made a scene, he wouldn't leave easily. Lord Xiong, you are not allowed to treat other bugs as well as you treat me in the future, or I won't want you. Angus suddenly turned around and pounced Shi on the bed, hands propped up on the bed to look him in the eyes, incomparably serious plus serious to talk to him. It is the back of the threatening conditions, on the side of the worm, is too much no killing power. However, such a threat would have been fatal to Shi, and he reached around Angus's waist, pulling him against him with a force that made him listen to his own heartbeat. That can't be, I've done this to you all my life, so don't pay any attention to me, just hearing you say that makes my heart ache. The sound of a steady and powerful heartbeat in his ears, accompanied by Shi's words, gave Angus' heart another sense of security, and his sense of inferiority was lowered by a small amount. Lord Xiong, it's so good to have met you. She smiled and rubbed his head, tilted his head to look at the time, and looked down at the swirls of his hair and said, well, it's this time of the day, there's no need to watch a movie, just go straight to bed, otherwise you won't have the spirit to go to work tomorrow. Oh. Angus's body trembled for a moment, looking up at him with a hesitant face. She saw this and raised his eyebrows slightly, reaching out to pinch his cheeks and teasingly said, what? Could it be that little lime wants to have a reproduction discussion with me later? No. Let's just hurry up and go to bed, Lord Hung. Angus instantly realized that it was just plain sleeping, so he took Shi's hand, smiled coyly and shook his head, and went to lift the covers after sitting up. Lord Xiong, make way, I'll lift the quilt. On the quilt was lying Shi, a large male insect, and Angus, not daring to exert himself for fear of lifting him off, looked up at him, and told him to let himself be for a moment, and that if he would only pull back the quilt and lie down in it, he would be able to sleep in peace. Oops. I'm the little lime hugging machine bug, the little lime left my arms, I'm out of battery, I can't move. As if he knew what was on Angus' mind, she put his body into a large form and began to play a rascal at him, moving his body in a quirky way like a machine bug while talking, just not moving away. Angus sat on the bed and looked at him with puffed out cheeks and a helpless look on his face. Master Hung, stop it, there's a machine bug like you, get up. She continued to be a rascal. I'm sorry, unless little lime gives me a kiss or picks me up. Angus. How can the male lord instantly become a mature, stable and charismatic male insect and turn into a childish and incomparable little friend? Although but, still quite cute, such a male master, only he a female insect to see it, really good. Master Xiong, get up. Angus resigned himself to his fate and went over to pull Shi. She grunted and wouldn't get up, so he put some force into it, and was about to hug him when he was suddenly yanked by the wrist, and in the next second the sky spun around and he was being held down on the bed. I'm up, but my body is dead again and needs to be recharged. She looked at Angus' reddened cheeks, and as the words fell from his lips, he lowered his head and kissed him, not a shallow kiss. Shi's kiss was gentle and lingering, not much skill, but just between the tenderness, Angus was routed. Angus was his match there, and soon indulged in it, and by the time he felt a chill in his belly, it was too late. Lord Male. Liar. Hey. I'm not a liar, I'm a little lime hugging machine bug and I'm charging. Lord Xiong. You are bad. Like a scoundrel. Hey, how can you say that about me? I'm aggrieved. Who's more aggrieved, anyway? Lord Xiong, how can you be so cheeky? Although it didn't go all the way in the end, Angus ended up being taken advantage of by Shi, the scoundrel, who, at this moment, was nestled in the arms of his family's rogue male master, sleeping soundly. Chapter 36, Lucianline says he won't touch his feelings even in death. She tightened his arms around Angus's waist and smiled, letting him rest on his chest, then kissed his forehead, turned off the light, and in the night, whispered, "Good night, little lime." The night, as always, was quiet and beautiful, and probably beautiful time always passes extremely fast, as if it did not take long for the sky to lighten up. Angus woke up before he'd been so busy at the store yesterday that it was only natural that he didn't wake up first now. "Good morning, Lord Hung." Angus tucked she in and kissed his forehead again before getting up and going to wash and make breakfast. His preparatory meeting today was at 8 o'clock, so it was too late to have breakfast with she, so he simply ate breakfast by himself first, left a note and then left. She woke up 2 minutes after Angus left the house, and when he didn't feel his arm being pressed numb and was still a little dazed, he reflexively reached out and touched his side, and when he did, he touched an empty space. Ah! She woke up instantly, sat up from the bed with a carp, and was confused for a while when he saw his empty side. "Where is my daughter-in-law? Where is my daughter-in-law who is so big?" She said, then lifted the covers, opened the light brain, was about to send a message to Angus, when he saw the message he had sent 5 minutes ago, froze for a moment, and clicked straight in to read it. "Little Lime, Lord Shoem, I'm going to work first, I'm a bit busy today, breakfast is kept warm on the table, you can eat it when you wake up, and you shouldn't be too tired at work." Little Lime, walking away in a hurry, there is a note on the dining table, "Lord Shoem do not need to read, the content is similar." She was slightly relieved after reading the message sent by Angus. He thought he had upset Angus last night. It was good that he wasn't upset, he knew it was wrong, but he dared to do it next time. Thinking this way, she will turn off the light. Lu Junlin froze for a moment, then reflexively clicked in, and after he saw the content inside this blog post, he really hated to give his hand a break. V. At Imperial Marshal Angus. Attachment, Angus making breakfast, and she's slender hands. She has been in this world for so long that he's changed 2 of his blog posts, one with a defense blog post about Angus's worm state and one with a brag post about Angus's breakfast. She every send a blog post, there is a group of male insects to be the majority of female insects to be compared one by one a bit, the first time also even if, the second time has let him, this they still come back to the third time, is a male with the balls cannot endure. The male bugs finally couldn't stand it anymore, their mood at the moment was like this. Nima, in this era, which female bug doesn't cook a meal for the male bugs? Just you she show off, look down on who? Then there was a craze on the internet for many male bugs to cook breakfast, Chinese food as well as lunch for themselves from their own females. In the meantime, there are even male worms that treat their females the way she treats his females. This one scared their females so much that they almost thought they were sick in the head. Other male bugs, are you guys being really polite? Of course, this is all an afterthought. Lu Junlin just looked at it and decisively exited after seeing Angus' good reply in the comments section. Lu Junlin, Nima. Stinking couple. It's really bad luck. Cousin, what are you doing? A look of disgust, aren't they quite sweet? Lu Junlin also finished reading the blog post. The heartfelt male enhancement bugs are not bad. A look up to see the disgusted eyes of his own cousin, then asked him strangely. Lu Junlin rolled his eyes, nibbled a bite of his sandwich, and righteously said, "Wise men don't fall in love, and fools repeat their mistakes. In my life, I can't fall in love even if I die." Lu Junlin was stunned. "Then you are not afraid that the Empire will deprive you of your political rights and remove you from the country?" Lu Junlin grunted and laughed. "Lousy won't find a female bug that looks good enough to get married. Ah, little cutie." Lu Junlin. "You Lu, second young master, words can't be too full, it's easy to hit your face." Lu Junlin, "None of your business." You Liu. "Well, I'm waiting for the day you smell real good." Chapter 37 Scruples about the royal mealworms. Shi Yan finished making the prepared desserts and placed them in the display case near the glass window. These delicate, beautiful and novel cakes were nothing but tempting for the bugs who had never seen them before. Delicate triangular tapered mousse cakes, small but delicate round small-inch cakes, delicious tarts, and toasts in a variety of colors. As well as other beautiful desserts such as cartoon cheese bread and chocolate wheat crisp that appeal to children, they are displayed on the display case, making the passing bugs can't help but to look at them a little more. She didn't need to solicit customers at all, they automatically had customers coming to their door, and the clerks felt excited to see as many, if not more, customers as they did when the store opened yesterday. Because of the constant flow of customers, just only one morning, they entertained 3,000 quotas of customers. She did not want to be so tired, so he decisively closed down the business. And those exquisite pastries and desserts in the display case were also swept away by the 3,000 customers who came in. She directly and decisively suspended business under the temptation of huge profits, but let the bugs outside lost and felt deserved. "Boss, are you going to bring food to the bosses soon?" Lin Dai and Zhang Yuchen and the other females were all sitting at the table earnestly drying their meals, and as soon as they looked up, they realized that not only was she not sitting at the table, but he was even in the kitchen carefully preparing meals and placing them in the warming box. Lin Dai immediately thought of the possibility that Shi Jian was going to bring lunch to Marshal Angus, so he made sure that he was certain of his heart's conjecture in general and asked him about it. Ah, right, after you guys finish eating and clean up the store then get off work by yourselves. Lin Dai, you remember to lock the door. This is a time when your peers are in a hurry, it's better to be careful. Shi is not the least bit evasive. After he put the last dish into the warming box, he put on the lid, carried the warming box out, looked up at Lin Dai's crowd of females, and said seriously. Aha! Don't worry, boss. We'll all be very careful, and we definitely won't let other bugs steal our skills. Lin Dai solemnly assured Shi Jian, and the seriousness and certainty between his words was such that even Zhang Yuchen, who was picking up his meal, couldn't help but raise his head and look at him one more time before continuing to pick up his meal. In that case, the store is in your hands, so I'll leave you all to it, goodbye. She gave a slight pause, then nodded to Lin Dai and instructed him once more before leaving the store and taking his own flying machine to the location where Angus worked. Angus was still in the meeting room of the two clans' pilgrimage. All the important bugs of the royal family were here, which included Anthony, and at the moment His Royal Majesty was speaking, and all the bugs present were listening. Angus, as a marshal, had been seated nearer to the royalty, and now sat next to Anthony's right, and as he looked up he inadvertently glimpsed a hickey halfway down the other man's collar, and was astonished, but did not show it on his face. To Angus's right were, in order, the Admiral, Lieutenant General, and Major General, as well as some other political counselor bugs and such in the entire conference room. The Emperor was the only one talking at the moment, and all the other bugs were quiet as hell. This time the pilgrimage meeting between the two clans organized by our bug clan, there must not be any mistakes, everyone remember that. After the Emperor had finished all his words, he propped his hands on the tabletop, and after scanning the crowd, his eyes rested on Angus, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly said, Angus, how has His Excellency she been doing lately? Angus, who was named, received the attention of all the bugs present. He stood up in the midst of all the attention and gave the Emperor a bug military salute before he said in an unassuming manner, reporting back to your Majesty, Lord Xiong, he's been doing very well in recent days, so you don't have to worry about it. The Emperor nodded, withdrew his hand and then sat down. There was no consultation between the words showed the arrogance of the mailworm. In that case, when the pilgrimage between the two clans takes place, you should bring His Excellency Shi along with you, even though you're lucky enough to have an unprecedented 100% match with him. The Emperor didn't even bother to care about Angus's face that suddenly went white, only the interests of the Empire were important, and the other bugs listened to him, knowing that he wanted His Excellency Shi to come to the two clans' pilgrimage and then bond with the female of the Weijia clan. The crowds of bugs guessed well, for in the next instant the Emperor spoke the words he was about to turn. But, after all, he is the topmost male insect in the entire interstellar world. Even if he swears by the insect god, it can't stop him from possessing his second female insect's nature. The male insect's nature is lustful, not to mention she is still an SS-grade male insect. How can you alone, a female insect, possibly satisfy his needs? The Emperor's words were extremely insulting, and the temperature in the conference room instantly dropped to freezing point, and most of the people present were females, who frowned as they listened to the Emperor's words. Angus heard even more frown, thin lips pursed into a cold line. He looked at the Emperor. Even though his face was white, he couldn't hide the ferocity of his eyes, and at the moment his voice was even more icy cold. Your Majesty, I won't allow you to speak so highly of my male lord. What kind of male insect he is, I have spent time with him and naturally know better than you. Angus spoke to the Emperor and used the title subject, which was already his quality as a citizen of the Empire and as an imperial marshal. If the Emperor said one or two more things about his lord, he was going to have to leave this hole that was putting the bugs in a bad mood. Your Majesty Xiong Father, what you said just now was indeed out of place. Marshal Angus is a meritorious member of our empire. He and His Excellency Shi are naturally compatible. I'm afraid it's not quite right for you to arbitrarily make a decision for Shi. Anthony stood up, and after saluting the Emperor, he solemnly told him, and the other bugs present, seeing this, stood up and saluted, saying in one voice, I hope your Majesty will think twice. Although the Emperor male insect's mental power level was a rank, it was also a high level of male insects that were not very numerous in this interstellar world, and the pressure he released was capable of shocking 10 legions of female insects. At the moment, he was so enraged that he didn't withdraw his strength at all, and the females in the conference room were all trembling, with millions of needles sticking in their heads, causing them pain. Angus was Shi Jin's female monarch. He had been marked by Shi Jin long ago, and he was wrapped in a protective layer woven with Shi Jin's spiritual threads, and at the moment, he was not affected at all. Your Majesty, please stop. If you release any more of your mighty pressure, they will all immediately explode and die. Please be merciful. Seeing that some of the females in the conference room were rolling on the floor in pain, it's okay, it won't hurt for a while. Kansheng frowned and soothed Xinsheng. Even if he himself was in pain, he still wanted to comfort Xinsheng first. Xinsheng's physique was too poor compared to his. Chapter 38? When His Excellency Shi launched his fire, he was also very handsome. She arrived at Angus' workplace full of joy, and after being led to his office, carefully arranged the flowers she brought in a vase on his desk. She placed the thermos on the table and was about to flip through the books that Angus read in his spare time when he suddenly felt a mental power pressure with a provocative undertone. He froze for a moment, and when he looked up, he saw the guard standing in front of the office suddenly fall to the ground and grunt in pain. He hurried out of the office and realized that it was not just this guard, but the other guards also fell to the ground together and grunted in pain. This is the spiritual pressure of an A-class male insect, who is so heartless. Don't you know that the female bugs will be greatly injured if you mess with them like this? This is not pure sickness. After Shi Yin frowned and said this, he released his pacifying mental power, and his mental power pacification spread widely. Even the new female recruits in the training base who fell to the ground and howled in pain because of the mental power pressure were pacified. The guards guarding the office building were gradually recovering by then, and he pulled the one female guard he was with up and questioned him. Do you know where this spiritual pressure is coming from? Thanks to His Excellency Shi for saving us, the spiritual pressure is from His Majesty the Emperor. It should be in the conference room. After being yanked up, the female insect guard quickly moved a meter away from Shi before saluting him, saying words of thanks and answering his questions. You emperors are not purely sick. Grass. My little lime is in the conference room. After spitting out that this emperor was sick, she suddenly remembered that his Angus was still having a meeting in the conference room, and immediately ran away with his legs, running halfway and turning back. Dude, which direction is the conference room in? Your Excellency Shi, if you go forward and take the energy ladder to the top floor you will find the conference room. After the female insect guard quickly finished the sentence, Shi expressed his gratitude to him, turned around and flew away. The female insect guard looked at his back and suddenly had the audacious thought that a male insect as gentle and pure as His Excellency Shi was the one suitable to become the monarch of their empire. The female insect guard was startled by this thought of his own, and quickly came back to his senses, inexplicably firming up the idea in his mind that he would be the first to bear the brunt if His Excellency Shi was to rebel. The conference room was in chaos. The female bug with a poorer physique was in so much pain that she couldn't even crawl up. His mental power was heavily damaged due to the Emperor's male bug's mental power pressure, and if he wasn't pacified in time at this time, he was afraid that it would lead to a disability. A bunch of waste snacks. With you guys who can only rely on the male insect's mental power to soothe to escape the mental power riot, you still dare to talk to me like this? The Emperor male bugs do not care about the death of the female bugs present. He saw so many female bugs fell to the ground, and even feel extraordinarily happy. If not, there are two tribes of the matters of the pilgrimage, he would like to send them directly to see the insect god. The Emperor Stallion narrowed his eyes as he looked at Anthony's pale face, and instantly looked back to Angus, who hadn't changed much, and resentment flickered in the bottom of his eyes as he saw the psychic protective shield on him. She the damn guy, he is the biggest threat. If not all the interstellar bugs are watching him, he should have gone to meet with the bug god long ago. With that in mind, the Emperor Stallion Worm raised his hand to gather pointing mental power arrows, and he was mad as hell, trying to use it to break through the mental power shield on Angus' body. Shoo! Dang! Just at the moment when the Emperor Stallion struck out at Angus, who was pacifying Anthony, she heavily kicked open the door, and after he kicked open the door, he saw the sharp psychic arrows at a glance, stabbing towards Angus, and Nickel, who was enduring the pain and following him, instantly froze and quickly ran over. No! Angus! She stretched out his hand with his eyes wide open, and golden spiritual power arrows coalesced in his palm, instantly flying towards the one stabbing at Angus. Just in the flash of lightning, the two types of spiritual power arrows touched each other, and the golden spiritual power arrows directly dispersed the Emperor's male insect's spiritual power, and then pierced through the wall in an instant, penetrating the sunlight outside. She. Lord Xiong. When the Emperor male insect saw the ruddy eyes and cold face of Shishir, the whole person trembled a little. Angus did not expect him to come over, some surprise, and at the same time, a burst of fear. If just now Shishir did not stop, he may not see tomorrow's sun again. Marshal, leave your highness to me. Nickel walked over to Angus and received the passed-out Anthony in his arms and continued to soothe him. Angus nodded to him and turned back to check on Shi, but froze for a moment when he saw him come to the Emperor Stallion, grab him by the collar and punch him. Psycho! Is Angus something you can move? I have to beat you to death today. You psycho! Ouch! Don't fight! Don't fight! I was wrong! I was wrong! Ouch, that hurts! Ouch! Ah! You still no pain? I'll let you taste pain today that's even more painful than the pain caused by spiritual power pressure. Ah! Your Excellency Shi, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I'll give you the title. I'll let you participate in the royal succession. Agu. Don't hit. It hurts. She seemed to have released the soothing mental power, and the crowd of females in the conference room who had been in pain finally came back to their senses, and Anthony woke up as well. The females can't come back to their senses for a long time, all staring blankly at the gentle she, catching the Emperor's males fleeing around and beating them up, that ferocious look, simply unforgettable. The female bugs? His Excellency, she didn't even need to use his mental power pressure to beat this slaggy male bug down. Highly skilled. Chapter 39, The Emperor's male insects have their humble moments too. The crowd of bugs in the conference room froze for a while, until the Emperor's male bug was so beaten that he couldn't really scream. Then Angus rushed over and hugged she, Lord Male, I didn't suffer any harm, teaching him a lesson like this is already enough. Emperor Maleworm, do you want to hear what you're talking about? Is it bug talk? She, do you want to see what you've done? Is it what a normal male bug should do? Emperor Stallion. She was held by Angus, his warm body heat and gentle voice finally replaced his briefly lost sanity. He turned around and held Angus tightly in his arms, his eyes reddening and his body trembling. Angus was she tight in his arms, he felt the other side of the trembling, froze, and then felt a hot and wet neck, the whole froze, the bottom of his heart gave birth to shocked beyond words, the male lord he cried. She held Angus, and could not care about anything else, teardrops like no money smashed on the nest of his shoulders, soaked his clothes, blazing Angus's skin. No one can understand his pain just now, he cannot even dare to imagine the picture just now. If he hadn't blocked that psychic arrow, if that psychic arrow had stabbed Angus in the heart, if Angus had just disappeared into this world. But just casually think about that possibility, she will feel his heart, as if by the knife. He was not easy to meet his favorite people, have planned a good future and later. If he suddenly didn't have another male protagonist in his future and beyond, he felt like he really might not be able to walk away from it, and thankfully, he had just caught up, and thankfully, it was all in time. Angus, you scared me to death just now, didn't I tell you to call me in case of any danger? What were you doing just now? Ah? If I didn't stop it in time, you are. Really? If you're gone, I won't live. It took she a while to slow down his pounding heart, and when he did, he pulled Angus up and down from side to side to check on him, after making sure he was okay. She then gritted his teeth and viciously rubbed Angus's hair in a messy way, while rubbing it, while his red eyes dropped tears and cried to him, half the majesty of a male insect is not there, and it is also quite adorable. The female bugs present looked at this wave of operation of she, they all knew that he loved Marshal Angus miserably, and for a moment they didn't know whether to be envious or envious, while the Emperor's male bugs were paralyzed on the ground with a bruised nose and face, and they were really dazed to the point where they couldn't be dazed anymore. Emperor Stallion Worm. Are you guys really polite? Lord Xiong. You don't cry, I want to be like this next time, I will protect myself well. When Angus saw she rubbing his hair and crying, he couldn't care less about his hair, and somewhat at a loss for words, he raised his hand and wiped his tears, and his fierce look just now was instantly thrown out of his mind. Ahem. Nickel, have my father's majesty carried to the healing pod, and when he's healed, send him back. Recovering, Anthony finally snapped out of the interaction between Angus and she, and he coughed softly to rouse the sanity of the next eaters, before instructing Nickel. Yes, Your Highness. Nickel agreed, but didn't move at all, just did his best to help Anthony and bring him outside the conference room, and Anthony didn't refuse his help. He was the child of the Emperor's male insect, and the pressure of his might was a bit more painful for him than what the next person had endured, and if it wasn't for she's spiritual power to pacify him in time, he would probably have been mentally impaired by now, and would have been lying in a healing pod sleeping for 10 days and half a month. Well, there's nothing more special to come out of today's meeting, so let's all disperse, men, help His Majesty up and send him to the healing pod. At the Admiral's command, the females moved reluctantly, and after they had gotten the Emperor's males out of the conference room, only she and Angus were left in the conference room. Illyrio looked back at them, then helped Ogster to the healing room, just now when the Emperor Stallion released his mental power pressure. Ogster, who was beside him, actually reflexively engaged a mental shield for him, so he took less damage than the other females. Even if she released his spiritual power to pacify, Ogster didn't seem to look too good, probably hurt his spiritual power in the heat of the moment just now, and had to go and repair it. The two generals, Kanshinku and Shinsigns, were also holding each other up, walking towards the treatment room while tossing their mouths. The two living treasures had been sticky just a moment ago, but now they were just like little kids, quarreling and not letting anyone get in the way. Kamsinghorn, why are you pulling the flesh on my waist? It hurts. You. Who told you to pinch my hand? Can I pinch it back? Are you still being reasonable? Exempt. Is this my fault? Lack of old me just now also think you they like a courageous female worm. Your brother's trash, don't help me, I'll walk by myself. Hey! You just used so much spiritual energy for you. I can't walk anymore, you have to support me. Old man, help your head. Walk by yourself. The two females, Kanshinku and Shinsigns, quarreled, and in the end, they did not help each other, and both females huffed and puffed, beating their crutches while walking their own way, with their mouths almost up in the air. Chavez, who witnessed everything behind the two female insects, quietly rolled his eyes in his heart. These two like each other, but die duck mouth hard stuff, there are times when you are sad. Your Highness, can we go? After Nickel helped Anthony out, he saw that he stumbled when he walked and his face was a little white, so he frowned and looked at him with a worried face, and in his mind, he had already thought of 108 ways to teach the Emperor's stallion a lesson without letting Anthony find out, and he was going to do it one piece at a time. Emperor Stallion, shivering JPG. Okay. Anthony nodded, obviously already white from the pain, but still trying to bravely walk on his own, and Nickel frowned a little, bending straight down to pick him up in a crossbody. Nickel, you put me down, there are a lot of female soldiers here. Anthony was startled by Nickel's sudden embrace, and leaned against him in time to struggle a bit. Nickel looked down at him and kissed him lightly on his brow, with a worried and serious face. Your Highness, no females will say anything, and don't be so feisty when you're in front of me, okay? Anthony's struggling movements suddenly just stopped. He relaxed his body and leaned his head against Nickel's chest. The pain in his head was a little hard to bear, but in his heart, he felt at ease. Good. Anthony was in Nickel's arms, muffling his answers, and Nickel rubbed his chin against the swirl of his hair before he hugged him and left the area. The treated Emperor's male bugs slept very soundly, and Nickel rushed back after settling Anthony down with the beautiful name to fetch His Majesty back to the palace. In reality, it was just to take advantage of the opportunity and take revenge for his family's highness. As for how he took revenge, only he and the Emperor Xiangnu knew. Anyway, after that day, the Emperor's male bugs were polite and courteous for a few moments when they saw this female bug son of theirs, and Angus, the female bug Marshal. It couldn't be helped, who let these two females be backed up by a perverted female insect, and a male insect with explosive fighting strength? He really couldn't do it. The Emperor's male worm hid in the corner and shivered a boing boing boing. I said, why do I mess with them? The plague behind these two female worms is too scary. She HM? Nickel, ha. Emperor Stallion Worm. Chapter 40. How can you be separated from your wife? Can't. In the conference room, Angus hugged Xixia, who had suddenly turned into an aggrieved and pitiful puppy, and wiped his tears and kissed and patted him with great difficulty. Lord Xiong, let's go out, I'm so hungry. Seeing Xi's emotions finally stabilized, Angus wiped the teardrops from the corner of his eyes again, rubbed his cheeks, and spoke to him gently. Yes, little Lime, I've made you a lot of delicious food. Go, there's no rush to eat now. I don't have to go to the store this afternoon, so I'll stay here with you. Xi Jin heard Angus say so, also suddenly felt hungry, although he just deliberately suppressed the spiritual power, but is really very angry. The strength of the hand, that is half not collected, the physical strength of the consumption is very huge. Hey! The desserts that Lord Xiong made today sold out so quickly? Master Xiong is so awesome. Angus was a little surprised, but at the same time felt justified. His male master was so powerful and made such delicious pastries, the number of worms that went to them must be very high. That's right, and don't look at who I am as a male lord. She held Angus's hand, gently straightened his hair that was messed up by himself, smiled at him, and then pulled his hand and walked towards the outside of the conference room. The whole person was so happy that he was like a puppy that was being praised, and that little tail wagged especially happily. Angus looked at Xi, who was walking in front of him and holding his hand, and the corner of his lips hooked into a smile, and the warmth in his heart gathered more and more, and finally flowed through his limbs and warmed his whole body. In this life, he was really so lucky and fortunate to have met a male lord as good as Xixia, who also loved him so much. Sensing that Angus was lagging behind, she took a step back and walked alongside him, looking back at him roguishly, once again becoming the gangly male bug. Next time, stand and walk beside me and don't always lag behind, or else I'm going to have to hug you in public and I'm going to kiss you in public, okay? Angus. He thought that it's still a bit cuter to have the male lord who was crying and soft just now. Angus returned to the office with Xi. He had only just sat down when his light brain beeped. He paused slightly and opened it to find it was a short message from Nickel. He tapped on it to check it out. Nickel, I'm sorry to disturb you, Marshal Angus, but His Highness has asked me to ask for your opinion on whether or not it would be possible for His Excellency Xi to come to the palace to serve as the dessert royal chef during the pilgrimage of the two clans? It's okay if you can't. Angus's light brain was shared to Shijin, so what was on it? Shijin also saw. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Angus. Is it appropriate for me to go to such an important meeting? If you are a dessert chef, you don't have to stay in the synagogue all the time, just set up the desserts and snacks and drinks ahead of time, and then you can leave to take a break in the back. If the one invited today was the Emperor Stallion Worm, Angus would absolutely refuse, but if it was His Highness Anthony, he would have to think about it. He had helped him speak after all. Lord Xiong, you can get to know giants in various fields at the pilgrimage. Do you want to go? Angus was uncertain for a moment, and afraid that his decision would be too arbitrary and upset She, so he looked directly at him and asked for his opinion. She paused slightly, then pinched Angus's cheek with some amusement. It's not like I'm doing anything particularly big. What's the point of knowing so many giants? When Angus heard this, he nodded, and then began typing while saying, then I'll refuse for Lord Xiong, and on the day of the two clans' pilgrimage, Lord Xiong will wait for me at home, and come back after the two clans' pilgrimage is over. Wait. Shiwei heard a different meaning in Angus' words. He grabbed Angus' typing hand and asked him with some urgency, little lime, where is your two clans' pilgrimage meeting? How long will it take to engage? Angus, still a little confused by the sudden grabbing of his hand, suddenly remembered that he might not know when he heard him ask the question, and explained. The two races pilgrimage is an annual exchange of culture and education, technological development, food appreciation, and so on between the bug race and the wager race, and it takes place on the planet Lanja. This place is 1 billion light-years away from our central star. Usually a round trip is 2 days, and for events, it's as short as a month or as long as 3 months. Since we, the bugs, are the organizers this time, we have to go a month in advance to set up the venue, and I, as the bug commander, have to go a week in advance with a large army to set up a guard army to avoid the invasion of mollusks, so... Stop. Before Angus could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by She's raised hand, and he looked at She, blinking, waiting for him to speak. So it's going to take you a total of over 2 months to get there and back? She is still counting according to the shortest time, not to mention more than 2 months. He is now even separated from Angus for a day. He feels uncomfortable all over. No, absolutely not. Angus nodded, and when he saw that she was distressed, he took his hand and looked at him with some concern, and was about to speak when he saw him gazing at him. Little Lime, you mustn't refuse His Highness Anthony. You must take me with you. I'll go mad if I don't see you for more than 2 months. What kind of man separates from his wife after a short time of marriage? Anyway, he can't do that. It's just too hard to go through that. He won't do it. Angus didn't expect She to be struggling with this and froze for a moment, instantly reddening his cheeks and ears. He looked at him and asked with some embarrassment, so, Lord Xiong wants to go and become a dessert royal chef? Aha, aha. She nodded frantically, then threw her arms around Angus and said periodically, as long as I can stay with you, I'll be anything. Okay, I'll agree for you. Okay. Okay. Angus patted him on the head with some amusement before deleting the words and re-messaging Nickel, agreeing, and Nickel expressed his thanks and went quiet. Chapter 41. How can you let Lord Xiong play such a dangerous program? She had lunch with Angus, and he didn't go away. He just sat down with a book and was reading it, and Elio and August came in after lunch and saw him, still a little hesitant in their steps, and looked at Angus. Come in, all of you, the Hun Lord will not disturb you. Noticing their sight, Angus stopped typing in his hand and watched them after they finished that sentence, then turned his head to look at She, who politely nodded to Illyrio and Orgoth, and then went back to reading his book. In response to She's reaction, Angus nodded his head slightly in approval, the satisfaction in his heart on the verge of showing on his face, as Illyrio and Ogster walked in with the corners of their mouths slightly twitching, and sat down to get busy with their work. The two females were thinking, I'm really convinced that you two old sixes are bullying single females like this. Once Angus, Illyrio, and August had gotten busy together, no females spoke, and the office was silent except for the tapping of typewriters, the gurgling of water, and the sound of steady breathing. She unconsciously looked up in the direction of Angus, the Angus in serious work. The whole person is calm and convincing, very attractive. What's more, Angus was also very good-looking, and his pair of azure-colored eyes were beautiful, revealing a sense of coolness when he didn't speak, and a kind of looking over deep emotion when he smiled. She closed the book in his hand and directly propped up his chin with one hand and sipped tea from a teacup with the other hand. He just stared straight at Angus. The fondness and love in his eyes were almost overflowing. Elio and Augst occasionally looked up and froze when they saw this look in She's eyes, and the first thing that struck them was that His Excellency She was looking at Marshal Angus with such deep affection that he was pulling his hair out. The second feeling is that, if they are not in the office, she will probably eat Marshal Angus alive and clean. Yelp, His Excellency She, this is the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Military Estates, not a bug-free zone, so please restrain yourself. Can't you see our Marshal's cheeks are red with shyness? Angus, who had been working earnestly, suddenly felt an excessively hot line of sight staring at him all the time, and from the moment he put it up, he did not move away from it, as if he wanted to strip him down in place and look him over. Angus knew who the bug was that dared to look at him so blatantly. So reddening his ears and cheeks first, he had wanted to finish the job at hand before he spoke, but the other man's sight was too hot for him to withstand a bit. As soon as Angus turned his head, he met eyes with she who was looking at him with a smiling face. His eyes were too revealing, the meaning of which Angus couldn't have understood better, but he still coughed softly and inquired about him. Ahem. Male enhancement, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something important you want to say to me? When she saw Angus covering his lips and coughing, he also glanced at Elio and Augst, seemingly reminding him that there were other females around him. He paused slightly, and the smile at the corners of his lips increased as he put the teacup in his hand down. Little Lime, I'm really a bit bored reading. Do you have any training programs here that I can relax or burn off my energy? I'll try them out. It always feels like they're all so constricted when I'm sitting here. She thought about it, but decided to leave here first. He was going to be unable to hold back if he watched any longer. It would be good to go to a random place to burn off some energy. Angus rose from his seat and looked at Illyrio, inquiring, Illyrio, do we have a proper training program here? Marshal, we have a training program here, but it is based on female insect fitness. Illyrio stood up and gave Angus the bug salute, and just as he spoke of physical fitness, he suddenly remembered that she's physical fitness was SS ranked, so he changed the subject and said, Marshal, if it's His Excellency he should be able to try all of these training programs. As soon as Illyrio's words were out of his mouth, Augster stood up too and gave Angus the bug military salute, and said with an expressionless face, Marshal, if it's just a trial, let His Excellency go to the simulation training ground. The pass mode in the simulation training ground should be of great interest to His Excellency Stallionworm. Angus paused for a moment, his brow furrowed in obvious disapproval. What was being simulated in the simulated training grounds were images of bugs killing soft-bodied bugs, and he was afraid that his male master would be intimidated, and besides, the simulated pain was real. This simulated training ground was created to strengthen the spiritual power of the military females. There were 100 levels in total. The difficulty of each level was different, and the 5 senses were very real. So far, no one had been able to pass all of them. Even Angus only made it to level 95, and in the remaining 5 levels, there were basically mollusk royals, and once it maneuvered the mollusks to attack, it would be swarmed, and in the end, it couldn't escape and suffocated to death. There was a kind of liquid on the mollusk emperor that was extremely corrosive, and once it was injured, the fingers could immediately turn into blood, which was very horrifying. Not only that, but as this liquid eats away at the skin, it causes the bugs that come in contact with it to hallucinate and eventually suffocate in the memory of their own mind's worst fears. Angus experienced many deaths in the simulation training ground, but failed to pass the test of the soft-bodied bug emperor, who has an Achilles heel excessive concern for the color of the bug state and the evaluation of the family. Although it is said that death in the simulated battlefield of the simulation training ground is only the spiritual consciousness detached from the battlefield, not a real death, but the feeling of death at that time is real. Angus really do not want to let Shido experience. No, Lord Xiong, he doesn't have any combat experience. If he experiences death at the first level unprepared, it will hurt his spiritual power. Angus very decisively refused Augster's offer. He couldn't let his male master play such a dangerous program. What if something happened? I'm sorry, Marshal, it was my lack of consideration. As Augster listened, it suddenly occurred to him that she had never even seen a mollusk, and after a pause, he nodded to Angus, who had indeed been a bit ill-considered. Hey, Little Lime, look at you guys. I wasn't curious, but now I'm curious as hell. You guys quickly tell me, this simulated training ground, is it really dangerous? I also want to see what a mollusk looks like. Cheyenne listened to the side for a long time, finally understood something, so he walked to Angus, grabbed his sleeve, smiling and shaking. The meaning of pampering is very obvious. Chapter 42, Better go play a holographic game. Angus reached out to hold Shi's hand, his brow furrowed, very uneasy. Male lord, the soft-bodied insects are very dangerous species. They come from other galaxies, they have no spiritual intelligence, and they rely on eating bugs and wagia for a living, and the 2 races of males is on their recipes, the most delicious food. Wait. Little Lime, Marshal Angus, your husband isn't intimidated. Even if I don't go to the simulation training ground, what if we suddenly encounter those guys when we go to the 2 clans pilgrimage event? She held Angus's hand in his backhand, looked at his beautiful azure-colored eyes, raised his eyebrows, and said in a serious tone, he would have liked to know what a mollusk looked like, but he couldn't find out on the internet at all, so he had to ask. No, Lord Xiong, I'll protect you and definitely won't let you come to any harm. Angus seems to be a bit overly stubborn in this regard. He looked at Shi's eyes. His eyes were firm and determined not to let go of his mouth for half a minute. It was not easy for him to meet a male bug who loved him wholeheartedly. How could he let the other party be hurt? Even if the death in the simulated training ground is not a real death, but this is still very painful, not physically, but mentally, which is stronger than the physical pain. Those new female recruits, who had just arrived at the training base, were not allowed to enter the simulation training ground, and before entering, they had gone through 3 years of basic knowledge as well as physical training before they were allowed to go. She felt the cold sweat on the inside of Angus's hand as he held his own, and he seemed to be trembling slightly, and all the curiosity and desire to explore dissolved into nothingness at this moment. Okay, Lime, I'm not going, don't be nervous, come on, relax. She wrapped his arms around Angus and patted and stroked his spine, and Angus took a deep breath before burying his cheek in She's chest. He felt bad that he was like this, but he couldn't control it and didn't want to. He couldn't let his male master suffer any harm, not even a little bit. Your Excellency, She, if you're really bored, you can go play in the training base game room. The holographic games in the game pods there are also very interesting. Seeing She patting and caressing Angus, who was clearly not in the right state, Illyrio imperceptibly pinched August's waist, stepped forward and offered with a smile. Augster was choked by Illyrio and bent over. He covered his waist, gritted his teeth, almost did not directly scream out. Fortunately he reacted quickly, hard to the imminent export of the shouts held back, otherwise this moment quasi-shame. Okay, little Lime, then I'll go play the game and not go to any simulation training grounds, don't worry, and if I do encounter any soft-bodied bugs, I'll protect you, of course, it's best if you don't. She put his arm around Angus, tenderly rubbing and stroking his hair as he spoke solemnly. Alright, I'll personally send Lord Xiong over. Angus nodded at that, finally slowing down, and came out of his arms, blushing a little as he realized that both August and Elio were watching. Elio, August, Marshal, don't you think it's too late for you to be shy? Angus. Lime, you don't have to go through all that trouble, I can go there myself, but you have to hurry up and finish your work so you can get off on time, don't you think so? She rubbed Angus's head and soothed him. He said he wouldn't go to that simulation training ground or whatever it was. If Angus sent him to the game pods at the training base, he would have to waste a lot of time, and he wouldn't even be able to finish his work by the end of the day. Angus also knew that he had a lot of work, but was really worried about She, and was about to speak, when Elio automatically stepped forward and introduced himself. Marshal, let me send His Excellency She over there, and when the time comes to instruct, it would also be good to keep those young and impetuous little females from going over there and disturbing them. Angus glanced at Elio and finally nodded. She rubbed Angus's head again before he left with Elio, and once he had taken them away, Angus looked over at August, his entire being radiating the pressure of a man from the top of the hierarchy. Marshal, I know I'm wrong, I'm going to go run 100 laps of the track on my own punishment, plus a physical training session. Augster was stared at by Angus's eyes in his heart, fearing that he would let him go to the front line in the next second. He hurriedly stood at attention and saluted, and then after finishing the sentence with a very fast speech, he turned around and directly skipped. Angus looked at Augster's back as he almost fled and ran as fast as he could, frowned and gave a small grunt. Brat, let's see if you dare to talk nonsense in front of my male lord next time. Augster, don't dare anymore. The Marshal's husband guarding plot is too heavy and scary. On this side, once she went to the training base, the females who were originally training properly became a bit distracted until he disappeared into the eyes of the training females and went to the game room. Only then did he retract his line of sight, but his thoughts had already flown far away. Is Your Excellency She coming to play in the game room of our training base? I'm going to stay in the game room today, I'm not going anywhere. This idea, almost every female insect that is training, the idea in their hearts, they feel, even if there is no way to become She's female insect, but play a game with him, it is also considered to have been together. It is really great. Your Excellency She, in these game pods, there are 10 games that you can choose for yourself once you lie down in them, since you are a male bug. Illyrio finished explaining how to play each game to She, before politely admonishing him. So it's only 3 hours of fun, but it's enough, and by the time it's time, the Marshal's work will be almost done, and then you can go straight home. Okay, thanks a lot. She nodded and smiled his thanks to Illyrio before selecting a game pod and laying down in it, which automatically closed the hatch and connected to his body. Ario bowed slightly to She, then turned around and left the game room. He went to the training ground and spoke to the training army female instructor. When you finish training in a while, don't let these brats go up there. His Excellency She doesn't like to be disturbed. Don't worry, these boys are much more measured than lousy. Even if they want to bother, they have to weigh whether they are resistant to being punched or not. The training army female instructor patted Illyrio's shoulder, and after saying this with a smile, she yelled at the females on the training ground, "You boys, do you hear me?" Although the females all wanted to take a closer look at She, they really didn't dare to interrupt, so they said in unison, "I hear you." Only then was Illyrio satisfied and patted the training army female instructor on the shoulder and turned to leave the area. Chapter 43, Come on, let's argue. Who doesn't have a mouth like that? She lay down in the game pod, and the moment he closed his eyes, his consciousness arrived in front of a splendid palace, and the system's voice rang in his ears. Honorable Sir Mailworm, welcome to GamePod 1085. You are free to pinch your face, determine your nickname, and choose to enter any game. The system has automatically provided you with top-notch services. I wish you a happy life and a comfortable gaming experience. After the game system voice fell, she around the real-time guide text and pictures of the newbie tutorial appeared. This newbie tutorial is very detailed, really as the mailworm is an unquestioning baby to raise, hate to teach hand in hand. If it's at this level, then won't the difficulty factor not be too great at all after I go in later? Though she was very sweaty inside, she still followed the steps and pinched a clean face with a random and not so random name Fly Little Lime. After she finished messing with these, he didn't choose the game first, but pondered about the difficulty of the game. He felt that if he was a mailworm, no matter which game he entered, it didn't seem like it would be very difficult to get through it, so he muttered something. Dear Sir Mailbug, between your physical abilities being on par with the females, the difficulty of the game is comparable to that of the females when they play, so you don't have to worry about such issues. The voice of the game system was full of mechanics, but it revealed respect everywhere. She listened to what it said and nodded, so he reached out and chose Miracles of the Universe. This game, which has the highest difficulty factor of these 10 game offerings in the GamePod, has up to 8 stars out of 10. Ding! Yellow warning, Your Excellency the Stag Bug has chosen the Miracle of the Universe. Its danger level is up to 95%. Is Your Excellency the Stag Bug sure you want to enter? She directly ignored the warning of the game system and directly clicked yes. The game system could not stop it, so it could only follow the program and send him into the game world. She opened his eyes. The first thing that appeared in front of him was the dazzling and magnificent vastness of the Milky Way galaxy. While he was standing on a battleship, beside him were some female insect players. Basically no male insects will enter this game. Although she's male bug identity wasn't shown, after the male bug entered the game, it would blow up fireworks notifications in the world channel, so she's male bug quickly attracted the attention of the bigwigs on the list. However, she Kashimoto male insects simply do not know. He stood on the deck, looking at the front in the 21st century to use space telescopes to see the approximate galactic landscape, only to feel shocked, for a long time to return to God. This place is also too beautiful. Next time, he should bring his family's little lime over to have a look as well. She stroked his chin, pondering all this in his mind. And then it suddenly occurred to him that his baby was a Marshal and had fought in the universe before, so he must have seen these landscapes a long time ago. He was a bit torn for a while, and after thinking for a long time, he finally decided to pull him in to take a look. After all, it was with him. How to say it was also the first time to see it. Many of the females present noticed the new female, and they stood not far away, and instead of talking, they just watched, their eyes full of admiration. At that very moment, a female bug went to she's side right under the noses of all the females. The females were shocked and felt that they had lost a good opportunity, but they only dared to wait and see what would happen. Greetings, Your Excellency She Stallionworm, what a surprise, I am honored to meet you in the game. She was standing on the deck in a daze, when this voice suddenly rang out beside him. He froze for a moment and turned his head to look. A blonde hair and blue-eyed female insect dressed in a biased European style was making a gentleman's salute to him. The whole person was gentle and elegant, graceful. Hello. She's coldness made the females who didn't go over there and put their faces hot on the cold buttocks feel grateful for a while, and at the same time, extraordinarily envious and jealous of Angus. Angus, this guy, I don't know what kind of ecstasy he gave to His Excellency She, but he actually made him indifferent to such a beautiful female insect. It was really powerful. She nodded politely and detachedly to him, and after saying this, he turned around and walked straight to the other side, checking out the game guide, and the corner of his mouth twitched a few times when he saw that the mailworm entering the game would be notified across the board. Blame him. When he entered the game just now, he forgot to hide his gender. Pay attention next time. Now go and play a few games. After Little Lime gets off work, go home and make him a delicious meal. Your Excellency She, if you don't mind, I can serve as a guide for you. It's really pathetic for you to play in such a dangerous game by yourself, a male bug, without a female bug to accompany you. I just feel it's too pathetic just to watch. The handsome blonde who had just taken the initiative to greet She as if he hadn't seen his detachment and coldness, walked straight over to him and spoke with intent beside him. She turned to look at him, frowning, and when he saw his game name and the 5th logo on the leaderboard, he suddenly laughed lightly, not giving him any face at all. This O'Hare female, I don't need a guide. I'm not sure if this game is dangerous or not yet, but I think you're pretty dangerous. Don't get too close to me. My baby is going to be pissed off when she sees it, and we don't know each other well. She's words made the smile on Ozer's face stiffen instantly. The females watching the show next to him froze for a moment, then softly let out a scoffing sound to come, although it was very small, but Ozer just heard it. Your Excellency She, although your mate Angus is an Imperial Marshal and has fought many victorious battles, his buggy state is very ugly and unpleasant. When O'Hare saw She like this, he no longer pretended, and directly roared out all the anger and dissatisfaction in his heart, and it was obvious that he really loved his country and race, and at the same time, he was also very good at moral abduction. His bug flower seed can't even grow bug flowers, so why are you still clinging to him? Even swearing with the bug god, do you realize that if he really carries a curse, you will be revolted and really will be doomed? You are the only SS male that has appeared in our two races in millions of years, how can he be the only female? If he cannot conceive an heir, what of your bloodline? What about the continuation of our race? As a member of the bug race, do you really not even care? After this wave of roar from O'Hare, the bugs present who had the same idea as him were suddenly a bit righteously indignant, but none of them said anything, just waiting for she to take a stand. She finally sized up O'Hare squarely. The female, indeed, looked beautiful, and his patriotism was indeed genuine. As to what the purpose was under the patriotic sentiment, that was unknown, and, moreover, it was no reason for him to morally kidnap the male insect that he was. You mean that without me, the male bug, the bug race would have perished? Then I'm really sorry, I didn't even think to myself that my influence was actually that great. She looked at O'Hare, who was angrily accusing him, and didn't know whether to call him ridiculous or pitiful as he continued to speak in a flat yet calm tone. You're saying all these things now, but it's just because I have SS-ranked physical abilities, and you're jealous of how good such a me is to Angus, who is full of curses in your mouths. After she finished his sentence, he realized that O'Hare wanted to speak and didn't give him any chance to continue. Chapter 44, a very new kind of punishment, social death. If I didn't have SS-ranked physical abilities, SS-ranked mental powers, or even as other male insects, either beating or scolding the females, would you still stand in front of me so righteously and say these words to me? O'Hare's face went from red to white and back again. The whole thing was very wonderful, and the other females froze for a while, unable to react as they listened to she's words. These words of yours are indeed very patriotic and loving to this race, but don't forget that before I appeared, it still developed well and didn't collapse halfway, even under the oppression of the maleworms. Why do you dare to say these words of yours only to me, and not to those high and mighty male insects? For example, the emperor of male insects. You wouldn't have dared to tell him that at all, because they're grumpy and I'm universally recognized as a soft-spoken goody-goody, so I'm supposed to take your displeasure with the male bugs as a matter of course, am I? O'Hare desperately shook his head. He did not mean this, just think she is the most genetically superior male insect, this is not good. But he only loves a female insect, what exactly is wrong with it? Thinking about this, he fell silent. Don't attempt to morally kidnap me, don't you forget who exactly fought tooth and nail to kill the mollusks on the battlefield so that you can now stay in this game world with peace of mind and play the game as you should. Also, if my female ruler was replaced by you, would you still say those things just now? In the end, it's just jealousy. Besides, what kind of my Angus he is, and how his buggy state is, has nothing to do with you, this guy, so you'd better mind your own business. After she finished saying these words, she turned around and left the deck, heading towards the interior of the battleship, leaving O'Hare and the other females frozen in place for a long time. She saw his heart harboring a ball of fire, and cannot just fight the female insects, then simply go to fight the soft body insects. He entered the game combat, at first not too familiar, and then gradually feel out the doorway, it is more and more smooth. She armor aware, mecha driving, in the game inside the universe of the stars and the killing. She in the game to vent a pass, finally is comfortable. He came out of the game mode. I did not expect to come out. I saw O'Shea, as well as stood next to O'Shea, and Lucian knew that boy looks like a thief like the handsome female insects. Your Excellency, she please stay. She turned around and wanted to leave, but he was stopped by Lucian. She, seeing as how this guy might be that Lucian knew a kid's older or younger brother, he stopped in his tracks. There's no way, mainly because before, when he played insect cards with that Lucian knew a kid and lost several hands, the kid explicitly emphasized that if a female insect that looked like him spoke to him in the future, he hoped he would give more time, and he promised, so there's no way. Anything? She looked at Lucian with a good temper, and asked this question in a cold tone. Lucian sighed in his heart, looking at this attitude, forgiving O'Hare, is impossible. Your Excellency, this is my friend O'Hare, he spoke out of turn just now and would like to apologize to you. As Lucian said this, O'Hare had already taken a step forward, and bowed to she, saying in a sincere tone. Your Excellency, what I said just now was indeed excessive. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about Marshal Angus, he's the commander of our race and deserves to be respected, I'm really sorry. She did not expect that this female insect was still a master who could bend and bend, paused for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. The depressed anger in his heart was much less, but he would not let him go so easily. It's okay if you want me to forgive you. When you get out, go to the Star blog and send out she and Angus will never be separated for the rest of their lives copied 100 times, and remember to at Angus, if he replies to you, I'll forgive you. Shiyan's lips were raised in a bad smile, and the punishment he uttered, but it made both O'Hare and Lucian confused for a while, and it took a long time before they could react, and Lucian found it funny and amusing, This male insectum seems to be playing a very new way of punishment. O'Hare Hodase is also a noble young master. He posted a blog post that influence is absolutely bar. After this wave of operation, it is estimated that it will be in the entire circle of nobles' social death. O'Hare's pretty little face bristled white when he reacted, but he still agreed stiffly and swore in his heart to mess with no one but Angus, the male lord of his family, who was just too scary. Chapter 45. Once you're high on CP, it's addictive. Once Angus had finished his work, he turned off the instruments on his work desk. He pinched his brow, looking slightly tired. Just as the reminder bell for the end of the shift rang, he froze, put down his hand, and got up, ready to go pick up she. Marshal, look at the Star blog. That young master of the Zhangjia noble clan posted a blessing blog post on the Star blog. Just one sentence. I didn't expect and copy and pasted 100 times. What a cute young master. Elio, who had been quietly touching the fish in front of Angus after work was over, inadvertently swiped the hot search that had suddenly surged to the #1 spot on the Star blog's hot search list. He clicked in out of curiosity and glanced at the blog post O'Hare had posted, reading it over and realizing it was all the same sentence and finding it hilarious. Angus looked up when he heard Illyrio's words, and found him leaning back in his chair leisurely, looking at the light brain screen and brushing it off at his leisure. Angus instantly understood what was going on and walked up to him, hooking an amiable smile at him, asking him in a warm, gentle, polite way. Elio, is it really okay for you to touch a fish in front of me? Illyrio jumped up with a jolt and ducked behind August, stumbling and rationalizing. Marshal, my work is done. I usually work so hard anymore. I just like to brush up on some Star blogging at work. What's wrong with that? Angus listened to the corner of his mouth twitch. He lazily ignored him, directly raised his hand and knocked his head, and said in a serious tone, the next time will not be an exception. I'm going to pick up Lord Shion. You guys go back to rest early. Good Lou. Marshal go well. Marshal goodbye ah. Feeling that he had escaped, Illyrio smiled a toothy grin and was so happy throughout that even August, who was tired of helping him share the work, wanted to slap him. Angus didn't bother with him anymore and turned around, and when he was gone, August looked at him and said, Are you really done with all your work? Don't look. I've got a ton more here, and you're not leaving until I'm done. Holy. I didn't just ask you to make more forms. You don't have to. I'm hungry now. I'm going to eat. Illyrio said as he was about to walk out the door, but halfway there, he was yanked by the back of his neck collar by Ogster, and there was no escape for him. Eat what you want, do your work. Ah. Ogster, wait for me. Angus walked away before he didn't hear the two guys talking again, and thinking about what Illyrio had said about the blessed blog post, he opened it up and looked at it, and for some reason, all he could think was that the words contained a whole lot of heartache. But out of politeness, Angus still gave a reply, a very Lu Jinshi. You're not allowed to laugh at me yet. Bastard. If it wasn't for you, how could I die so socially? You have to compensate me for my loss, and you still have the nerve to laugh, asshole. When O'Hare heard Lu Jinshi's undisguised laughter, his entire body was furious, and he directly glared up at him. It was obvious that he was very angry and had completely blown up. Ha ha ha. Well, I don't laugh. When I finish this project, I'll go to you, take you to the neat pillow flower sea to play, okay? Lu Jinshi laughed for a while, and when she saw that O'Hare was really pissed off, she stopped her smile, looked at his handsome face, and made a serious promise to him. Thinking of the over here, Angus arrives at the training base game room and she already knows about the blog post thing that O'Hare posted, but he doesn't reveal half of it to Angus. Lord Shion, I've kept you waiting. Angus took the initiative to hold she's hand and smiled, the entire female carrying some of the guilt of having kept the other waiting for so long, and she lifted a hand to rub his head and shook his head. No, the games here are pretty fun. She pinched Angus's cheek, smiled and held his hand tightly as she turned and led him out the door. Come on, let's go home. I'll make you a big meal and make sure you're stuffed. I don't know if it's because Angus stayed with Shijin for a long time and was colored or what. He only felt that the sentence behind Shijin, not only referring to the matter of eating, most likely, there are other meanings, but he didn't dare to ask, just reddened the roots of his ears and nodded, good. Anyway, regardless of whether he agreed or not, his male master would try to find a way to softly take advantage of him, being particularly shameless. And his family male master, but also used to use the cheap but also sell the good this trick, he will forget why he is angry every time he is angry, often do not end up, can only be admitted. It can't be helped, who let she be his lord and master? Let's just get used to it. Otherwise, can you give him away to other females? Of course not. Chapter 46, Joyful Worms and Soon-to-be-Faced Worms. As soon as they finished their shifts, the generals went out of the gate in pairs, and the Emperor's majestic insect's pressure that they encountered today was as if it had never appeared, and all of them wore easy smiles on their faces. The easy smiles on their faces as Angus and she walked hand in hand towards the front door and appeared before their eyes, faded away, to be replaced by an expression of having eaten their fill. Marshal and His Excellency, she is really sweet. The moment today when His Excellency she rushed into the conference room to save Marshal, you guys don't know how handsome it really was. Simply handsome. If it wasn't for the fact that His Excellency she Jean didn't want a second female bug, I would have wanted to rush up and furtively introduce myself. Shintrace looked at Angus and she saw walking away hand in hand, tears of envy flowed down from the corners of his mouth. He spoke with impassioned speech, completely not noticing the not-so-good face of Kanchenko beside him. TSK, little pepper, just your little body. You want a body without a body, you want an ass without an ass, and you look crooked, even if you put yourself forward. His Excellency Rinchi will not necessarily look at you, don't be delusional you. Kanchenko skimmed his mouth, and very mercilessly launched an indiscriminate personal attack on Shinsigns, instantly describing him as useless and mouthy. Although Shinsigns was not born particularly stunning, but it was also above the clean-cut, white, and in a bunch of brown people, it was considered a dazzling existence. Kanchenko, you asshole. You're just jealous that I'm better looking than you, you're the one who's crooked, your whole family is crooked, asshole. I'm going to die with you today. Shinsigns was said to be like this by Kanchenko, instantly exploded, turned around in a flash and jumped onto Kanchenko's back, sending him an exquisite locking throat technique, cursing while locking his throat. Cough. Shintrace, you girl little fart. Give master down, strangled me. Kanchenko was defenselessly locked by Shin Mao's throat, the other party suddenly dead tight, only to strangle him to the point that he coughed, breaking his hand while exchanging curses with him. Chavez watched the happy couple in silence and rolled his eyes quite unimaginatively, not saying a word, but his heart was already bristling with vomit. The two of you this mouth, 800 lifetimes will not necessarily be together, you two better separate, two psychopaths. All day and night to get together on the quarrel, I look at the old man as annoying, do not know show love die fast? Damn it! Don't force me to find a daughter-in-law to bloodbath you. Chavez spat in his mind and turned to walk in the other direction. He needed to calm down and give the two walk another piece of his mind. He was afraid he couldn't help himself and rush up to slap them or something. Hey! Chavez, aren't you coming to dinner with us? After Shinsigns had finished lecturing Kanchenko, he finally let go of the man in satisfaction, but didn't get off of him, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw Chavez, who had parted ways with them, and shouted out to him, his face full of confusion. No go, you guys go ahead, I have things to do, have a nice dinner and I'll see you tomorrow. Chavez waved his hand without turning his head back, and after his words fell, he directly drilled into the flying machine and started it up to leave, leaving only Shinsigns and Kanchenko in the same place. Shinsigns, get off of me. Kanchenko retracted his line of sight. In his heart he thanked Sha Wei-si for his righteousness, he was so happy, but on his face there was no expression. He even patted Shin Mao's thighs, thinking that there was no crack in his words. No, why don't you come down? You carry me to eat, who let you say that about me just now? Come on, don't accept rebuttals, go, my stomach is starving. Shinshin didn't care what Kanchenko said, so he stayed on his back and even patted him on the back, turning him into a warhorse and driving him along. As Kanchenko listened to Shinsign's words, it was rare that he didn't speak to dislike him, but only hummed out a voice from his nasal cavity. Humph, seeing as you've been tortured by the mental power pressure so pitifully today, I'll let you have a go at it today, and after today, I'll get it back. Oh, cheapskate, I'm going to have to kill you today. Shinsigns listened to Kanchenko's words and bit fiercely on his shoulder, the entire female still in a state of fried hair. Hiss. Shintrace. Do you believe that I will throw you down from here? You damned loose mouth, pain master. You drop me and I'll bite you to death. The two joyful enemies, Kanchenko and Shinsigns, once again quarreled, but Kanchenko didn't throw Shinsigns off his back, and Shinsigns didn't bite him again very aggressively. This side of the shavers left the two guys after, went directly to the restaurant. He does not like to cook, so after work, just go directly to the restaurant to eat, and then go home to go, shower and sleep, both save time and effort, why not? Chavez was dressed in casual clothes, sitting in an ordinary restaurant to eat, but there was no difference with the people on the sidelines, extraordinarily grounded. He should have comfortably eaten back today, but today he was extraordinarily unlucky. Chavez ate, exited the restaurant, turned around and headed for where his craft was parked, and before he could reach his destination, he was dragged to the wall by one of the females and forced to wallop the other. Brother, I will be grateful for the help of the jungle. The female bug that tugged on Chavez, wearing a mask and a ducktail hat in casual attire, spoke in a very urgent tone, and it was obvious that he had been chased here. Chavez originally didn't want to pay any attention to him, but after hearing his voice, he changed his attention. The female bug that possessed this voice, even if it turned into ashes, he still recognized it, because the other party was the top stream that Ming shocked the whole interstellar world. Lu Jinlin. A private fan after you? Chavez looked down at Lu Jinlin and speculated about the possibility. Lu Jinlin paused for a moment, not having time to think about it too much, and nodded, yes, it was horrible, almost getting stripped clean. Chavez pursed his lips, wanting to say something, when he suddenly heard footsteps, and then reached out and wrapped his arms around Lu Jinlin, burying his entire female insect head against his chest. Lu Jinlin a bit of resistance, but he heard the movement, in the end did not struggle, or to save his life is important. I have to say, this brother's pectoral muscles, but also quite comfortable. Cough. Only after the private fans had hurried past did Chavez release Lu Jinlin. It's okay, let me send you back, you're on your own, it's not safe. Makes sense, that would be a pain in the ass, bro. Lu Jinlin patted Chavez's shoulder, finally relieved. Chavez rubbed his thumbs, feeling that his body is too soft, inexplicably poking his heart. Chavez didn't say anything in the end, just nodded and sent Lu Jinlin back home safely, then returned home himself. This episode was as if it had never happened, but it planted a seed in the hearts of both females. Chapter 47, Angus's buggy state, poking she's heart bar hardly. Baby, go sit on the couch and watch the movie and wait for me. I'll be done in a minute. If you stay here, you'll easily get splattered by the hot oil that pops up, and oil splattered on your body. It's going to hurt really bad, okay? She reached out and squeezed the ring around his waist. Angus' white slender hand, some helpless smile and talked to him, do not know for what reason. Today's Angus, extraordinarily sticky, want to stick with him at any time and place it. Angus leaned against Chi's spine and wordlessly hugged his waist tightly, rubbing against him in a sticky manner as an expression of rejection, and as he smelled the rose pheromone scent of Chi's body, he only felt a sense of physical and mental relief, and his whole being was at ease. Okay, so you're here, be good. Sensing Angus' silent rejection, she let out a soft laugh and a helpless sigh, taking both of his hands in his, blocking the damage caused by the oil splashing over. Well, Lord, you is the best. Angus happily rubbed against Chi again, and yawned after that statement, looking tired and sleepy, but he had half a mind to leave the kitchen that held the other man's strong scent. No, or rather, he didn't really want to leave Chi. Not seeing it even for a second would make him uneasy. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but it didn't seem like it would do any harm. After all, his mailmaster was happy to spoil him. Are you sleepy? Do you want to go to sleep for a while? I'll call you after I make dinner, huh? She squeezed Angus's hand and then released it, turning the fire off and turning to look at Angus. Seeing his sleepy face, he pinched his cheek and kissed his forehead heartily, thinking about how hard he had worked all day. Angus shook his head and burrowed back into Chi's arms, wrapping his arms around his waist and resting his head on his shoulder, muttering and whispering, but I don't want to leave Lord Xiong. Angus meant that he was indeed sleepy and particularly wanted to take a nap, but didn't want to leave Chi for a moment, not even for more than a meter, just wanted to stick it. She raised his hand and rubbed Angus's head. His heart suddenly felt that it was very wrong for him to be in such a state, but didn't say anything out loud, just dotingly patted and caressed his back, and tried to release his mental power to pacify in pheromones. It's okay, I'll stay with you, and when you fall asleep, I'll come over and make dinner, is that okay? Good. Angus grew sleepier as he felt the pheromones and mental reassurance from Chi's body, and the reassurance in his heart grew even more, and he yawned again, rubbing against his chest and agreeing to his proposal. She then bent down and picked up Angus in a horizontal hug, and took him to the bedroom, where he lay down on the bedroom bed, and Angus then consciously nestled in his arms, leaning against his chest, and quickly fell asleep in the dual soothing of spiritual power and pheromones. She closed the curtains in the bedroom with the intelligent remote control on the photobrain, dimmed the lights down, and took off the clothes he was wearing for Angus to hold, before getting out of bed and finding a new short-sleeved shirt to put on. Baby, be good, I'll come over later and call you for dinner and won't leave. As soon as she turned around and realized that Angus had a tendency to turn awake, he moved over and sat down, holding his hand and gently speaking words of reassurance to him. Angus seemed to listen, and fell into a deep sleep once more, this time holding Chi's clothes close to him as he slept peacefully. She was sure that Angus wouldn't wake up again before he gently pulled his hand out and tucked him in again before turning to leave the bedroom. His mental soothing and pheromone breath didn't go away. He was afraid that Angus would wake up from his sleep. It wouldn't be good for his health. Q. Inquire as to the cause of the female's sudden love of clinging to the male. She exited the bedroom and did not rush to the kitchen, but went to the living room, found little Q who was cleaning the glass, patted its head and asked it so. Ding. Small Q received, is querying. Query ended. The reason is as follows. First, the female bug treats the male bug with more than 95% love, it will appear that she likes to stick to the male bug and pamper with the male bug, and if this is the case from the beginning, it means that he is very much in love with his male master. 2. The sudden appearance of a clinging male and an apathetic female depends on whether he is emotionally stable, sleepy, in need of male pheromones and mental power to pacify him, and unconsciously resuming his buggy state. If all of the above described situations have occurred in this female, then it is very likely that this female is pregnant with male eggs, and it is recommended that she be examined at the hospital immediately. Male eggs are very valuable, and I hope that His Excellency the male will take them seriously. She looked at the search results popped up by Xiao Q. This male bug was confused. He froze at the second reason and froze for a while before reacting. Q, thanks a lot, I'm going to go to the bedroom and check on Angus's status. If it's as described, I'll take him on a trip to the hospital. You keep busy. Xiao once again patted little Q's head, then turned around and carefully entered the bedroom once again. Little Q was complimented and looked as if he was very happy and full of energy to work. Xian brought the bedroom door gently. He came to the bedside. The original bulging mass became a little collapsed. Angus's silver white hair were gone. Only Xian's piece of clothing was left behind. It was obvious that Angus was transformed into a worm state. She felt his heart beating a little fast. He carefully lifted the quilt and saw a silvery white rounded belly, which was undulating up and down. Abdomen upwards, there are 2 pairs of silver white feet, then belly back, with overlying wings, upwards still white spine. Forelimbs are like scimitars, serrated and sharp, inverted triangular head with protruding compound eyes and 2 thin and long tentacles. Such an image is just like the praying mantis of the 21st century, except that he is a little bit bigger and prettier than the praying mantis of the 21st century, and also, the way of conception is very different, but he is she's favorite species. She used to have praying mantises, like what is commonly known as turquoise, spiky flower color, white as well as gray and black, etc. One of his favorite varieties was the albino variety of the praying mantis. The little thing was truly breathtakingly beautiful when it stood in the light with its wings spread. At the moment lying on the clothes of she still insect Angus is very well behaved. She briefly stared blankly, finally came back to God, joy, and wanted jerk mantis emotion instantly overflowing a pair of eyes. But he didn't move. Instead he crouched beside the bed and watched him with his cheeks resting on his head, his mind already working out which hospital he should take Angus to for a checkup in a little while. His little lime, his baby, must be pregnant with his baby. This was just delightful. She was still happy when Angus resumed his human form, lying on his side with his eyes closed, his white hand reaching over to touch his shirt, then fishing for a hug and falling asleep again. She froze for a moment, then laughed silently and recovered Angus, then went out of the bedroom, where he looked up what pregnant females should be eating while he joyfully made dinner, and it didn't take much asking to realize that he was in a really good mood. Chapter 48 is why it is important to be patient and placating during such times. When Xian finished dinner, he went into the bedroom and called Angus up. Angus' entire female was a bit confused. He leaned against Xian and rubbed his shoulder nest. His voice was soft and sticky. Male lord. Well, I'm here. She gently rubbed Angus' hair and picked him up from the bed. It's time to eat dinner and then go back to sleep. Angus hugged Shijin's neck and mumbled in a daze, then leaned against his shoulder, about to fall asleep again. Shijin rubbed the back of his neck and laughed softly, so he just carried him straight out. It was only when Angus sat down in his chair at the table and smelled the aroma of the meal that he snapped back to his senses at the sound of his stomach grumbling, and he lifted a hand to rub his cheek, finally awake. Lord Xiong, you've made a lot of delicious food. Angus gulped, not taking his eyes off the table, feeling like he'd never been so hungry before now that he was able to finish all these meals. Well, eat up. Shi Wei passed the chopsticks and the bowl with the rice over to him, smiled and rubbed his head, before he reserved himself and sat down to eat with him. After finishing dinner, it was already very late. She's plan to take Angus to the hospital fell through, and he wasn't in a hurry. He just said to Angus after he came out of the shower, "Little Lime, let's take a trip to the hospital tomorrow." Angus instantly tensed up as he listened to what Shijin said. He held Shijin's hand and couldn't care less about his own hair. Frowning worriedly, he said, "Lord Xiong, are you unwell anywhere? Did you burn yourself while cooking just now? Or did it happen?" "No, Little Lime, baby, don't be nervous, there's nothing wrong with me." Without waiting for Angus to finish his sentence, she embraced him, patting and caressing his spine gently. "I just want to take you to the hospital for a checkup." As soon as she's words fell, he took Angus directly to the bedside and sat down, taking the dryer to blow dry his hair. He had stopped reminding Angus now. His Angus seemed to be using this way to get more love from him. How could he refuse him? "Lord Xiong, why are you taking me for a checkup?" Angus sat in front of Shi, his eyelids lowered to hide the panic and nervousness in his eyes, his fingers gradually whitening as he gripped his pajamas, his mind reeling with thoughts, his affliction tugging at his nerves, making him nervous. Is it because, for so long after his marriage to Lord Xiong, there are no worm eggs in his stomach? Is he really carrying a curse like the other bugs said, and that's why he has been? Male master him, will he abandon him? Angus' eyes suddenly moistened as he thought about these things, and he raised a hand to wipe his eyes. It was as if some switch had been triggered. His tears came when he said they would, completely out of his control. Ouch, baby, why are you crying? She didn't know what was going through Angus' mind when he asked him this question. He only knew that when he looked up to answer the question, he saw him wiping his tears. His back was still shaking and he looked pitiful. She set the dryer down next to him before taking Angus into his arms and wiping his tears while asking him what was wrong. As the saying goes, people can't be comforted when they're sad or they'll just cry harder, and in the same way, this applies to Angus, who was whimsical during her pregnancy and was raised by she, who was pampered. Angus hugged his male master and couldn't speak. He just cried. He tried to control his tears. He felt so weak like this, but he couldn't control it at all. She held him, and instead of saying comforting words, he just patted and stroked his back and told him to cry out all his bad emotions, which he put on the emotional instability of pregnant females. After Angus' emotions finally calmed down a bit, Xiaowei tenderly wiped his tears, lowered his head to kiss his lips, and softly asked him, "Why is Angus crying? Is he aggrieved by something? Tell hubby listens to everything, huh?" Angus felt that his male master's temperament was really too good. If any other male insect saw him crying like this, he would probably have been thrown to the basement to face the wall. He thought to himself about the image of himself crying, and he couldn't wait to slap himself. He didn't even know how his family's shown lord was able to endure it. He really was just too gentle. "Is the male lord going to take me to the hospital to check if I can lay bug eggs for you? If I can't lay bug eggs, is the male lord going to discard me?" Angus looked at Xi's eyes, his pair of azure eyes stained with tears. At the moment it looked like a crystal clear sapphire, and after he asked the question, it was like he was thinking of what would happen to his heartbreak after he was abandoned, and he was about to cry again. Xiwei lowered his head and kissed his lips, dominating him for a while, and when he left, he gently bit his lips, which then covered his belly, and tenderly said, "Angus, I'm taking you for a checkup because I want to see if you're carrying bug eggs. It's not to check this, and I'm not going to throw you away. You're my baby, I love you more than I can say. How could I throw you away?" Angus listened to Xi's words. The whole female worm were frozen. The corner of his left eye even at this time, himself shed a crystal clear teardrops too. The overall look is to use the hyun to describe it is not too much. Lord Xiong said, "I have worm eggs in my stomach?" Angus looked down, reaching up to cover his stomach, his whole body in a bit of disbelief as she held him in his lap and kissed him tenderly on the forehead. "I'm not sure yet, but from the way you're acting, it should be a big difference. I won't really know for sure until after I go for a checkup tomorrow. Little Lime, I'll take good care of you and the pups, and feel free to turn into your buggy state in front of me because I've already seen it and it's really, really pretty, and I like it a lot." Angus froze for a moment when he heard she speak of his buggy state and looked up to see him. His eyes were shining brightly. There wasn't any disgust or dislike in them. It was really pure love and admiration. Angus suddenly blushed. He buried his head in the nest of Xi's shoulder and rubbed his tears on his clothes. "Lord Xiong, you were so good. I love you so much." She smiled and rubbed his head, twisting his head to kiss him on the cheek as he responded, "I love you more, little Lime." Angus smiled a little embarrassed. The uneasiness under his heart, miraculously, was just soothed. He would be so happy with his male master all the time, right? Chapter 49 has 2 male bug eggs. Honorable Xi, Marshal Angus has 2 bug eggs in his belly. It's been 3 weeks and both are male bug eggs, so congratulations are in order. He's been working too hard for the last while. I'd recommend not overworking him. He can apply for a 2-week break, and when the bug eggs are a month old, he'll be able to continue working. Also, during this 2-week period, I suggest that Marshal Angus turn into his buggy state and rest for an hour each day so that the male bug eggs can stretch. Angus will give birth 3 months after the male eggs have been laid, at which time they will be placed in 2 separate incubators to wait for them to hatch, and in about 7 months you will be able to meet the male pups. Marshal Angus, try not to work too hard lately. These 2 male bug pups are the treasures of our empire. They must possess a bloodline like His Excellency Xi. I'm just so excited that I can't wait to make it known to the world right now. There is also the fact that you need to exercise some restraint for these 2 weeks, Your Excellency Xi, and for the sake of the safety of the male insect eggs, I would recommend refraining from intercourse for these 2 weeks. Marshal Angus may be extra tempted by the hormone issue, but you'll have to hold off until after these 2 weeks when the male worm eggs have stabilized. Also, the match between Marshal Angus and His Excellency Xi is 100%, and it is easier to get pregnant again when having sex during pregnancy, so the little umbrella that should be prepared must be ready, otherwise the second pregnancy will be very harmful to your body, so be careful. In all the years I've been practicing medicine, this is the first time I've encountered a female insect like Marshal Angus, who has birthed 2 male eggs in one go. You are truly a blessing to His Excellency Xi. Early the next morning, she took Angus to the hospital, and after going through all the tests, they went to the attending doctor's office, and then they heard the doctor's female worm's broken words, which were full of joy and blessings. Angus blushed at his blunt words, and at the same time was very happy, his hand over his stomach, a shy and happy smile lifting the corners of his lips. Shiwei rubbed the back of his neck, the smile at the corner of his lips never disappeared. My master of the universe, Marshal Angus, and His Excellency Shi are just too compatible. They're actually going to have 2 male bug pups. I'm really looking forward to it. The CPM high on definitely needs to be a happy existence for the entire universe. The female insect doctor watched Shi and Angus walk away from the back. The whole female insect was so excited and happy that he rested his cheeks and smiled dementedly, looking at him. A little bit like a demented man, a little bit lewd. The next insect saw, they are not quite dare to come in, and even repeated to make sure that the door number. Patient female bug, huh? Is this female bug a doctor? Why does it feel so obscene? A little scared. Dr. Female Bugs. Lord Shone, do I really have bug eggs? On the craft, Angus finally came back from his great surprise, rubbing his stomach and asking she not quite sure. Yes, Little Lime has bug eggs, or 2 male bug eggs. Oh, Little Lime is very good. Shi Jian reached out and rubbed his head, patiently answering him with a smile between his words. A smile lifted the corners of Angus's lips as he asked him again, Lord Male, do I really have your mealworm eggs? Shi Ji nodded his head dotingly and replied gently, well, it's our cub then. Angus finally slowed down and turned back to look at Shi, happy as a child at the moment. Lord Shone, I'm going to tell my female father about this. Just now the top gave you a 2-week vacation. Why don't you go to West Father's place today, stay at his place for 2 weeks, and then come back, is that okay? As she listened to Angus, he showed him the message on his light brain screen that gave Angus a 2-week break, and with a smile on his lips, he stated his arrangement and asked for his opinion. Angus held Shi's hand, a pair of azure eyes watery and beautiful, and his tone was upturned and full of happiness. Lord Shone. Can I go? Shiwei dotingly raised his eyebrows, the bottom of his eyes were full of smiles. He was very happy, he and his baby. There are going to be 2 little babies. I'll accompany you if you want to go, of course you can. There's no such thing as a no-no. Master Hung, I love you. Little Lime, I love you too. After Shi and Angus decided, they decisively went to the supermarket to buy many supplements and gifts, and then went to Shi Lemon Leisure House together. She didn't open the store this morning, but there were still a lot of females standing guard at the front of the store, and now that they saw him and Angus coming, they almost flocked to ask him about the dessert. Thank you for liking Shi Lemon Lounge. There's still a while to go before the store opens, so get in line, please. As soon as Shi Yan finished saying this, the females lined up on their own, and Lin Dai and the other bugs who had been asked to rest for the morning soon arrived at the store. Little Lime, you sit here and rest. When I sell today's share, then I'll go over with you. In a moment I'll tell Lin Dai about the production method, and for the next 2 weeks, I'll ask him to open it. She rubbed Angus's head tenderly and said so, and Angus nodded and did not object. In this world, no matter who creates something new, as soon as he is made, it is automatically famously copyrighted. Even if the copyrighted bugs pass on their skills, the bugs that learn to do so afterward can only carry the name of their master bug, or else they will be condemned by the crowd of bugs. What's more, she is still the unique top male bug so far, who is so ungrateful to dare to provoke the authority of the Male Bug Association. Chapter 50, A New Member in the Store. When she told Lin Dai about this decision, Lin Dai was still very flattered and almost kneeled down to him in front of all the bugs with no talent. If it wasn't for Shi Jian stopping him, Lin Dai would have blurted out the words in his heart, Master, please accept the worship of my disciple. His Excellency Shi. No. Master. I will definitely study very carefully and will definitely not fail you. Lin Dai looked at Shi Yan, a pair of eyes bright, cannot wait to immediately go to learn. The other female saw, very envious, but also do not dare, and Shi Yan not allowed to casually steal the teacher, so can only watch. Well, everyone can come and watch if they want to learn, and it's up to them if they end up learning or not. She looked back at Zhang Yuchen and the other females, and after saying this seriously, he turned around and went to make the pastries, which were very complicated in terms of his techniques and production process. The other females had wanted to learn properly, then realized that they couldn't learn at all and simply gave up, casting encouraging looks at Lin Dai. Yuchen Zhang, go for it. I prefer ready-made. Service bugs, so what? The guests are here, we're going to go look after the guests, you cheer up. Lin Dai. Packer bugs, haha, I still prefer packing. Packing is pretty good. Well, seems like there are customers picking out flowers. I'm going to check it out. Lin Dai, you go for it. Lin Dai. Where did they go? She has framed a red rose flowers, a turnaround to find only Lin Dai, a female insect around him. He is still a little confused. How a situation? Just now are not quite want to learn the look, only just started to go so fast? They're busy going, that. Lin Dai scratched the back of his head and looked at Chi. Master, you're moving too fast, can you teach again? Shi Yan looked at the cupcake in front of him, then looked at Lin Dai, and after a long period of silence, he looked up and covered his forehead, crying and laughing a little. Ugh, forget it, I'd better teach you to mix drinks. This pastry still needs a new female bug to come over and learn. Do you have any recommendations? It's best if you have a little bit of foundation, and then you have a good character, a sense of responsibility, empathy, and a willingness to work hard. After Shi Xiaojian had laughed, he placed the dessert on a delicate little plate and handed it to the window, then turned around and continued to make it quickly, his hands coming out of the stumps quickly. Lin Dai stood next to him to help with the materials, thought about it in his head for a while, and then said, I do have a recommendation here. It's that guy who's tall and strong looking, has a scar on his face, and because he doesn't really like to smile, he gets complaints from customers wherever he goes, and now he hasn't been able to find a job. It's okay, you can call him over now. I'm going out of town tonight and won't be back until about 2 weeks from now, so I'll leave the store to you guys for now. Shishi hands do not stop, said the words but let Lin Dai surprised for a moment, and then looked at the moment as sitting in the corner looking at the paper book. Angus, instantly clear, master is to go on a trip with the master female insects. I understand. Okay, I'll get him over here right away. As soon as Lin Dai's words fell, she made a call to her best friend Jiang Jinyu, and the opposite side quickly connected, after hearing Lin Dai's words. It was as if he saw the hope of life in a desperate situation, and after saying several thank yous to Lin Dai, he rushed over with his young female insect cub. Boss Eston, this is the lime and rose tea that the boss prepared for you, along with these small desserts. He said he's a bit busy right now. If you're sleepy, you can just go upstairs to the lounge and sleep. He'll call you when he's done. Thanks. The serving bug brought Angus a drink and dessert and a beautiful flower arrangement on his table, and Angus nodded his thanks to him as he sat in his chair. Angus is always cool and self-possessed when he is outside, as if he is the flower of the high ridge, and only in front of he is considered to have some fireworks. The serving bug didn't bother him and turned to get busy. Angus inserted the straw into his drink cup and took a sip before looking over at she who was busy, his eyes all happy and smiling. It was at this time that Jiang Jinyu came over with his female pups, and Angus noticed him, and the female pups he was holding in his arms, at a glance. The little cub had beautiful black hair, a pair of round and big eyes. Yushui was adorable, he was very dependent on Jiang Jinyu's neck, adorable. Angus looked at the little one, unconsciously touched to his belly, the corner of his lips raised a gentle smile to Jiang Jinyu came in. A moment some do not know where to put their pups, turned his head when he saw Angus, froze for a moment, then walked over. Hello Marshal Angus, could I trouble you to look after my female pups? I need to go give His Excellency Shi a hand, it won't be long, please. Jiang Jinyu, a female insect with a female insect cub, how difficult his life. Angus is very clear, his female father and he was initially abandoned by the family after his female father took him, very difficult to raise him. It's okay, go ahead. Angus nodded to Jiang Jinyu. Jiang Jinyu squatted down and looked at the little guy, rubbing his head. Soft, daddy went to work, you be good here with Uncle Ah. Aha. Pup good boy wait for daddy. After the little guy finished his words, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Jinyu's cheek again, clenching his little fists to cheer him up. Daddy go for it, cub be good. A doting smile appeared on Jiang Jinyu's scarred, somewhat grimy face, and he rubbed the little one's head again before he nodded to Angus and turned to go. As soon as Jiang Jinyu left, the little guy grabbed the edge of the table and looked at Angus blinking his eyes. Pretty uncle, my name is Softy, what's your name? Angus laughed at the little one's name. He reached out and rubbed the little one's little head, then pushed the dessert in front of him. Uncle's name is Angus. Little one, you're so cute, uncle treats you to a cupcake. The little one looked at the delicate and beautiful cupcake and gulped, then shook his head. Soft can't have it, daddy doesn't have any money to pay for dinner and meals, Soft can't afford to buy a cake. Angus listened to the little guy's words, suddenly his nose turned sour, thinking of himself as a child, he held back his tears and rubbed his little head. It's okay, uncle is the owner of this store, Eston, your daddy doesn't have to pay, eat. When the little guy heard Angus' words, his eyes instantly lit up, and his little face was all smiles. Thank you uncle, I'll just eat a little bit, and leave the rest for daddy. Angus and the little one chatted up, seemingly in a relaxed mood. This side of she teaching Jiang Jinyu to make a cake, happened to look up to see these, then hooked his lips and said, Good, you're accepted, get busy with today's work and we'll talk about the pay package later. Jiang Jinyu did not expect this job to come so easily. For a moment he was a bit surprised. Once he looked up and realized that the other party was looking at Angus, he saw Angus smiling and chatting with his cub, he instantly understood what was going on. Lin Dai saw Jiang Jinyu's expression and knew what he was thinking, so he smiled and patted his shoulder. Brother, be confident, your framed flower is even better than my flower pulling, and you have to get used to it. Our boss, no, our master is a wife slave, you'll understand if you've been with the master for a long time. Jiang Jinyu nodded dumbly, huh? Oh. Cheyenne lazily ignored Lin Dai's flirting. As long as Angus is happy and happy, more important than anything else, and he opened this store, but also very Buddhist, it does not matter if you make money, the important thing is to be happy nah. Chapter 51 This dog food, it's really tasty. After a busy afternoon, after those 3,000 customer quotas of pastries were sold out, she waved his hand and decisively suspended the business. In the back, even if a customer bugged in, he had no intention of going back into the kitchen to make the pastries. He just apologized and sent the person out the door, and told Lin Dai that if this customer came back tomorrow, he could make them for him on a priority basis. It's been hard work, have a glass of water first. Shi Wei brought 2 cups of hot water to Zhang Jinyu and his female bug cubs, and after placing them in front of them, he naturally sat down next to Angus. Thank you, master. Zhang Jinyu was somewhat flattered to receive the water cup and thanked Cheyenne, the little soft blinking her big eyes, staring at Cheyenne with some curiosity. As he looked over at the other man, he flung himself into his female father's arms again with some embarrassment, burying his little face into his chest. You're welcome. She held Angus's hand and looked at the little guy with a gentle smile. Is this your baby? Oddly cute. No, he's usually still naughty. Zhang Jinyu rubbed the little soft little head. Between the eyebrows and eyes are all the doting emotions. The little soft by the male worm uncle complimented, too shy to look up at the worm. He's well behaved. Angus looked at little softy, his eyes shining brightly, his hand unconsciously pulling Shi's hand onto his stomach, his face soft. Little Lima's right, Shi Xiao gently stroked Angus's stomach, and after saying this in agreement, he looked at Zhang Jinyu and asked, then let's talk about the salary and benefits, we'll have to eat in a little while. Zhang Jinyu heard this and froze slightly, finally nodded, Master watch and give, as long as we can eat and drink for our father and son, it's fine. Cheyenne glanced at the little guy who was secretly covering his eyes and peeking at him through the cracks in his fingers, then smiled and placed a piece of sugar pastry in his hand before saying, alright, then, according to the market price, I'll give you a base salary of 10,000 per month plus a commission on the number of pastries and snacks you make every day to set your monthly salary. After Shi Jinyu finished this sentence, he reflexively looked at Angus, raised his eyebrows at him, with the intention of asking for opinions. Angus nodded without any comments. Zhang Jinyu was beside him, looking dumbfounded. Lin Dai and other staff are busy cooking in the kitchen. Shi's store not only eat, but also have free desserts, snacks, drinks to take. The salary is very good, in the circle is a good meat and potatoes. Zhang Jinyu also has some understanding, just did not think that he will come in so easily, also did not think that his boss, no, master seems to be a female slave. For the few hours that Zhang Jinyu had been working, the other man had been paying more attention to his wife than correcting him on whether or not his production was wrong. What's wrong? This paycheck doesn't work? Seeing that Zhang Jinyu didn't say anything for half a day, Cheyenne thought that he had misremembered the pastry chef's market price, so he frowned slightly and asked him. I see that your techniques and skills are pretty good, it's not bad to move up a bit, so let's make it 20,000 base salary plus commission, what do you think? No, 10,000 base salary plus commission is already very good, master, moreover, I've learned so much from you, I haven't even spent any money, 20,000 base salary, I'm really embarrassed to take it. Zhang Jinyu finally came back from the shock, he waved his hand nervously. When he said this, he felt his palms were sweating. He always felt that this new master of his was like a scatterbrain, having money with no place to spend it. Zhang Jinyu sweated for a moment as he thought about this, and then suddenly remembered that Shi Jinyu usually ran both ways around the store in Marshal Angus. Where's the time to go spend as much money as those dude androgynous bugs? And he shouldn't care to be in the company of those guys, there really is more than enough of that asset to spend. It's fine, let's just decide, it's really not easy for you to be a female insect and bring up a child, do a good job in the future, at least be worthy of my compassion. She waved his hand and glanced at the little milk ball in Zhang Jinyu's arms, then helped Angus up and said to him, I'll email you the contract in a moment, just sign it, but it's legal, don't worry. Lin Dai, the meal is ready, you and they eat together, eat and then go back is no matter, by the way, small children in the growth of the body, to eat a little more, a moment to take the box of milk and fruit to go back, tomorrow to eat some, so that the growth of fast. Shi Jinyu could understand Zhang Jinyu's situation very well, although he did not know the other party's life, but looking at him and the small child he was holding, he would remember his own once lonely and helpless, and then he could not help but feel more compassion. Coincidentally enough, this thought of his was the same as Angus, so after he said this, Angus smiled gratefully at him. Little Lime, what are you laughing at? So silly, come on, I'll give you a separate small stove, I'll make you whatever you want to eat, how about it? Shi Chiwei turned his head and realized that Angus beside him was smiling like a tiny cutie. So he couldn't help but scrape his nose and ask him with a smile, and at the same time, kissed him on the forehead in public, giving the few people who saw it next to Lin Dai a chance to flirt and coax. Lord Shion, I want to eat pickled fish, the kind that's sour, spicy, and still fresh. Angus blushed a little against she, taking his hand to hold. His heart suddenly gave birth to a very strong idea, that is, to eat pickled fish. He usually does not like to eat fish very much. Should the fish have thorns, it is difficult to pick at it. But right now, Angus was feeling extra special, he thought. It must be the 2 little mealworm eggs in his stomach that hadn't yet formed that wanted to eat. Good, I'll make you whatever little lime wants to eat. She smiled as she brought Angus to sit on the sofa next to the dining table, turning to heat up a glass of milk and coming over. Here, sit here and drink the milk and wait for me, it'll be ready soon. Well, I'll be waiting for you, Lord Male. Zhang Jinyu was holding his own female bug cub, looking at Shi Jinyu's unfailing care and affection for Angus. A faint touch of sadness suddenly crossed the bottom of his eyes. If his male master hadn't accidentally disappeared, they would, by now, be happy as well, right? Unfortunately, there was no one who could answer such a question, not even he, himself, could necessarily say it clearly. His male master. Doesn't he really count, after all? They didn't even get married and he disappeared unexpectedly. Is Daddy thinking about Bad Daddy again? The little guy's mind was sensitive, and when he saw that Zhang Jinyu kept looking at Shi Jinyu and Angus, he frowned his little brows, reached out his little hand to pinch his cheeks, and came over to kiss him again. Softy, you can't talk about Daddy like that. Your daddy is just missing. We'll find him one day, sooner or later, okay? Zhang Jinyu lowered his head and tenderly rubbed the little one's little head, his eyebrows soft. He didn't seem to want to admit the fact that he was abandoned. Knowing that if he said anything else, his daddy would be sad, the little guy played dumb and didn't mention it again, but in his mind he had already cursed the bad guy many times. If it wasn't for him, Daddy wouldn't have so many scars on his face. It's all his fault. He doesn't have a daddy like that. He's going to find a gentle male bug like Uncle Shi as a daddy for Pappy. HM. Carrot. Chapter 52. Who can resist a gentle male bug? In a moment, I will record all the desserts, snacks, and drinks in our store into videos and send them to both of you on your optical brain, so you can take the time to learn, memorize them if you can, and watch them if you can't. After dinner, everyone left from work, and she left Lin Yai and Zhang Jinyu alone, and carefully instructed them. I'll probably be out of the store for a week or two behind me, so I'll leave everything in the store to you guys. She said, giving Lin Dai the employee tag that he had made a while ago. This is your such as employee tag. Wear it around you in the future, hang it around your neck, button it on your clothes, whatever. It has an emergency contact alert on it. If a bug picks a fight, whether it's a male or a female, beat it out of him, and if anyone else dares to say anything, say it's on my say-so, and if lives are threatened, smash him, and I'll be alerted on my end. Thank you, Master, but Master, why are you saying this like you're not coming back? Lin Dai took the employee card and after glancing at it, he looked up at Zhang Jinyu. Master, where's Zhang Jinyu's? I'm definitely coming back. It's not that I think you're unreliable. A few more words to make you grow a memory. Zhang Jinyu's I just notified that side to do it. The day after tomorrow there will be a machine bug to send it over. Don't worry. Seeing Lin Dai's naive look, she can't help but dislike him. Lin Dai was dumbfounded by his dislike. Where is he unreliable? Obviously very calm and steady, good blah. Master, why are lime rose tea and lime rose cake not for sale here? The new Zhang Jinyu has doubts will certainly ask out. Lin Dai listening to his questions, it is very tempting to slip away, but he did not slip away, because she weighs lips a corner of the upturned, looking at Zhang Jinyu, began to talk eloquently. These two are my little lime's favorite things, and lime and rose, respectively, are the flavors of my pheromones and his pheromones, so of course I can't sell them outside of my house. I'm telling you, my little lime. Blah 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 blah. This dog food, eat once is enough, why let him eat a second time? Zhang Jinyu faced confused, he really did not expect these two things. There is such a thing, a time by the other side to show off like tone, make the stomach to hold up panic, he profoundly appreciate, Lin Dai said, wife-slave meaning. During the half an hour they were talking, the words that came out of Shi's mouth the most were little lime, Angus, my little lime, Zhang Jinyu mentally spat out. Master you are really a master at showing off your wife. Master Hun, what did you tell them? Once she came out, Angus saw the two females walk out lifelessly, and after placing the soft little squishy on the table and handing him a piece of candy cane, he looked at the male who was walking towards him, a little puzzled. I told them how wonderful you really are, and they thought you were very good too, and applauded very approvingly, so they're very discerning. She walked to Angus and squatted down in front of him, smiled and pinched his palm, then rubbed his head and said with great certainty, my Angus is the most unique and my favorite female bug in the entire universe. Ahem. Male enhancement, you don't say, the child is here. Angus only felt flushed as he listened to Shi's blunt dissections, plus there was a little softy, a female insect pup, around him, which instantly made him even more shy. Chi twisted his head to look at little Softy. The little guy had already covered his little eyes with both hands, but he seemed to be very curious, and occasionally peeked through the cracks of his fingers to look at him and Angus, with a pair of big eyes dripping and spinning, quirky as hell. Ha ha ha. Little guy seems to know a lot. Oh, but it's okay, Angus, let's go. It's very late and I don't feel comfortable just taking you with me, so let's go out in the morning. What do you think? She rubbed the little guy's little head, then helped Angus up and took him by the waist and headed outside, checking in with him as he went. If Angus hadn't had the bug egg in his stomach, he would have taken him with him by now, but now the situation was unique, and his body was still the main focus in all things. Good, all listened to Lord Xiong. Angus didn't have any opinion. He felt that she was already very happy to be able to go back to his female father's house with him, and it didn't matter when he went. That's fine, she nodded, then turned back to Lin Yan and Jiang Jinyu, the two fathers and sons, and waved, "Then I'm counting on you guys for this store, we'll leave first, bye." Lin Dai and Jiang Jinyu's two females nodded together and just watched them leave the store. Only after they left did Jiang Jinyu look at Lin Dai and said seriously, "Sha Dai, I finally understand the point that you've been spouting off about Master before. This really isn't something a normal female can stand." Lin Dai was practically crying tears of joy when he heard this. He grabbed Jiang Jinyu's arm and shook it again and again. Right. I told you that Master is a spoiled husband. This every day with him to stay at peace, listen to him show off even if, but also to eat dog food, single me, really is subjected to 10,000 points of blitz. I know your pain now, don't shake me, hurry up and turn off the lights and lock the door, we're leaving too. Hey, got it. Daddy, that male bug uncle is so warm and oily. When Softy grows up, she will also find a warm and oily male bug for Daddy. That way, Softy will have a father who is as warm and oily as that male bug uncle, yeah. Jiang Jinyu and Lin Dai, two female insects, are chatting. The little guy suddenly inserted a sentence, a moment to the two dry silence, a long time to come back to God. It's true, no one can say no to a gentle male bug like His Excellency Shi. Chapter 53, You're in my eyes, you say food in your eyes? Jiang Jinyu, then you and Softy pay attention to safety on the way back, huh? Tomorrow morning if you don't feel at ease, bring him along with you to the store, Master won't blame you. After Lin Dai locked the store door, she stood up straight and in the bright light of the road, she looked at Jiang Jinyu who was holding little Softy, raised her hand and patted his shoulder, patiently instructing him. Well, Master told me about it, and I'm grateful to him, and by the way, that work group, I still need you to invite me in for a bit, and thank you Lin Dai. Jiang Jinyu held little Softy and solemnly bowed to Lin Dai. His words were full of gratitude, and the emotions in these gratitude were genuine. Uncle Lin Dai, thank you for finding this job for Daddy. When Softy grows up, he will earn a lot of money to repay you. Although little Softy was young, she also knew that her daddy got this job from Uncle Lin Dai's phone call, and she also milked him to say thank you. Egu, little Softy is so good, but you and your dadby don't need to thank me. If he didn't have real talent, my master wouldn't necessarily hire him. He's a cunning businessman, you know? She'd good review, don't review it next time. Lin Dai tenderly rubbed the little soft little head, lightly laughed, and then without any psychological burden to talk to the little guy she Jin's bad words to. Little soft seemed to understand, nodded his little head. Jiang Jinyu some funny rubbed his little head, looked at Lin Dai, said, no matter what, or thank you very much, you have any difficulties in the future, you can look for me. I will first take soft home, you go back to the road, also pay attention to safety. As soon as Jiang Jinyu's words left his mouth, he nodded to Lin Dai and lowered his head to little Softy. Softy, wave to Uncle Lin Dai and say goodbye. Little Softy obediently raised her little hand and waved it, and said in a childish voice, Uncle Lin Dai bye-bye. Lin Dai raised her hand and waved, also smiling as she said goodbye to the little one. Bye, see you tomorrow, little baby. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Jinyu and little Softy left the entrance of the store. Lin Dai glanced down at the time of the light brain, then turned around and headed towards the shared flying motorcycle parking place. It was a bit late now, it was better to ride a flying motorcycle home a bit faster. Lin Dai walked over to the shared flying motorcycle parking place, and before he even got close, he saw a very familiar figure, tall and strong, next to the parking place. The guy was leaning against a board explaining the rules of how to unlock the shared flying motorcycle parking lot, holding something in his hand, looking down at the traffic on the road while nibbling at himself. Zhang Yuchen? It was only when Lin Dai got closer that he saw Zhang Yuchen's near-perfect side face that was filled with food, and he called out to him in a somewhat. Zhang Yuchen was clearly taller than Lin Yin by a large margin and good-looking, and staring at him with such a look at this moment, there was inexplicably a sense of pity that a big dog had been abandoned and found its master on its own. But of course, it would be even more like that if you ignored the bulging cheeks on both sides of his face. Lin Dai was really afraid that he would choke to death on the meat in his mouth, and hurriedly took a bottle of water out of his storage space, unscrewing it and handing it over to him, not caring about his eyes. Zhang Yuchen chewed it for a long time, and only after swallowing part of it did he take the water bottle, tilted his head back to reveal the beautiful knot in his throat, and gulped down a large portion of it before stopping and looking at Lin Dai with a frown, very unhappy. "What are you up to back there? I've been waiting for you for 2 hours and I'm hungry again, so I just bought this chicken thigh, but it's not filling at all." Zhang Yuchen spoke in an aggrieved manner, and after he finished speaking, he lowered his head to chew on the chicken leg meat again, still stuffing both cheeks to the point of bulging, and then stared at Lin Dai, chewing with eyes full of accusations. Lin Dai was a bit stunned and surprised as he looked at Zhang Yuchen, pointing at his face and then at him, his fingers wandering from side to side a few times before he finally spoke. "You waited for me? What are you waiting for me for?" Zhang Yuchen frowned, and when he heard his question, he became even more upset, and didn't say anything, just huffed and puffed and gnawed the meat in his hand, and threw the garbage in the trash can, which made him gulp down the water, and threw the bottle away as well. Lin Dai felt that these actions of Zhang Yuchen were a bit too childish, although the other party was indeed a bit younger and did have the capital to be childish, but he kind of wanted to laugh, he didn't know why, but he held it in. "Hey! Where are you going? Haven't answered my question yet, answer it before you go." Zhang Yuchen threw the garbage away and then was about to leave, was fast-eyed. Lin Dai tugged, words a strong desire to know. Zhang Yuchen expressionless look at his paw tugging his arm, did not go, and did not say anything. "Ha! Ha, sorry, I didn't mean it, go ahead, I won't drag you." Lin Dai followed his line of sight downward, at the sight of his own hand tugging at his bare arm, straight tugging it red, froze for a moment and immediately let go, smiling with some curtness, his face was almost smiling. "Lin Dai." Zhang Yuchen frowned again, he skimmed his lips, and when he looked up at Lin Dai, his eyes instantly reddened, and the aggression within was on the verge of materializing and overflowing. Lin Dai instantly panicked, an old man bullying a child's guilt, came to life. He pulled Zhang Yuchen to the edge of the bench for pedestrians to rest to sit, and then asked him questions while wiping his tears that looked like they had broken the dike. "Egu, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Why are you complaining? I just asked you a few questions." "Liar." Zhang Yuchen choked in aggravation, and only after a while did he grit his teeth and squeeze those 2 words out of his mouth, and Lin Dai instantly became even more confused. "Ha? What did I lie to you about? I?" Halfway through his sentence, Lin Dai suddenly remembered that once before he went home and found that he and Zhang Yuchen actually lived in the same neighborhood, so he casually said that they would go home together in the future. Then after the store or on time off work, he is with this little brat back home, today suddenly and temporarily caught by his master to the meeting, did not even think of this. "I did not expect this kid actually gave back to remember the heart, obviously usually is only know how to eat the rice bucket female worm, is mind actually so sensitive and delicate. Ahem. Sorry ha, this is not caught by the master to the meeting, I did not think you will wait for me, I forgot to give you said, do not cry, do not cry, do not cry ah, what is this good aggrieved, then a moment you go to my home, I will give you to do a snack to eat, into it." Lin Dai finally remembered, and instantly became so vain that she immediately pulled her sleeve and wiped Zhang Yuchen's tears haphazardly, wrapped her arm around his shoulders and patted him, smiling to express her apologies. "Chang," Zhang Yuchen twisted his head to look at Lin Dai, a pair of black eyes shining even in the light, "I want to eat shrimp, fish, and, egg custard." As soon as it came to food, Zhang Yuchen was more active than anyone else, he instantly forgot about Lin Dai accidentally making him wait for 2 hours, and was so focused on eating a late-night snack that after he finished speaking, he directly tugged him towards one of the shared flying motorcycles. Go, I'll drive you, you hold me behind me, I'm going to eat the rest, but I can't think of the name at the moment, I'll tell when I get back to look it up." Zhang Yuchen decisively unlocked it and then rode on, before propping up the body with his long legs and patting the back seat with one hand, a pair of eyes shining brightly, filled with a desire for food. "Alright, little rice bucket, ride steady." Lin Dai sat across the back seat of Zhang Yuchen's car, and after patting him on the back, he sought his waist, which was a bit awkward, and was hesitating to put his arm around it, when Zhang Yuchen directly pulled his hand and looped it around his waist, then started the engine. Okay, this is not my initiative it is he who hooked me first. TSK. This abs, this feel, really good Lin Dai contentedly pasted Zhang Yuchen on the back of the palm of his clothes, tracing the shape of the muscles, is too much fun, was hooligan Zhang Yuchen know nothing about this, full of heart full of eyes only snacks. Chapter 54, is the Lord Male like having that big disease? Once she took Angus back to his home, he consciously released his mental power to soothe him, and took off the pheromone blocking patch and released the pheromone so that Angus would be more comfortable. In the early days, Angus would be very insecure, even in his sleep, he would be woken up extremely easily, and very much in need of mental soothing and pheromones in order to have a good night's sleep, or else his body wouldn't be able to hold it together. After all, he didn't have one in his belly, he had two. Baby, you sit here for a while, I'm going to take a shower and watch a movie with you later, okay? After she dried Angus' hair, he lowered his head and dropped a kiss on the side of his face that was as tender as it could be, his voice gentle as he asked for his opinion. Angus really didn't want to leave him too far away. Today at the store, there was really no way out. That's why he suppressed his instincts. Now at home, it was like he had arrived at a safe haven, relying on Shi's favor, somewhat emboldened. Lord Xiong, baby, he doesn't want to leave daddy. Angus was still a little afraid that he would be too clingy and invite Shi to hate him, so he used a reasonable and somewhat lustful excuse, and while he was looking at Shi, his hand was still gripping his clothes tightly, not wanting to separate for half a moment. She let out a soft laugh, then rubbed his head and carried him to the bathroom door, leaving him standing where he was and moving the couch over himself. Baby, would it be better if you just sat here and waited for me? I'll be out in 10 minutes and I'll talk to you while I shower. Angus felt bad in his heart, but knew it was Shi's concession, and he looked at his gentle male master and smiled, nodding as his male master lowered his head to kiss him on the lips, then rubbed his head again, before grabbing a change of clothes and heading into the washroom. Angus had expected to be thrown into a panic as a result, but he didn't realize that before he had a chance to feel the emotional turmoil that the hormones had brought to him, he was soothed by the release of Shi's even more intense pheromones and psychic soothing. Angus froze for a moment, and then the corners of his lips involuntarily rose, and he narrowed his eyes, suddenly wanting so badly to turn into his buggy state and roll around on the couch, or in the male lord's hands, such a soothing comfort. Little Lime, be good and wait for me outside, I'll be done in a minute, okay? She turned on the shower head, the water pattering, noisy in the small space, and he even raised it a degree for fear Angus wouldn't hear him. It was a little inconvenient for him to talk while taking a shower, but he was happy to. It was his baby out there, still carrying his bug egg. The doctor had said that during this period, his baby would be very insecure, he had to take more care of it to make it work. His baby had had such a bad time before, if he didn't feel sorry for her, who would? Lord Xiong, I know. Angus responded to Shi after this sentence, and then could not resist the instinct and temptation, put his tender white feet on the sofa, in the twinkling of an eye, turned into a beautiful white small fat mantis. Angus is awake now, he is not sleepy, nestled in a pile of pajamas on the couch, in the fluffy fur, happily waving the big knife and rolling with the 4GOGO, chubby tummy is still shaking, tentacles are even more up and down quickly, it can be seen that he is very happy. On this site she asked Angus again what kind of breakfast he would like to have tomorrow morning, but after waiting for a while, there was no response for a long time. He had a moment of confusion, then all kinds of bad images appeared in his mind. He quickly rinsed the bubbles on his body, and with a wrap of his bathrobe, he rushed straight out. Angus, why don't you say something? It's the hair. Shi's heartfelt words came to a screeching halt at the sight of the buggy Angus, who was currently on the couch balling up and playing with the fur on his pajamas. Angus did not seem to expect she so quickly appeared, the whole insector frozen, his two big knives still holding just from the pajamas gripped down, ball into a ball of fluffy balls. At this moment, he also used 4GO against the ball, the whole lying couch, smooth spinning the ball center of gravity is not stable, and then the ball fell to the ground, rolled to Shi in front of. Angus was confused throughout, had he just been a little retarded? No, why did he turn into a bug? His buggy state was so ugly. She crouched down dumbfounded and picked up the plush ball on the ground, then the ball absorbed the water from his hand and turned into a thick ball of cotton. I'm most afraid of the sudden quietness of the air. Lord Xiong. Angus finally reacted and quickly transformed back into his human form, forgetting that he was now naked, he stood up and jumped into Shi's arms. He gripped his hand tightly, incoherently trying to explain something, but nothing came out, he was too scared, his azure eyes were watery. Baby, you just kept quiet, I thought something had happened to you, it scared me. It's nothing, you don't have to explain, you're really pretty in your buggy state. She knew what he was going to say, so he simply said what he wanted to express directly, and as the words fell, he directly fished up his clothes and wrapped them around his body, and carried him towards the bed. Master Xiong, do you really not mind? Angus didn't sense Shi's anger and relaxed instantly, but couldn't help but ask more, and she smiled and kissed him on the cheek, lips, and forehead. Don't mind, baby, you can become buggy again, didn't the doctor say to stay buggy for an hour a day? As Angus listened to Shi, he didn't know why, but he just felt that his tone was just a bit too excited, and instinctively felt dangerous, but he still turned into his buggy state. Then, Angus was suddenly turned into a badass. She grabbed in the heart of the hand, all kinds of rubbing and rubbing, almost turned into a worm cake. He suddenly felt that his male masters, occasionally, jerking like having that big disease, alas, a little smack. Shi. Chapter 55, The Daily Routine of a Young Couple. Cold moonlight and the wind wrapped in, unrestrained wandering in the vast expanses of the earth, wherever they pass, all with the darkness, as if in the implementation of what is a great ritual, even the stars want to peep a little. Moonlight through the crystal-clear floor-to-ceiling windows, silently sprinkled on the ground, illuminating the furniture in the house, but also she looked down at the baby in the hand of the small mantis, gentle doting eyes deeply reflected in Angus's heart. "Little Line, you're really cute like this." She will Angus held in front of his eyes, gentle with his chin gently rubbing his back wings, words between the doting without hiding. Angus was rubbed by him a little itchy, white and chubby little body or because of shyness and stained with a faint pink. Angus shook his body, then put away his two big knives with sharp serrated teeth, and just stretched his body, rubbing against Chi's chin, as a way to express his love and deep heartfelt dependence. "Good girl, let's watch a movie like this then, and when it's over, you can turn into your human form and sleep well then." She smiled and rubbed his fingertips tenderly against Angus' chubby belly, then placed him on his collar, only letting him show his two big knives and his little head. Angus seemed to really enjoy this skin to skin, and just let himself be pressed against Chi's collar, his tentacles all bobbing up and down in delight, tickling Chi's chin straight away. But she didn't stop it. Instead he hooked his lips and smiled, silently indulging, his Angus, his baby. Even if it was a little bit capricious, it was still okay. She found a heartwarming and healing school-type movie from the projector, which he thought would be better suited for bedtime, so he reached out and tenderly rubbed Angus's little belly twitter before clicking in. "Baby, how about we watch this?" Angus let out a very ethereal and nice soft chirping sound, and accompanied it with the movement of small white wings and tentacles twitching together. She understood his insect language, which roughly meant that it was all fine, whatever the male lord liked. She smiled and nodded and played, but his hand hooked Angus's two very sharp-looking big knife to play. Angus sensed the playfulness of his own male master, and consciously put back the sharp serrated teeth. Angus only left smooth paws and claws for him to touch and rub for fun, and while he was a little ticklish, even the tickling could be tolerated if the male master liked it. "Hey! Baby, you can still retract this sawbuck?" When she felt a hint of difference, he pulled Angus out of his collar and looked at his non-serrated big knife with a curious face, poking his fingers here and there, his mind not on the movie at all. Angus looked at his own male lord with this look of discovering a new universe, and immediately felt a burst of helplessness. His male lord was good at everything. There were just times when he acted like a childish child, but he liked this male lord. It meant that the male lord loved him and trusted him unconditionally. As Angus thought of this, a heart that had once been dipped in the cold depths of a lonely, dark pool became so potent and tender in this instant that he allowed Chi to fiddle with him, and occasionally spread his wings willingly under the other's coaxing. "Angus, your wings are like snow fluff, both beautiful and clean and pure, and they look so thin and white, it's just lovely." Shi Jian, the insect wing controller, after seeing Angus' unfolded wings, an almost obsessive emotion appeared in a pair of eyes, which almost materialized into two slightly obscene heart shapes, causing Angus to directly have a chill down his back, retracting his wings and no longer unfolding them for him to see. "Angus always felt that if I kept displaying them, these wings of mine would have to become taxidermied." "Eric. No way. Absolutely impossible. You're my baby, how could I hurt you?" She saw Angus close the wings, then raised a big knife, pointing to the projector, indicating that he watched the movie, the action, looking a bit like saying, "You again gibberish pounding me, you'll get out of here, sleep on the couch tonight." She almost a second goat. He smiled very pleasing to Angus back to his collar, and then the rules of watching the movie: the sky is the biggest, and his wife a comforter is the biggest. It is better not to mess with him, and wait for him to fall asleep and then jerk off. Angus. The movie was an hour and a half long, and when the time reached exactly 1 hour, Angus decisively resumed his human form, and having just resumed his human form, and not having any control over his strength or his position, he just pushed Chi down and laid him down on the couch. "Hey! Watch out!" She was pounced by his own baby suddenly, but quickly reacted, raised his hand to protect his stomach and body, fearing that he knocked and touched, and the worry between his words was very strong. "Master Xiong, are you injured?" Angus was caught, and at the moment was lying peacefully on Chi's chest, and after a moment's reprieve, he hurriedly propped up his body to see if the other man had been knocked anywhere and injured. "I'm fine, are you? Are you okay? Is the baby okay?" She braced himself and brought Angus towards his arms, looking him up and down, and only after making sure he wasn't hurt did he let his heart drop. "Angus, next time you want to return to human form, you have to move your little wings first, fly to a safe place and then revert back, so suddenly change back. It's very scary. Just now if I didn't receive you, what if you bumped and touched?" "Don't listen." Shi Xiaowei wrapped one arm around Angus's hindquarters, the other hand took up and flicked his head as if it was a punishment, his words full of gravity. "Lord Xiong, I'm sorry, I just forgot." Angus also did not feel the pain, so red cheeks wrapped around the neck of she, resting his head on his shoulder to lean, pampering like rubbing, she just in this instant, what temper is no longer. Cough. Seeing as you apologized so sincerely, that's the next best thing. It's also very late, are you sleepy now? Let's sleep together. She gently rubbed the back of Angus's neck, and then up his hair in a smooth motion, and the gentle tone of his voice, as it rang in his ears, traveled straight to Angus's heart, making him want to do a bad thing very badly. Master Hung, look at me. Angus' side face leaned against Shi-Jin, his voice was incredibly soft. Shi-Jin did not doubt him, directly twisted his head to look at him. Before he had time to speak, he suddenly raised his head and clasped his head and kissed him. It was rare that Angus would take the initiative to kiss Shi, so his whole male bug froze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses at the other party's initiative, and he felt like his head was full of exploding fireworks, layer upon layer of them, which gave him a lot of joy. Thus, she was so overwhelmed with love that he turned passive into active, and was about to hold Angus down on the sofa for a kiss and a touch when Angus suddenly left his lips and smiled at him. Lord Shion, the baby said they were sleepy. She was provoked by the sparks of fire. Before it had time to burn up, was Angus with a sentence to extinguish, which does not depress the head to give him a pot of cold water, from head to tail. Angus, you've learned the hard way. She looked at Angus's smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme and froze for a moment, then reacted to the fact that he had been tricked by this precious lump in his arms, and immediately slapped him on the ass, gritting his teeth a little as he spoke. You little devil, I'll settle the score with you after the bug eggs come out. Now, go to bed. Master Shion, don't be angry. Angus knew she was bluffing. He wouldn't really settle anything with him, but he couldn't really piss him off either, so he moved over and kissed him on the lips and then on the cheek, being good. She's hair was instantly smoothed out, and he even laughed, hee hee hee. My wife took the initiative to kiss me. Hey, this feeling, it's really damn good. Angus, Lord Xionghe. Seems to be a bit good at coaxing. Hey. Chapter 56, even workaholics have their moments of slacking off at work. You mean Marshal Angus is on vacation? And a 2-week vacation at that? At 8:30 in the morning, Chavez came to Angus' office with a pile of information and was about to report to him on the preparations for the pilgrimage meeting of the two clans, but just as he entered the door, he was informed by Illyrio that Marshal Angus had taken a leave of absence. Chavez was very shocked when he heard this news. He was also considered to be a meta female who followed Angus, and in the past, even if Marshal Angus was seriously injured, he desperately needed to rest. He also had the ability to hit the nutrient solution, dragging his exhausted body to the office face to face to deal with the paperwork. Where would he be like now? Just take a leave of absence. He was really curious about what kind of urgent things had happened. The last time Angus took a leave of absence, it was because he was getting married to His Excellency Shi, and the higher-ups granted him 3 days of wedding leave, and as soon as the leave was over, he came back, right on time. He had never taken a vacation since that time, and this time he was really shocked when he suddenly took 2 weeks, which felt like a normally well-behaved, well-mannered and cute little kid, suddenly knocking down 5 bad guys in front of him. Yeah, but Marshal Angus did all of his part of the job before he left, so we don't have to be in such a hurry. Illyrio was used to seeing the look on Chavez's face. He had seen that look on many females' faces over the past 2 days, and when he first learned about it, his expression was the same as his that was. And, that was nothing. The news that Marshal Angus was pregnant with 2 male bug eggs was what shocked Bug the most, and he and Ogster almost fainted straight away without standing still when they first got the news from Angus. Among the entire interstellar Weijia and bug race, to be able to conceive a male bug egg was enough to be treated as a national treasure level female bug, and their Marshal Angus actually conceived 2 male bug eggs at once, which was really more than a national treasure. After the upper know this news, that is half dare not delay, very quick to agree, the back of the 2 tribes court things, do not dare to let him worry too much. But anyone who has studied bug biology knows that after a female is pregnant with a male egg, she will be very dependent on his male master, to the point where she needs to be together all the time, and if anything goes wrong in between, it will result in the death of the male egg. Therefore, every female who marries a male insect, after discovering that she is pregnant with the male's egg, must fulfill her duty and obligation to guard the male's egg, no matter how unwilling his male master may be. During this period absolutely cannot let the female insect unhappy have, or will be subject to the interstellar criminal law punishment. That interstellar punishment and the various punishments are not the same, that is no matter whether the male or female insect, the punishment is not wrong. Many males are afraid to let loose at this time of year, and if their female succeeds in giving birth to a male, she will receive a substantial pension. In such a comparison, they would rather commit to those 3 months, and, after the birth of the male insects, their status would be enhanced, so why not? Why did Marshal Angus suddenly take such a long vacation? Chavez felt that the situation was unique now, and going by every previous year, Angus wouldn't have taken a vacation even if he had a big day. He was just too curious. Seeing the inquisitive look on Xavi's face, Illyrio glanced at the hard-working Oxter next to him, who noticed the sight and gave him a look and shrugged, signaling that he was free to do as he pleased, and that he wasn't the one who would be ed by the Marshal when the time came anyway. Ahem. You really want to know that badly? Illyrio directly ignored Oxter's reminder and looked straight at Xavi's handsome face with a lewd plus excited smile, and when Xavi saw him like this, he inexplicably had the feeling that if he nodded his head, he'd be punked a little bit. I don't want to know so much now, Xavi, a man who knew how to curve back, put away his curiosity and turned around with the pile of information in his arms. Since Marshal Angus is away, I'll go back and continue my work. Lieutenant Illyrio, work hard too, but don't wait for the Marshal to come back before you finish the task at hand yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xavi left in style, and Illyrio looked at his back, exasperated, and made all kinds of gestures at him. Xavi, you female insect without any love interest. You'll never find a male bug in your life. I don't want your money. Humph. Propose carrot. Xavi didn't even want to pay attention to him. For the matter of the workaholic Marshal Angus suddenly taking a long vacation, he was just more curious about the reason, and it wasn't like he had to know. That matter, after all, was his privacy, and, sooner or later, what he wanted to know would surface on its own, and he wouldn't have to make a special effort to find out. Xavi felt that the one who could make Marshal Angus take such a long vacation, in addition to that magnificent and mysterious His Excellency there should be no one who could shake him by half. After all, his is a principled and ruthless guy. Illyrio, I think Admiral Xavi is right. You won't be able to complete the mission the Marshal has assigned you in 2 weeks if you keep tossing around, so beware of being replaced by him. Augst watched Ario raise an eyebrow and couldn't help but make a comment to tease him. Ario glared at him before straightening his body and starting to work in earnest. Humph. The Marshal won't replace me. Chapter 57, Going to Meet the Father-in-Law. Sagana had been kicked out of the family, along with him, by Angus's towering, moralistic male bug when Angus was still a 5-year-old cub, and they were completely cut off from all dealings with the family. Sagana at that time, to bring their own female insect cubs, while also working to earn money, living very hard, sometimes work, there will be this family deliberately arranged female insect to make bad, which, the most obvious is the Angus male father's female ruler Sunyachi. On the other hand, not to mention, just on the original Angus shown father took the initiative to Sunyachi solicited to marry Sagana back as a female servant this matter, enough Sunyachi angry to no end, but he cannot be angry, can only agree to let him enter the house, and then find ways to let Angus shown father to drive out. In this case, the rumors about Angus's worm state and the gossip that Sagana was carrying a curse were spread by him actively seeking out females. Angus's male father is so dignified, and the guy who emphasizes profit and power, of course, will believe these rumors. He did not even investigate carefully, and directly set Sagana and Angus's death sentence, so in the eyes of Sunyachi, to drive out of the house. Because of Sunyachi's difficulties, Sagana's body, which had not been well nourished, fell sick, and then for some unknown reason, he stopped striking, and Sagana was able to take a breather, only that the root of the disease had ultimately fallen. If it were not for Angus's stoic efforts and the many years he had gone through to get to this place, and then spending a lot of money to cure Sagana, I am afraid that, if he took she back now, he would not be looking at a female worm, but a tombstone. When Angus became a major general, his own family intended to climb some relations, but he refused with harsh words, and even if the other side tripped, it didn't shake him in the slightest. What's more, when Angus's estranged female father drove them away, he also asked them to make a note of severance, in black and white. In this world, it is legally valid. Angus took reasonable advantage of this before rising to interstellar law, and his not at all responsible androgynous father finally stepped in and ordered those around him not to do anything rash. After that, even if Angus became a marshal, Sunyachi only dared to be angry. He was a businessman and had some status in the circle, but compared to Angus, it was nothing, not even close. Now that Angus has a male bugzai by his side who loves him and spoils him, even if his own family intends to befriend him, they are still afraid of upsetting this one and taking away everything they have, and so far they have not dared to ask anyone to invite Zai to be their guest. Sagana lived on the same planet that Angus' own family lived on, and Angus had wanted to take Sagana to the central planet. But he refused to leave, saying that he couldn't let go of the house he had lived in for years, that he was used to the rhythm of this side of the house, and that he was dead set on not leaving. Angus actually knew in his heart of hearts that one thing he couldn't get rid of, besides the house and his discomfort, was the male bug that had abandoned him. He had never understood how they had once been so clearly in love, why in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. It was his obsession and unwillingness. Angus hated that male worm, but he couldn't argue with his female father, so he didn't say anything more, leaving a wave of people to protect him in the dark, and letting him stay here, occasionally coming back to see him, talking and eating with him. It was only later that he realized that his female father no longer thought about that nasty male bug sadly, but instead got close to a female in the same neighborhood. He thought it was his friend and didn't think much of it, then he overheard them hugging and kissing in the corner and realized what was going on. Oh, so that's another reason why the female father Sama wouldn't leave, he got it. Later, when Angus became a marshal, he was very busy and hadn't been home for a long time, but he knew that his female father wouldn't feel alone. And, this time, when he went back, not only did he bring his favorite male bug, but also the 2 male eggs in his belly, his female father would be very happy. Angus nestled in She's arms, even in his sleep, the corners of his lips were upturned, and he didn't know what kind of beautiful dream he had, thinking that it was extremely happy and fulfilling. Or be good when you're asleep. She put his arm around him and looked at the somewhat overwhelmed and shocked driver in the driver's seat with some tears and laughter, and when he was about to speak, he waved his hand and turned on his optical brain to signal him to play that one song and express his gratitude again. The driver froze for a moment, instantly understanding, turned his head and played music, a gentle piece of music that made people drowsy just by listening to it, and Angus, who hadn't quite woken up in the first place, fell asleep once more. Sleeping in a daze, Angus always felt as if he had forgotten something big and important, but he couldn't think of it, so he slept even more deeply. The driver, looking through his rearview mirror, saw the male in the back seat of his craft being so gentle with the females, and didn't have to think particularly hard to know the male in front of him. He must be that unique male bug on the internet, His Excellency she, was in awe and knew at the same time. Unexpectedly, the respected Marshal Angus actually had such a soft side, it was so shocking to him that he had to go back and blow with his flying car friends for a year. It did take some effort for Angus to carry the 2 male bug eggs, and he had basically slept the whole way there. If not before she left a hard eye, asked his female father's address, he now, I guess, like a headless fly, running around. Angus was too asleep for she to wake him up, so when he knocked on Sagana's door with Angus in his arms, Sagana saw them and froze for a few moments. Honorable she, you guys. Hush. She didn't wait for Sagana to finish his sentence, and as rude as it was, he stopped it for a moment and signaled him that Angus was asleep and to put him down first. Sagana instantly understood in a second and scrambled to guide him up the stairs to Angus's room, which was colored in cooler tones and supplemented those cooler tones with slightly warmer tones that looked warm and harmonious. She put Angus on the bed, carefully removing his shoes before covering him with the quilt, and between his actions, he was full of tolerance and favoritism towards Angus. Sagana watched from the side, only to feel that his son-in-law in front of him was very satisfied, and in his heart, he was touched by the fact that Angus could meet such a good male master, and at the same time, he felt grateful. Chapter 58, What else can we do? Spoil it. Sir she, is he not feeling well, Angus, or what's wrong with him? It was only when they were out the door of Angus' room that Sagana dared to ask out loud the reason why Angus had been carried into the house so asleep, and she talked to him as they went down the stairs. Female father, you can just call me by my name, no need to be so formal, Angus isn't uncomfortable anywhere, he's just pregnant with the baby, he's easily sleepy these days, and I wanted him to sleep a little more before interrupting you just now, that's really a little impolite, I'm very sorry and apologetic. Ha? Ha, it's nothing. Sagana was first shocked by She's apologies, first waved his hand to veto, when he finished waving his hand, only to suddenly realize something, his head blanked for a moment, a little unbelievable, did you just say that Angus is pregnant with a baby? Yes, he's got a baby in his belly now, or 2 male bug eggs, I'm going to be a daddy, and the female father is going to be a grandfather. She smiled and looked at Sagana, then walked to the table and took the gift spot for him out of the storage space and placed them on the tabletop in order. Sagana had reacted by now, and the whole female cried tears of joy. Good, I'm going to be a grandpa, She Excellency, really thank you. Thank you for being so good to Angus, this child from childhood to understand, there is anything in his heart to hold back, and because of the color of the worm state, ate a lot of bitterness, he can meet you it is also considered to be a bittersweet. Sagana walked up, also did not care about the gifts on the table, pulled she sit down, pour him over a cup of tea, then began to ramble about Angus's childhood, he seems to have found an object that can be confided in, a brain full of love to talk about Angus's things. She sat down beside him, and did not correct his address to himself, but listened attentively and with interest to everything he said about Angus, aching for him, happy for him, and holding his heart. Angus, what a good female bug, how on earth did those guys who bullied him get off on it? Jian realized that the more he understood Angus, the more his heart ached for him, and at the same time, he loved him more and more. If he'd known earlier that he'd love Angus that much, he'd have asked to meet the other guy earlier when he encountered the Wish 101 system. But that was unrealistic, all he could do now was to be very, very, very nice to Angus for the rest of the day afterward, just to be Host, this idea of yours almost made me confiscate my 1400-meter machete, but still want to congratulate you, bless your children healthy did not think that you were so good, only so little time to see, you have a baby, good. The long dormant wish system 101 suddenly appeared in Shi's mind, beside him, followed by a black ball of light. Between the black and white balls, there is actually a small black ball. Shi's brain is a little confused. That black ball, at this time, still talked to him. Hello 101's host, I'm 101's partner, pension system 102, this is our son 520, first time meeting, thank you for taking care of 101, your happiness value, he loves it. 101, you are really good, not only have you found a husband, even have a child, but much better than me, good, 102, this little system of mine, can be entrusted to you. She finally came back to his senses, listening to his own father-in-law while replying to them in his mind. This was probably the benefit of having a high mental power level, being able to do a lot of things with distraction. Pensioner System 102 rubbed against Wish System 101 and stopped talking, and Wish System 101 rubbed against his own son, too lazy to bother talking to his own shifty host. Host great, you'd better catch up, we'll sneak off first, host great goodbye. As soon as Wish System 101's words fell, he dragged his family away and slipped away, running without a trace before she asked him how their pups came to be. Then the question of the system and how exactly the system had pups became an unsolved mystery. She didn't care about Wish System 101 and his family's mouth and son anymore. He retrieved his thoughts and looked at Sagana, who was drinking water, paused, then glanced at the time, and finally suggested to him. Father female, it's not too early, you haven't eaten yet either, I'll go to the kitchen and make dinner now, so we can eat together when Angus wakes up. Sagana listened to him without any objection and nodded, patting him on the shoulder as he stood up, but not agreeing to let him into the kitchen. Honorable Shi, it's not easy for the two of you to come over for a visit, how can I let you cook? You wait here, or go upstairs and get Angus up, the meal will be ready in a minute, you'll have to savor your female father's cooking today. Sagana said as he took his apron and walked towards the kitchen, his face was filled with joy of seeing his son and son-in-law. She looked at his back and hooked his lips and smiled, the feeling of having a family was always such a feeling that he couldn't help himself. Once she retrieved his thoughts, he stood up, spoke to Sagana, and turned to go upstairs to Angus's room, who was still asleep, presumably because Shi's pheromones were thin, so he wasn't sleeping soundly. Angus frowned, his voice aggravated as he spoke of his dream, in a clearly bad mood and even extremely insecure. Shi brought Angus into his arms and coaxed gently in his ear, good boy, not afraid, I won't abandon you, I can't wait to love you. Angus leaned against Shi's shoulder, listening to his gentle coaxing sound, unconsciously, fell asleep again. Shi's discovery, it is a bit of a laugh, but what can he do? He can only spoil it. Chapter 59. This is a good one. Save your life. Angus finally woke up after a full night's sleep. He wanted to stretch first. Before he could move, he realized that his own male master was looking at him. His eyes were full of indulgence and favor. He froze for a long time before he could get back to his senses, and then twisted his head to look at his surroundings. Lord Xiong, when did we get home? Why didn't you even wake me up? If my female father sees this, he'll turn around and nag me in the ear again. Angus finally realized what was going on when he saw his room, and just lay in Shi's arms, grabbing at the embroidery on his shirt and scolding him with red cheeks and ears. I don't know which little sloth woke up halfway back in the flying machine, asked the driver female to play you music, and pouted at me in a slimy way about wanting to sleep some more. Shi flexed his fingers and scraped the bridge of Angus's nose, laughing softly, half-heartedly revealing his bottom. Angus was so reminded by him that he suddenly remembered something, his cheeks and ears as a whole instantly reddened to the ground. Lord Xiong. Before in the car you did not remind me, let other insects see me like this, how to damage the image of my martial law, I am more social death Lord Xiong, you are annoying. Feeling ashamed, Angus buried his entire face in Shi's chest, and the whole thing blew up, saying he was annoying while shrinking into his arms in an attempt to lower his presence. Shi couldn't help but laugh again, but he held back, his slender fingers tenderly rubbed his head and said to him with a smile, alright, it's all my fault, baby boy has slept for so long, do you want to go and wash your face, and then go downstairs to eat? It's almost time for his female father to come up and call us. Angus coughed to hide the feeling of embarrassment over the social death, before looking up at him with a blushing face and nodding, good. She pinched Angus's cheek, then carried him and placed him on the bed, squatting down to put his shoes on himself. Angus had wanted to put them on himself, but was refused and had to accept. Lord Xiong, this is for you. As Angus entered the washroom, he tucked a small, delicate box into Shi's hand, and then entered the washroom somewhat defeated. Hey! Don't run, be careful not to fall. She couldn't care less about the delicate little box in his hand. He was so startled by Angus's sudden running up that his feet moved several times with him, and if he hadn't ended up standing firmly in front of the vanity, he would have rushed over. He. Male enhancement, I have a measure, you quickly look at the gifts in the box, I will soon come out. Angus held onto the doorframe, poked out a head to look at Xia, giggled for a moment, then turned around and closed the door, but did not lock it, between his eyebrows today, tinted with some previously unheard of mischievousness. She was very happy to see it, so he wasn't going to bother about him suddenly scaring him just now. He looked down at the box in his hand. It was a deep red velvet box, somewhat like the ring box that holds rings in the 21st century, but this box was a bit smaller than the ring box. She opened the small box. What appeared inside was not a ring, but two extraordinarily delicate earrings. The earring rests were made of sterling silver, and in the center there was a shimmering pure-colored crystal, which glittered under the light. The moment Shi Jian saw these two studs, the relevant points of knowledge automatically surfaced in his mind. This was not 21 ordinary studs, but a locator protection shield that could cut through space. This earring is made from the shell molted from the hardest place on the female bug state, processed through very complex and fine technological calculations. It is the hardest shield, even lasers can't break it, and it is also an escape tool in times of danger. Two studs, one for the male and one for the female, which, when activated in the event of a life-threatening situation for either, will instantly rip through space to where each other is, to be rescued or to perform a rescue. Many males want to get such an earring, but they never get it, because this can only be effective if the female trusts the male 100,000 times and is willing to gift the male such a shield, otherwise everything is exempted. After all, how could a stud obtained under a forced female willingly protect the male who forced the female? Angus will give such a gift to she, is full of full 10 trust and affirmation of him, such a true heart, how can you live up to it? Such a thing is also considered to be the product of the intermingling of spiritual power between the male and female insects under the mutual help of the male and female insects, and ordinary weapons, of course, have no way to shake the slightest bit. Angus washed his face and came out. He saw she staring at the small box. The corners of his lips were still raising a silly smile. His hanging heart suddenly relaxed. He smiled and walked to she. Before he had time to speak, he was hugged and kissed. Master Xion, wait a moment, Angus pushed Shi's shoulder a bit and inclined his head to speak, only to be snapped and kissed on the head again, and he realized that his male master was a bit emotional. It felt like a big dog that got a beloved meat bone. That tail was wagging to the sky. Angus paused slightly, amused at his own thoughts while at the same time thinking it made perfect sense. His male master really was like a big dog. Baby, why don't you punch a hole in me and put it on? I can't wait. After the big dog Xiaojiao gnawed on his own wife, he opened a pair of bright doggy eyes and looked at Angus, excitedly asking him to put on his earrings. That look, really like a big dog wagging its tail, and cute and endearing to him. Lord Xiong, there's no need to tie up the hole, just activate it and let it bind to the optical brain, then it can be worn automatically. Angus smiled and lifted his hand and lightly touched the earring in the small box, which then flashed a light and a blue screen appeared, which had buttons to bind the light brain. After Angus pressed the button with concentration, the two studs were linked to their optical brain, and at the same time, automatically flew to their ears. She only felt a slight tingling in his left earlobe. The pain was gone in a moment, and when he raised his hand to touch it, the earring was securely fixed in his ear, like it was a part of him, without any special feeling. Baby, this is amazing, but will it hurt when you molt? Tough on you. She was happy for a while, but suddenly remembered something, so he held Angus's hand and kissed his forehead with some heartache. Angus smiled and shook his head. It won't be, we basically only molt our shells once a year, it's just like changing into new clothes, it doesn't hurt at all. She nodded as he listened, and was about to move over to kiss Angus again when there was a sudden light cough in his ear, and he and Angus looked to the source of the sound together, instantly reddening their ears at the sight of Sigarna's teasing, flirtatious gaze. Angus is not much better, this moment directly ashamed to jump into his arms, cover his ears with his hands. I cannot hear, cannot see the cover up the ears, do not say. His family baby unconsciously revealed the small actions and small habits, but also quite cute. Sweet little theater of borrowed stems. Angus hooked Shi's finger and looked at him with an excited look on his face and shouted, big dog. Zai held his entire hand, palm to palm, doting very much and rubbing his head. Not a big dog, it's a male lord. Angus shook his hand in his azure eyes looking up at him blearily, his voice resignedly insistent, big dog. She looked at Angus' aggravated appearance and frowned as he pounced on him, then whispered in his ear, woof, well, the big dog is going to eat the little worm. No crumbs left. Told you to mess around with what you learn on the internet. Angus covered his waist in horror, Lord Male. I was wrong. Chapter 60, no one can shake the world he wants to protect. The stars of the night shone with a light-colored light that was all their own, passing between the thin, gauzy rain and mist, tiny but not to be ignored. Angus finished a stressful dinner under the watchful eye of Sagana, and the undivided attention of Shi, and if Sagana hadn't been his own female father, he would have thought he was a bad female bug competing for favor with his male master female father. Angus was able to understand what Sagana was worried about, of which there were two possibilities, one of which was that he was afraid that he would rely too much on Shi, and that if he was abandoned at that time, all would be lost. The second is that he feels that he is a little excessive, back in his son-in-law's arms to sleep, and wake up his son-in-law to coax, eat as if no long hands to his son-in-law to feed, simply like a waste of insects. Angus watched Sagana's eyes carefully, and he felt that it was more likely that his female father thought he was a waste of space than that he would be abandoned, because the dislike that filled his eyes was so clear to him. Little Lime, don't daze, be a good boy and eat. She had been focusing on Angus and didn't notice him looking at Sagana with a little bit of weakness. Just after he had finished pinching the food for him, he turned his head to talk to Sagana, who was smiling gently with a face that changed faster than a book. Female father, you also eat a little bit more before you do so. Yes, His Excellency, she eat as well, and don't just focus on this brat Angus, eat more yourself. Sagana said and gave Shi Jianjia clamped food, and then looked at Angus, a face of hate. Shi Jianjia froze for a moment, and then laughed and rubbed the more and more faint-hearted Angus. To Sagana said, it's okay, Angus is very good, I'm happy to spoil him. When Angus heard what his own said, it was as if he had instantly found his backbone, immediately thrusting his chest, which had shrunk a moment ago, up high and his chin lifted high. It was as if he could not help but look at his own female father through his nostrils. A look of humph. I have the male master pain. Female father, you cannot beat me, arrogant look. Want to let Sagana lifted the bench to give him a loving education. Sagana, after this thought drifted past, suddenly realized what, the corner of the lips unconsciously hooked up a smile. His Angus when so dainty, what does this mean? It meant that his family's male master had taken good care of him, greatly raising him as a child, otherwise he wouldn't have exuded such a childish demeanor. Once again, Sagana felt very thankful that the female bug with a 100% match to Shi was his child, who was never strong and introverted. If it wasn't for Shi, he wouldn't have known that there was such a side to his baby boy. A dinner was very harmonious and cozy, and after dinner, she helped clean up the house and wash the dishes before taking Angus, who was not sleepy, out for a walk. The female father will not go. You go early and come back early. I have an appointment with my uncle in the next building to play cards together in the evening, so come back early when you finish your walk, and don't leave the door open for me. I'll rest at your uncle's house tonight. She wanted to ask Sagana to go with him, but Sagana refused, and as soon as his words fell, Angus came over and asked nosily while hugging his own male master, as if he was checking his family's records. Female father, what uncle? Is he a female bug? How old are you? Do you have children? What do you do? Are you handsome? What's your personality like? Are you treated well? And... brat. You shut the hell up, you. How come I didn't think you kid had so many problems before? Without waiting for Angus to finish his sentence, Sagana stifled a red face and pointed at Angus, cursing him and trying to find a broomstick as he spoke. Female father, calm down, Angus still has a baby in his belly, don't be angry, huh? I'm taking him out now. Female father, bye, huh? Seeing Sagana's reaction, what else didn't he understand? He hurriedly pulled his family's baby bump, who had suddenly become a jerk, onto his back, and turned around to sneak away. Sagana stifled a red face, looking at the backs of Shi and Angus as they fell away, froze for a while, then suddenly hooked his lips and smiled. This brat, Angus, is really well taken care of by His Excellency Shi, and one of my worries is finally put to rest. Put down what? As soon as Sagana's words left his mouth, a low voice rang out, and a very well-proportioned female insect with gold-rimmed glasses stood by the door, a bouquet of roses in his hand as he smiled at him. Sagana froze, then smiled, and walked over to hug him. Titty, you're here. Titty hugged him back, the softness in his eyes raging, his voice soft and watery as he solemnly responded, I'm coming, Sagana. Angus lay on Shi's back and wrapped his arms around his neck, laughing lowly and seemingly happy. She laughed along with him as he listened to his laughter. Naughty. If I didn't say anything, my female father must still want to hide me from that Uncle Zheng to talk about underground romance. I've checked that female bug, about the same age as my female father, is a university professor. The bugs are very good, although unmarried, but it's really good for my female father. Angus patted Shi's shoulder, signaling that he wanted to come down, so she stopped and set him down firmly, then took his hand. That's not good, so we'll use 2 females, how nice. Angus was touched by what she said, then nodded heavily and smiled. Yeah, my female father is so good. It's nice to have another bug that loves him. She and Angus held hands as they walked toward the gardens in the neighborhood, Angus smiling against the dim light of the street lamps like an angel of mercy to the world. Angus embraced the world, and she only favor him, not forever. Forever is too far away, to use this moment, the next second, every moment, love him, protect him, he is his world, without him, there is no more world. Chapter 61. The 2 cubs' mental power waves are healthy. When Angus and she came back from their walk, Sagana and Titty had already left, and they stayed here with Sagana, dragging him and Titty around with them during the daytime, and then going to the same places together, and always ending up splitting up halfway through the day, and going home again, back and forth. At this point, she and Titty, the elegantly spoken, gentle and courteous, and erudite female insect professor, silently reached a consensus if they could live in a two-person world, they would definitely not allow a third party to intervene in it. The first 2 days were fine. Angus was lively, cheerful and mischievous, but a rare childlike spirit, and the whole female revealed a vigorous and youthful look. Although it is still very sticky but he does not say, others simply cannot see, he has been pregnant with bug eggs, in the eyes of the sight of the bugs, that is the picture of the newlyweds husband and wife together with a happy trip to the mountains. Every day, Angus becomes a clingy, mischievous little praying mantis in front of she, either spreading his wings and crawling on his master's head as a decorative hairpin. Either climbed to the shoulders of his own male master, hooked his clothes to sleep, so that he did not dare to casually move, or from the hem of the clothes to drill in, sticking to his abs, rare rubbing. Angus's naughty looks made Sagana feel helpless and at the same time worried that she would have any comments, but every time he turned back to look at his senior son-in-law, at this time with trepidation, he could see his face giggling with a doting smile. His son-in-law looked at his silly son Angus' eyes, as if he were looking at his own naughty little friend, to be more tolerant, to be tolerant, to be more pampered, to be more pampered, and there is a little tendency to indulge. So his son-in-law was planning to raise his stupid son in the direction of being pampered and bossy? This. Sagana said he didn't quite understand and was greatly shocked. At the same time, he didn't bother about this little married couple again, they were so mushy, what was he doing meddling in their business? So, Sagana didn't bother with anything else except throwing his son some pregnancy precautions and helping with the decoction, and he even went on a date with his precious Titty, just like before. This day is not yet bright, she wrapped around Angus' sleep very sweet, is dreaming about a moment to wake up to make what breakfast for their own baby it, the result is by the side of the sudden movement of the noise woke up. Vomit. Angus was asleep when he suddenly felt his stomach lurch and a strong feeling of vomiting woke him up. He couldn't call she in time, he lifted the covers and ran barefoot to the washroom, covering his chest and vomiting profusely on the side of the toilet. She was still a little confused when he opened his eyes, until he saw Angus get out of bed particularly quickly and go to the washroom to vomit, instantly waking up and hurriedly lifting the covers, grabbing a packet of toilet paper and hurrying over. Baby, still wanna throw up? Huh? She gently patted and stroked Angus's back, seeing his pale face, his brow furrowed in heartache, while drawing a tissue to wipe his mouth, he questioned him, his words of worry mixed with a strong heartache. Angus didn't have time to talk to she, he started to vomit again, and he didn't vomit any food, it was basically just some stomach acid with bitter bile mixed in, his mouth was so sour and astringent, and it was so hard that the ends of his eyes were red. Baby, it's okay, spit it out and it's okay, she while smoothing out Angus, while talking to him, his voice is trembling, vaguely audible sobbing, baby, let's just have these 2 bug eggs, don't want them in the future, you're suffering too much. You're suffering too much. Lord Shoem, I'm fine, Angus held she's hand and squeezed it slightly heavily, his tone was a little weak but firm, I'm willing, I want to give Lord Shoem to give birth to bug eggs, Lord Shoem you can't unilaterally make a decision. Okay, let's talk about this later, come on, wipe your mouth, I'll carry you to the couch and sit down, I'll get you some hot water, you rinse your mouth. She didn't argue with Angus about anything, right now as long as Angus was smooth and happy, he would do anything, and for the moment he carried Angus to the couch. After that, he gave him his shoes on the couch again, before going downstairs to get 2 cups of hot water, one with some salt and one without. Angus leaned back on the couch, his hand over his stomach, and sighed deeply, a rare hint of weakness and exhaustion showing on his handsome face. Babies, you've been naughty, tossing the female father around so suddenly this time. The 2 male bug eggs in Angus' stomach seemed to understand what he said as if they were actually transmitting 2 kinds of spiritual energy to his mind at the same time. It was an emotion filled with dependence, trust, and in the process letting him feel the vibrant vitality of the babies. Angus froze for a long time before reacting, the corners of his lips unconsciously hooked into a happy smile. Baby, think of something happy? Why are you laughing so hard? She saw Angus smile when he came up with the 2 glasses of water, and he froze for a moment, his worry unconsciously easing considerably as he walked over and sat down to hand him the unsalted water before pushing the trash can over. Angus took the water and was going to tell she what he was laughing at, but the sourness in his mouth was too much to bear, so he rinsed his mouth first. Male Lord, just now both male bug eggs sent me a spiritual power fluctuation of particular dependence and trust, and I sensed that they were very healthy. Angus held she's hand and smiled as he placed his hand on his stomach, revealing joy and happiness between his words, even if it was hard just now he was considered to have received a touch of irreplaceable comfort. She had just placed his hand on Angus's stomach and also felt the psychic wave described in his mouth. He froze for a moment and then laughed with Angus as well. Yes, those 2 little guys do have a lot of energy, but they're giving you such a hard time, they still need a little spanking when they come out. As soon as she's words fell, he took the cup of hot water down from Angus's hand, passed over another cup of lightly salted water to him, and said gently, "Here, have some light salt water first to replenish the lost sodium. It's still early, so get some sleep afterward." It's so salty. Male enhancement, I'm not going to drink it. Mostly because of hormonal reasons, Angus's 5 senses are particularly sensitive. He took the light saline water, drank a mouthful, was salted by the saline water, frowned and refused to drink again. She did not force him, just gave him the nutritional solution to inhibit pregnancy vomiting. Fine, if it doesn't taste good, come on, drink the nutrient solution, and when you're done, go rest and I'll stay with you. She tenderly rubbed Angus's head, gently and favorably coaxed him. Angus was not originally a delicate female worm, he was even in existence in the battlefield with 1 against 100. Probably because he has never been loved so favorably, and with the hormones affecting his emotions, he has become very sensitive and very clingy to she. However, whenever Zai's tone of voice was a little louder, he was particularly easy to aggrieve and amplify his emotions. If not Zai coaxed him, he didn't know what to do with himself, and might even dislike such a self. Good, Lord Hung, you're so kind. The wave of wanting to vomit was much lessened once Angus drank the nutrient solution, and he hugged she, whispering dependently in his ear. Well, come on, off to bed, I'll make you a nice meal when you wake up. She kissed Angus's forehead tenderly and carried him back to bed, wiping the soles of his feet with hot water before tucking him in, then getting into bed and snuggling up to him, releasing pheromones and psychic power to soothe him, waiting for him to fall asleep before taking care of anything else. Chapter 62. What do you know? Medium on 4 Love. Angus's reaction to the pregnancy sickness came and went so quickly that what the doctor had once said would be a day or two took him one night to get through. Probably because of she's threat played a role, the 2 little guys did not dare to toss their female father. Well behaved, she expressed great satisfaction. Angus returned to his previous mischievous and joyful appearance. She saw that he was so capable of making a fuss, and felt helpless in his heart, but at the same time, he put down the heart that he was lifting. This day Angus turned into a worm state, flew to the flowers on the balcony to stay blowing the breeze. The whole worm state is lazy. She do not rest assured that he stayed alone in the balcony, afraid that he was the wind to run away, so he watched the book on the balcony to guard him. Little Lime, don't be so high up, watch out for the wind blowing you out and flying down to play on the lawn. She put Angus's nutritious meal on the table, keeping it warm with an insulated cover, and when he looked up, he saw that Angus had flown high up in the branches of a tree at some point, and gave a somewhat uneasy admonition. Angus shook his wings, then dutifully flew down from the tree branch and plopped down on his back, moving his limbs and legs around to tease the ants in the lawn. Wherever the ants went, he stopped them, directly making them all a little psychotic, but looking at Angus, he still seemed to find it very amusing. Ant, ha! You're noble. You're marvelous. She saw the childish look of Angus holding up his 2 big knives, doting and helpless, shook his head, hooked his lips and smiled, then retracted his eyes, turned around and sat down on the sofa to read the paper book in his hand. She was holding a storybook. He was mesmerized by it, and he didn't know how much time had passed, but Angus, who was still in bug form, had somehow turned into human form. At that moment, suddenly from the space between his hand, which held the book, and his chest, he got into his arms and sat on his lap, and he was startled by the sudden change. Baby, you're scaring hubby. She was relieved and a little amused to see Angus's handsome face, and closed the book, steadily wrapped his arms around his waist, and flexed his fingers to scrape the bridge of his nose again. Angus wrapped his arms around she's neck, crossed his fingers and clasped them tightly, and didn't lean his head over to rest on his shoulder, just blinked his big watery azure eyes, skimmed his lips, and said in a less than happy manner, Lord Shion, you don't even look at me, am I not as attractive as a book? This question was asked in an extraordinarily condescending manner, as if Jean was the scum who abandoned his husband and son, and Jean raised his hand to glance at the time with some tears and laughter. It hadn't occurred to him that half an hour had passed since he'd picked up the book, and half an hour's attention not focused on Angus, who was sensitive during pregnancy, did tend to make him think more. How? She moved over and kissed Angus on the lips, grasping for coaxing. If he didn't, this baby bump would have to turn his head and lock him out of his room. Baby, how can you put yourself on a level with a book? Can that Thai book compare to you? You're my heart and soul. Storybook Oba. Scumbag. You're the one with the sweet mouth. Angus listened to this sentence from she but did not appreciate it at all. He had just fallen asleep playing on the lawn and the ants ran away even though. But usually this time, she is the first time to notice, put him into the heart of the hand, put him into the collar to stick to sleep, did not expect this time to wake up. He not only did not get such treatment, or sleep when what kind of, woke up, or what kind of. Angus this period of time by she spoiled bullying some, the sudden difference in the sky, straight to his entire female insects are startled, he thought he was abandoned, the results of a turn of the head, his family male master actually peacefully sitting on the sofa looking at the book, the corners of the mouth is still with a smile. The male lord is still there, he hasn't abandoned me. How come Lord Xiong didn't even realize I was asleep this time? What is Lord Xiong reading and why is he smiling so happily? Does Lord Xiong not care about me anymore? Am I getting tired of letting him take care of me? No, I can't be so melodramatic, Lord Xiong must be very tired, that's why he didn't notice my condition. But it's really aggravating, what am I aggravating? It's all because of the hormones, I'm not feeling aggrieved. Angus's mind was flooded with many ideas in an instant, and after a burst of brainstorming, that aggression instantly came up, and couldn't be stopped, so he flew over to this side of the couch and turned into his human form to burrow into Shi's arms. Lord Xiong is used to saying nice words to coax me, I just fell asleep on the lawn and you didn't even notice, obviously you could have noticed it before you read this book, but now you can't notice it at all, and you're still saying this kind of thing. Angus felt more and more aggravated and even a little angry the more he talked, he didn't feel like it was right, but he couldn't help himself at all, he felt really a little fed up and annoyed that he couldn't control his emotions. Baby, I'm sorry, I just watched this story too mesmerized, I didn't realize it for a moment, don't be angry, Agu, good boy this to the aggrieved. Seeing the redness at the end of Angus's eyes, a look like he was about to cry but was trying to hold it back, she instantly felt guilty and heartbroken, he took Angus into his arms and patted and stroked his back while whispering gentle words in his ear. Angus was so coaxed by she, that tears really did not hold back, resting on his shoulders fell tears, crying while scolding their own pretentiousness. Shi Yan probably sensed his self-loathing and whispered some encouraging words in his ear, really committed to raising him in the direction of a savage and bossy sweetheart. Angus's emotions came and went so quickly that he cried himself to sleep then fell asleep and woke up again with no recollection of being aggravated to the point of crying this time around, most likely because he felt ashamed and automatically blocked it out. She said, this kind of Angus is really not often seen he really like it too much, this can be his family baby love his performance How is chapter 63 not considered bittersweet? Since the end of that meeting of the two tribal dynasties, Anthony's situation in the palace suddenly became better, and first of all, regardless of the palace was refurbished to be more gorgeous, alone will be the emperor's mailworms bounty carry out, are full of tens of billions of dollars. I don't know if it was because of those heavy blows from Shi, Anthony realized that this Emperor Xiong father of his, when he looked at himself, his eyes always revealed a kind of hidden curtness and the slightest bit of fear. Anthony usually just ignored such looks and took what he sent over as a matter of course and went on with his life. As for his male father treating him so well, why the other males and females in the palace didn't come to trouble him after so long, he didn't want to know at all, and there was no need to. Your Highness, Nickel walked in from outside the study with the food, and after placing it on the table, he walked over to Anthony and frowned as he took his hand in his tone peremptory, rest. After Angus' leave of absence, the information and decisions on important matters to be forwarded by the military females under his hand fell to Anthony, His Highness. When Angus was around, a lot of things were taken care of by him, and it was only matters of particular importance that were sent to his desk for him to look over and come to a decision, and then when he had decided, he would consult his scummy male father. Normally, Anthony would be very relaxed in this aspect of the war ministry, and would only need to concentrate on the large batch of work left to him by the Emperor's stallion. Now the important helper took a leave of absence, Anthony has been busy for many days in a row, the dark circles under the eyes day by day, the meat on the body is also day by day less, look at Nickel's heartache, but it is not good to say anything. A female insect carrying a male insect egg is already more dangerous if there is no male insect to appease her at this time, not to mention whether or not she can give birth to the male insect egg unharmed, or the female insect that conceived the male insect egg may not be able to survive. As the same female, although it was impossible for Nickel to have his own bug eggs in the future, he was still able to understand Angus, but for Anthony, it was time to be heartbroken. In the last few days, Anthony hadn't had much rest, and even if he had forced himself to deal with his work, the food he ate was getting smaller and smaller, which hurt his heart. Okay, Nickel, I got it. Anthony reached out and patted the back of Nickel's hand, signaling for him to let go of himself, his words tinted with some exhaustion and sleepiness that would probably have been there by now if he hadn't been holding on so strongly. Your Highness, rest before you work. Nickel was determined to get Anthony to sleep after dinner, and even when he realized that Anthony's pat on the back of his hand was a way of letting himself go, he didn't let up at all. Anthony looked at Nickel's tightly furrowed brow and eyes full of worried heartache, as well as under his eyes, the bruises left from not sleeping well because of worrying about himself, and touched his eyes with some heartache himself. Good, then take a break. Anthony gave a shallow crook of his lips and took a deep breath before standing up and exhaling before pulling Nickel over to the couch and sitting down. Nickel's worry finally eased a lot when she saw that he was finally willing to rest, while praying in her heart that the 2 weeks would hurry up and pass and that Angus would hurry up and come back to work. Huh? You're the only one who cares about your daughter-in-law, but my daughter-in-law is still pregnant with worms, so you don't mention it at all? Nickel. Today's pastries don't taste quite the same. Anthony tasted the small after-dinner dessert once he finished eating, then his eyes lit up and he looked at Nickel and raised an eyebrow. I don't think this was made by His Excellency. Did he change pastry chefs at his store? Well, I passed by today after returning from deliveries, so I bought one, and the one who made the pastries in the kitchen was replaced with a female bug with a female pup. He should be the new sales clerk recruited by His Excellency, but the technique is very familiar, and he should have done a similar job at one time. Anthony nodded and took another bite of the creamy, soft butter on the pastry, and didn't swallow it, just held it in his mouth, the knot in his throat rolling a bit, before looking at Nickel and slowly hooking his fingers. Thinking he had something he wanted to say, Nickel probed over unnoticed, and was about to listen with his ear to the side when Anthony clasped the back of his neck, and in the next second a cool softness covered his lips. Nickel's brain instantly went down, filled with fireworks blossoming, accompanied by the phrase, "His Highness he kissed me, he actually took the initiative to kiss me, His Highness is so sweet, I want the sun." The words brushed through his mind. After Anthony kissed Nickel's lips, he easily broke into his insides and delivered his mouthful of moderately sweetened and fruit-laced cream. Biting his lip lightly afterward, he withdrew as if nothing had happened, but didn't move away, nuzzling his nose against his, eyeing his eyes, noting his shyness and surprise, and smirking involuntarily. "Nickel, this pastry today, how does it taste? Is it more sweet, or is it more of a surprise?" With that comment, Anthony wasn't sure if he was asking how the pastries tasted, or if he was asking how the pastries tasted when he fed them himself. Anyway, all Nickel could think was that his babies, today, smelled extra sweet. "Ahem. Your Highness, the pastries you feed must be a little better." Nickel looked into Anthony's eyes, and as he spoke, his hand had touched the back of Anthony's neck collar. His voice was muffled. "Your Highness, I'd like to kiss you." "May I?" Anthony rubbed Nickel's nose in silent agreement, and Nickel then snapped his neck to lean towards him, and the next second, kissed him on the lips. Speaking of which, he hadn't even dared to make these intimate gestures since Anthony had gotten busy with his work, either because he'd be unable to control himself or because Anthony was so tired that it made his heart ache and he didn't have any thoughts of that at all. Nickel guessed by and large why Anthony was doing this. Anthony was not resting well, and neither was he, so this was a sort of compensation in disguise for His Highness, and his heart warmed for a moment with an extra potty fit. "Your Highness, rest for a while, I'll help you along later." As soon as the kiss fell, Nickel took Anthony in his arms and kissed him tenderly on the brow, and somewhat heartily kissed him again on his lower eyelids, as if that would hide the dark circles under his eyes, which looked both heartfelt and tender. Well, the jobs, for the most part, are pretty much taken care of, they just need to be wrapped up. As soon as Anthony's words left his mouth, he kissed Nickel on the lips again, the meaning of which was not enough to be understood by outsiders, but Nickel understood the meaning perfectly. Nickel scooped Anthony up in his arms and turned around, then walked into the lounge in the den, where he laid Anthony down on the lounge bed, took off his jacket, and leaned over to cover him. "Your Highness, let me serve you." "Nickel, I'll allow you to go below the belt, keep me satisfied." Anthony pressed against Nickel's chest, hooking his lips and smiling like a scheming little fox, and in his beautiful eyes, there seemed to be some provocation. Nickel raised an eyebrow slightly and sighed inwardly at how naughty it was, then covered himself in a kiss, his tone hushed. "Yes, sir." I don't know how long it took, but Anthony fell asleep, and Nickel hugged him and rubbed against him for a while, thanking His Excellency for his newly hired pastry chef, and "I'll go back for more next time." 6. John Genu? Chapter 64, From Iceberg to Sweetie, Just One She. It had been 5 days since he had come to Sagana, and Angus had been so extremely well nourished by She's unfailing care that these days he could sleep in his pajamas with some of the outlines protruding vaguely from them. The mental power of the two little ones should be very high, even if they are still developing eggs at the moment. They are still transmitting their emotions to their male and female fathers 3 or 5 times a day, with one of the pups transmitting particularly frequently, while the other is relatively quieter. She guessed that it was because they got enough of his psychic soothing and pheromones, plus Angus was extraordinarily well taken care of by him, so they developed their psychic powers first, though they didn't move much when they were occasionally tired. She felt that this was quite good, at least being able to know in advance from the emotions they conveyed whether they were healthy and comfortable or not. This day after Angus turned into a bug state and stretched, he turned into a human form and came to She, and as soon as he hugged him, he began to ramble and talk. "Hubby, do we need to buy little clothes for the baby ahead of time, ah?" And a warm incubator, little shoes, little pants, and a little bed and toys. After she's tireless efforts, Angus would finally call him husband when there were no other outsiders, which was a considerable progress and he was very pleased. Baby, although it's still a little early to talk about this, but if you want to prepare in advance, we can go to the supermarket in the city center after dinner in a while, we'll buy it if it's suitable, and if it's not, it's no use being pissed off into a little puffer fish. If you listen, we can still go to the movies then. I remember that movie you like so much, I think it came out yesterday. When Angus heard it, a pair of azure eyes instantly lit up, then he grabbed She's hand and started shaking and pampering. Hubby, let's watch the movie first, and after the movie then we'll go and show the baby clothes and shoes and other things, okay? 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 Angus used 3 consecutive okay. He went from a lonely and strong female insect commander, by the sudden appearance of Cheyenne, spoiled into a love of pampering and cute, want a sugar does not give, crying sweet, although in front of the outsiders, there is no difference with the previous, but in front of the Cheyenne, that the contrast of the barbar. Good, good, shall we put his arm around Angus with some amusement, and with eyes full of laughter, he lowered his head and kissed his forehead, and then flexed his fingers to scrape the bridge of his nose, and doted on him. You spoiling spirit, I really lost it to you. Angus leaned against his chest with some embarrassment, and after a few hefty giggles, he suddenly yawned with 2 bug pups. He was especially prone to sleepiness yet. Come on, go take a short nap, I'll call you later for dinner. Father said in the morning that he's going on a trip with Uncle Titty for a few days, so we'll be staying here on our own for the rest of the day. Well, Uncle Titty will take care of the female father. Angus leaned. She ordered movie tickets and went to cook. He finished the dishes and brought them out, and when he was about to go back to serve the meal, Angus woke up in a daze. Angus also lazily didn't move after waking up. He just rolled over and lay on his side to watch his male master busy. He felt that his whole body's bones had been spoiled to be a little bit lazy, but he didn't want to change it at all. Moreover, his male master was also very handsome when he looked at it from this angle. Get up and eat quickly when you're awake, lazybones. She put the rice cooker on the table and turned around to find Angus looking at him, so he walked over to him with a helpless smile, and Angus gave a long, pouty and then stretched out his arms with a clingy look that begged for a hug. Alright, little lazybones. She walked over and bent down to pick Angus up from the couch, rubbing his cheeks tenderly. Be a good eater, and after you drink your medicine in a little while, we can go out. The movie tickets are already purchased. Honey, can I come back and take my pills? Angus heard still need to drink medicine, the body are stiff for a moment, wait for him to sit on the chair, then grab She's sleeves, while blinking eyes to see him, while shaking his arm, this pampering kung fu, increasingly grow. She looked at Angus's adorable appearance and his heart was soft to the core, but this matter involved his body, so he was exempted from talking about it. So she shook his head mercilessly, rubbed Angus's head gently again, and said with a 37-mouth words that made Angus's heart go cold, I can't. Angus. Chapter 65. Angus Sweetie Sprinkles is really getting good at this. Baby, it's no use acting pathetic now, the medicine still needs to be drunk. We'll drink it at whatever time the doctor says we need to drink it, there's no way we're going to renege on it. Oh. She rubbed Angus's head, hooked his lips and smiled as he pulled his sleeve away from between his thumb and forefinger, then went to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Pitifully, it really broke his heart, but this is a matter of principle, can't give up on this principle, resolutely can't. Angus this time directly embraced She's waist and rubbed his chest fiercely several times, rubbing his tears all over him. Male Lord Bad Egg, ignore you again, humph. Carrot. As soon as Angus' words left his mouth, he withdrew from She's embrace, turned around with puffed out cheeks and took 2 steps in the direction of the stairs, then backed up again, sat down at the table, and began to hum and dazzle the meal, directly treating She as heir. Angus is really looking very much like a puffer fish right now, and it's a bit cute to be angry at She while trying to concentrate on eating. She didn't take Angus's little temper tantrum to heart, and walked straight over to sit next to him, eating his food without forgetting to give him a sandwich and picking at the fish's spines, literally without a care in the world. Honey, I want that, and that. You get it for me. Angus' pregnancy little temper, come fast and go fast, this meal is not yet a whilet, he himself first forgets what he just said, ignore She Jean things. Instead, he also reached out and pointed to the food he couldn't reach, grabbed She Jin's sleeve and waved it around, asking him to help himself to the food, and She Jean laughed softly and nodded his head to say yes. Then he gave him a sandwich, and then carefully removed the shell and so on, and then put it in his bowl, and watched him eat it with satisfaction, and then he felt better. After eating Chinese food, She Jiang brought the medicine over to Angus to drink. Angus sat cross-legged on the sofa hugging the pillow, some disgusted look at the medicine bowl, and then stared at She Jiang with pitifully watery eyes, attempting to budge through. It's no use being pouty and cute, if you keep dragging it on, the movie should break up in a while, drink up, come on, take a sip. She ruthlessly ignored Angus's pouty, cute look and took his hand up, moved the pillow out of the way, and then placed the bowl in his hand. Humph. Badass male lord. Every day before every time he drank medicine, Angus had to be pouty and cute first, and when he saw that the other party didn't eat this, he held up the medicine bowl, fiercely scolded him, and then frowned, pinched his nose, and took a mouthful of the bitter and no longer bitter medicinal broth and drank it clean. Oh. So bitter, so bitter, so bitter. Once Angus had finished his medicinal broth, he set the bowl down on the coffee table and spat his tongue out while fanning himself, his azure eyes soon wet with tears and looking so pathetic. Boy, here, have a candy to slow down. Cheyenne hurriedly stuffed the candy with peeled-off sugar paper into Angus's mouth, and after Angus ate the candy, he finally got a reprieve from the taste of such a bitter medicine. Angus ate the candy and collapsed into She's lap. He fell down with quite a bit of force, but it was easily diffused by the other man, and he ended up laying in She's lap without feeling a single ounce of pain, and even pillowing himself quite comfortably. Well, go change into something more casual, I'll meet you here, go on. She pinched Angus's cheek and smiled after that comment before helping him up and then patting him on the shoulder and sending him upstairs. Got it, I'll change right down. Angus said, put on his shoes, before he left. He also took the initiative to kiss Shi-Jin's cheek, and only then smiled contentedly and went upstairs. Shi-Jin looked at his back, helplessly, and dotingly shook his head, naughty. The movie hadn't started yet when she arrived at the movie theater with Angus, so he took him and went to a resting place to sit and wait. Baby, it might be a little uncomfortable to sit here, but it'll only last for a short while, and you'll be fine in a little while when the movie starts, okay? She helped Angus to sit on the black couch, then knelt down and looked him in the eyes and asked him with a smile. Angus nodded and then pulled him to sit beside him, twisting his head when his eyes were drawn to the popcorn and Coke. She noticed, but dismissed it as if he hadn't seen it. His baby had only just had his medicine, so he couldn't eat any of that, so Angus kept his eyes fixed on the popcorn machine and the Coke machine in front of the ticket counter, the longing in his eyes almost materializing. Lord Xiong, I would like to. No, you don't want to. Angus cannot help it, turn his head to be pampered and cute with Cheyenne. Cheyenne does not eat his set, even if he eats the set, there are principles, did not wait for him to finish, and then decisively refused. Lord Xiong, just a small sip of Coke, a small sip of popcorn, really, I won't lie to you, will you buy it for me? Angus grabbed Xi's arm and rested his entire head on his shoulder, pouting and shaking at the same time. The whole female bug was sweet as a cupcake, holding Xi in a hard grip. No. She held his tongue for a while, and finally managed to hold out two words. He almost agreed just now, it was really a beauty mistake for him, he can't be fooled, hold on. Angus had largely guessed that she had faltered, and Rin was tirelessly pouting for a mouthful of popcorn and Coke, which he was just a little greedy for. The patrons who were waiting for the movie to go on next to them noticed the young pair of mates and threw friendly glances their way, and there were even some younger unmarried teenage females who were straight up high on CP. That female and male bugs are so eye candy, kind of nice to get high. Hey friends. Yeah, what are they doing? Why is Mr. Female Bug shaking Mr. Male Bug's arm? Wow. Idiot, Mr. Female Bug must want Mr. Male Bug to buy him something, so he's pampering him, but it feels like Mr. Male Bug doesn't want to buy it. Wow, this female bug is so good looking that Mr. Male Bug still won't give it to him. If it were me, I would have bought it already. Humph. Male bugs are petty. Hiss. Wait a minute, you guys take a closer look, are they His Excellency Xi and Marshal Angus? I'll go. It's still true. It's even better looking than the picture. Oh, I'm sorry, it was me who was cheap just now. Among the male bugs, His Excellency Xi definitely counts as the most willing male bug. No wonder my aunt said, this period of time has not been in Shi Lemon Leisure House to see Shili honors, it is to come to our place to travel to it. Oh, they are so sweet. Want to go over and take pictures with them? How to do? I'd like to, old man, why don't you go ask? The female insect called Lao-san didn't expect that she didn't participate in the discussion and was all named, froze for a while, and directly refused with a red face. Don't, I'm socially horrified, I'm sorry, don't call me Seeing this, Lao-san's four friends looked at each other, and then they all looked at him with an innocent and clear look in their eyes, their whole faces saying, please, 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 you're the best female worm there is, help us. Senior. With you guys, I am truly convinced. Friends, we are blessed to have you. Chapter 66. Who isn't a cutie anymore? She's side was worn down by Angus's pouty offense, so he finally snapped and got up, got a popcorn and Coke, and then just gave him a sip of Coke and 3 popcorns. Well, you can't eat the rest of it, you've only had the medicine for a short while, and if you don't feel well for a while, I'll be the one with the heartache. Okay. She took the popcorn and Coke away as soon as the words were out of his mouth, and although Angus still wanted to eat, he held back, saying it was one bite at a time. He also didn't want anything to happen to his male bug eggs, although his male lord was most likely concerned with his body, and babies and whatnot probably came second to him, but he couldn't afford to be a bully. Go back and I'll make you something good to eat. How about fried corn, or lean pork porridge with corn? Or you can order whatever you want to eat, provided, of course, you're in a condition where you can eat now. When she noticed that Angus was depressed, he rubbed his head and whispered these words in his ear, and when Angus heard them, his eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. What would I gain by lying to you? She smiled and pinched Angus' cheek, and after the words fell out of his mouth, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of who was approaching, and turned his head to look over, and Angus noticed, and the emotion on his face instantly tightened and was replaced by an expressionless face. That? Sir Marshal Angus, sorry to bother you, my friends and I are your CP fans, can we take a picture with you? Lao San was suddenly gazed at by Shi Yan and Angus at the same time, so nervous that he blushed to the root of his neck, stumbling for a long time before he finished his purpose of coming over. His voice was not very loud, but Angus and Shi Yan both heard it. She glanced at the four bright-eyed females not far behind the teenager, then looked at Angus and asked him with a grin, is Limey going to take a picture with them? Angus' guard dropped when he heard Lao San say CP powder, and he was a little happy that she asked him that, so he nodded. We can take a picture, just call your friends over, no need to rush, just walk slowly. When she received an affirmative answer from Angus, he nodded to the oldest with a light smile and agreed to his request, treating Angus very differently than he did the other females. Although he was also gentle, he was able to see a big difference. One was unreserved and the other was politely detached, a big difference. Lao San thought that such a male who could give favor to his females was indeed worthy of the standard his friends had in mind for choosing a mate, very good indeed. Hey! You four guys, come on over here, they've agreed to take a picture with us. With that thought, the oldest turned his head and beckoned to his friends to come over, and the four females, seeing this, straightened themselves out and then came over to Angus and the others. The 5 teenage females are worthy of being CP fans. Even if they are taking pictures, they are not next to She half a point, they are leaning towards Angus' side. Angus was very satisfied in his heart, and smiled more at them. In the photo, he was smiling happily, and, he looked at the camera, she looked at him, but it drove the 5 of them guys crazy. Their CP was just too sweet. Marshal Angus, here's a couple of pictures for you. Lao San smiled and gave the pictures to Angus, then smiled with his friends and told them thank you. We'll leave you to it then, bye. Bye. Angus waved at them, looking a little dopey but cute, and she smiled and nodded to the 5 spirited teenage females, and when he saw them go, he craned his head to look at the picture in Angus's hand. Yo, nice shot, nice little lime. Angus gave him the photo, then pointed to She who always looked at him on the photo and reddened his ears. Lord Xiong, you must be doing it on purpose. Look at teasing those kids to the point of squealing, not afraid of being told by the other bugs that they don't want to be cheeky, carrot. Hey, what's wrong with them talking about them and me looking at my daughter-in-law? She didn't find this anything to be ashamed of. Instead he even smiled and wrapped his arm around Angus' waist and said in his ear, there's nothing wrong with it, don't you think so? My baby. Angus didn't answer him, but the reddened cheeks were enough to prove everything, and she snickered inwardly, his eyes overflowing with favor. The movie started soon. She took the popcorn and Coke and brought Angus into the screening room. After finding a seat, he put the popcorn and Coke on his side to prevent Angus from stealing them during his recent rebellious period. Humph. Angus noticed Shi Jin's actions and puffed his cheeks in exasperation, then grunted, and when Shi Jin heard that he was laughing, he reached out and pinched his cheeks and said to him, cheap bastard, you're going to turn into a little puffer fish again, aren't you? I'm not. Angus grunted again, then leaned on Shi's shoulder and wrapped his arm around him, and after retorting, he looked at the projection on the big screen and went off to watch the movie contentedly, and no longer paid any attention to him. Shi Wei rubbed his cheek, then adjusted his posture so that he could lean more comfortably. His Angus was really cute under his high and mighty package. Chapter 67, I Can't Leave You Anymore. Old. Ahem, Lord Xiong, look at this baby's little shoes, isn't it cute? Angus came out of the movie with his own mail and went to the downtown mall, heading straight for the pregnant females and bug pup supply section. He liked and adored everything he looked at. At this moment Angus is holding a cute red tiger shoes looking at Shi next to him, was about to smoothly shout his husband, then suddenly realized that now is not in the home, coughed and changed his mouth, but this kind of shouting out, and very funny and strange. Am I old? Angus, I'm going to be sad when you call me that. Even though she was clear in his heart that Angus' sudden turn in speech was due to shyness, he still couldn't help but say something to flirt with him, pushing the cart while frowning commiseratingly and looking at him, really looking like he was going to be crying the next second as sad as he was. Lord Xiong, I didn't mean it, don't be angry. You're the youngest, the most handsome and dashing. I just said it in passing and then didn't turn the corner, don't be sad. When Angus saw Shi like this, his ears and cheeks quickly climbed up to a light shade of pink, and he tugged on his own male lord's sleeve, noting if the eyes of the surrounding customers were looking over while pouting with his male lord, trying to get him to stop. Oh little Lime, she couldn't help but laugh out loud when he looked at Angus' shy face. I just love how shy you are, it's just adorable. As Angus listened to Shijin's words, the redness on his cheeks and ears really increased, and when he looked at his own male master and saw that he was hooking his lips in a bad smile, he frowned and grabbed his hand, and bit him on the wrist, but with a very light force. Lord Male Badass, always teasing me. After Angus finished biting his own male master, he glared at him with his eyes wide open before taking a step forward and proceeding to go look at the two cubs' little shoes, pants, and clothes, which were tiny and adorable objects. Yes, I'm badass, and our little Lime is the best female bug in the world. Shijin was really afraid of pissing Angus off, and couldn't care less about the teeth marks on his wrists, so he went over to him and spoke smoothly in his ear. The tone of voice was like coaxing a small child. Angus grunted and lazily ignored him as she followed Angus around to take charge of the cart, talking to him while dutifully acting as a toolman. This action of his gave the customers next to him a frozen look. There were probably only one or two pairs of male and female insects with such a great sense of contrast and status between them. Of course, in these days when all the males are learning how to respect the females, it would be quite normal to stumble upon so many males on the road who are nice to the females. They wandered through the pregnant female and bug spawn supplies section, taking whatever items Angus felt were appropriate, and there were quite a few toys and things in there, just not many of Angus's own. Lime, do you want to buy anything else? She placed the things he was carrying in his arms that Angus might need in the cart before looking up at him and smiling inquiringly. Master Hun, why did you go and get so many things? Angus froze for a moment when he saw how many more things were suddenly in the cart, picked up one of them and looked at it, realizing it was for himself. Hey? These are all for me? Of course, I know you love the baby, but you can't forget to love yourself because of the baby, can you? Angus. She reached out and rubbed Angus's head, smiled and leaned over, gently dropped a kiss on his forehead and continued, but it's okay, you forgot, I'll help you remember on the line, let's go back and see if it fits, if not it's okay to buy it next time. She's words made Angus's heart ripple, and his eyes were filled with tears, and if she hadn't wiped them away in time, they would probably have come out of his eyes by now. Lord Xiong, you are really wonderful, thank you for appearing in my life, and I want to thank the insect god, who sent you to me. I can't be away from you anymore, Lord Xiong. Angus hugged Shijin, his voice took on a choke tone. Shijin wrapped his arms around him and took him whole into his arms, rubbing his head and gently patting and caressing his back. Then it's for the best, no one can take it away. She smiled and rubbed Angus's shoulder, whispering gentle words in his ear. Angus broke into a smile and even nodded in agreement, super possessive. Well, no one else can take away the male lord is mine. She could really love him like this, rubbing his shoulder again, before pushing the cart, holding his hand, and heading for the cash register. Baby, let's go home and have a big dinner, and I'll make you lots of it, and of course, there'll never be any shortage of corn. Aha, I'm sure Lord Xiong wouldn't lie to me. She and Angus had a full day of watching movies and shopping without anything else or any bugs bothering them, and they were very much at home and happy. After returning home, she first watered the bug flower seed he planted before going to cook, this bug flower seed, which he planted when he came over. After a few days of careful attention, it has developed beautiful young leaves by this time, and is just waiting for it to grow up, develop its flower bones, and bloom. The Lu family's old mansion has been very quiet lately, unusually quiet. Lu Zhenhua recently often go to Shi Lemon Leisure House, either to eat pastries, or to order a drink, and then sit in the seat until the store closes, which, there is no Yulu followed, not that he does not want to, but the other party is very busy. Recently, I don't know what kind of madness his female father was having, but he suddenly called Yulu over, saying that he wanted to teach Yulu some rules, so that he could look after himself better. Lu Zhenhua felt that Yulu was already very, very good, so why did he still need to learn those messy things? Although he didn't know exactly what the other party was learning, because the female father said that male insects were exempted from entering, even his male father couldn't go to sea. Lu Zhenhua stirred the ice in the cup, silent and sighed. Yulu, this has been called by his own female father for 5 days, when will it come back? He missed the other side of the cooking. Lu Zhenhua took a sip of her drink, then leaned over the table and looked at the other groups of customers. Seeing them talking and laughing, she felt a batch of loneliness, and she was not there. If he was there, she could still nag him. Ha? No, why are you here alone with a male bug? Where's your housekeeper? O'Hare and his friend came into Shi Lemon Lounge, and at once saw Lu Zhenhua, who had a table all to himself and was lying on it listlessly. He spoke to his friend. I was bored at home alone, so I came out. Yulu was borrowed by my female father. 5 days, not seen for a day. So annoying. When Lu Zhenhua said this, he had leaned back on the back of the chair, his eyebrows were furrowed, and the whole male insect looked very unhappy. O'Hill listened to Lu Jinua's words, froze for a moment, and then said without thinking, "That's normal nah, another day or two is Yulu's rutting period, and you're not his male master, so he can't help but stay away from you." Cough, no, I don't mean this, Nua, don't think too much, and don't be angry Lu Jinua froze for a while listening to O'Hare's words before reacting. Yes, every unmarried adult female bug will have a love tide every 3 months that lasts for 5 days before subsiding. The females are very uncomfortable during this process, but since they have to go through it a lot before they are mated, they are used to it. Only after getting married and experiencing the first things, it will not happen again. Lu Jinua finally understood why Yulu would be a little resistant to contact with him before her father called him. Lu Jinua said nothing more, turned around and ran out of Shi Lemon Leisure House. O'Hare looked at his back and touched his head with some embarrassment. Yulio he. Cough, should not blame me, right? Chapter 68, Don't Just Make a Flag. After Lu Jinua returned to the Lu family's old mansion, he went straight to his own female father's room building, and the guard females at the door saw him and tried to stop him, but they were all dodged by him. Shut up. No talking. Lu Jinua turned around and saw that they still wanted to come up to stop, so he ferociously showed his teeth at them, and after threatening them, he turned around and entered the house, and before he could get to the living room, he heard the sound of a conversation, and his footsteps unconsciously eased down. You Ryu, there's nothing wrong with your body, right? Lu Jinua's female father asked Yulu this way, his voice sounded full of concern, worry, and a trace of helplessness. No. When Yulu said this, his tone remained the same as usual without the slightest change, as if his tone was softer and his attitude only when he was in front of him. Hey! You talk about you, how come you like my stupid androgynous son? You like Lu Jinlin all better than you like this brat Lu Jinua. Lu Jinua listening to the words of his own female father, the entire male bugs are frozen in place, stupid male bugs are talking about me? I like it? What like? Yulu likes me? When did he like me? Don't say that, Eston-sama, I think our young master, he's fine. There were a total of 22 words in Yulu's sentence, and all 22 words were defending Lu Jinua, even though Lu Jinua knew exactly how muddled he usually was. Not wanting to study, not liking parties, not wanting to get along with those noble females and other posh behaviors, really can't be counted as anywhere good, but Lu Jinua just felt happy listening to him. Heh, I'm the one worrying blindly, so let it be, I'll help you out this once. If you go back after you've spent your rut and my unenlightened, stupid son still treats you like a normal friend, you'll just have to wait for him to come home with some other female to show me. Lu Jinua listening to his own female father this, I do not know why, just feel a little indignant. He also did not wait for Yulu spoke, directly rushed in. Female father, you're just too bad, is that what I am in your heart? I'm so sad. T.T. Lu Jinua's sudden appearance caused both Yulu and the Lu family female monarch to freeze for a while before reacting, with the Lu family female monarch selectively ignoring her own foolish son and twisting her head to go upstairs. Ahem, suddenly I remembered that I have work, I'll go upstairs first, sonny, you take care of Yulu ha. Lu family female gentleman slipped fast to Lu Jinua cannot react, wait for him to look over again, long gone. Lu Jinua angry stomping feet, turned back to look at the Yulu who stood up. Young master, I. Before Yulu finished his words, he saw Lu Jinua directly turn around to leave. Yulu saw this, sighed in his heart, and didn't intend to chase after him. His rutting period is coming soon, and here, relatively speaking, it is still relatively safe. Lu Jinua walked out 2 steps, suddenly thought of something, turned around and gasped, grabbed Yulu's wrist and walked directly out. No moving, follow me, if you dare to break away from me, I will never see you again in my life. Very well, Lu Jinua's words successfully threatened Yulu. Yulu was recently called over these days, not seen him once, it has been very painful and difficult. If it is a lifetime cannot see, that would be more painful. Yulu had to be silent and follow Lu Jinua's pace, being dragged outside by him. Lu Jinua was angry, he didn't know why he was angry. But just the thought that Yulu would rather have a hard time in heat than look for him and avoid him made him sad and upset. Lu Jinua pulled Yulu all the way to his room unhindered. Even when he met his favorite cousin Lu Jinlin on the way, he didn't stop. Lu Jinlin took off the sunglasses resting on the bridge of his nose and looked at their distant backs, then wrinkled his nose and inhaled the air, then revealed a very gossipy smile. Open this is the female insect rutting breath this little brother, finally still to grow up well, TSK, love, really make insects crazy, that like me, alone, free Just as Lu Jinlin's words left his mouth, his optical brain rang, and he raised an eyebrow as he placed his sunglasses in his shirt pocket before looking down to check. He froze for a moment at the sight of Shavy's incoming video call, then reflexively straightened out his grooming, and after realizing that there was nothing wrong with it, he answered the video call. Yo handsome boy, what brings you here? I can't believe I'm free to call me. Lu Zhenlin looked at the handsome face of Sha Wei-si on the virtual screen, smiling that sunny smile. The onlooker can see at a glance, he has ideas for the person in front of him, and the ideas are very strong. But it's just a case of the onlooker being clear and the authorities being confused. So, don't just set up flags, it's really easy to fall down. Lu Zhenlin. Chapter 69, Lovers will eventually become lovers. Lu Zhenhua pulled Yu Lu to the building where he lived, directly dragged him to his bedroom, and after dragging him in, he directly locked the door. After making sure the door was locked, Lu Zhenhua listening to the words of Yu Lu, the idea of simple brain appeared in the rich doubts. He unconsciously raised his head to look at Yu Lu, a face of droll. I am like this, of course, is to be married to you. I am not one of those bad eggs male enhancement bugs, I'm very responsible for it, okay? Yu Lu looked at the integrity and purity of the bottom of the eyes of Lu Zhenhua, just the heart of the general feeling of fire instantly by a pot of cold water poured through the top, extinguished cleanly, leaving only ashes. So, Yu Lu lowered Lu Zhenhua's wrist, lowered his eyelids, and pursed his thin lips for a moment before continuing. Young master didn't want to help me out of his fondness for me, right? Lu Zhenhua felt that Yu Lu was in a low mood, looking so fragile and sad. Lu Zhenhua was simple, not stupid, he was very able to understand what such emotions were, so he grabbed Yu Lu's hand and looked at him anxiously. Of course I like you, Yu Lu, don't be upset, if you're not happy, I feel so sad and upset, I haven't seen you for the past few days, I feel so much like you, I miss you so much, don't be upset, I didn't mean to be mean to you just now, I'm just angry that you're upset and didn't tell me. Yu Lu only felt dizzy, he listened to Lu Zhenhua's words, the front can still be understood, knowing that his beloved young master also cares about himself, the ashes in the bottom of his heart suddenly resurrected, is trying to say something, but his thoughts are very confused. Yu Lu looked at Lu Zhenhua in front of him, only to think that he looks really good, the pheromones on his body smell really good, his lips are really soft, and his eyes are really beautiful. So I want to kiss and see. Hey! Well. So, Lu Zhenhua is talking, was suddenly soft body Yu Lu pounced on the bed, he let out a cry of surprise, only to feel Yu Lu body rolling hot, think it is the rutting period to come, he was very anxious, but before he had time to ask, was kissed on the lips. Lu Zhenhua looked at Yu Lu's slightly red eyes, touched the color of lust in the bottom of his eyes, and instantly understood the past, and immediately embraced him, rolling over and pressing down. Yu Lu, don't be afraid, leave everything to me. I'll make sure you get through this safely. Lu Zhenhua pinched Yu Lu's cheeks, once the words fell, they peeled garlic-like, peeling up the other side of the clothes. Yu Lu good behavior to look at him, very cooperative. In the middle of the day, Yu Lu came to his senses, he looked at Lu Zhenhua with tearful eyes, wanted to speak, but the exit is all the euphonious warbling, he can only stop, he put on the tip of the heart of the young master, can be two-line. Lu Zhenhua usually looks soft and sticky, and sometimes naive and silly, but in reality, he is a solid S-class male insect, whether it is strength or mental strength, it is top-notch. Yu Lu an A+ level female bug, indeed some cannot stand, although the A+ level indicates that only 10% short of reaching the S level, but the gap between the level of the male and female bugs, on the 0.1%, the middle of 100 million bugs are. Yu Lu and Lu Zhenhua are two bugs between the interval of 10%, that is called 10%? That is called a galactic gap, Yu Lu think, if he is not because of the rutting period, this moment early fainted sleepover cannot get up it. Yu Lu, tell me if you don't feel well, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry when it's over, I'll take you to Shi Lemon Leisure House to eat delicious food. Lu Zhenhua was still very gentle, while helping Yu Lu, he didn't forget to wipe his tears and say some gentle words, although the way he consoled the female insect, was really a bit childish, but, Yu Lu was very much used. Good. All listened to the young master. After Yu Lu very difficult to return this sentence, his head once again became muddled, Lu Zhenhua also cannot care about talking, only focused on busy work. Outside the house the sky went black and white and black again, and so 5 days passed pleasantly before it was all finally over, and after a shower, lay back down again. Lu Zhenhua thoughtfully fed Yu Lu the nutrient solution and drank the nutrient solution himself, then hugged his freshly baked little daughter-in-law and fell asleep in seconds. Tisk, TSK, that's quite a commotion, if this young master hadn't seen you pull someone into the room, I'm guessing I wouldn't be the only one listening to the wall at this point. Lu Zhenlin saw that Lu Zhenhua's house had subsided, so he stood up from the corner and couldn't help but TSK several times as he lamented, only to turn around. He then saw his own second uncle and second uncle female gentleman and second uncle's two female servants, as well as don't know when to come back Lu Zhenxi as well as he brought O'Hare a few bugs lying on the wall corner, still listening. Lu Zhenlin was so close that he didn't get scared and shouted out, a few bugs saw him turn around and hurriedly stood up, all of them looked like a gentleman, those who looked at the sky looked at the sky, those who looked at the ground looked at the ground, those who looked at the photobrain looked at the photobrain, but none of the bugs looked at him. Second uncle, second female monarch, second female uncles, you're really for old age. And you Lucianchi, how do you bring O'Hare also together, put aside to listen to how long you guys? You also have the good sense, I'm single-eyed and nothing, you single? He is single? Lucianline felt that he held their handle, and then walked over and fiercely fierced them. His second uncle female June was not happy, directly ringing his ear. Brat, you have the nerve to talk about me. My stupid son is not easy to understand to get a female gentleman, I'm not afraid of his accident, only to come to see it, and, how old you are, still have the nerve to say that they are single, not quickly find a partner, on a lonely life at you. Pain, second uncle female June, be gentle, they've only just fallen asleep, don't wake them up, go, let's all go, ouch. It hurts. Lucianline while wailing, while reaching out to rescue their ears, his second uncle female attendants see, are next to the sneer, this kid, is owed, his second uncle did not dare to speak, say what listen to the daughter-in-law. O'Hare, let's go. Lucianchi coughed, pulling O'Hare back to where he lives, he cannot hear anything, just came back to see their own male and female fathers lying in the corner, only curious to lie down a little bit, did not expect to be caught, there is a little bit of embarrassment, or in front of O'Hare. Chapter 70 ends with 2 pairs a day. O'Hare was just covered by Lucianchi's ears, he only saw Lucianline lying on the door of Lucianua's room and didn't know what he was listening to, and the other elders were also lying on the nearest wall and didn't know what they were listening to, and he would have wanted to ask, but the result was that Lucianline turned around to look at it. O'Hare was ripped away by Lucianchi with a tug, even more confused, just now Lucianline's words made him listen to them in a cloudy way, and now that he was taken away, he was even more confused. Lucianchi, did something happen just now? How come everyone looks weird? O'Hare scratched the back of his head, trying to break his brain could not think of what had just happened. Lucianchi saw him like this, a little shy in his heart, so he coughed lightly and reached out to rub his head again. It's nothing, we're all hiding and playing around. Lucianchi finished this sentence and didn't wait for O'Hare to respond, directly changing the topic. Didn't you want to touch that little cloud snake I raised before? I just happened to come over to get something today, so I'll let you touch it, and then we'll go eat. Yes, I love that little cloud snake of yours, his golden scales shine so well in the sunlight, it's a pity that my female father is afraid of snakes, otherwise I would like to keep it at home. O'Hare's attention was very successfully attracted by the second half of Lucianchi's sentence, his one eye lit up, his blonde curly hair became even softer under the caress of the breeze, and he squinted his eyes and smiled in a good-natured way. It's okay, you can't raise it yourself, you can always come to me, I'll take you to see. Hey, watch out. As soon as Lucianchi's words fell, O'Hare tripped over himself because he was too excited not to look at the road and almost fell. Luckily he was able to hold him up in time to avoid the fall, but he was still taken aback by himself. Scared me, good thing you were there, Lucianchi. O'Hare patted his chest. After slowing down, he looked at Lucianchi, smiling brightly. At this moment he was like a small sun, gentle and warm. Well, let's go. Lucianchi looked at him, dark tide surging in the bottom of his eyes, his throat knots rolled several times, the hand that just touched his waist, unconsciously hid behind his back, thumb and forefinger rubbing, after a long time, only to return to the appearance of a spring breeze like a gentle and elegant. Lucianchi didn't hold O'Hare anymore and walked ahead. O'Hare glanced at his hand placed at his side, and without hesitation, stepped forward, took his hand, and interlocked his fingers. Lucianchi stopped and twisted his head to look at O'Hare. There was some surprise in the bottom of his eyes, and some surprise. O'Hare also stopped and looked at his eyes. His gaze was sincere, but his ears were red. Lucianchi, you left me behind, hold steady, let go again and I'll ignore you. Lucianchi heard this, his pupil shrunk slightly, reacted for a moment, tightened this hand in his own hand, and continued to walk forward, his voice gentle, well, it won't fall again. O'Hare twisted his head to look at Lucianchi, only having time to see the corners of his mouth gradually rising up on his warm jade-like face. He withdrew his eyes and looked at the 10-fingered clasped hands, his face tinted with a thin red. He was silent for a moment, then quietly took a quick step, then leaned his chin on Lucianchi's shoulder, smiling at him as he turned back. Lucianchi flexed her fingers and lightly knocked his head, then rubbed it again and smiled back. The sun was just right, the mood was just right, all the love, but it was all in this cozy atmosphere, unspoken. Lucianline, who went back to his house and passed this road, saw another scene that made him feel very solid, and he silently turned around and chose another road to go. Grass. Can't we play nice anymore? How come my uncle's 2 boys got off on the same day? Their love is making noise in my eyes. Of course, there's a free corner to listen to. Lucianline thought, so he sent a lot of trolling messages to Xiao Wei-Si. Xiao Wei-Si is busy, there is no time to return, he can only go out by himself, looking for friends to party. When Yu Lu woke up, it was already 3 days after his rut, and his sleep was so long that he scared Lucianua into giving him medical equipment. If the test results hadn't shown that he was just too tired and needed to recuperate, Lu Zhenhua might have been about to flood his own room with tears. Yulu this just had a movement. Sleeping next to him, Lu Zhenhua instantly awake. He sat on the bed and looked at Yulu, reached out to touch his forehead, eyes full of worry. Yulu, you finally woke up. You scared me. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? You tell me, I'll have them make it and send it over. Yulu did not feel hungry, probably because he had been fed nutrient solution, so he reached out and stroked Lu Zhenhua's cheek and did not say anything, but just looked at him steadily, as if he wanted to memorize his appearance at this moment in his heart. Forget it, you can't eat anything else right now, let's just drink kanji, and when you're more comfortable, we'll go get a license, what do you say? Lu Zhenhua said, then commanded on the light brain, then held Yulu's hand, seriously talking to him. Yulu listened to his words, froze for a moment. Young master, what kind of mood are you in? Well. Yulu's words have not yet finished asking, was kissed by Lu Zhenhua, although some youthful, but he kissed very seriously, but also very pious, to be a kiss to the end. He heard Lu Zhenhua almost oath-like words. Yulu, you've always been the one to take care of me since I was little. I've been taken care of by you. I didn't understand why I was so dependent on you before. Now I know that I made you my butler when we met as children because I liked you, so I want to be your mate, just like that badass she, and only have you as a female bug for the rest of my life. Yulu's eyes reddened slightly, and it took a long time for him to react, hugging Lu Zhenhua and nodding, aha. I believe in you, young master. Since then, Lu Zhenhua and Yulu were officially together, and when Yulu got better, they went to get a marriage license together, and then spread dog food in front of Lu Zhenlin every day. Lu Zhenlin, you're really a bit rude, you know? She? Are you really polite? Yulu, a young master, your way of confessing, it's really unique, but I like it. Chapter 71, A Kiss Causes a Big Deal. Angus closed his eyes and relaxed on She's lap. A head of silver white hair, as lazy as he was draped over him. He was breathing steadily, and the sunlight was gently sprinkled on his body as he held She's hand in his arms, and it was warm. She leaned back in front of the plush cushioned floor-to-ceiling window, placing the ceramic potted plant planted with bugflower seeds in front of him, blocking most of the light that was spread over Angus's eyes. She looked at the ceramic flower pot, growing more and more flourishing green leaves, eyes filled with tenderness. These leaves are somewhat like the leaves of the bell orchid, smooth and veined. Its flower, however, seemed to have nothing to do with the bell orchid, and even though there wasn't a single flower bone at all right now, She's heart was just very sure, and guessed, that it would be a unique, and heavily petaled flower. She reached out and tenderly touched the leaves of the bugflower seed, then looked back to Angus. As for the color of the flower, he would have preferred it to be the same color as Angus' hair. The flower that blooms from the bugflower seed is an amazing everlasting flower that will never fade as long as the male bug that planted it still loves the female of this bugflower seed. Even if the male bug ends up with the female bug, the flower that blooms from the bugflower seed will still be alive, and because love still exists, the flower will never fade. The flowers planted by this insect flower seed is also considered to be a kind of love witness between the male and female insects, which is unique to the romance between lovers. Thinking about this, Xian's hand unconsciously hooked a strand of Angus's hair, and while gently wrapping it around and playing with it, he couldn't help but hook up the corner of his lips and let out a light laugh, his eyes full of smiles and doting emotions. His baby was so good-looking, his bugflower seed must be able to bloom the most beautiful flowers in this universe. There was no way for the next bud to compare to this. Angus woke up from his nap to see his male master staring at him and giggling. He froze for a moment and quickly reacted before squinting and yawning. Honey, what are you laughing at? She reached out and pinched Angus's cheek and smiled again, then took his hand and placed it on the ceramic flower pot. Look, are the leaves of your bugflower seeds growing more and more? Angus watched him blink a few times before reacting to what he was saying, and then looked to the ceramic planter he touched in the palm of his hand, freezing at the sight of even more lush foliage inside than before, then hooking his lips into a smile. Hey, it seems to be really a bit more lush and better looking than yesterday. Is it going to bloom? Angus tried to get up from the ground. She hurriedly held him up, afraid that he would not be able to hold his hand up and fall over himself, so Angus sat up in compliance with his force, and then lazily leaned against his shoulder, holding the ceramic flower pot and looking at it. Looking at this, in a few days, there should be flower bones. After she nodded his head and finished the sentence, he twisted his head to lightly kiss Angus' forehead and let out a light smile before continuing. Look, even it knows that I love you more every day than the day before. Angus was caught off guard by She's words of love and froze for a moment, then his neck and ears turned red. He put the ceramic flower pot down and gave a long shy flung himself into his arms and rubbed against him in a pampered manner, and when he was done rubbing against him he bit him on the collarbone, which was tin. She put Angus on the bed and propped his hands on the edge of the bed, imprisoning him in his arms, bending slightly to meet his eyes, smiling as he said this, his eyes full of favor, and a hint of a small smugness. And I do not know what he was smug about? Angus raised his arms around she's neck and grunted before looking at him and demanding, "I'll believe you if you kiss me." She laughed and moved his head to the side in a childish manner. "Why don't you kiss me?" "No kiss." Angus frowned and pulled his head upright, looking at him with a serious and earnest face. "I'm not going to kiss you, so hurry up and kiss me." "You don't kiss me, and I don't kiss you, unless you kiss me first, and then I kiss you, or why should I kiss you first, Lime, don't you think so?" She looked at Angus and smiled back at him with a slightly raised eyebrow, even using a tongue twister, but Angus wasn't wound up by him, and was even provoked to win. She's occasional childishness always makes Angus want to kick him upstairs to downstairs, but whenever he's on the verge of losing his temper, he manages to cajole him moderately, and then he's taken for a ride, as detailed below. "If you don't kiss me, you don't love me anymore, and if you don't love me, I'll ignore you. Will you kiss me? Little Lime, you're the one who doesn't love me anymore if you don't kiss me. Do you resent me for not serving you? Ah. Asshole. Are you going to kiss me or not?" Angus realized that he couldn't argue with Shi-Jin, and ended up pissing himself off to the point where his eyes turned red, and Shi-Jin saw that he had over-teased, and hurriedly moved over to kiss Angus on the lips, intertwining his lips with his teeth and kissing him while patting and caressing his back. Angus's temper that was about to flare up was successfully soothed by Shi's kiss that was full of tender care and love. He was angry at himself for not being competitive and for being stupid, but there was still nothing he could do about it. "She is the male lord of his Angus, make do with what you have, what else can you leave? Master Xiong, next time you do that, I'll ignore you." Angus looked at Shi, frowning and glaring at him, and she coughed, reaching out and tenderly pinching his cheeks, smiling a very pleasing smile, but his mouth still owed. "Ugh, baby, you can't blame me for that. Who made you so cute every time you get angry and want to beat me up but can't be bothered? Lord Xiong, you." "Oh well, I won't say it, don't be angry, be happier, our baby will love to smile in the future, and you can lay bug eggs more safely, it's all my fault, my mouth is so yawn." She saw Angus to be angry again, hurriedly hugged and kissed and coaxed him, fearing that he would suppress his temper in his heart, which he also really owed. Every time he does this, pisses someone off or makes them cry, and then goes baba 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 himself. Angus saw his male master do this every time and couldn't do anything about it, so he grunted several times in exasperation. He was going to ignore him for an hour. "She, don't be. I'm really wrong. Angus, but how dare you next time?" She, cough. Chapter 72 is where Titty would like to thank his ex-husband brother. "Sagana, what are you cooking for dinner?" Once Titty entered the house, he saw Sagana, who was busy in the kitchen with his apron on while humming a little tune. He looked to be in a good mood and he involuntarily smiled along with him, and after changing his shoes, he walked into the kitchen and hugged him from behind. "Egu," Sagana was startled by the sudden appearance of Titty, and after realizing that it was him, she immediately relaxed her body and gave him an angry look before saying, "You scared me, how come you walk without a sound?" "Sorry, note for next time." Titty looked down and kissed the side of Sagana's face lightly as a sign of apology, then glanced at the ingredients in the pot and, unable to guess what he was doing, rested his chin on his shoulder and asked again. "Sagana, what are you cooking for dinner?" Sagana didn't care about Titty's intimate gestures either. He was used to such contact, and after many times emphasizing not to do so in front of his children and the other didn't listen while his children didn't mind, he didn't bother to say anything. "Nah, you taste it and see if you can guess what it is?" Sagana used his chopsticks to bring a chopstick to Titty's mouth and smiled mysteriously. Titty raised an eyebrow slightly and then opened his mouth to take a bite. Has the flavor of beef and tomato. Is it tomato brisket?" After Titty asked this, he looked at Sagana with some anticipation. There was no way around it. He was a college professor but a kitchen whiz, and he couldn't really name the finished product until it came out. Sagana couldn't hold back a laugh at the cute look of Titty's inquisitive face, but he nodded seriously. "Congratulations, Professor, you got it right, 1 point for kitchen knowledge." Titty paused slightly, then rubbed his chin against Sagana and smiled along with him. "So is there a reward for me guessing correctly?" "Like a loving kiss." When Sagana listened to Titty's gentle, low voice, the root of his ear instantly reddened, and the redness gradually spread to the entire ear, with the intention of spreading over to his cheeks. Titty watched some of these changes and snickered. His Sagana was just too easily shy. Obviously he had been honest so many times, but it was cute. "Ahem, stop it, go sit outside, I've got dinner to cook, and if there's anything you want to do, we'll talk about it later." Sagana felt that indulging Titty in the kitchen was a bad decision, and his presence here would only affect the speed of his cooking, so he turned around decisively and pushed him out before the door slammed shut and he resumed cooking. Titty smiled, pulled the door open, and probed, "Sagana, I'd like some crawfish, please." "Got it, get out of here you. Otherwise you have nothing." Only nutrient fluid to drink. Humph. Sagana turned back with her spatula in her grip, glaring at Titty with red cheeks, and after saying this in annoyance, she walked over and pushed him out again, snapping the door shut. Titty stood outside the door looking at the closed kitchen door, hooked his lips and let out a light laugh, his words doting, grumpy. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Titty turned around and walked over to the sofa and sat down, picking up the book on the coffee table that had obviously been prepared for him and reading it, and at this time, she came down the stairs hand in hand with Angus. Uncle Titty, good evening. Good evening, Uncle Titty. Seeing that Titty was already here, Angus walked over with his own male master and called out to him in a good-natured manner, and he nodded, and she called out in return, before helping Angus, and taking a seat on the couch. Angus had 2 male bug eggs, so his belly looked a little bigger than a pregnant female with only 1 egg, and some protruding outlines were now faintly visible through his clothes. When Titty saw that she was as usual so gentle and considerate to Angus, his heart became more and more sure of this male insect. He initially thought that it was because of this male insect's good acting skills, but later realized that it was because he was overthinking it. After all, there was no way for a male bug that didn't love the female bug to plant the bug flower seed, because the bug flower seed could only be irrigated with loving spiritual energy to melt away the hardness that was wrapped around the outside, or else it was simply impossible to plant it. And during planting, not only to pay attention to the soil quality, but also the water content, nutrient fertilizer and so on, although these are secondary, dispensable, but more or less test the patience of the male insects and other character. Obviously, she's character was very good, and the bug flower seeds he planted, which Titty had also seen, really grew very well and were even more beautiful than ordinary plants, so if they were photographed and posted on the internet, they would definitely lead to a furor. No matter what, Shijin can be the only male insect that grows bug flower seeds in this star, even if the male insects on the side of the Wajir tribe treat their females equally, but no one is willing to go through the time and effort to get this. Shijin is special, and also the only one, perfect. Moreover, such a unique and perfect female bug actually requires only 1 female bug. Is this considered fiction shining into reality, a blend of fairy tale and reality? Titty looked to Angus' shoulder rubbing back. She cannot help but lament in the heart, really excellent male insects, is absolutely not circulate in the market, and Angus can only let the side of the female insects, look at the envy and jealousy of the hate of the part. Titty withdrew his eyes and looked towards Sagana, who walked out with the dishes, unconsciously hooking his lips in a smile. Luckily, Sagana was once that stinker, a guy with no eyes, otherwise, how could he have met such a perfect companion? He had to thank the other party a bit, but it should be okay in his heart. Sagana ex-husband male bug lol. You are so polite nah. Chapter 73, when a family is together, it's all about being neat and tidy. She didn't know what Titty was thinking in his mind. He saw Sagana coming out with the food and stood up to go help in the kitchen. Angus sat on the couch looking at him with a fondness in his eyes that was almost materializing, and next to him sat a Titty with the same eyes, only, Titty's eyes grew darker. Angus' hubby is so handsome, so handsome, so handsome, want to kiss him, want to hold him, want to stick, but with a baby, nothing is allowed, boing boing. Titty Sagana is such a perfect companion, wearing an apron really pokes me, it would be so nice to have him in an apron. Beep ing words on the bed and then beeping. Sagana, who was busy, didn't know why, but suddenly felt some coldness in his back, as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast, and he involuntarily shivered. Hiss, why is it suddenly so cold? Has the weather changed outside? Sagana murmured softly while looking up at the kitchen window, noticing that the stars were shining brightly outside and the moon was high in the sky. Where did it look like the sky had changed? He felt strange and couldn't think of anything, so he shook his head and didn't think any more about it. Female father, is there any more food? She walked in and saw Sagana still standing in the kitchen, so he asked him with his bowl and chopsticks. He froze for a moment and looked back at him with a smile and a shake of his head. No more, this is the last course, grab your bowl and chopsticks and start dinner. That's fine, female father, you take the bowl, this soup is quite hot, I'll help carry it over. She said, then put the dishes into Sagana's hands, and walked out with the soup himself. Sagana smiled and followed. He hears son-in-law really knows what he's doing. A family of insects sat at the table. Because Angus could not drink, she accompanied Titty and Sagana to drink some together. In 3 days, they will go back. The next time to come, I do not know when it is. That is why today together again to eat a meal. Angus, nah, after you guys go back, you also have to live well, usually have any small conflicts, also have to communicate well, don't gamble, you're not just a worm now, you know? Sagana wasn't much of a drinker, and he got a little drunk on some food and wine, and when he was drunk, he pulled Angus into rambling on, and Angus listened attentively, and nodded his head, and behaved himself. Sagana, Angus, and the others won't be back for a few more days, and it's a little early for you to be saying that. Titty looked at Sagana, whose cheeks were flushed, and involuntarily hooked his lips in a smile. then put down his chopsticks and bowl and stood up to pick him up from the chair. "Don't you pick on me, I'll say a few more words." When he was drunk, Sagana was rebellious and pushed Titty while trying to get in front of Angus, and Titty could tell by looking at him that he was very drunk. "Angus, your female father is very drunk, so I'll take him upstairs to rest, and leave the rest to you." After Titty finished saying this to she and Angus, he directly picked up the rowdy Sagana across his arms in front of the two of them, turned around and headed upstairs. "Who are you?" "You. Don't pickpocket me, put me down, I'm telling you, my son is a marshal, I let him beat you up. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are handsome." Burp. Sagana, even with Titty in her arms, had to chirp something threatening, and hiccuped in the back because she was so excited, which inexplicably added to the silliness. Angus and she looked at each other, then laughed. He never knew that his female father, in front of his beloved, could be so cute. Of course, this matter, he could not say anything, otherwise his female father would certainly never welcome him home again. "Angus, come on, you eat more, and when you're full, we'll go upstairs, too, and spend some time on the balcony in the moonlight, to take the edge off, and then we'll go wash up and go to bed, okay?" She's drinking was still good, and his drinking with the two females, Sagana and Titty, was sort of entertaining, and there was no intention of anyone trying to get the other drunk. In the end, he wasn't drunk. "Sure. Honey, can we play backgammon later? I suddenly want to play so badly." Angus ate the meat that she had placed in his bowl and looked at him out of the blue to speak his mind. His eyes were so bright that they could probably turn dull immediately if she didn't agree. "Fine, you can play if you want, I'll accompany you, but you have to go to bed at the end of the day, it's good for your body." It was a rare occasion when she didn't wilt and tease his precious heart, probably because the hour Angus had ignored him before had made him realize the seriousness of the situation. So, she decided, today can't tease Angus again, wait for his baby to forget today's matter, then tease again is not bad, can only say, this kid sometimes, really wilting. After she and Angus finished eating together, he took it upon himself to take over the chores, and Angus, not wanting him to work so hard, had just stood up to help when the other man pressed him back down on the couch and shoved over a glass of milk. "Good boy, drink milk, don't move, housework machine bugs just mop the floor, don't step on slippery fall, when you fall pain and cry, heartache can be your eye." She rubbed Angus's head, and after saying this, he lowered his head and kissed his forehead again, before he contentedly turned around and went into the kitchen, where he continued to get busy, along with the housework machine bugs. Angus held the hot milk and looked at she's back, the corner of his lips unconsciously hooked up. His family's mailmaster is really good looking, hey, just sometimes childish and bad. Every day he has to make him angry and then coaxed once again. I don't know what kind of fetish he really is. Humph. On this side she and Angus were happy and cozy, while on the other side Titty huffed and held down Sagana, who was spilling alcohol in the bathtub, giving him a bath while dodging his childish splashing attacks. "Sagana, why are you so mischievous? Why didn't I realize it before?" Titty was once again splashed by Sagana and was instantly exasperated and laughed. He just sat on the wet floor and looked somewhat helplessly at Sagana, who was leaning against the bathtub, playing with the water childishly, with hopelessness written all over his face. "Humph. You bad man, stay away from me, my Titty won't be as rude to me as you are. You're not allowed to touch me, and if you come any closer, I'll hit you." Sagana has obviously been confused, cannot even recognize who the worm in front of him, only know a strong resistance, but when talking, it is the left one Titty, the right one Titty, the Titty this worm are whole silent. Fine, I won't touch you, you wash yourself." Titty grinned and got up from the floor, and after saying that, he unbuttoned his shirt with one hand and stepped inside while Sagana relaxed herself to play with the water. "What are you doing? Stinking hooligan!" Sagana was cupped with his hands clasped to his head, and just as he finished the sentence, he was kissed by Titty, and his dazed head suddenly felt the kiss as familiar, and then relaxed, and then became even more dazed. "Sagana, I'll show you today what it means to be a hooligan, and you won't be able to sleep tonight." Sagana listened to the low words and suddenly felt a tightness in his back, sobering up a good portion of his drink. He saw Titty's face and before he could say anything, he was kissed again. "Sagana? I forgot I can spill when I'm drunk, my old back. Woohoo, goodbye. I don't think I'll see you for a few days in the back." Titty, naughty guy, punishment. Chapter 74, say, this female insect photo, it looks a bit familiar. Anthony, in the recent days, with the help of his own precious son, Nickel, finally completed the plans and arrangements regarding the pilgrimage meeting of the two clans, and he finally rested for a few days. That morning, Anthony was still sleeping when his light brain went off, saying that it was some kind of aristocratic banquet and that there were royal clansmen from the Waja clan. Anthony, who was His Royal Highness, the royal female insect, Nickel VJ, : Murankin Vija, sorry, I came looking for a female, but he was lost and wanted to borrow the power of His Highness Antony, didn't mean to intrude. Nickel froze for a while when he saw the news about his uncle, who had been silent for years, and the group was quiet for a while, then suddenly it was like a hot frying pan had exploded with gossip, and the gossip was overwhelming. Nickel Waja, uncle, if you want to find the female of the insect race, just send me a message directly. In fact, you don't have to go through so much trouble, but you've come all the way here, so forget it, tell me about it, or send me a picture, I'll help you look for it. Nickel finally reacted. This male worm uncle of his, usually too busy, when he was young, and a female worm business marriage, behind the female worm think that his uncle is really meaningless, and divorced. Never looked for a female after that, and strangely enough, wasn't forced to match, so I don't know what he used. There was also a period of time when his uncle disappeared for a few years, and when he came back he was covered in blood and had forgotten a lot of things, and when he was asked what had happened, he didn't know, and now he suddenly said that he was looking for the female bugs, so was he remembering something? Nickel's side was unfolding his brainstorming when Murankin over there sent 3 messages directly to his private messages. Uncle Murankin, find this female worm, trouble. Uncle Ink blue chin, picture, photo of a female bug with a handsome, unruffled look of indifference on a serious, stereotypical face. Uncle Murankin, he is important to me, very important. Nickel, don't worry uncle, I'll do my best to find him, don't worry, and don't tell my highness about this, he's already tired. Uncle Ink brand chin, good. After Nickel and his own uncle ended their chat, he clicked on the photo to take a look at it, and when he was about to exit out, he took another look, hiss. That said, this photo of a female insect, how does it look, like, so serious? Nickel frowned, stroking his chin, thinking for a long time, but did not come up with a reason, so he shook his head, no longer think about it, and after downloading the photos, he turned around and went to find Anthony. Over here, Anthony was sitting on his seat, sipping tea while listening to his scummy male father bragging with the ambassador sitting across from him, and mentally laughed coldly for a few moments, and then moved his eyes away to look at His Highness, Murankin, who was not too far away with his brow slightly furrowed in what looked like a preoccupied mind. This His Highness, Murankin, is the male insect son of the king of the Waja clan's foreign name, and like Angus, he is a male insect who likes to engage in business, is somewhat aloof, and doesn't get close to the insects very much. However, such a male worm is always so much better than those guys who are just waiting for death. Anthony still quite appreciates him, and as he thought this, he suddenly heard familiar footsteps, so he retracted his eyes and looked over, so he missed the eyes of Murankin looking at him. Your Highness, I'm coming. Nickel bent slightly over Anthony's side and spoke. His voice was gentle and Anthony nodded, not rushing to ask him why he was taking so long to go to the bathroom. He still trusted the other man. Once Anthony turned back, Nickel then exchanged a glance with Murankin, and then nodded imperceptibly, looking forward as a qualified valet. Murankin retracted his sight, not wanting to do some false superficiality with Emperor Zionworm, so he and the ambassadors who followed along with him didn't stay for long before excusing themselves and leaving the place, leaving only the nobles to sing and dance. Not long after, Anthony also excused himself and left the banquet hall with Nickel, did not give the Emperor Stallion face at all, the Emperor Stallion as if he did not see, also do not bother with him, it looks like, she heavy attack, it does work. Nickel, I'm craving pastries and snacks from She Lemon Leisure House, why don't you get them for me and I'll go back to catch up on my sleep and bring along a cup of my favorite drink. Yes, Your Highness. Once aboard the craft, Anthony leaned into Nickel, who self-consciously hugged him and rubbed his back, nodding his head in agreement after hearing his request. Nickel sent Anthony back to the palace after, went to She Lemon Leisure House, his flying machine driving very stable, while thinking about a moment later Anthony ate the expression of the pastries, while planning how to live the rest of the day, his whole worm is beautiful, the next worm will look know that he is in a good mood. Chapter 75 has a heartache called, I Could Have Found You Sooner, But I Forgot. Nickel parked his craft in the craft parking lot and turned toward the She Lemon Recreation House, unconsciously raising an eyebrow at the sight of a small bouquet of flowers in the doorway, smiling sweetly and calling out to his brother. He had a very favorable impression of this child, and he didn't know why, but he always felt that this little guy gave him a very close feeling, a feeling that wasn't annoying. What are you doing here, little one? Nickel walked over and reached out to rub the little one's little head, not much expression on his face but he had been very gentle and it was good to see that the little one understood his gentleness. Brother, Softy is working hard oh. Little Softy tilted her little head, looking at Nickel with an innocent smile and a very serious expression on her little face. Little bug pups don't usually like to call their female father a female father or their male father a male father when they're little, only when they're a little older and know better, and it's always adorable when they're little when they're calling out for their daddy and papa in their little milky voices. Every time the bug pups seem to know that they are cute, and always manage to hold the hearts of the adult bugs very easily. Even the males who are not so good-natured will be more lenient to the cute bug pups, although some of them still get kicked out, but at least they know how to give a sum of money for their upbringing. Forget about that scummy male father of Angus, what a worthless piece of awesome little guy, brothers going in. Nickel inexplicably thought that when the little thing in front of him smiled, it looked a bit like his silly female bug in the end of the Callian domain. He felt a little devilish and hurriedly shook off the thought, then complimented little softy and walked into the store. If he didn't hurry up, he would probably run out of places. Nickel came very coincidentally, he just happened to be the last customer, so he ordered with satisfaction and was about to sit next to him and wait when he suddenly saw Zhang Jinyu, who was making pastries. Nickel just unintentionally glanced at it, then turned around, suddenly realized something, twisted his head to look at it again, then fixed in place. Wait a minute, this female bug with a scar on her face, how come it looks so much like the one his uncle was looking for? Is there a problem, Konosuke Nickel? Zhang Yuchen had just closed the register when he saw Nickel staring at the kitchen. He turned back a little strangely and realized that it was Zhang Jinyu he was looking at. Ha! Nothing. Nickel snapped back to his senses and walked over to the empty seat and sat down, then set the screen settings visible only to himself, then opened the chat box with his own uncle. Nickel, uncle, what's the name of this female you're looking for? Do you know it? Or remember? This side back to the hotel, was about to go to the shower, rest a little bit of ink blue chin, heard a special reminder, then stopped the action, opened the light brain screen, after seeing his nephew's question, froze for a moment, and only then remembered that he had forgotten to tell him the name of the female insect he was looking for. Murankin Weija, his name is Zhang Jinyu. Nickel, colon. Nickel, uncle, are you sure? Are you really sure? Are you sure his name is Zhang Jinyu? Murankin Weija, I'm sure, are you onto something? Or do you know a female with the same name as him, or is it the same female? After Murankin sent this message, he was a bit unable to sit still. He wanted to go to find Nickel, but he knew that he couldn't enter His Highness Antony's palace rashly, so he could only hold his mind and wait for the other party to reply to the message. Nickel, you come to She Lemon Lounge. I'm not sure if this single female with the same name and resemblance, but with female pups and a scar on her face, is the female you're looking for? You'll just have to wait and find out for yourself. I'll send you the address. Come quickly, they're closing. After taking a deep breath, Nickel sent a message to his uncle, with another address attached, and it was up to him to recognize whether or not a rival was the person his uncle was looking for. Emolanchin only felt that his mind was blank, staring blankly for a while before reacting, quickly putting on his jacket and walking quickly directly outside the hotel. Where are you going, Your Highness? No need to follow, you guys rest. Seeing him in such a hurry, Murankin's men tried to follow him, but they were left in place by his words, and he quickly got into the flying machine, his mind in turmoil. Is the scar on Zhang Jinyu's face because of that accident? Is the female bug cub he is carrying his child? Is this female bug actually Zhang Jinyu? Murankin thought about these problems, and the speed of the flying machine was getting faster and faster. If it wasn't for his skill, I'm afraid that something serious would have happened at this moment. Kanban Nickel, your desserts, snacks and drinks are packed, and we have a complimentary bouquet of flowers here, so you can take some back with you. His Highness Anthony should enjoy it. The waiter, Xiaoyun, walked up to Nickel and handed him the goods that the packers had packed. He smiled sincerely and you could tell that he was in a very good mood. It seemed that today was also a day to get off work early. Okay, thanks, so I'll just pick out a bouquet? Nickel nodded to Saomi and then stood up and walked towards the bouquet point. Saomi nodded and followed him there before introducing him to the flowers. Nickel picked a bunch of roses, and when he looked up, he saw little Softy jumping into Zhang Jinyu's arms and lying on his ear, smiling and saying something. Zhang Jinyu's cold face is actually gentle at the moment. He looks like this, then let the insects ignore his scars, think that he has handsome features, perfect bone phase. Conrad Nickel, would you like to pick out another bouquet? Xiaoyun handed the bouquet that Nickel had picked out to the wrapper who had wrapped the flowers, and turned around to notice that Nickel was staring blankly, so she asked a tentative question, and Nickel returned to his senses and shook his head slightly. No thanks, please. After thanking him, Nickel took the bandaged flowers and nodded to Xiaoyun again before turning to go. Although he was curious and gossiping about whether this Zhang Jinyu was his uncle's female ruler or not, he still had his highness waiting, so he could only press on and turn to go back. This side of Nickel just left, Molanchin arrived. He could not care about anything else, directly rushed into the store. Zhang Jinyu is in the kitchen and Lin Dai cooking together. They usually end of the work, are eating before going back. This is the employee welfare. Your honorable mailworm, I'm so sorry, we're closed. Xiaoyun was startled when she saw the mailbug that suddenly rushed in, then hurriedly put on a professional smile and walked over to politely talk to him. Emo Lanchin couldn't hear anything at the moment. He stood in front of the cash register, staring blankly at Zhang Jinyu, who was cooking in the kitchen while talking to the little milk ball beside him, and couldn't find his voice for a long time. Zhang Jinyu, originally handsome face, smooth face, there is a very long scar. This scar is hideous and horrible. To give the first feeling of insects is fear, coupled with the fact that he usually do not love to smile, will be able to bluff to the insects in particular. But Emo Lanchin, after seeing, but only left heartache and heartache, his heartache at the moment, his chest violently heaving, red eyes, tearful eyes, his partner, he put on the tip of the heart of the female insects, these years, in the end, how to come over If he hadn't been seriously injured, if he hadn't lost his memories of being with Zhang Jinyu, wouldn't he have been able to pick up his heart and soul back a few years earlier? Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. His baby has been hurt and aggravated. He hurt so much, all over, everywhere. The pain in his heart was especially noticeable. He deserved it. How could he forget him? Chapter 76, Sorry I'm late. Your Excellency, Mailworm, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me. Xiaoyun saw this sudden intrusion of the male insect suddenly covered the place of the heart, gasping for breath but also dropped tears, and eyes staring tightly in the direction of the kitchen, which scared him, which in case of trouble, the consequences are unimaginable. Xiaoyun's shout caused the other females to look over, and Zhang Jinyu, who had just placed the dish he had served on the stovetop and was about to fry a second dish, also looked over. Clunk! Zhang Jinyu looked at the glass window outside the ink blue chin. The whole female insects are frozen in time. The hand holding the spatula because of the sluggishness did not hold steady, and fell to the ground. The small soft was startled. If not Lin Dai hand fast, that spatula is going to hit him. Zhang Jinyu, what are you doing? It almost hit our little softy. Lin Dai's somewhat angry voice finally made Zhang Jinyu come back to his senses. He first lowered his head and rubbed little Softy's head, softly apologizing. Softy, I'm sorry, you stay with Uncle Lin Dai for a while first. As soon as Zhang Jinyu's trembling words fell, he turned around and walked out of the kitchen. He came in front of Emo Lanchin, and seeing the intact Emo Lanchin from close range, his eyes reddened for only a moment. Emo Lanchin couldn't say anything anymore. He just reached out his hand and held Zhang Jinyu into his arms, holding tightly. Zhang Jinyu felt his body temperature and instantly fell into tears, the aggression of these years, as if he had found a vent. Lanchin, you asshole, why didn't you come to me when you were still alive? Do you know how much I was afraid you'd die out there? Where the hell have you been all these years? Zhang Jinyu also dead hold Emo Lanchin. He thought of his years of fear, thought of their own years with soft hardship, only feel the gas from the heart, did not hold back to pinch the fist, wiped his back a few times, in the end, or heartache, did not bother to make the whole body's strength. Ayu. I'm late, sorry. Emo Lanchin let Zhang Jinyu spread fire on himself. He was so heartbroken at the moment that he didn't know where to start, so he could only say sorry to him over and over again, calling his name. Zhang Jinyu finally beat him all out of temper, just hugged him and cried uncontrollably. All these years, the first time he cried so woefully, or in the face of his colleagues and his own female pups, but he already could not care about anything. Next to Xiaoyun, Lin Dai, and Zhang Yuchen and other females saw this scene. They were a million times confused. You look at me, I look at you, and in the end, they didn't ask or say anything. Both of them were in a very emotional state right now, so I guess they wouldn't explain anything to them at all. Moreover, looking at this attitude of theirs, I am afraid that they are a pair of husband and wife. That is, I don't know what exactly happened in the middle, which led to their separation, and it is very obvious. This male bug excellency doesn't know the existence of the bug pups. Zhang Yuchen looked at Lin Dai. Your brother Dai, do you have any melon seeds? I want to get high and watch while I do. Lin Dai returned a raised eyebrow to him. Move the small bench over here and let's watch it together while getting high. Little soft a pair of big eyes budding. Wow, dad be good will actually so quickly to soft find a mailworm daddy. Soft to write down. Mailworms like to cry bag. Zhang Jinyu did not realize that he had inadvertently instilled in his female pups what kind of love values that gave him a headache. When he found out, he could only see his female pups every day crying and running after a small male insect. The key is, that small male insect, pressure does not eat this set, and even 100,000 points of dislike. All in all, his baby's soft future love road, more or less a little bumpy. Of course, these are all afterthoughts, not to mention for the time being. After Zhang Jinyu and Emo Lanchin's emotions calmed down, Zhang Jinyu stayed Emo Lanchin together for dinner and solemnly introduced himself to his very gossipy-looking colleagues. As you can see, the male bug in front of you is my male master, my softy's real father, and we met Quicksilver and Soft Silver in the universe when we went traveling earlier. Zhang Yuchen ate with the same concentration as always. Lin Dai ate while giving him food. His heart was very satisfied. Good, this kid is worthy of our store's signature rice ball, is able to eat. Zhang Yuchen, ouch. I'm going to have 3 more bowls. Chapter 77, Want to get high? Come get high. After finishing the meal and coming out from Shi Lemon Leisure House, Mo Lanchin took the initiative to pick up little Softy and hiked with Jiang Jinyu to the flying machine parking lot. His heart reddened with pain as he listened to Jiang Jinyu recounting their uncomplicated situation. The back of a family of 3, in the setting sunlight, looked so warm and full of happiness. Lin Dai watched their backs in the distance at the gate, and sincerely sent his blessings, but at the same time, he felt that this picture is very beautiful, so he took a picture of their family of 3, and sent it to Jiang Jinyu privately. Over here, Jiang Jinyu received the photo and paused slightly, then turned around and saw Lin Dai and Zhang Yuchen standing next to him, so he waved to them. Lin Dai smiled at him and waved her hand as well, wordlessly saying see you tomorrow. Jiang Jinyu understood, so he withdrew his eyes and turned his head to continue talking to Mo Lanchin. Brother, look at me. Ha? What for? Ka Ching. Zhang Yuchen stood behind Lin Dai, and suddenly felt that the shirt he wore today matched extremely well with the late sunset, so he squatted down on one knee, turned on the photo function, and then called him. Lin Dai turned back and smiled at Zhang Yuchen for an unknown reason. His smile was filled with contentment, and his eyes were tinted with the colors of the evening sun. Beautiful. Good looking. Zhang Yuchen looked at the photos he had taken and was so pleasantly surprised that he immediately sent them to Lin Dai and shared them with him. Lin Dai took a look at the photos on the light brain and felt that it was barely adequate. Lin Dai was about to speak, suddenly realized that Zhang Yuchen's this posture is especially like a marriage proposal. Beside all the passing females looked over, he coughed, a little uncomfortable to pull him up. Cough, I know, don't kneel like this, strange to let the insects misunderstand. Zhang Yuchen didn't feel that there was any problem, so he didn't dwell on it, but directly held his hand and rushed straight to the newly planned food street across the street with a pair of starry eyes. Brother, let's go buy food, all those things look so delicious, I want to try them all. When Lin Yin saw this excited look on his face, the corners of her mouth twitched, then she half pushed and half accommodated, allowing him to drag herself over. You big stomach bug. Just now when we had dinner, you were the one who ate the most, you actually haven't gotten full yet? Brother, dinner is dinner and snacks are snacks, how can they be mixed up? Just tell me, right? Zhang Yuchen turned back to look at Lin Dai and asked him with a righteous face, that look, how serious it had to be. In his eyes, eating would always come first. Oh no, it might be a little less so now. Yes, whatever you say is right, you can eat all you want yourself, you won't get fat anyway, you can eat all you want, you big stomach bug. A stomachache is good for you. Lin Dai is too lazy to bother with the little friend, so he just agreed. Anyway, when the time comes to eat too much to come to him to rub his stomach, to digest hot drink or something, he is not going to care about him. Carrot. Brother, this is so good, try it. Zhang Yuchen bought a small bag of grilled sausages, and after he tasted a bite himself, he was instantly amazed until his eyes glowed, and he shared it with Lin Dai with a look of excitement. Lin Dai raised his eyebrows, glanced at him and then at the roasted sausage, then ghostly took a bite. He didn't want to eat it, but Zhang Yuchen's eyes were just too bright. He looked expectant as if he was catching his first prey and giving it to his parents' little puppy. It was really, impossible to refuse. Well, it's delicious, but you eat less, or you'll have a hard time with your stomach at night, and I'll ignore you when you come knocking on the door, so you'll have a pain to remember. Ha. I know, brother. Zhang Yuchen was so happy that he hugged Lin Dai and pampered him like a little kid, and at a glance, he was a 5 feet 9 inches petite baby. What's wrong with 5 feet 9 inches? He was still his brother Lin's petite baby. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that. Lin Dai was very eager to go home and sleep immediately, but in order not to hurt the heart of the 1.93 m petite baby, he stiffly accompanied this kid to shop until 8:30, before they took the shared flying machine back home together. The two of them live in a neighborhood, a building, a unit, that is, one on the 18th floor, one on the 8th floor, which is really quite far away. They cannot meet if they do not work in the same place. You don't eat so much all the time, it's not good for digestion. What if your stomach gets hard again then? After Lin Dai asked this sentence, he felt that he was really nosy, and without waiting for Zhang Yuchen to answer, he waved his hand and continued, hey, forget it, when my rent expires, I won't rent this place either, so feel free to do as you please. Zhang Yuchen froze for a moment as he listened to Lin Dai's words. Suddenly feeling a dull ache in his chest, he pursed his lips, lowered his head and reached out to hold Lin Dai's hand, leaning his head against his shoulder, and didn't say anything. Lin Dai's body stiffened slightly, so she indulged Zhang Yuchen's movements, reaching out her other hand to rub his head. What for? Ding! Zhang Yuchen was silent for a while and was about to speak when the elevator door suddenly opened, and a family of 3 came out from inside, a pair of female insect husband and wife. One of the females was holding a female insect baby. This baby should have been adopted by them, but was well taken care of, and the baby's little face was very round. Lin Dai unconsciously looked at them, and they also looked at them, not knowing what they remembered. They actually smiled at him, and he responded with a somewhat confused smile before pulling Zhang Yuchen into the elevator. "Hubby, look at the pair just now. Does it look like when we were young, when you..." Before the elevator doors closed, Lin Dai heard what one of the females said, and his entire female froze, the tips of his ears turning red as he twisted his head to look at Zhang Yuchen, and when he realized that Zhang Yuchen was looking at him, he twisted his head to look at the ground somewhat sheepishly. "Ahem, just now that guy talked nonsense. Really, Xiaochen, you don't take it seriously, just take it as a joke." Lin Dai didn't know why he had to say this, he only felt that if he didn't say this, Zhang Yuchen would think too much, but Zhang Yuchen, such a simple-minded guy who only knew how to eat, would he really think too much? It was him who thought too much, right? "Brother, your face is so red, and so are your ears." Lin Dai was thinking wildly when Zhang Yuchen suddenly said this, instantly giving him a soul-storming attack. He froze for a moment and glared up at him with some annoyance. "Say what the? You shut the up you." As soon as Lin Dai's words fell, he realized that his hand was still being tugged on by Zhang Yuchen. He tried to break free, and before he could move, he froze as the other party suddenly embraced him in a full embrace. Chapter 78. I don't want you to go, can you stay with me? Zhang Yuchen held Lin Dai very tightly, and his head was buried in his shoulder, his breath hitting the skin of his neck silently, hot and itchy. Lin Dai's entire female insect head was buzzing. He didn't understand why Zhang Yuchen suddenly hugged him. Nor did he quite understand what Zhang Yuchen's sudden sadness was on before in front of the elevator. All he knew was that the other party was holding him too tightly and was a little out of breath. "Ahem. Little you trying to strangle me?" Lin Dai had no choice but to reach out and pat the back of the big tall man in front of him, gasping for air to remind him that Zhang Yuchen had finally reacted and loosened his grip a bit, but still refused to let go of him. "I didn't want to strangle you, I'm sorry, I was too strong just now, brother, just let me hold you for a little while, just a little while, just a little while." Zhang Yuchen also apologized very seriously to Lin Dai, and then in a sullen tone, he made his own little request to him, and Lin Dai had no choice but to agree in an instant. I don't know how long Zhang Yuchen hugged him. After he let go, Lin Dai's 8th floor had also arrived. Lin Dai patted his shoulder. "I'm here, rest early after you go upstairs." As soon as Lin Dai's words fell, he turned around and went out of the elevator, and Zhang Yuchen didn't listen to him, but followed him out like a little brother. "What are you following me for?" Lin Dai looked at the elevator that closed the elevator doors and went straight up, as well as Zhang Yuchen, who was mortared beside him and looking at him blearily, and both cried and laughed a little. "Just going to follow you." Zhang Yuchen skimmed his mouth, a child's gambling-like tone, said this sentence, "Do not say, it is really quite cute." Lin Dai were adorable by him. Okay, then you follow." Lin Dai had no way to bother with such a cute little kid, so he just stopped bothering with him and turned around to head for his room door. He had just turned the corner when he saw the landlord female gentleman standing in front of the door of his room. He froze for a moment and walked over. "Lin Dai, you're back. I'm really sorry, my son is going to bring his family estranged over tomorrow to look at the house. I can't do anything about it, so I still have to trouble you to move out tonight. Don't worry, I won't lose a single penny of the amount of the compensation and the deposit that should be refunded to you." When Lin Dai, with the help of Zhang Yuchen and the landlady estates, quickly packed his things, cleaned up again, and after giving the key to the landlady estates, got on the elevator and it was already 12:30. "Brother, are you going to stay at a hotel?" Zhang Yuchen realized that Lin Dai had pressed the first floor, so he pressed down the 18th floor, then twisted his head to ask him. Lin Dai nodded with a sigh of relief. "Or else let me sleep on the street?" Zhang Yuchen rarely frowned tightly without saying anything. Lin Dai sighed and reached out to smooth his brow. "You said you're young," sighed old frowning, "grow old fast." Zhang Yuchen still didn't say anything. As if he was gambling, he hid in the corner of the elevator and shrunk into a ball. It looked like he was autistic. Lin Dai looked at him squatting in the corner. The corner of his mouth twitched several times. This kid's mind, it's really hard to guess. Ding! The sound of the elevator reaching the first floor rang out, breaking the eerie silence of the moment. Lin Dai was trying to move her things out, but before she had time to move, she was embraced by Zhang Yuchen, who had stood up at an unknown time. This time Zhang Yuchen hugged him from behind Lin Dai, almost embedding him whole into his embrace, his wide palms fixing his waist and abdomen, making him unable to move, and his shoulders sank, being rested on his chin, his breath right next to his ear, clear and hot. Lin Dai watched as the elevator door closed, then rose towards the 18th floor. He froze for a while before reaching out and patting Zhang Yuchen. "Zhang Yuchen, you brat, what are you doing? I still have to come down in a while, you really..." "Brother." Zhang Yuchen's cry, which was so dull that it carried a sobbing tone, directly interrupted what Lin Dai was trying to say and directly fixed him in place, and then he heard Zhang Yuchen's aggravated cry again, which sounded like he was being abandoned. I don't want you to leave, can you live with me? I don't want rent, you can just make me breakfast and snacks, I'm alone in my house, I want you to stay with me, okay? As soon as Zhang Yuchen finished his sentence, hot tears fell on Ling Yan's shoulders, through his clothes, scalding his body, and he was stunned for a long while, only to feel his heart ache terribly, not the pathological kind of ache, but psychologically. You want me to live with you, just say so, why are you crying? Make it look like I'm bullying you. Lin Dai turned around, cupping Zhang Yuchen's crying dirty crybaby face, wiping his tears with heartache while speaking words to comfort him. Of course, it's not just comforting, he's really going to live in his house. As Zhang Jinyu was relieved to turn off the lights and the door, and after walking out, he found that Mo Lanqin was observing the small flowers on the desktop that little Softy had planted herself, so he poured a cup of hot water over. This is the wishing flower that Softy planted himself. Every time he has a wish, he'll close his eyes and make a wish on it. Softy looks so cute. Zhang Jinyu walked over with the water, and after placing it in Mo Lanqin's hand, he smiled softly and took out a thick photo album from the drawer under the coffee table. These are all the pictures of Softy from when she was a little girl. I thought about you in case you were still alive, so I never forgot to take pictures and record them, so you can take your time to look at them. Mo Lanqin looked at the scars on Zhang Jinyu's cheeks and listened to his words. His heart was sour. If he hadn't forgotten about all this, wouldn't they, father and son, not have to suffer? The answer was self-evident. Ayu, the baby's picture, you can look at it tomorrow. Mo Lanqin put the water cup down and held Zhang Jinyu's hand, reaching out to caress his cheek. I want to see more of you. Zhang Jinyu wanted to open the album's action a beat, finally placed the album on the table, twisted his head to look at Mo Lanqin, held his hand. Lord Xiong, you all these years, where have you been? Why only now come to find me? To find us? Ayu, I'm sorry. Mo Lanqin took Zhang Jinyu into his arms and whispered in his ear, after that accident back then, I was rescued by my family, but because of the serious injuries and because of the bump on my head. So, I forgot that there is everything about us. I also only completely recovered a while ago. Think about it, I searched for a long time, did not find you. I thought you did not think that you are here. I can find you, it is really good. When Mirankin said this, he thought of the empty feeling in his heart when he lost his memory as well as the inexplicable aversion he felt towards the female bugs next to him when they were near, and now that he regained his memory, he finally understood what it was, and that it was because of the female bugs in his heart, which even after forgetting about it, he couldn't afford to betray him. Zhang Jinyu froze for a moment as he listened to Mo Lanqin's words, then frowned, holding his shoulders and checking from side to side. So how are you doing? Are you all better now? Did you fall sick? Ayu, don't worry, the medical team of the Weijia clan's royal family, they're all very professional, I'm already better. Mo Lanqin cupped Zhang Jinyu's cheeks and tenderly stroked his cheeks, his eyes full of heartache. Ayu, if you want, the scars on your face, they can also be eliminated and restored to their original appearance. Well, thank you Lord Male. You and I don't have to talk about that. Good. Zhang Jinyu listened, slightly paused for a moment, then wrapped his arms around him and nodded his head with a light humph. It's not that he didn't know the identity of Mo Lanqin, he was even accustomed to it. He had confessed it to him back when they were first together and had been trying to bring him to the Weijia, but just never got around to it. Lord Xiong, it's still early, do you want to watch a movie to pass the time before taking a shower, or do you want to go take a shower first and then watch a movie to pass the time? Zhang Jinyu and Mo Lanqin hugged for a while, then separated, looking at him seriously inquiring. Mo Lanqin sat beside Zhang Jinyu, wrapped his arms around him and tenderly rubbed against him. I'm all right, look at you. Mo Lanqin felt that it was not easy for him to get his wife back, and if he could not leave half a step for a while, he could not wait to stick to him as a way of comforting the pain of lovesickness. Let's watch a movie then. Zhang Jinyu seemed to think the same as him, his body naturally leaned in his arms, took the remote control and started to look for a movie. Then, Zhang Jinyu rummaged through the movie. Mo Lanqin looked at him and scanned him from head to toe, from top to bottom. His Mo Lanqin family's female gentleman just fascinated him. Zhang Jinyu's ears were flushed by Mo Lanqin's somewhat revealing eyes. He hadn't seen his own male master for several years, and now that he had seen him with great difficulty and smelled the pheromone flavor of his male master's body, he only felt dizzy and engrossed. Ayu, you. Mo Lanqin noticed Zhang Jinyu's change before reacting to the fact that he hadn't deliberately hidden his pheromones in front of him, and he said those 3 words before stopping his mouth, his eyes a little dark. Lord Xiong, you find the movie, I'll go over to. Zhang Jinyu only felt ashamed and angry. He put the remote control into Mo Lanqin's arms and was about to tell him and go to wash the bathroom when he didn't realize that just as he stood up, he was pulled back by him. And it was accompanied by a spinning of the sky, and when he came back to his senses, he lay back and saw the handsome face of his own male lord, and he felt that his cheeks, at the moment, must be red. Ayu, don't be afraid, Lord Xiong is here, you can tell me whatever you want, you don't have to be as helpless as you were before. Lanchin lowered his head and tenderly kissed Jiang Jinyu's lips, heartbrokenly kissed the scar on his cheek again. His voice was so gentle that Jiang Jinyu couldn't help but redden his eyes. Lord Xiong, you didn't lie to me? Jiang Jinyu wrapped his arms around Lanchin's neck, his voice slightly choked, his tone couldn't stop being hoarse. Lanchin nodded affirmatively and encouragingly. There's no lying to you, you can rely on me at any time, Ayu. Jiang Jinyu heard this and fell into tears. He nodded and suddenly pulled Lanchin down a bit with his arms around him. The meaning was already very obvious. Lanchin kissed his forehead with red eyes, then whispered roguish words in his ear. Ayu, I won't stop, do you want to? Jiang Jinyu's cheeks instantly turned even redder. He rested his head on Lanchin's shoulder and just gave a hum. Lanchin got an answer and hugged him. Going to the bedroom, it wasn't easy for him to remember that there was still a little softy in this house before he lost his mind. Ayu, I love you. Lord Yu, I love you too. Lanchin and Jiang Jinyu said love to each other, and then kissed together, this kiss after many years, still passionate, but also as much as tender. In the end, the movie didn't work, the shower took twice, and the sounds that vaguely leaked out during that time were drowned out by the nanny machine bug putting on Lullaby Infinity. Little Softy had already gotten used to falling asleep to music, and was now eating gourmet food in her dreams, not bothering about their adult bugs at all, and sleeping quite soundly. Chapter 80 is so cute, it's his yet. When she returned to the Central Star with Angus, he first took him, whose stomach was obviously rounded, directly to the hospital for a bi-weekly checkup that could not be missed. Baby, do your feet hurt? Let me carry you. When they arrived at the hospital entrance, she helped Angus to walk, saw him walking tigerishly, scared and quickly asked him if his feet hurt, but also intended to carry him. It couldn't be helped, Angus's foot had suddenly swollen without warning earlier, which had startled him, and although his female father had said that it was a normal phenomenon and only lasted a day or two, he was still very uneasy, fearing that Angus's foot would swell up again. Lord Xiong, I'm fine, the swelling in my feet has gone down before, you don't have to be so nervous. Angus saw this careful look of Xian, and felt like laughing at the same time. His heart was also extra sweet, probably because these 2 weeks by Xian spoiled and coaxed and spoiled, he became more and more confident, and when he smiled, it was also more and more sweet. And in the sight of the bug at the time, he will even be polite to people's smile, although that smile is not in front of Shi Jin when sweet, but also enough to make the sight of the bug surprised. After all, he is a cold-faced Marshal. Hey. Is it really okay? It's really okay. She asked him again, uncertainly, and Angus nodded very definitively, which made him drop his heart a little and lead him towards the attending doctor's office. Before coming, she made an appointment in advance. Now go over, the time is just right, then directly come to the hospital queue. Registration is too good. Although the speed of the machine bug is very fast, but can be a little earlier, just a little earlier, after all, is back from other planets, always have to go back to sleep, rest and rest. Soon arrived at the door of the attending doctor's office. There were no other patients inside, only the attending doctor was a female bug-in. He seemed to be organizing the cases, his eyes had been staring at the screen to see, did not even notice the movement outside the door. She raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door 3 times, attracting the attention of the attending doctor, who saw the two of them and stood up with a direct smile. Egu, you guys can come on, have a seat, I'm looking forward to looking at the 2 male worm eggs. Thanks. The attending doctor smiled and sent his sincerest wishes to Angus, who nodded slightly at him and smiled a little. She smiled back and nodded, and the two of them thanked each other at the same time before taking a bunch of sheets and leaving the hospital. The attending physician looked at the picture of the 2 male bug eggs on the chart and nodded with immense relief, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude. That's great, these 2 bug pups, it's really their luck to meet such a good male father, otherwise, how would they get such abundant pheromones as well as spiritual power to appease them? She forever dropping God. She was sitting in the driver's seat, his hand clasping Angus's, looking in a very good mood, and Angus was clasping him back, and he was in a good mood, too, and the bugbane seed, which was still green and leafy when placed in front of them, seemed to be happily growing another shoot, a tiny, leafy shoot, as well. This bug flower seed has been growing leaves like crazy since it was planted, and those leaves aren't very tall, they grow to that point and stop growing, then move on to the next leaf. She once asked Angus how this bug flower seed didn't have flower bones, and Angus answered him with a shake of his head plus a dumbfounded look of not knowing. Then he had no choice, just slowly raise it, there will always be a day to bloom, after all, a rose planted, blooming will take a long time you have to have patience. As usual, she took care of this particular pot of flowers, and he felt that it was already a great miracle that the flower could keep growing leaves and not wither any of them yet. So, since then, counting the number of leaves has become a great fun. He counted every time to finish how many pieces, will also tell Angus, making Angus blush, almost shy to bite him, although really bit, but what does it matter, he is happy. Baby, in a while let's go back and have a good sleep, then get up and eat. What do you want? Tell me in advance, I'll let the takeout machine bug send it to me. and then make it for you to eat, what do you say? Good. Before Shijin had even arrived home, he began to plan to feed Angus. They ran all the way back, and Angus didn't want to spare Shijin the hard work of going to the supermarket to buy groceries, so he nodded his head, and then seriously thought about what he wanted to eat. Here, drink your nutritious milk and think about it at the same time. She was not in a hurry, and slowly waited for him to think, and while he was thinking, he even handed over a cup of nutritious milk, which he had previously put in the automatic heating box of the flying machine, and adjusted to the right temperature to heat it up a bit, and now it was very warm, and was very suitable for Angus to drink. Okay, thanks hubby. Angus accepted the nutritional milk from the good, and then came over and kissed Cheyenne a mouthful, and then directly in the mouth of the straw to drink. Cheyenne has been accustomed to give him a good straw tied. He did not even have to do it himself, have a husband spoiled, really good. She for now more and more will be pampered. Angus' little sweet pampering technology, expressed 100,000 points of affirmation, he cute so well behaved baby up. Well, so cute, it's his then. Chapter 81 Whatever he was, he's mine now. Back at home, Xia put all the things brought back neatly arranged, then pulled Angus, who had been holding up his eyelids and waiting for him, upstairs to his room. Always want to sleep first, nourish the spirit, and then get up to eat and so on. Sleep, baby, good afternoon. Good afternoon, husband. She wrapped his arms around Angus and dropped a tender kiss on his forehead, exchanging good afternoons with him before he rested his head against his and closed his eyes, Angus leaning against him and falling asleep almost seconds after closing his eyes. Roughly because of Xi's ample mental pacification and pheromones, the 2 male bug eggs that Angus was nurturing were much easier than when the females of other families nurtured male bug eggs. The 2 little ones were very well behaved, they hadn't put their female father through anything in particular, and really, the one thing that had been hardest on Angus had been the sudden vomiting, but thankfully, it had only been that one time. Angus felt Xi's love and the love of his baby, something he had never thought of or dared to ask for, but now, after meeting his male master, he had both. If Angus's misfortune in the first half of his life was in exchange for the companionship with Xi in the years to come, then he felt that it was really worth it. His male lord came against the light, blocked the darkness for him, and became the ever-indelible light in his world, so, how good it was. Angus had a dream. He dreamed of a different city than this interstellar age, less technologically advanced, no flying machines, but airplanes, all kinds of cars. And his male lord Xi lived in such a world. He witnessed his short life, from a small child into an abandoned baby to live in the orphanage, even if he was bullied, but still with a smile on his face, the fight back to fight back. Angus stood above the void, with a god's perspective, and watched through the 28 years of Xi's presence in this world, before finally fading his whereabouts and existence to the world he was in at the age of 28, as a mealworm. Angus opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling and gasped in bewilderment, wondering if what he had just seen was a dream or reality. He only felt backward fear if his male lord had accidentally died in the survival at that time. If his male lord had not chosen to come here. If his male lord had not been happy with him. If. There were so many what-ifs that Angus felt scared, and he was lost in the heartache and hard feelings brought on by the dream for a long time. Angus, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. She sensed Angus's movement and opened his eyes to see him staring at the ceiling gasping for air, his eyes vacant and startled. He hurriedly sat up and held him in his arms, releasing more mental power to soothe and pheromone him. Angus finally came back to his senses. He smelled the pheromone scent of Xi's body, raised his hands and hugged him tightly, burying his cheeks in his shoulder sockets, his voice trembling. Hubby, I had a dream. It was so scary. She patted and stroked Angus back, relieved to hear his words, and rubbed his head while whispering soothing words in his ear. Good boy, don't be afraid, my husband is here. The dreams are all the opposite. If you are afraid, cry out and you'll be fine. Not afraid, I'll stay with you and on. Angus in the Shiwei's words of pain, but also really cried out, this cry, his heart in the bottom of the sense of fear, but also be a large part of the vent, and finally in the Shiwei's soothing kiss, all dissipated. The little crybaby is really getting petulant. As soon as the kiss ended, she pulled Angus away from him and cupped his cheeks, smiling as he wiped his tears away, and Angus grunted arrogantly as he flirted with him and couldn't look away, then asked for another cuddle, rubbing his tears all over his shoulders, and it was perfect. She gave a light laugh, then glanced down at the time. It was almost 4:30, this nap, it was quite a long nap. He rubbed Angus's head. Baby, are you hungry? I'm going to go make dinner, and you can turn into bug form on my head and sleep some more if you don't want to stay here alone as a bug. No change, I want to hold you and watch you cook. Angus refused Shijin's offer in a very rare moment. Shijin only thought he was insecure from a nightmare, so he didn't think much of it, and tenderly scratched his nose before getting out of bed to put his shoes on, and looked up to hold his hand, smiling. That's fine, come on, let's go together, don't blame me for not warning you if you get choked up then. Angus nodded, a tiny bit of pride still in his cheeks, as if he didn't feel any pain even when he was splattered with oil. Xiao could not help him, only pinched his cheeks, and then took him along to the bathroom to rinse his mouth and wash his face, before going downstairs to cook and do the dishes. Throughout the process, Angus had portrayed the image of a clingy goblin to the hilt, while she had played up the principle of infinity doting on his daughter-in-law to the hilt. As the saying goes, if a female insect goes from being originally strong, unyielding, resilient, and unbreakable in front of a male insect to being a delicate and soft little sweetheart, then basically, it's all because the male insect spoiled her. At this time, if Illyrio is here, he will say, a female insect that has a male insect's favor must be a little more delicate, so that the male insect can have more pain, understand. After she made the meal, he pulled Angus to sit down to eat together. Angus's emotions had stabilized by now, and he buried that light and strange dream deep in his heart, and never mentioned it again after that. His male master, once no matter who, and live in what kind of place, it does not matter, as long as his male master is still by his side, still love him, it is enough, and he will not let his male master leave. Other bugs, and do not want to be from his side, will snatch him away. Eat more, baby, it was hard on you all the way back today. Also, you're going to work tomorrow, and you need to take care of yourself while I'm not around, so I'm going to stop by the store first tomorrow, and if there's nothing else, I'll come find you. Yes, when you come, husband, will you bring me some pastries? I suddenly want to eat the pastries in the store. Well, how about having it after dinner later? How about I just make it for you at home? Think about it. No. I'm going to have a pastry from the store. Ah well, okay, just eat from the store, I'll bring it to you tomorrow, don't be mad, your cheeks are bulging into little puffer fish, huh? Humph. The daily conversations between she and Angus at the dinner table were always a bit cozy and smoky, and the occasional bickering between the two of them was predicated on Angus' victory. If not for the special circumstances of Angus now, wilting Xiao will probably grab the occasionally naughty Angus and hold him down on the bed for a good cleanup, so that he will not dare to be naughty next time. Of course, she can only give Angus a mark in his heart now, and when the bug eggs are born, he guaranteed to let his family baby to experience beast and rogue cultivation. Angus, inexplicably, the back is a little cold. She let out a villainous laugh. Chapter 82. Is this the lure of male bug eggs? Compared to the warmth and harmony of she and Angus's side, then Anthony and Nickel's side, it can be considered as a chicken and dog. Since the addition of a job for Angus, Anthony basically does not get enough sleep every day. Today Anthony, upon hearing that Angus had returned, had decisively taken the one job that belonged to Angus, rejected it, and passed it on to Angus's work-in brain, and after he'd screwed that up, he'd rolled both his eyes and collapsed into Nickel's arms, falling into a fitful sleep. Startled, Nickel rushed Anthony to his room. The private bug doctor was called, and even the male bug emperor got nervous. In case something happened to Anthony and Angus found out about it, and Angus told him about that crazy male lord, then he had a good beating waiting for him, and it was a wonder he wasn't nervous. Luckily, after the diagnosis of Dr. Private Bug came up with the conclusion that Anthony was just over-fatigued from his huge workload, and would soon recover as long as he had a peaceful night's sleep. Finally relieved, Nickel stayed at Anthony's bedside after he sent the doctor away, afraid that Anthony would be upset because he had woken up but hadn't seen him. These days, Anthony's busy feet do not touch the ground. Nickel is not much better, is also busy every day with a gyroscope like, turn the circle, both of them together, are not compared to Angus the workaholic. I also wonder how on earth Angus balances work and family, it's just a bit too much. A professional title like this one, which belonged exclusively to the workaholic Angus, really wasn't something that any female bug could take on, and anyway, Anthony admired him to the core after experiencing it. Then it was decided that in the event that he still took leave in the future, he would simply leave the work that belonged to him to his subordinates, who did not want to do it anymore. It was just too tiring, to say the least. This side of Nickel guarded Anthony, guarded not a while, also sleepy cannot be, lying on the edge of the bed also fell asleep. During the Anthony woke up once, see Nickel so aggrieved himself, heartbroken for a long time, and then carried him to the bed, close to him, and continued to sleep. Seemingly sensing something, Nickel took Anthony into his arms after catching his scent, rubbing his head and sleeping more soundly. Compared to Anthony and Nickel's exhaustion, this side of she and his dear Angus were much more peaceful and happy. Angus turned into a buggy state and stretched for a while before washing up and going to bed with she for a dreamless night. Early the next morning, she woke up before Angus, and as usual, he kissed Angus on the forehead before he smiled and got up to wash up and make breakfast. Angus's biological clock has not yet arrived at the time. At this moment sleep very familiar, even she kissed him, did not notice. Now the two bug eggs are particularly well behaved, and do not make trouble with him. He than the other pregnant female happy do not know how many times. It can only be said that it is worthy of being she's cubs, with tenderness revealed in their bones, but of course, the specific character will still have to wait until the little ones are born, as well as the disclosure of their minds in the latter days to be able to see. Baby, lazybones, get up. She made breakfast and went to the bedroom to yell at Angus to get up. Angus heard his voice and opened his eyes in a daze, his voice soft and lazy. Hubby, good morning, kisses. Angus wrapped his arms around Shui, first said good morning in a daze, and then leaned his head on the other side of the shoulder, pampered and asked for a good morning kiss. He was so good at the moment that Shui's heart was soft to the point of being a mess. So well behaved Angus, it was him Shui spoiled out of it, so good. Well, I have to go to work today, so I made you breakfast, so I'll drop you off later when you're done. She tenderly kissed Angus on each of his cheeks, forehead, and lips, then rubbed the tip of his nose, smiling softly and lovingly. Good. Angus rested his chin on Shui's shoulder socket and rubbed it dependently. He was a little reluctant, but in the end he remembered his duty, and after saying goodbye, he got up and came down to wash up. After finishing breakfast, Xiaojian sent Angus to his workplace first. By that time, Elio and the others had almost just arrived at the gate, and they directly burst into tears and almost cried out when they saw Angus. My master of the universe, nah. Is that female bug at the gate just now our Marshal? He's finally back. I'm going to be exhausted. Whoa. Marshal Angus, you're back. I need you to sign so many of my information now. Finally, it's a good thing I didn't change the information file. His Excellency, she is as gentle as ever. He sends Marshal Angus to work as always. What a male bug that makes female bugs yearn for him. However, I am more concerned, is Marshal Angus' belly a bit bigger? The general saw Angus and she, and not directly go, but instead stood in place and watched them bid farewell, and then the sharp-eyed guy noticed that the bulge at the abdomen of Angus's platinum uniform was just too obvious. Marshal Angus isn't taking a leave of absence because he's pregnant with a male bug egg, is he? Noticing the gentle aura that surrounded Angus, and noticing his hand stroking his stomach from time to time, the military female Dr. Bug froze for a moment, and then reacted to what was going on, and let out a voice of outright surprise. Chavez and other females looked at the army female Dr. Bug and were a bit surprised. The army female Dr. Bug didn't care about their surprise, and continued. A female insect that is pregnant with a male egg is very tired in the early stages, manifesting itself in drowsiness, falling asleep while eating, and walking. And during this time, it is necessary to have the male insect's mental power to appease and pheromones in order to stabilize the female's emotions, which in turn will lead to the development of the male insect's eggs, a process that will take 2 weeks. So that's the reason why Marshal Angus is taking a leave of absence for 2 weeks, isn't it? The words of the military female Dr. Bugs made Chavez and the other females confused for a while, and then they also turned around to contact their homes, Angus, and she knew nothing about it. So, is this the lure of the male worm egg? Chapter 83, the so-called female father's aura. Angus said goodbye to she, and turned and walked through the gate, and when Illyrio and the others saw this, they stopped what they were doing, and stood extraordinarily upright and straight in a square formation, and spoke in unison after Angus had approached them. Welcome back to duty, Marshal Angus. Well, all dispersed to their work. Angus looked at the neat and tidy square in front of him, nodded with satisfaction, finished his words, then turned around and walked towards the office building. He felt that he must have quite a lot of work backlogged in the past 2 weeks. He still had to finish it quickly. Marshal, you must have rested well during this 2-week vacation. There really isn't a trace of the tiredness that was on your face before. His Excellency, she is amazing. Illyrio walked beside Angus and looked at him for a few moments, causing Angus to quirk his head in confusion, before smiling and talking to him, words of concern and blessing and happiness at being blessed with a male bug that truly loved him. Thanks. Angus listened to Illyrio's words, thought of his own male master. The corner of his lips unconsciously raised a sweet arc. He was born good-looking. When he did not smile, it was clear and cold, like an immortal. Angus smiled at this moment, just like an exiled fairy entering the world, melting the glacier, warm as spring, revealing a gentle and sweet atmosphere from the inside to the outside, making Illyrio unconsciously look at him a few more times. Illyrio, how are the preparations for the pilgrimage of the 2 clans coming along? In 2 weeks it will be time to go to the other planets to prepare in advance. Are you an Augstier and have you picked out the troops of generals that will follow you there? Angus seemed to have noticed Illyrio's boss. The cash register records have been sent to you, check the rest. Master, you're back, how was it? How did you play with the boss, female monarch? Look at you with a spring in your step, it must have been very good. Uncle, Softy and Daddy are being good. As soon as Jean entered the store, the shopkeepers, who were originally busy, stopped their work and walked to him to talk to him with a smile. Jean responded with a smile and also rubbed the soft little head in passing. It's really hard work, everyone. I'll cook you all a big dinner after work and treat you. Only after the shopkeepers finished their words in a chorus did she answer them with a smile a single sentence elicited happy laughter from them, and she was quite happy too. Emolanchin sat not far away and looked at this rumored gentle and elegant male bug, rating 9 points in his mind, with 1 point left for him to observe and watch. Alright, everyone go and get busy, don't keep the guests waiting, and if there's anything, wait until after work. Noticing that there were still a lot of customers in the store, Shi Xiaowei hurriedly spoke up and told everyone to get busy. They nodded and turned around to get busy individually. Brother, wait. Lin Dai was about to enter the kitchen when he was suddenly pulled by Zhang Yuchen, who had to stop and look at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Zhang Yuchen didn't say anything more. Instead he pulled out a handkerchief from his own bosom and lifted his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and cheeks. Lin Dai froze for a moment, then smiled and reached out to push away his hand that was wiping the sweat from his own face. I thought there was something else? Alright, I'll wipe it later. You hurry up and greet the customers, I'm going to get busy. Alright, you keep that handkerchief in your pocket. Zhang Yuchen was a bit reluctant to let go of Lin Dai's hand, but he also knew that it was not a good time to play rogue and pamper him, so he stuffed his own handkerchief into his arms. Okay, go and get busy, customers are waiting in line, don't be complained by then, deducted wages can't afford to buy food. Lin Dai tucked the handkerchief that Zhang Yuchen had stuffed into his arms and rubbed his head with a smile, then turned around and went into the kitchen. Zhang Jinyu glanced at Zhang Yuchen, then looked at Lin Dai and said cryptically with a light smile, Shaolin, don't you realize that Xiao Qin is a bit too dependent on you? Lin Dai sighed and waved her hand, not thinking deeper into this issue that Zhang Jinyu was talking about, so she just started the mode of spitting at Zhang Yuchen. Alas, I'm not these days in his home to live after I realized, this kid is simply the 10th level of life disability, meals will not do, housework will not do, usually eat in addition to the store's meals, is a takeaway, I really served him. Blah blah blah. Zhang Jinyu listened to Lin Dai's words, lightly laughed, while making the cake, while listening to him spit. These spit, obviously are concerned, but he himself does not know. Zhang Yuchen this chase road, or a little far na. Mr. is from the Ouijar clan? When she turned around, he found little Softy holding a toy, running to a male bug sitting on the sofa, and very affectionately jumping into his arms. She paused slightly, noticing the royal totem under the male insect's left ear, and then walked over to him, smiling politely and questioning him softly. Yes, Urankin looked at the male insect in front of him, and not intending to hide anything extended his hand to him in polite greeting. Your Excellency I have heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you, I don't know what to call you. After shaking hands with Emolanchin, Shi sat across from him and climbed into conversation with him with a smile. Emolanchin rubbed the soft little head in his arms and was about to speak, but the little guy took a step ahead of him and introduced himself. Uncle, he's Softy's daddy. Daddy calls Daddy Zion's Woda. Little Soft sat on his own male father's lap, shaking his little feet while proudly introducing himself to Shi Jin. Shi Jin raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and Emolanchin rubbed the little one's head and said to Shi Jin, Emolanchin. She nodded, unconsciously glancing at Zhang Jinyu, who was busy, and then at him. His heart probably had a bottom, by the looks of it. Between you two, you should have had a sensational love experience. Booming? Emolanchin listened to Shi Jin's adjective and paused slightly, then nodded approvingly. That is indeed quite bombastic. Been here long? Didn't hang out with him, did you? Today is just right, I'll replace him. You three go out for a stroll as a family. I don't want to be called a black-hearted boss who oppresses his employees by those bugs. Shi Yin smiled, and after finishing the sentence, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Urankin paused. His heart was very grateful. He had found his AU until now. He really did not have time to go out and hang out. Mainly on AU will make pastries, the others will not. There is no way to cover the shift. Even if he was off work early, Molanchin couldn't bear to let Zhang Jinyu still dragging his tired body to go wandering around, and now that Shi Jinyu was here just in time, he was going to take them father and son to look at the house nearby, and then buy the house, and live here in the future. Chapter 84. Some like, undeclared. Emolanchin had originally planned to take them back to the Federation, but Zhang Jinyu seemed a little less accustomed to the climate over there, so he simply settled over here. As for his housebugs, they were itching for him to get the hell out of there. Where would they care what he went to do? Mainly because he was just so boring. The housebugs couldn't stand him like this, so they told him to go out and look for a daughter-in-law, and when he found one, bring it back to them, and send a message every now and then to prove that he's still alive and that he's okay. Of course, if Emolanchin had anything to do, requesting the houseworms, they could basically give him a solution in minutes, although on the surface there wasn't much of an appearance of affection, but in reality, they still loved their heirs more, regardless of male or female. Otherwise, they would have removed the boy Nickel long ago after Nickel left the Federation for so long, but not only did they not, they even added Anthony's name right next to Nickel's name on the family tree, just straight away. Zhang Jinyu, is the male bug outside holding the soft one the one you have a marriage with? After Shi Jianyi entered the kitchen, he asked Zhang Jinyu bluntly. Zhang Jinyu listened with a slight pause, but still nodded. He looked a little embarrassed. Master Xiong had an accident a few years ago, and only recently got completely well and found us father and son. Master, is there a problem? She raised his eyebrows slightly, and while putting on his apron, he looked at him and said, there's a problem, and it's quite a big problem. Come on, change out of the work clothes you're wearing and take your male masters and children to the neighborhood for some shopping, a date, or something. He just put aside the store to sit, look really poor. Master, I let you 2 days off. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are good to accompany them. The day after tomorrow and then come back on the line. I do not want to be insects, said to be black-hearted boss. Shishi's words made Zhang Jinyu froze for a moment, then he scratched the back of his head with some embarrassment and sincerely thanked him again. Thank you, master, I'll be going then. Hurry up and go, you, master has said so. What are you still entangled in? Take a good rest for 2 days, and then continue working when you come back. Also, if you guys want a date alone, just leave Softy inside the store, we'll keep an eye on you. Shi Jinyu hasn't said anything yet. Lin Dai was first beside him and excitedly pushed Zhang Jinyu inside the changing room. Zhang Jinyu took 2 steps forward and turned back to say thank you to the smiling Shi Jinyu, and then went to change his clothes. Shi Yan took over Zhang Jinyu's work, although he had been idle for 2 weeks, but his technique was still silky smooth. Lin Dai saw this and gave him a thumbs up. Master is still as good as ever, the treasure sword has not aged. Cut the ass kissing and get to work, you. Shi Yan let out a laugh. After saying this, he threw himself into his work. Lin Dai didn't rub it in, and continued to work hard. This side Zhang Jinyu changed his clothes, so he told them and walked out. Ayu. Master Xiong, master has given me 2 days off, we can go shopping around, where do you want to go? Zhang Jinyu walked to Emo Lanqin's side, bending down to take the little soft into his arms, looking at him seriously, talking, between words revealing the joy of being able to accompany Emo Lanqin, although not much on the expression, but the tone was very excited. Emo Lanqin didn't expect Shi Jinyu to actually give Zhang Jinyu a vacation, froze for a moment, then smiled and stood up, holding his hand and walking outside. As he left, he and Shi Jinyu exchanged a glance, silently removing the rating in his mind. There was no way to judge fun with a rating for such a humane male bug, and Nirankin was pretty sure that this guy, as rumored, did make the bug feel better, and he felt very good about it. Shi Lemon Leisure House, after the initial fire, gradually to the calm, and finally tend to smooth. The store is not every day 3,000 customers, but the turnover is very stable, even after paying the tax, but still considerable. She was very satisfied with this, and then some time down the road, their store staff will not have to be so busy, can be idle to drink milk tea, eat some small pastries and so on, really is a great joy in this life. It's after work, everyone has worked hard, please clean up a bit, I'll go and fetch your boss, female Cohen, and then we'll all have a meal together. Oh yeah, let Lin Dai make you all any drinks you want to drink to cool down the summer heat. After work, Shi Ji gave some instructions to the females, and then turned around and left the store to pick up Angus, and I have to say, it was also a very full day today. Brother, I want some cold lemonade, it's so hot. Zhang Yuchen used his hand to fan the wind and came over to Lin Dai's side, pouncing over and hugging him at once, rubbing his cheek while pampering him, sticky and a brat. Geez, I know, you're like a furnace on you, come on, don't stick it to me, I'll go make it for you. Lin Dai was hugged by Zhang Yuchen like this, instantly feeling like there was a furnace stuck behind her, and she was also too hot to handle, patting his hand for him to let go before putting the rags in the bucket, and turning back to ask as she went into the kitchen, Xiao Yun, do you guys want a drink? 2. Ringo, jasmine tea. Ringo, ice, and I want ice cream. I want ice cream too. Okay, wait for it. Zhang Yuchen stood in front of the cash register, wiping the counter while watching Lin Dai get busy. A pair of doggy eyes seemed to have stars in them, shining brightly. Xiao Yun and Xiao Bing glanced at each other, both coincidentally revealing a lewd smile. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. Chapter 85, which runs both ways. On the way to pick up Angus back to the store, Shi Jin met Zhang Jinyu's family of 3 who came back from buying a house in the neighborhood. Shi Jin introduced them and greeted them before separating from each other. Angus returned to the store with his family's male master, and as soon as he entered the house, Angus was mobbed. There was no way to hide his round, full stomach, even in his loose-fitting attire. Boss, no wonder you said you were going away for 2 weeks? So it's because our boss, female monarch, is having a happy event. The one that boss female June is carrying is definitely a male bug egg. Congratulations boss on your happy child. Yes, this is really a big happy event. We can all have a good celebration, not to mention drinking. How about we take tea instead of wine? Your kid's abacus beads are collapsed on my face. What to tea instead of wine? You kid just want to drink tea. This is not shameful. Xiao Yun, you shut up you. The boss did not even say anything, and I can nothing and did not think it is you who said it. You are the one who has such a mind, right you? Zhang Yuchen, Go and give these two cuties. Pull away. The store was filled with laughter and the atmosphere was vibrant and cozy. Even Angus couldn't help but slightly tickle the corner of his lips, thinking that they were really funny. Shi Xiaoyun, who was cooking with Lin Dai Xiaoyun, looked up and realized that Angus was still in a good mood, and he couldn't help but smile along with his hooked lips. His family Angus could look really good when he smiled. After dinner, she gave everyone 2 days off as well, so everyone left the store happily. She closed the store and went home with Angus. Honey, I'm going to be very busy for the last 2 weeks, so I'm going to have to work hard for you to remind me more. I tend to forget to take my nutritional potions when I'm busy. I didn't want to talk about this, but I'm not a female bug right now, so I'm going to have to talk to you anyway for the sake of my baby's nutritional health. Angus leaned back against the back of the passenger seat and tenderly touched his stomach, his love for his baby showing through his brow. It's fine, why are you being polite to me? We've been married for so long, I still don't know your nature. She took advantage of the fact that he was still waiting for a stoplight to reach out and rub Angus's head, letting out a soft laugh and spoiling him with his words. Angus looked up and smiled at she, then twisted his head to look out the window at the scenery that receded out of the remnants of the shadow, and after a long moment of silence, he unconsciously hooked his lips and smiled. It was probably because in front of the male bug of love, Angus was always prone to easily remove his pretense of being strong, obviously usually intelligent and rational, but in front of the male bug of love, he looked silly. Previously, when he was studying in the Imperial Military Academy, his fellow students saw the females around him fall in love with the females in the same class, and they were very disgusted and spat out to him that falling in love would make a person's intelligence drop, and that he didn't want to touch it for the rest of his life, and then the next day he was confessed to by the females of the other classes, and he fell in love as well. Angus felt kinda surprised at the time, and wasn't particularly able to understand him, but now he could kind of understand that love could indeed make a female bug lower her intelligence, and even make a female bug's character change in some heavenly ways. And these changes, when appreciated with the eyes and perspective of an onlooker, are the legendary descending of the intellect, or the feeling of that forced descending of the intellect. What's on your mind, baby? Smiling so sweetly. She parked the craft in a special parking spot at home and turned his head to find Angus smiling very sweetly at some unknown thought, looking seductive without realizing it. She's eyes darkened, unbuckled the seatbelt, came over and tenderly kissed his earlobe. Angus twisted his head to meet his eyes. The corners of his lips did not close the smile, only looked at him, but did not answer. A pair of azure-colored eyes are very beautiful. She didn't wait for him to answer anymore, and moved over to kiss him on the lips, realizing that he was a normal, energetic SS-ranked male bug who had been abstaining from sex for almost half a month. Angus obediently wrapped his arms around Shi's neck, earnestly kissed with him, eyes full of sweet smile. Soon, that smile, it is vaguely contained into a special thing. This thing makes she sinking. The moonlight is just right, the sound of insects, wave by wave, just like this scene in the window, warm, harmonious, enviable. Yo, our busy officer Sama is actually free to come out and have a drink with me tonight? Lu Jinlin sat leaning against the bar, one hand holding a highball glass, one hand propped up on his head, smiling at the meticulous, well-proportioned female insect sitting in front of him. I'm not as busy as a certain top-stream lord who runs all over the galaxy. This gentleman is overstating his case. Chavez took a sip of the dreamy purple fruit wine in his wine glass, then looked at Lu Jinlin and disliked him without showing the slightest bit of weakness. Lu Jinlin cut a sound and didn't bother with him. Say, what kind of phaser did you take? You're talking in such a harsh tone today, and it's a shame I had to get out of bed so late at night to accompany you to this moment of drinking. As soon as Lu Jinlin's words left his mouth, he took another sip of the wine in his glass and waited for Chavez to answer him. He had only just returned from filming at noon today, and was positively exhausted. He was going to sleep until the next morning. Sleepy, suddenly received this guy's newsletter, confused to open a look. Good guy, this kid actually magically called him out for a drink. He ghosted out of bed, hurriedly washed up, ate a few bites of fat loss meal and came out. It can't be helped, he's always busy with the crew. He doesn't eat too regularly, his stomach is a bit sick. If he doesn't eat something and drink, I guess he'll have to spend the next few days lying in a hospital bed. He's only got a week's vacation, he can't afford to waste it. I heard you were invited by a friend to go to the movie this time? Chavez glanced at Lu Jinlin's flushed cheeks and reddened ears, colored by the wine he had consumed, and was silent for a moment before withdrawing his gaze, the knot in his throat rolling for a moment before he weighed in and voiced the question that was on his mind. Lu Jinlin heard slightly raised eyebrows, turned his head to look at him, suddenly laughed softly. His laugh at this moment, not like the usual kind of dangling, flirtatious male ruffian laugh, but added some active and playful flavor. You didn't call me out for a drink just to ask that question, did you? Mr. Chavez. Chavez pursed his lips and took a sip of his wine, remaining silent for a long time without speaking or looking back at him, only sighing frequently in the back of his mind, thinking that he was really no good, or that he cared too much about his relationship with that friend of his. Before the month of Lucianlin, Xiaoweixi was dragged by Shintrace and Kanshinku, these two psychopaths, to see the Lucianlin movie released. Do not say, it is quite good. He was talking about Lucianlin, the female insect. No matter what kind of look, there was no way to ruin his charm, and even added some other flavor to him. I heard that Lucianlin and the CP hitchhiker from this movie are now filming a TV series. They both seem to still be CP inside the TV series, but the CP fans are excited about it. Xiaoweixi was watching the lively, Shintrace's sudden talking sound interrupted his thoughts. He perked up his ears to listen for a long time. Know that the CP hitchhiker is Lucianlin's friend. Also know that they have a very good relationship. I don't know why, but Xiaoweixi was suddenly very jealous for just that moment, and there was something sour in that jealousy. He felt a little out of sorts, but justified. Lucianlin was the top stream, not only because he was good looking, but also his acting skills that made the females unable to reach. He usually looked gangly and did whatever he wanted, but in reality, he was a female that was more attentive than anyone else. In this regard, Xiaoweixi was really too vocal. Xiaoweixi, don't you know him? Let's make a bet on whether they're really kissing or borrowing behind them. If it's a real kiss, you'll go confess to him. If it's a borrowing, we'll both treat you to a nice drink. I don't know what kind of things Shinsigns and the others chatted about. When Xiaoweixi came back to his senses, he heard these words. He paused slightly, didn't say he agreed to the bet, didn't say he didn't agree to it, but just said with certainty, borrowing a seat. As it turns out, he won. In this movie, Lucianlin and his friend's scenes, the kissing scenes are basically borrowed, and there is not a single scene that is a real kiss. Xiaoweixi breathed a sigh of relief while a sense of crisis rose, so he inexplicably came to the bar and inexplicably asked Lucianlin out. Chapter 86, If you fall asleep, you won't faint. Hey, what are you thinking about? You haven't answered my question yet, hurry up and answer me. Lucianlin waited for a while, but did not hear the voice of the muffled gourd around him. He took a sip of wine, his head was a little dizzy, and his tone was a little less than happy. What's wrong with this guy? Every time he's with himself, he's just like a steak. He doesn't say much, he's bored to death. Doesn't he get bored? Or is it just that he's like this when he's out with him? Xiaoweixi didn't know why Lucianlin suddenly lost his temper. His mind was at a loss for a moment, and he quickly reacted again and replied, no. This answer, to the previous question, of course, he didn't just want to ask Lucianlin about whether he was invited to do the drama because of his friend, he also wanted to ask about their relationship, whether it was just friends or something that could be taken further, which was, to him, important. Lucianlin listened to Xiaoweixi's answer, raised his eyebrows and reacted for a while before reacting to the fact that he answered his last question. He frowned, obviously not too satisfied, simply ignored him. Oh. Lucianlin also casually clinked his glass against Xiaoweixi's before taking a sip and then casually tugging at his tie. He was a little hot. Xiaoweixi looked at Lucianlin's expression and his movements, suddenly realizing something. He reached out and stroked his forehead. It was warm in his hand, not hot. He breathed a sigh of relief, but thought of another possibility. You're drunk. Are you kidding me? This young master can't drink 1,000 cups. I think it's you who's drunk. You're starting to sway east and west. Hey, stop swaying, it's making me dizzy. Xiaoweixi had just finished saying 3 words. Lucianlin was like a cat that had been stepped on its little tail. Its entire body was exploding, and its mouth was fierce, only because it was drunk. It was tinted with some softness, nothing threatening, and it was quite adorable. The corners of Xiaoweixi's lips rose slightly, reaching out to support Lucianlin's back, preventing him from getting so dizzy that he fell to the ground. He really didn't think that the top stream of the hall, the luxury family Lucianlin, his drinking would be so bad. Obviously only had 2 cups. Xiaoweixi glanced at the bottle of wine beside him. Well, it was his fault, this 32 wine. It was indeed difficult for Lucianlin. I'll walk you back. Xiaoweixi sighed in his heart, then put down his glass of wine, got up and helped Lucianlin, and walked towards the outside of the bar. As for the payment, the bar owner would naturally deduct it from his account, so he didn't have to worry about it at all. Xiaoweixi, don't you shake, dizzy. Lucianlin, really drunk, not much strength at this moment, tripped over his feet when walking, fell into the arms of Xiaoweixi, shaking dizziness, but also to blame Xiaoweixi is too shaky. The tone is a little aggrieved. It didn't wobble. When Xiaoweixi's words fell, his waist was pinched by Lucianlin ferociously, and this sudden pinch made his body stiffen for a moment, and when he looked down, he was grabbed by Lucianlin by the collar of his shirt. If I say you wiggle, what are you being stubborn with me for? Asshole. I'll bite you if you keep talking back. Lucianlin was so drunk that even when he grabbed Xiaoweixi by the collar, he didn't have much strength. What's more, he was still trying to distinguish Xiaoweixi's direction at this moment, frowning fiercely and reasoning with him like a milky, ferocious cat. Xiaoweixi was adored by Lucianlin's cute contrast, and involuntarily laughed softly, the doting color in his eyes quickly dipping into his pupils. My bad, I won't shake it. Lucianlin shook his own head, trying to hear what Xiaoweixi said clearly. and it was a long time before he understood sluggishly and nodded earnestly, then let go of his collar, and patted it mercifully. Well, that's more like it. As soon as Lu Junlin's words left his mouth, he turned around and was about to leave, and just as he lifted one leg, his body flung itself towards the ground, and Chavis caught him in time and carried him into his arms. I'll walk you back. Lu Junlin was already famous, no one recognized him when he came, this moment such a mess, many insects are puzzled to look over, Shawei afraid of this guy tomorrow on the headlines, so he knocked him across the body to pick up, covering his face, and quickly left the bar. Only when he got into the craft did Chavis let go. He put Lu Junlin in the back seat and was about to pilot the craft when he was yanked by the wrist as he got up. Chavis looked over and found Lu Junlin lying on the seat, looking at himself with one pair of eyes open, which were watery and very beautiful. What's wrong? Chavis squatted down and looked at Lu Junlin. There was some gentleness when he said this. Lu Junlin frowned and spoke after a while. Why are you still shaking? You're not dizzy, but I'm so dizzy. Chavis didn't know what to answer him for a moment. He just reached out and rubbed his head for a long time before he spoke. You're the one who's drunk. I'm not actually shaking at all. Go to sleep. You won't be dizzy if you fall asleep. Lu Junlin suddenly fell silent. He simply closed his eyes. Chavis, I hate you for being a piece of wood. I hate you for being a piece of wood. The next time I come out to drink with you, I'll take your name. Chavis, and that's a good thing. Lu Junlin. Chapter 87. He didn't hug me. He didn't like me. Lu Junlin hazily seems to hear what makes him very angry. Gung straight speech. He frowned and slapped on Chavis' chest, and then rolled over and turned his back to him, indicating that he refused to talk again. This who cares about him? Charvis, who was slapped, was still a bit confused. He looked at Lu Junlin, who was still dragging him to not let him go just now, and then looked at his own hand, and then touched the back of his head with some less understanding. Lu Junlin's young master's mind, it can be really hard to guess. With that in mind, Chavis took out a soft blanket from the craft's reserve drawer and gently covered Lu Junlin's body, then got up and went to turn on the craft. Stupid. I don't want to go home. To your house. The flying machine drove to half. The hazy consciousness of Lu Junlin suddenly snapped, causing Shawei to hover the flying machine in mid-air. He twisted his head to look at Lu Junlin, and found that he rolled over to face his own direction. His drunken eyes were hazy, but his words were very firm. Mr. Lu, are you sure? Going to my house? Chavis still looked at Lu Junlin with some uncertainty, and asked his thoughts very suspiciously, and Lu Junlin struggled to discern the meaning of his words, and reacted very belatedly, blurting out, What? You dare not welcome me? No, don't dare. Chavis decided not to bother with the drunkard, so he turned around and headed for his own home. Lu Junlin was content to see the navigation traveling in a different direction. He closed his eyes and truly slept. By the time he arrived at Chavis's home, Lu Junlin was already asleep beyond recognition, and Chavis sighed helplessly before carrying him across his arms out of the craft and boarding the elevator to the upper floors. Chavis stood in the hallway of the floor looking at the guest room and his own bedroom, glancing down at the peaceful sleeping face in his arms for a few moments of silence, then turned to the guest room. It's better not to casually challenge this young master's endurance. Furthermore, he, Chavis, is not the kind of badass female bug that likes to take advantage of bugs. Chavis placed Lu Junlin on the guest room bed, capably removing his shoes, jacket, wiping his hands and face, covering him, and just letting him go back to sleep. Lu Junlin, good night. Chavis looked at Lu Junlin's gentle sleeping face, and only felt his heart was potty. He tenderly ruffled Lu Junlin's hair against his forehead, and tucked him in, before turning off the headlamp and leaving a nightlight out of the room. Chavis is still a little worried that Lu Junlin got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, couldn't find the light switch, fell down on whatsoever. Just to be on the safe side, he still left a nightlight. Chavis went back to his bedroom, showered and then dropped himself onto the big, soft bed, falling asleep in seconds and quite soundly almost the instant he lay down. Tonight, very calm, nothing happened, and it seems that everything happened. Chavis did not understand Lu Junlin's hints, and Lu Junlin did not think that Chavis would still be a proper gentleman in his own place, so the misunderstanding was instant, and a certain admiral repented. At 5:30 the next day, Lu Junlin woke up from his sleep. He didn't get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. He couldn't have slept any better, and after he got up at this moment, the first thing he did was go to the bathroom. After Lu Junlin solved his physical needs, he stood in front of the sink and washed his hands in a daze. While washing his hands, a drop of cold water splashed onto his cheek. He was instantly awakened by the cold, and he looked up to see the unfamiliar surroundings, and he was still a little confused. His headache. Lu Junlin was awake, his 5 senses were awake with him. The feeling of headache and the difficult stomach made him very uncomfortable. When he slowed down, he thought of something and began to fish for clothes in the mirror to observe. It was nice, a thin layer of muscle covering the white, thin waist as always, not robust looking, but well proportioned and good looking, and other than that, There were no other marks on it whatsoever, it was clean, it wasn't anything. Not to mention the marks, he even just realized that his clothes and pants hadn't been changed, so he slept in them all night, smelling of alcohol, which was really unpleasant. Lu Junlin put the clothes down, turned off the faucet and propped up the sink for a long time in silence. Is it that I am not attractive anymore? Why didn't Chavez do anything? Lu Junlin, holding the sink edge of the fingers vaguely white, his head gave birth to another idea. Perhaps it is not that he does not have the charm anymore, just because the guy who faced him did not have more than a friend's feelings for him. And as if he was in heat, Baba came to him. He didn't even want to look more than once, or even want to touch more at all. If he didn't guess wrong, this room should be the guest room. Alas! Lu Junlin unconsciously covered his heart. The place was sour and astringent. Vaguely there was still some dull pain. He couldn't help but draw a breath of cool air. I knew I was a. Still want to learn Lu Junshi, they like to fall in love. They are two way to run to, you damn is backward paced, also no worm to want? Lu Junlin closed his eyes, lowered his head and washed his face, then took off the dirty clothes on his body and threw them into the garbage can, turned around and went to take a shower, then took out a new set of clothes from the light brain storage space, and after putting them on, he left the house silently. He Lu Junlin dared to love and hate, and since Sha Weici did not have that idea or meaning for him, he would not dwell on it too much. Lu Junlin suppressed the heart of the difficult and sour, silent thinking, as if their encounter is a dream woke up or very touched, and after that, it is a big road towards the sky, each go one side, get together and separate. Chavez got up at 7:30, wondering if it was because of having Lu Junlin in this house that he slept better than usual last night. If he was a little more selfish yesterday, maybe he woke up today and still saw the sleeping Lu Xiao in his arms. Alas, he can really be a righteous worm gentleman. I wonder if Lu Junlin will think he has a very good character because of this. Chavez stretched out refreshingly in bed, then got up and washed up, then went to the guest room where Lu Junlin slept in an excellent mood, ready to call him up and go to breakfast together, even thinking about what to eat. As a result, when Admiral Chavez opened the door, what he saw was only neatly folded bedding, a coat hanging on a hanger, and the clothes and pants that Lu Junlin had thrown away had been automatically destroyed by the trash can into crumbs, becoming its working energy, and other than that there wasn't any shadow of Lu Junlin. Chavez froze for a while before walking over to him, picking up Lu Junlin's jacket and looking at it for a moment, then looking around the house for Lu Junlin, but of course, there was nothing. Chavez? Chavez, where is my daughter-in-law? Where is my big daughter-in-law? Chavez was confused for a while before he sat down on the couch and messaged Lu Junlin, asking when he left and where he was now. However, Chavez waited for a long time. His news are stone cold, never to return, and this side has returned to the home of Lu Junlin, visited the doctor, ate stomach pills and breakfast, under the effect of medicine, lying in bed to sleep in a drowsy sleep. I do not know what will happen now and then. Chapter 88, This kitty is very wrong. Chavez sat on the sofa for a while longer, and still didn't get a reply, but he didn't think much of it, and just assumed that Lu Junlin didn't like it too much here, and that last night's comment about coming to his house was just drunken talk. Chavez sighed, with some bitterness and loss in his heart. This feeling of having his expectations dashed was like being pushed from heaven to hell. It was really hard to bear. Never mind, go to work first. Chavez sighed again, and after saying this with what seemed like emotion, he got up and left the house, buying a random breakfast and eating it on the flight in a flavorful manner. When he reached the front door of his workplace, Chavez saw she, who had sent Angus to work, again, and he suddenly felt obtrusive as he watched the sweet appearance of the male and female husband and wife. Chavez, good morning. You've come to join in the fun. I'm getting immune to the Marshal and his male master's dog food here every day, ha. Shintrace, holding a bun nibbling, saw Sha Weici walked over, so he greeted him, standing next to him. Kanching could see him like this, hand cheaply go to snatch the bun in his mouth, but also snatched successfully. He, little Chile, your bun is mine, catch me, and I'll give it back to you, otherwise I'll eat it all and make you hungry, ha. Ah. Kanching ko, you. Give me back my treasure. I'll have to beat you to death today. Chavez chewed on his breakfast and watched them scuffle, clearly as usual, but he also found it very obtrusive, and he'd sked a little impatiently before walking into his workplace and up the stairs into his office. TSK. These couples, don't they know where else to show their love? They're making noise in my eyes, it's so damn annoying. Kanching Ku and Shinmao in their daily fight, are we showing love? The daily commute to and from work for Angus. I don't think I've made any extraordinarily intimate gestures towards my baby in this place either, have I? Angus, who is transported by she on a daily basis. Female bugs that can't get it are just going to be a little jealous, I get it. Chavez. Chavez today all day air pressure is very low, usually under the hands of a small mistake. Basically let write 10,000 words review. Now not only 10,000 words review, there are even 50 laps of punitive running, 500 push-ups, bereavement, really bereavement. The military females under the hands of Sha Wei-si were trembling and did not dare to speak more, and Kanching Ku and Shin Signs, who were almost caught in the crossfire, did not even dare to talk to him more. This guy did not say a word, and the appearance of smothering great things was really terrifying, and they were afraid as well. Bad mood? Angus looked at Chavez, who was standing in front of him, his face a degree colder than usual, and then he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked casually, keeping his hands moving. No. Chavez was stubborn, his face almost said, I'm angry, don't mess with me. Angus didn't care about him, as long as the work was done on time, the rest would be as it should be. Well then, take the information you submitted up yesterday and analyze it for me, and I'll mark it for you where it's inappropriate, and you'll take it back and revise it then. Angus stopped the motion in his hand and placed his pen on the desktop, lifting his hand to transfer the file from his optical brain to Chavez's, then opened the cap of his bottle, took a sip of water, and looked at him with his chin raised, signaling that he could begin. Chavez nodded, and then began to analyze it with Angus, who listened attentively, his hand marking without stopping, nodding occasionally, attentively. Once Chavez got into his work, he didn't think so much about what he was upset about, and he reported and analyzed carefully, his cold, hard expression softening a bit. This side of Sha Wei-si in a bad mood. Lu Jinlin over there is not much better. He slept until 10:30 and woke up, ate something and lay on the bed to look at the message sent by Sha Wei-si. A frozen log. When did Mr. Lu get up? Why didn't you call me? A frozen log. Lu Shao, are you going home? I still have your jacket. It's just a jacket, just lose it, and it's really bothering you to remind me more than once, asshole. Lu Jinlin closed the light brain, buried his head in the pillow, moody to foot smashed the quilt for a while, and depressed an angry dislike, but unfortunately Chavez did not know that he was disliked. Lu Jinlin pulled the quilt wrapped around himself, skimming his mouth, silent tears, he wiped a handful of tears, and felt that it was not worth it, but finally returned the message. Nice pretty kitten, none of your business. I can get up when I want, I can leave when I want, who am I to call you? I'm going home. You can have the jacket. Throw it away or burn it, whatever. Lu Jinlin ferociously replied to all the questions Chavez asked, then closed the light brain, hugged the quilt and closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. In his heart, he cursed Chavez countless times for being an asshole, but he still wasn't relieved, and he was still very sad. Although, Lu Jinlin also felt that he was a bit unreasonable. After all, the other party just didn't like him, and there was nothing wrong with that, so why should he be accustomed to him in a foul temper? However, he still can't help but lose his temper, and after losing his temper and feeling sick, he simply does not care about Chavez this up, and went to bed. He was so angry that his stomach hurt. This side to eat lunch, Sha Wei-si just saw Lu Jinlin's message. He froze for a while, suddenly realized that something is wrong. Lu Jinlin him, why the tone is so punchy? It seems to be very angry look? Mr. Admiral, are you in some kind of emotional distress? It's been cold for half a day. Shintrace with the rice and Kanching Ku together walked to Chavez, sat down. Chavez saw, closed the light brain, before he could speak, heard Shintrace's voice, his face for a moment even colder. It is obvious then guessed. Kanching Ku came together in front of Sha Wei-si, smiling with a face of gossip. Shintrace also eyes brightly looking at his Sha Wei-si. Sha Wei-si frowned, pursed lips, a look do not want to say more. The two insects to see this, regret sigh. Chavez always felt that he should go to Lu Jinlin and ask for clarification without other bugs coming over to get involved. Chapter 89, his family's Lu Shao's brain circuits, very clear and strange. After Chavez finished his day's work, he didn't go straight home as usual, but went to Shi Lemon Leisure House, bought Lu Jinlin's favorite pastries and drinks, and went to Lu's house. As soon as Chavez had left, Angus was helped down from the upstairs lounge by Shi, who unintentionally glimpsed Chavez's back, paused slightly, and then withdrew his gaze. Lord Xiong, I suddenly have a craving for pickled fish. Angus looked at Shi Jin beside him and suddenly told him his plea very seriously. Shi Jin paused slightly and then rubbed his head tenderly. Good. This side, Shavers came to the door of Lu's house. He was carrying pastries and drinks in his hand, but he didn't intend to go in. Instead, he stood on the side of the road, photographed the pastries and drinks, and sent them to Lu Jinlin with a message. A frozen wood, picture, pastries and drinks in front of the gate. A frozen wood. I don't know why you're angry though. But I think it seems to be my problem. I apologize to you, you forgive me, and then, I want to ask you, want to come out for dinner together? This side is sitting on the sofa hugging pillows and chewing potato chips, eating Lu Jinlin and Lu dog food while watching the movie. Lu Jinlin, frowning, a face of impatience, just short of clamping the 4 words of extremely poor mood to the door of his head. Lu Jinlin pulled Lu to sit quite far away, for fear of angering this powder keg in front of him that could explode anytime, anywhere. Even the voice of the speaker, are much smaller. You Lu, why does my brother look like he's grumpy about who owes him $15 million? I don't know. Lu Zhenhua came to Yulu's ear and carefully whispered to ask him. Yulu shook his head when he heard it, and with his hand, he carried him to sit on his lap, and then fed him oranges. Lu Zhenhua ate the orange that his daughter-in-law fed him, kissed the corner of his mouth in a very good mood, and then took the orange in his hand over, carefully peeled off the orange complex, and then fed it to him. Yulu Heartsweet also learned from him, kissed the corner of his mouth, and then rubbed his head. Lu Zhenhua, very enjoyable to lean against him, did not feel that, he is now this appearance, there is something inappropriate place. If it is not Lu Zhenhua is indeed a maleworm, that he is so soft and sticky at the moment, is a body soft and easy to push down the delicate subject But fortunately, he is just a little soft character, but the offense is still there. After all, Kawa won, he is also won well. This side Lu Zhenhua and Yulu sweet and sweet, over there Lu Zhenlin biting the potato chips in such a way that he couldn't wait to bite his own teeth off. The whole person was so angry, and the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, the more angry he became, and it was also at this time that the message came from Sha Vessel, who set up a special reminder. Lu Zhenlin froze for a moment, then opened the light brain, and when she saw the message on the light brain, she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose and grunt in exasperation before dropping the potato chip bag and turning around to go upstairs. What's wrong with my brother again? Why is he angrier than before? Who messed with him? Lu Zhenhua noticed Lu Zhenlin's change and couldn't help but smack his lips in wonder. Yulu turned back to look at Lu Zhenlin's back and then looked at Lu Zhenhua. It is probably a matter of feelings. Lord Xiong don't have to worry, when he makes up with the heartworm, he won't be so angry. Lord Xiong, come, eat some more fruit. Fine, then I'll leave him alone. Yulu, you eat too, don't patronize me no. Since Lu Zhenhua and Yulu received a marriage license, they basically every day together, inseparable during the day, and at night after the original movement to sleep on the same couch, the small life is very sweet and nourishing. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Lu Zhenlin, and after he went upstairs to change his clothes, he went out the door, while Chavis stood at the front door, standing under the setting sun, carrying pastries and drinks, quietly waiting for him. Lu Zhenlin looked at Chavis looking down at the light brain, frowning. His heart suddenly felt not so angry, so, this guy is not care about himself. Hey, you're in my way. Lu Zhenlin walked behind Sha Weici, held up the sunglasses, very tugging said this. Sha Weici heard his voice, turned back to look at him, the annoyance of the heart, in this moment, instantly disappeared. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. Shabby's words fell and he moved 2 steps to the side, before handing over what he was carrying in his hand. There was little expression on his face, but his frown, which was tightly furrowed, stretched. Lu Zhenlin grunted, reached out and took it, sipping the drink directly in front of him, and with only one bite, he froze for a moment, looking down to see the cup logo. This was bought at the store run by Marshal Angus Shown Lord. Chavis spoke up when he noticed Lu Zhenlin's movements. I remember you liked these last time you were there. I wonder if they taste the same as before? Lu Zhenlin's movements paused for a moment as he listened to Chavis's words, then he withdrew his sight from looking for the logo, removed his sunglasses, and looked at Chavis and raised an eyebrow, barely. Chavis nodded as he listened, then turned around, turning back to Lu Zhenlin before walking away and holding out a hand to him. Lu Zhenlin looked at the hand, then looked up at him, and after a moment of silence, he let go of the straw and asked him, What do you mean? You're angry, why? Shavers withdrew his hand, looked at Lu Zhenlin, answered the question, between the words, drenched in a trace of doubt. He really did not understand why Lu Zhenlin is angry reason, and what is the reason? Lu Zhenlin suddenly fell silent, so he was angry for so long, but also angry stomach ache. The parties still do not understand at all. He is considered to be in the meaning of unreasonable? No, forget it, I don't want to go to dinner, you go eat by yourself, I'm going back to bed. Lu Zhenlin suddenly felt meaningless up, casually and perfunctorily returned a sentence, turned around to go back to sleep. He felt that he was really too self-centered and selfish. It was his own business that he liked Chavis, so why should he be expected to like himself as much as he did? Lu Zhenlin thought so. The heart is difficult to be very difficult, but he did not know how to resolve the complaint for a moment, simply go straight back to bed, sleep on it. Lu Zhenlin. Chavis grabbed Lu Zhenlin's arm, stopping him from going back, and also at that moment, shouted out his full name in full whiskers, tinted with a faint anger within. What? Why are you being so mean? I said I don't want to go, don't you understand? Lu Zhenlin was shouted at by Chavis, like a cannonball being ignited. He directly exploded. He turned his head and glared at Chavis. His eyes were red beyond words, but his tone was still fierce. Chavis was startled by Lu Zhenlin's to cry or not to cry look, and right after that, the overwhelming feeling of heartache came at him from all sides, making him feel that if he let Lu Zhenlin go today, between the two of them, it would really be over. So, Chavis directly took Lu Zhenlin into his arms, frowning and softening his voice to speak to him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been mean to you, don't cry. Lu Zhenlin was still a little confused when he was hugged by Chavis. when he came back to his senses, the tears were already on the other person's clothes, spreading into a flower. He suddenly hugged Chavez and cried even harder. "Asshole, why did you come to me if you don't like me? You're just doing it on purpose, relying on the fact that I like you." Lu Jinlin's words turned directly into a cry here. He intermittently told all the points he was angry about as well as the sadness he had felt this day. Chavez hugged him and listened quietly, and the whole female insect was frozen. So, his family Lu Yang, the reason why he was heartbroken and very angry to leave without saying goodbye, is because he did not take advantage of the insect when he was drunk, and thought that he did not like him. Chavez? Shawasi full of question marks. If he had known that there would be this, he should have abandoned the concept of what a gentleman, directly on but there are still so many bad things Chavez looked at the crying female insect in his arms. His heart was full of emotion. I have to say, his family Lu Yang brain circuit is really too clear. Chapter 90, we're running in both directions. Chavez hugged Lu Jinlin and wiped his tears while listening to his rambling sobs, and only after he had managed to slow down did he pick the other man up off the ground. What for? Put me down. Lu Jinlin's feet were off the ground, very insecure, so he reflexively hugged his neck and hung onto him, but his mouth still didn't forget to ask him what he was going to do, and then gambled like he was letting him put himself down. Chavisto grabbed his ass and carried him towards his flying machine, and didn't answer his words. Lu Jinlin didn't really want to come down, so he didn't struggle. He just hugged his neck, wiping tears from his eyes as he sipped his drink, and then he reached for a pastry to pop into his mouth, looking like he was turning his grief into an appetite. Chavez felt Lu Jinlin's movements and didn't stop them. He just didn't think that Lu Jinlin, who was suave on the screen and treated everything with ease, would also have such a cute side. I've heard that his male bug brother in the family is also very cute. Is this the inheritance of the cuteness gene? Once in the craft, Chavez activated the autopilot, and the windows around him turned into anti-prying guards, and he sat down in the seat, letting Lu Jinlin sit on his lap, and then just wiped his tears and watched him eat. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome female worm eat. Lu Jinlin was annoyed by Shawasi staring at him, showing his small pointed teeth ferociously, with the meaning that if the other party did not comply with his wishes, he would pounce on him and bite him. Kinda mean. Chavez stretched out his thumb to touch Lu Jinlin's fangs, not worried at all that he would actually bite himself. Even if he did, there was no then problem. The repairing ability of the female bugs was very strong. Bastard! I'll bite you to death. Lu Jinlin looked at Chavez as if he was looking at a small pet and exploded, pouncing on him and biting him through his clothes, his sharp teeth piercing through his clothes and poking into his skin. Hiss. Chavez felt Lu Jinlin withdraw his force when he touched his skin, otherwise he would have to lose a piece of flesh on his shoulder, but that didn't stop him from pretending to exhale in pain. He already knew, quite clearly, that the female in his arms would be heartbroken, which was, probably, the same thing that the female in his arms was crying out to say, that he, Chavez, is relying on the fact that Lu Jinlin likes him a lot, so he is emboldened. After all, only he has the right to do this. Other females don't even think about it. Lu Jinlin heard Chavez's cry of pain, and indeed collected his fangs, but did not let go of his mouth, but ferociously bit through the clothes, gauging the bruise marks left behind, and only then loosened up, saying ferociously, "It hurts you to death. Bastard." Chavez saw Lu Jinlin like this, suddenly snorted and laughed out loud, and the more he laughed, the louder he laughed. He had never laughed so freely. Lu Jinlin froze for a moment, and then fiercely twisted the flesh on his waist. Bastard, what are you laughing at? You're happy to see me so uncomfortable and sad, aren't you? If I had known it would be like this, I should have gone to meet the male bugs arranged by the female father. No. Without waiting for Lu Jinlin to finish his sentence, Chavez stopped laughing and tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, not caring how much it hurt to have her waist twisted, and rebutted what he said even more fiercely than he did. Lu Jinlin heard, seems to finally realize what, reached out and wiped a handful of tears, deliberately said, "Why not aloud? Who are you? What right do you have to control me?" Before Lu Jinlin finished his words, he was ferociously blocked by Shawasi's lips. The kiss was not gentle at all, and there was even a kind of dominance and desire for exclusivity that wanted to dismantle Lu Jinlin and eat him into his stomach. Lu Jinlin froze for a moment, finally coming back to his senses. He reached out to push back against the asshole in front of him, and before he could do much, he was clasped by the other party's hand and pushed down onto the seat that had suddenly turned into a bed. Asshole! What are you doing? Lu Jinlin looked at Chavez and frowned, not too happy about kicking him, but he dodged it. Lu Xiao, Chavez caught Lu Jinlin's ankle and pulled him to coil onto his hindquarters, leaning down to press his nose against his, and continued, "In fact, the night you were drunk, you looked particularly delicious, and I really wanted to eat you clean." Seeing that Lu Jinlin seemed stunned, Shavers kissed his lips and continued to talk about what he wanted to say and how he had felt in the past 2 days. But I was afraid that you would wake up and get angry and ignore me, so I didn't do that, and as a result, when you woke up, you still ignored me, and I didn't really know what I had done wrong, and to be honest, it was really sad that I woke up and didn't see you. You. Lu Jinlin had just uttered a word when Chavez covered his lips, and he looked at him to hear him continue. Lu Xiao, after you woke up that day, you should have gone to me first. If I had known your thoughts and feelings, I definitely wouldn't have failed you. I would have fed you to the fullest. Chavez gently caressed Lu Jinlin's stomach, and after saying this, he suddenly let go of the hand that covered his mouth, took his hand, put it on his lips and kissed it, and seriously said, Lu, from the first time I met you until now, I've thought you were a great female and have never changed my mind, and you're not being self-absorbed or wishful thinking, because I love you too. Chavez came up to Lu Jinlin and kissed him on the lips, sighing as he said, we're running both ways. Oh. Asshole, you didn't say anything earlier. Causing me to be sad for so long. Lu Jinlin finally reacted, then struck out with a heavy fist, punching the other party's shoulder. You have to make it up to me, or I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. Chavez rubbed his neck tenderly, kissed his cheek, and laughed softly. Aren't I making up for it? You tell me, to be or not to be? Lu Jinlin didn't hesitate. Yes. Chapter 91 is just a favor, we all understand. Zhang Yuchen recent period of time, the mood is very low, even his favorite meals are not as energetic as before, his entire female worm looks sickly, there is no essence, so that the store, all the people are a little worried. Brother Lin, what's wrong with Xiao Chen he's been doing lately? Looking sickly, is he sick? Xiao Bing, who was wiping the cups, saw Zhang Yuchen's listless appearance, couldn't help but look at him several times, and then walked over to Lin Dai and struck up a conversation with him. The two of them lived together, and he was most aware of what was wrong with Zhang Yuchen. Nothing much, it's just that the rutting period is coming up in a few days, and it's a bit wilted right now, so when work ends today, I'm going to drag him to take a leave of absence from my master, and we'll come back to work when he's out of the rut. Lin Dai waved his hand and sighed deeply, the hopelessness between his words really forced Bud to think more, and anyway, Xiao Bing thought more. Oh, you're going to help him get through the rut, I get it all, go Ringo. It's best to make Xiao Tatsu not be able to get out of bed for 5 days, he. Xiao Bing looked at Lin Dai and smiled that obscene smile. Lin Dai raised his hand to hit the back of his head, but he easily dodged it. Lin Dai could only roll his eyes to express his speechlessness. Lin Dai was going to help Zhang Yuchen through his rut, but not to help him in bed, but to cook painkillers for him at home, so that he wouldn't die of pain at home by himself, a female bug. Besides, Zhang Yuchen didn't ask him to help him in bed, he just asked him to help cook medicine. Lin Dai glanced at the wilting Zhang Yuchen, his ears were a little red, although he wanted to help in bed, he didn't dare to. Yo, what's wrong with little Tatsu? This looks sickly, is he sick? She walked into the store, turned off the parasol and put it in the bucket by the door, looked up and found Zhang Yuchen wilting on the cash register wiping the counter, raised an eyebrow and walked over to ask a question. As the owner of this store, he can't let his employees work until they die of exhaustion, otherwise what's the difference between him and the capitalists of 996 in the 21st century? I'm fine, it's just that the rut is coming, boss, and I'd like to take 5 days off. Zhang Yuchen lying on his back, did not look at Shi Jin, spoke weakly, Shi Jin really afraid that he could not catch his breath, GA in the store. Rutting season is no joke, go back now, I'll have Ice come over and help you with the cashier, and don't you dare take 5 days, just come back that day when you're rested. The store is relatively free right now, and you're not far behind. By the way, does anyone at your house pick you up? If no one is there, I'll ask them who to give you a ride. When Shi Yan was talking to Zhang Yuchen, Lin Dai rushed over, he stood in front of Shi Yan and said seriously, Master, I'll take him back, I'm living in his house now, he doesn't have any other bugs by his house, I'll take care of him. You. Guys, she looked at Lin Yin, and then looked at Zhang Yuchen, suddenly realized like clenching his fists and high-fiving, and nodded earnestly, carefully admonished. Go, take good care of him, I heard that this female insect rutting period can be painful, you go back on the road to what painkillers I'll buy, even if the body recovery is strong, that also hurts, go. Lin Dai noticed Shi Jiao's expression and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly before he nodded, turned around, picked up Zhang Yuchen, and led him out of the store. I'll trouble you all after that, I'll take little Tatsu back first, we'll be back when he's rested. Lin Dai said to Zhang Jinyu and other females, and left with Zhang Yuchen who couldn't even walk. Zhang Jinyu and other females told them to pay attention to safety, don't turn around and continue to be busy. Ice, you take the cash register, hard work. It's fine, boss, I was free before, and now I'm very happy to finally be busy. That's good, if you have guests everyone will be busy for a while, if you don't you can just play around with the light brain. Jin, the boss, is really the most ideal boss in the minds of most of the workers, paid vacation, for food and drink, and free pastries to eat. Not only that, but also pay taxes on behalf of the tax. It is really too good to be true. They just worked here for the past few months and made more money every day than what they had made every day before working their asses off. It was just fantastic. There couldn't be any other better boss in the work he offered than this one, and could there? Why didn't you bring Softy over today? Yen entered the kitchen and looked at Zhang Jinyu and asked. Zhang Jinyu paused slightly and thought of Mo Lanqin, so he smiled lightly. He followed his Xiong father to study, so he didn't come with him today. She listened to a slight pause, then hooked his lips and smiled. That's quite good. I think I should also need to learn some parenting knowledge in advance. Now there are not many guests. Go out to idle. Wait for a guest to come in again is also okay. Zhang Jinyu nodded and turned to go out of the kitchen. She received a message from Angus and stood back up in the kitchen, his lips hooked in a light smile, looking happy. Over here, Lin Dai helped Zhang Yuchen back home. He placed Zhang Yuchen on the sofa and then placed the medicine in his hand and some bread on the tabletop. Tatsu, want some hot water? Lin Dai sat on the sofa and looked at the absent-minded Zhang Yuchen, reaching out and pinching his cheeks, asking him softly as he looked up at himself. Zhang Yuchen sat up, then the octopus died lying on Lin Dai's back, rubbing his head against him. I want a drink, but I don't want to move, brother, I feel so tired. Now it's the precursor to the rut. You can't take medicine yet. Wait until the rut. It's too painful to hold on. Then you can take medicine. Too much medicine is not good for the body. Lin Dai rubbed Zhang Yuchen's fluffy head and tenderly spoke to him. It wasn't like Zhang Yuchen hadn't been in heat before. It was just that there wasn't that one time when the precursor of heat would be as exhausting as it was today. Let go of me. I'm going to get you some hot water to drink, and when you're done you're going to go to bed. If you don't get a good night's sleep now, you won't get any when the rut comes. Lin Dai patted Zhang Yuchen's hand around his waist and waited for a moment. After saying this, Zhang Yuchen responded in a daze and let go of him. Lin Dai gave him hot water, and after letting him drink it, she helped him into his bedroom, and after placing him on the bed, she took off his shoes and covered him with the quilt. Brother! Zhang Yuchen grabbed Lin Dai's wrist and called out to him very weakly. Lin Dai stopped and twisted his head to look at him. What's wrong? Zhang Yuchen moved to the side, then struggled to look at him with his own wide Kozlan eyes, pleading, brother, you sleep with me, okay? Lin Dai paused slightly at that, then realized what was going on. His ears and cheeks reddened. He coughed, then nodded. I'll go get the medicine and bread first. You sleep for a while, okay? Zhang Yuchen got Lin Dai's affirmative answer, so he nodded and let go of him. He shrunk his hand under the covers, closed his eyes and fell asleep for a second. Lin Dai tucked him in and went out to cook the medicine. When he cooked the medicine, he brought it to the house, kept the medicine at just the right temperature with the insulation film, and put the bread next to it, before he washed himself inside and out and wore his pajamas and lay down next to Zhang Yuchen. Zhang Yuchen smelled Lin Dai's scent, so he moved over and hugged him, sleeping even more soundly. Lin Dai leaned against him and closed his eyes first, grasping for sleep to recuperate. Otherwise, when Zhang Yuchen started up, he guessed that he would have to be tired to the point of GA. He didn't want to be the female bug on the Star Network headlines that was this and that, and brother, help me, will you? Zhang Yuchen lay down beside Lin Dai, still looking as if he didn't have much strength, and his tone was pitiful, as if he would cry if Lin Dai didn't agree. In fact, Zhang Yuchen did feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to cry. His current body, painful, hot and uncomfortable, there really wasn't a single place on his body that was comfortable, and the slightest movement was too painful to bear. The pain was indescribable, as if it were transmitted from the depths of the soul, and Lin Dai was lying on his back in Zhang Yuchen's arms. The whole half of his cheek was pressed against his chest, complementing the bite marks on his chest, and the small strawberry on Lin Dai's neck was very eye-catching. He was sleeping soundly, and thought that he was exhausted. Brother, you're so nice, I like you so much. Zhang Yuchen hugged Lin Dai tightly and pulled the covers, like a large dog, rubbing Lin Dai's head several times, and Lin Dai sleepily reached out to pat his back, coaxing him like a baby, murmuring in small whispers. Okay, sleep, good boy, good boy. Lin Dai's murmured words were all heard in Zhang Yuchen's ears, and at the same time, his heart was warmed by a warm current. He only felt happy, and after hugging Lin Dai tightly, he quickly fell asleep again. Zhang Yuchen and Lin Dai rested for a total of 7 days before going back to work, and the two good-looking, springy females walking into the store hand in hand were just too eye-catching. Agu, I knew that you two have catnip. I didn't expect to end up together. What to go to get a license, When the time to notify us, together dinner and drink to celebrate, Xiaobing circled around Zhang Yuchen and Lin Dai several times, then started flirting. Lin Dai's face was red, so she couldn't say anything and let the flirting go. Ice, stop it, my brother is thin-skinned, he's going to turn into a little tomato if we say more. Seeing that Lin Dai was shy, Zhang Yuchen shook the hand in his hand and spoke with a smile to Xiaobing, who'd sked several times. This isn't even anything yet, and you're nursing it? What a sour stench of love. Xiao Bing, Xiao Chen and Lin are called sweet. You a single female worm talking there, don't hurry up and come help move the goods, there are still a lot of them in the back. When Xiaoyan saw Xiao Bing's face, he couldn't help but dislike him, and Xiao Bing glared back at him, not backing down at all. Xiaoyan, you single female, you have the nerve to talk about me. I am at least a female with a predecessor, you don't even have a predecessor, what are you being stubborn with me you? Ah! Bastard, I have to get rid of the people today. Don't stop me, all of you, I'm going to beat him to death today. Xiaoyan said, put down the goods, directly to Xiao Bing rushed over, Xiao Bing while running back to make a face, Odio, so that Xiaoyan gritted his teeth. These two living treasures have been arguing every day lately, and our ears are getting calloused. Jiang Jinyu looked at Lin Dai, after finishing this sentence, noticed the traces on his neck that were not covered, and coughed slightly. It looks like, you guys in this situation, a little bit of excitement huh, cough. Traces are still very new well. What's new or not, Jiang Jinyu, shut up you. Be careful I'll flirt with you that day too. Lin Dai noticed what Jiang Jinyu said, unconsciously reached out to cover his neck, ferociously fierce him, with the intention that if he talks too much, he will beat him up, although it is probably possible that he can't fight, but he can't lose his momentum. Zhang Yuchen turned back to see Lin Dai's appearance, a silly smile. The second was a little more likely than the first after all, before the marks on Shavi's neck, the kid that was a humanoid refrigerant, freezing wherever he went. It's different now, when his hands make a mistake, he doesn't even blink, just let the other party modify it and bring it back to him for signature, or is it like last time, letting it be redone ah? Good, then the next step is to properly reorganize your men, don't go to the two clans' pilgrimage planets when the time comes, and something goes wrong, those accidents are not something you and I can afford. After Angus had heard the reports from the three females, Chavez, Kanshinku and Shinsines, he nodded his head and waved them away after giving some serious instructions. Yes, Marshal. The three females of Chavez respectfully gave a military female salute, then turned around and left the office. Angus looked at their backs and sighed softly, then lowered his head and continued to be busy. Marshal, you are now carrying 2 male insect eggs, not so tired rest for a while and then busy, later His Excellency she come over to see that you have been busy, I guess it will have to chatter in front of you again. Seeing that the three Chavez had gone, Illyrio turned his head to find that Angus was still planning to continue his work, and rushed over to stop him, still stiffening at the sight of his eyes as he said the string of words. Marshal, Ogster and I are solemnly instructed by His Excellency she, don't be angry, don't lose your temper, you take a quick rest, combine labor and rest. Seeing that Angus was frowning slightly, about to say something, Illyrio rushed to say the latter quickly before he could speak, and then managed to shut Angus up. Okay, I'm going to take a nap, call me in half an hour, and the rest of the work should be done by the afternoon. Angus finally stopped being obsessed with getting his work done before taking a break, and after he spoke to Illyrio, he stood up and walked to the break room. Illyrio and Augst looked at each other, both breathing a sigh of relief, and then turned around, going about their business. After the three females of Chavez on this side walked out of Angus's office, the two females, Kanshinku and Shinsines, wrapped their arms around Chavez on the left and right, with gossipy smiles on their faces. Admiral Chavez, can't see it, huh? I didn't think you'd have a day of irony. Quickly tell us, who is your subject nah? I see you like this, it must not be a male bug, it must be a female bug, but whose female bug is it? Admiral, we're curious. What a surprise, you also have today, look at this little face, it's reddened by love, TSK. That's right, that's unbelievable, Admiral Chavez, was it because of that female bug that you were in such a bad mood last time? If you're a brother, hurry up and bawled out. The two living treasures, Kanshinku and Shinsines, one on the left and one on the right, singing and harmonizing, like a comic opera, noisy enough to make Xia Weixi's brain hurt and the corners of his mouth twitch. Shut up. Chavez had a great headache telling the two guys to shut up, and the two of them looked at each other, made a very silent expression of realization, and said in unison, "Oh Admiral Chavez, you're annoyed, aren't you?" Chavez. Chavez couldn't bear it any longer and reached out to grab Kanshinku and Shinsines by their collars before yanking them together, forcing them to boink one another, and then tossing them to the side. Well now, you have love too, so you don't have to come over and thank me specifically, you're welcome. Chavez looked at the two females, who were hugging each other and blushing into little tomatoes, and grunted, turning away as soon as the words were out of his mouth, his pace very quick for fear that they would both react and pester him with questions again. My kitten, Chavez, you come to Hangdian after work, the entrance of Hangdian is blocked by SS, I can't get out, you come to the back door to pick me up. My cat, address shared to you I now go to the lounge to lock the door to sleep, and love you today, happy face, carrot. Chavez had just left the building when Lu Jinlin's message was sent over, and after he read the message, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, forming a sweet and happy arc. Mr. Admiral in my house, okay, good afternoon. My kitten, I want fried wings and chicken legs, remember to bring them to me, don't worry, there are rewards. My kitten, pictures of Lu Jinlin's beautiful collarbone and the long fingers resting on it. Mr. My Admiral, yellow-faced JPG. After Chavez replied to Lu Jinlin with an emoticon, he coughed slightly and walked towards his office in a serious manner, while the villain in his head already didn't know how many times Lu Jinlin's villain had been turned over and over and over and over again. On this side, Chavez smiled faintly, hiding deep in his heart, and on that side, Kanchingku and Shinshin finally reacted, and Shinshin instantly jumped onto Kanchingku's back, locking his throat. Asshole. This is my first kiss. Why didn't you duck just now? You gave me back my first kiss. Give me back my first kiss. Hey! You little rascal! Why didn't you duck just now? Now you're blaming me. Crawl for me. That wasn't my first kiss. Get your ass down here. Hurry up! Shen Mao hung on Kanchingku's back and resolutely refused to come down, even biting his shoulder. I'll come down if you tell me to, so won't I lose face? I won't come down. I won't come down, I won't come down. I will not come down. I'm mad at you. Hiss. Shen Mao. Are you a dog? Shut up. Kanchingku didn't expect the little bastard on his back to bite his shoulder again, and he grimaced in pain as he reached out to push his head, not realizing that by doing so, he would bite harder and he would be in more pain. Humph. I told you to bully me. Shintrace felt the tightness of Kanchingku's muscles, finally loosened his mouth, after ferocious him, but also do not forget to look at his own bite place, very good, the healing ability, really not cover. Kanchingku was about to laugh at him, of course, he did laugh, but the smile carried a bit of helplessness, he coughed, and did not throw Shen Mao off his back, but made a smooth invitation. Tell you what, I'll be generous today, I'll treat you to a meal and a little drink tonight as an apology, okay? Shinsigns also didn't jump off from Kanchingku's back, and even obediently leaned on his back, hearing his invitation, obviously happy, but his mouth still had to be unforgiving. Alright, seeing as you're such an old geezer who's so sincere, I'll grudgingly say yes to you. Yo, Shinsigns, your little ass is pretty soft nah. Kanchingku's words were proper for no more than 3 seconds, and his hands started to be, he directly held Shin Miracle's buttocks, and also pinched it, then said the comment of being. Ah! Kanchingku! I'm not finished with you. Shinsigns blew up, Shinsigns locked his throat, Shinsigns was furious, Kancho-Kor patted the back of his hand in an attempt to save himself, Shinsigns hesitated for a second before Kancho-Kor grabbed his hand and wrenched it away, and then with a tug, held it in his arms. Hey! Now I'll see how you lock my throat. Kanchingku imprisoned Shintrace's hands, smiled cheaply, Shintrace blushed, I do not know whether it is angry, or shame, in short, it is very red. Kamsinghorn! Get thee off me! No release! I won't let go. The military females on the side, seeing them fighting like this, have sked several times in their hearts, these two females, really answered the saying, it's not an enemy that doesn't get together. Chapter 94 Departure for the Two Tribes Pilgrimage. Time flew by, and it was soon time for Angus to go to the planet where the pilgrimage meeting between the two clans would be held to set up the venue, and she had prepared the items to be used early on. This includes the bug egg incubator, as it's going to be gone for 2 months, so it's better to be prepared as it's not guaranteed that the two little eggies will want to come out early. Baby, have another bite, don't get busy later and you forget to eat again. Seeing that Angus was only halfway through his breakfast and was planning to get up and leave, she hurried over, picked up his plate, and began to feed him, and Angus, who was being fed, did stop. Lord Shoam, there's almost no time, so eat your own, I'll just do it myself. Angus, as the commander-in-chief, if he was late at such an important time, what majesty would there be to speak of in the future, and he knew that she was heartbroken, so he directly took the plate and gulped down his breakfast in 2 or 3 bites. Baby, have some water, I'll eat on the warship later as well, don't worry, it's okay, it's okay. Shiwei handed over hot water to Angus, gently patting his back, just in case he accidentally choked. Angus nodded, and after drinking the water, he was about to leave. Lord Xiong, I'll leave first, in a moment, His Highness Antony will come to pick you up, so follow him on the logistics warship. Angus hurriedly said this, and after giving Shi a kiss on the lips, he turned around and left the house. She had always known that his Angus was handsome and feisty, but Angus had always been soft and harmless in front of him, and he was going to think that Angus would have an accident without his protection, but well, it was just what he thought. She stood in front of the iron fence of the deck gazing at the baby he put on the tip of his heart. His baby was wearing armor at the moment, no longer a soft and harmless bunny, but a top predator with sharp claws and teeth, dangerous and fascinating. Marshal Angus is as majestic as ever. Anthony stood beside she and looked at Angus on the main warship and smiled, saying. Before his buggy state was revealed, he actually had many suitors, both males and females, but he rejected them all because at that time, he preferred to work, and was a veritable workaholic. She twisted his head to look at Anthony, raised his eyebrows slightly, and hooked his lips in a smile. Then I should be thankful that Angus was more of a workaholic at the time, or else, how could he have cheaped out on me? Your Excellency, she would really be presumptuous. Your suitors were not much less than Angus at that time. It's just that you were more dedicated and single-mindedly pounced on Angus, and didn't notice it, or noticed it and ignored it. Anthony had Nickel set up 2 sofas, and after greeting she as he sat down, he pulled Nickel to sit beside him and then asked him to pour the tea. I don't find any bugs pursuing me, none of that matters. What matters is that Angus is really, really handsome today. It's just how much his legs have to hurt when he stands like that all the time. Even when Shi-Jian sat down on the sofa, his eyes kept staring at Angus, and the heartache between his brows was about to materialize. Anthony raised an eyebrow at this and glanced in the direction of Angus, who looked like he did get tired easily when he stood like this and pushed his stomach up. Don't worry, he'll go back to sitting when the warship departs. Don't underestimate Angus. Even if he's a pregnant female, that's still a female with strong fighting and physical abilities. Anthony sipped his tea, and in his heart, he felt that she thought of Angus as too petulant, and his mouth said more. Although Angus was usually in front of she, it was true that he was as soft as if he had gotten a love brain drop in intelligence. But, if he really wanted to do a fight, it would be the existence of a fist that could put the females through the right way. She shrugged his shoulders slightly and didn't reply to Anthony's words, instead keeping his eyes on Angus, who seemed to notice his sight and looked in his direction, meeting his eyes before restraining the corners of his mouth from lifting a bit and nodding his head. She was so adorable by this look of his own baby that he returned a very sunny smile to him, and then raised his wrist and tapped it, meaning, I'll come to you later when the light brain is in contact. Angus received his message with a smile coloring the bottom of his eyes, and after a slight nod, he continued to work as Anthony and Nickel looked at each other before seeing the same emotions in each other's eyes as his own. TSK, 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 the sour stench of love. Chapter 95, Sweet Little Routine. The warship sailed into the universe, briefly contacted with the stars blooming with shimmering light, and brushed past them, quickly separating them, and looking out at the cosmic stars, magnificent and splendid. She pulled the blanket over the sleeping Angus, his hands gently patting and caressing his back, releasing pheromones and mental power to soothe and comfort his entire female. Shi-Jian glanced at the cosmic stars and rivers outside the window, lamenting the wonders and marvels of the universe in his heart, but without much expression of emotion on his face. He turned back to look at Angus, who was resting on his lap and sleeping, and only felt a boiled paste in his heart. Angus had been extraordinarily busy for a while, sometimes so tired that as soon as he arrived home he converted to his buggy state and fell asleep on his head. When he woke up from his sleep and his exhaustion lifted, he turned back into his human form, then ate, bathed, slept, and then woke up early the next day, ate breakfast, and then went to work, and continued to do the same thing in the evening, and so on and so forth. Shi-Jian every day look at his exhausted face, are heartbroken, cannot stand, want to persuade him to rest for a while, but also know that he has his responsibility. It is not good to say more than in other places, double the good to him, so that he has a party to stretch his nerves, relax a little. Seeing Angus frowning and guessing that he was about to wake up, Shi-Jian gently stroked his cheeks, painfully, and his voice took on some compulsion and coaxing. Baby, we're not there yet, we have Admiral Chavez and the others to do the rest. You don't have to work so hard, just sleep a little longer, I'm with you all the way. Angus, who was about to wake up, hazily heard Shi's words, answered in a daze, held his hand, and went back to sleep. This time, the probability was that he would not wake up until he reached his destination. Anthony pushed the hatch open lightly, and was a little silent for a moment when he found she in a not-so-comfortable position, nestled aggressively in a corner of the couch, using Angus as a pillow. Anthony quietly glanced at the large bed next to him that could accommodate 2 adult bugs, and really didn't quite understand what kind of erotic game the loving male and female couple were playing. Anthony was just about to speak, but Shi-Jiao first made a silent gesture with his hand. Anthony had to shut his mouth, and finally opened his light brain and knocked a line up to Shi-Jiao. His Excellency Shi, what are you and Marshal Angus up to? Isn't there a bed next to this one? You're so condescendingly cowering in a corner, aren't you uncomfortable? Aren't your legs numb? Shi-Jian looked at the line knocked by Anthony, his heart was helpless, his face was crying and laughing as he opened his light brain and knocked the same line to reply to him. My little lime said earlier that he could look outside by sitting here, so I accompanied him, and then he fell asleep looking at it, and he woke up when I moved, and he almost woke up just now, and I coaxed him a little bit, so it had to be this way. His Highness Anthony, I want him to sleep a little longer. If you have anything to do, wait until you get to the place, and if it is urgent, ask for Adjutant Leo, Adjutant Auguste, Admiral Chavez, any of them, please." Anthony looked at the long string of characters she knocked, and after a few moments of silence, he still nodded, backed out, and closed the hatch for them, cutting off a lot of sound for a moment. "Your Highness, weren't you going to ask His Excellency she and Marshal Angus to come out for dinner? Why did you come out all of a sudden? Aren't they awake yet, or what? Shall I go?" Nickel looked at him a little strangely when he saw Anthony come out alone, not followed by she and Angus, thinking they might be sleeping. And His Highness, probably a little embarrassed to wake them up, decided to do it herself, only to be dragged away before he could finish his sentence. "There's no need to call them, they don't need a meal for a while, just have the bugs delivered when we get to the place." Anthony pulled Nickel along beside him, and after saying this, he simply let go of him and walked ahead, taking in the sight of the other bugs. Nickel followed him obediently, always standing regular behind Anthony when there were other bugs, acting as a bodyguard, a tiger bug with a cold face. Anthony would have liked to hold Nickel's hand graciously and walk around the warship, but he thought of his status and position, and the bugs that were eyeing that position and hiding in the shadows, so he let go of Nickel, in case he was in danger. The matter of Nickel being Anthony's soft underbelly, the less bugs know about it the better, until he gets real power, otherwise it's extremely unfavorable to anyone. Nickel understood him and didn't see anything wrong with him maintaining a master-servant relationship with himself in front of a multitude of bugs. No one knew Anthony's situation in the Empire better than he did. He only hoped that the bugs in the shadows wouldn't make any moves during this pilgrimage of the two clans, otherwise, he wouldn't let them have a good time. Shi Yen took the insect flower seeds out of the storage space, and just sat in the corner of the sofa and gently watched. This pot of insect flower seeds grew branches and leaves, green, without a trace of withered and decadent appearance. Its leaves grow very well, but the past many days and nights, but still do not see any flowers, which makes she a little slight regret, and at the same time some must let it grow flower bones of the fighting spirit too. Lord of the Majestic. Angus lying on Shi's lap probably smelled the scent of his own bug flower seeds, so he opened his eyes, and when he saw that she was looking at the branching bug flower seeds in his hand, he woke up, and he called out to the other party, his voice with the softness of a freshly awakened sleeper. "Angus, haven't we reached our destination yet? Why don't you get some more sleep?" When she heard Angus call out to him, he placed the bug flower seeds on the table and reached out to help Angus sit up, and he had just helped Angus to his feet when his thighs, which had been numbed by the pressure, suddenly circulated, numbing half of his body in an instant. Hiss. It's over, it's numb, half of my body is numb." Shi Jin, a jolt, cried out in pain and grimaced as he rubbed his leg, this rubbing, instantly more numb. Angus saw this, instantly worried white face. "Lord Xiong, if you're so uncomfortable, why don't you wake me up and let me go to bed?" Angus reached out to touch Shi, seeing him grimace. For a moment he didn't know where to touch, his heart ached. She hurriedly held his hand and squeezed it. "I'm fine, just numb, a moment will be fine, baby, you do not think too much, I'm not to see you sleep so well, do not want to wake you, I feel sorry for you, recently so tired that did not eat a lot of food, but I feel bad." Angus held Shi's hand, frowned, and carefully went to rub his leg. "Lord Xiong, I'll rub it for you, it might hurt a little, but it won't be numb after I rub it." Who murdering your own husband you?" When it was too late, before Angus' words fell, his hand was already on Shi's leg, literally rubbing it as hard as he could, and she instantly numbed his entire body as if he had been electrocuted, and then recovered, with only the pain in his thigh remaining. "Ahem. Male enhancement, is it not numb now?" Angus saw Shi covering his thighs with a rub, grimacing in pain, and withdrew his hand somewhat sheepishly, asking this with a somewhat insufficient bottom. "Baby, you're rubbing it in, aren't you bringing up some personal grudges? I think I usually did not do anything to offend you, Give me aggravation bad, not 180 kisses, is not good, you hurry to coax me." When she felt the pain in his leg was rapidly subsiding, he began to lose his nerve and looked at Angus about to flirt. Angus' ears were red, but he still came over and kissed him. He was really there to coax him seriously. "Lord Male, I was wrong, don't be angry." Seeing his own baby so adorable, Shi Jiao didn't get angry at all. He directly smiled and wrapped his arms around him, then kissed him for a long time. "Baby, you can be too cute." Angus looked at his own male master, who suddenly turned into a big dog wagging his tail, his head full of question marks with nowhere to go. Male master is also a cute and cuddly existence today. Chapter 96, Whether you are jealous or not depends on your daughter-in-law's attitude. The warship sailed through the cosmic stars for 5 days and 5 nights, and in the end, it did not encounter any dangers and arrived safely at the destination where the pilgrimage meeting between the two races would be held. Angus again became that one majestic and solemn commander-in-chief. he stood on the deck, his posture erect, commanding all the military females, those who carried the supplies, those who lined up, those who stood on guard. Every military female stood at attention. She stood on the logistics deck looking at his baby bump, his eyes full of doting and joy, and a quick glance at the bespectacled bugs told him just how much he liked Angus, and that look was drawing his eyes. Anthony stood beside him, and after glancing at Angus, his eyes rested on the planetary platform, and with just one glance, he froze slightly, and then, with something of a watchful eye, reached out and gently abducted she. "What is your business, Your Highness Anthony?" She was interrupted from looking at Angus when Anthony made such a turn, and he had to turn back and look at Anthony, seeing him raise an eyebrow and smile a bit gloatingly, so he frowned slightly and asked him. "Look at the male bug in the light blue battlesuit on the planet's platform." Anthony wasn't about to play dumb, and nudged directly toward the platform. "He's the highest-ranked male bug on the planet, and the dream love bug in the hearts of all the females before you came along, Shirasakigawa." She looked towards the platform and saw a handsome-looking, long black-haired man in a battlesuit standing on the auxiliary flying machine. His face was cool, his temperament was graceful and luxurious, an unrivaled noble gentleman. And this noble son, who was now in the midst of the guardsmen's encirclement, gazed straight at Angus, who was commanding everything from the deck of the main warship. The look in his eyes was not like the envy or jealousy of an onlooker, but an ineffable sadness, a sadness that grew more and more real and intense as he noticed Angus's stomach, as if it were capable of materializing. From the body of this male insect, she felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He could feel that this guy's grade was definitely not just a grade, it might even exceed the A+ grade, it should be S grade. "He's not Angus's suitor," Anthony saw she frowning, his fingers on the verge of picking the fence off, before he spoke contentedly, "but he is Angus's childhood friend and crush." "You mean he likes my baby, but my baby doesn't even know it?" She was very good at getting to the point, and after hearing just one sentence, he had the point he was trying to get to firmly locked in place, and Anthony raised an eyebrow when he saw him like that. The fact that Shirasakawa likes Angus is something that Shirasakawa, as well as the entire family that Angus used to be a part of, should know about. It's just a shame that Angus has a jealous estranged father. Anthony said this with some hint of regret, so, before they could be betrothed, he and his estranged father were driven out of the family, and Shirasakikawa is still unmarried. Shishawe listened to Anthony's words and paused slightly, suddenly feeling that this guy had enough infatuation, and at the same time began to be glad that his match with Angus had reached 100%, and soon he thought of another problem. Wait, he hasn't married until now, didn't the Empire genetically match him? Can his family agree to him not getting married? Anthony didn't expect Shikwa's brain to turn so fast, took a sip of the red wine and Anthony saw Shijin's calm attitude, his heart was very admirable. Shijin smiled faintly and said to him very seriously, "Why aren't those guys confident?" "It's not because they usually do a lot of bad things, they are afraid that the females will leave them, and they are afraid of losing the face that doesn't weigh a few tails, so that's why they are like this." Kind of makes sense. Anthony nodded approvingly. She was going to say something else, but suddenly saw his own baby lock eyes with that what's her name Shirasakichuan, and then also politely nodded to him. That attitude is obviously a little bit tolerant. "Dare to pry my corner, I'll whack you to death." Shijang jealousy all of a sudden came up, a roar, then Fierce turned back down the warship to find Angus. Anthony looked at his windy look, silent. "Anthony, huh? Wasn't that generous just now?" My daughter-in-law ignored him. "I'll pretend I've never heard of him, but my daughter-in-law actually took the initiative to say hello to him. Hey. Okay, His Excellency take your time." Xin Shang bowed slightly to Shi Jiang and saluted, and when he had gone far away, he beckoned the two military females, asking one of them to go to Angus's office to deliver some tea and snacks, and then asked the other to go and tell Angus that His Excellency Shi Jiang had come over. The two military females gave Shinsigns a standard military female bug salute and turned around to go busy with what he ordered. Shinsigns was worthy of being Angus's loyal fan plus advocate. Even if she had asked for it, he still had to put Angus's orders first. Angus had instructed before Shijin came over that if His Excellency Shijin came over, there was no need to stop him and to notify him at the first opportunity, and Shinsigns had memorized this order in his heart and carried it out in accordance with the highest instructions. "Shinsigns, how's the inspection of the rear warehouse equipment going?" "The Marshal called us over." Shenma was hugging his arms and thinking about something when Kanching-ko arrived. His thoughts were interrupted as soon as his words came out. He looked up at Kanching-ko and nodded with a raised eyebrow. "The device shape, operation and power are all normal, it's just that it's across a whole light year's distance, on a different planet, which may have some effect, but not much." "That's fine, let's go." As soon as Kanching-ko's words fell, it was incomparably natural to take Shenmao's shoulders. Shenmao behaved very naturally, but in fact, his ears had already reddened, and Kanching-ko noticed that the roots of his own ears had also reddened. "Kansenhorn, he's leaning so close, his breath is spilling onto his neck, his skin is itchy and he's a little nervous." Shinsigns he is so cute, very easy to be shy out, ears are red, so like. Kanshinku and Shinsigns walked all the way, neither of them said anything else, but they were very tacit, neither of them wanted to leave anyone's contact, as if they had agreed to do so, but in reality, the two of them were not together at all. Dude, have you noticed that the Lieutenant General and the Major General don't undermine each other when they spend time together these days? One of the military females saw the faraway Kanshinku and Shinmao and couldn't help but nag the military female beside her, who waved her hand and said with great certainty, "I'm not sure I can do this," she said. Hey, how is it that they don't undermine each other anymore? When I see them lately, they are basically hooking up and getting all mushy, obviously realizing what's on their minds, and can that feel the same for a brother as it does for a female bug they like? Listen to the two of you so say. I suddenly remembered the day the Lieutenant General and the Major General by the Admiral lifted the collar dislike mouth kiss and then kissed the two of them after the blush like a monkey's, but, standing guard so close did not laugh out. Ha! There's more to it than that? You expand on that for us. Look at this, it shouldn't be too long before the flowers bloom. She said this when he thought of Shirazuki-chun again. He hummed and said childishly, when the flowers bloom by then, I'll take pictures and post them on the star blogs, it won't sour you or me to death. Carrot. Lord Xiong, who are you going to sour? The office door was opened as soon as the words fell out of Shi's mouth. It was Angus. As soon as he came in, he heard she talking about who he wanted to sour to death. He was curious and asked, "Baby, you're here, come let me hug you, I've missed you." Shi's eyes lit up when he saw Angus. He put the bug flower seeds back into storage straight away, then stood up and took Angus into his arms, kissing and rubbing against him before answering his question. "I'm not trying to sour anyone, you've heard wrong." Angus didn't dwell on that much. He just smiled and rubbed his own male master's fluffy head. "Mailmaster, we'll be getting off the warship in a while, are you hungry?" She held Angus on his lap and rubbed the tip of his nose, then frowned, looking very aggravated, and spoke in a low tone, saying, "Baby, didn't we agree that if no other bugs were around, you'd call me husband? You haven't even called me that since we came out." Angus didn't expect she to turn into a kindergarten kid because of a name calling, and was helpless as he held his head and kissed him several times on the lips. "Lord Xiong, the two clans' pilgrimage is very important. After this period of time, I'll call back again. I've gotten me used to calling me. If I suddenly call out to you in a big occasion, the bugs of the Federation will misunderstand, and so will the bugs of our empire." When Angus said this, he didn't know what came to his mind. His ears instantly turned red, and when he said the words that followed, they took on a strong flavor of shyness. "Besides, if I call you Lord Male, I'll be more able to swear my sovereignty to other bugs, and you're so good, I'm not going to share you with any other bugs." She listened to Angus's words, only felt like a layer of honey wrapped around his heart. Sweet, the whole heart is warm. He smiled and pressed his forehead against his, in a good mood. "That's fine, then we won't change our name from now on. You can still just call me Lord Xiong. Oh no, you can call me whatever you want to call me. Calling me by my name is fine. It's most important that you're happy." The little jealousy in Shi's heart, at this present moment, was dissolved in its entirety by Angus in a few words, and he hugged Angus happily, rubbing his belly and rubbing his feet as he took off his shoes, attentive as could be. Angus didn't even know why she was suddenly so excited and happy. It was just that he was happy, and he followed suit, and they both looked, as if they were both a bit stupid. This IQ, in front of each other, seemed a bit less than adequate. But what does it matter? Simply on the beloved worm and the side of this thing, it is enough to let their hearts full of moving. Meet the right worm is not easy, like they are willing to heart for heart couples, even more not much to get. In this world, male worms marry female worms, more or less with the purpose of not worrying about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. As for whether they can pass on the family? Do they love the female bug? What does that have to do with them? They just need to be happy themselves. Of course, the females who are called cursed, even if they have more money, they are not happy to take the risk. This is the nature of this world, where the big males tend to avoid profit and loss. She is an exception among the few male bugs, so he got Angus' true heart and will never change it for the rest of his life. He is lucky and happy at the same time. The next bugs can't understand it, but it doesn't matter. Chapter 98, You've grown a heart, haven't you? Angus was helped off the warship by Shi, who was holding him by the waist, while the rest of the army entered the planet and began to rest and reorganize, with only Angus's two lieutenants. There were others that she had seen, and Angus's own military females were there, so Angus had no scruples about releasing weakness in front of his male master. The military females had also become accustomed to it and didn't think anything of it, but it was Shirazukigawa, who had been guarding the platform, who was in a trance for a few moments when he saw Shi and Angus descending the ladder while talking about something. Angus looked at Shi, who was speaking, and listened intently, his eyes unable to notice any other sight than the male insect in front of him. Between his eyebrows, no longer have ever sorrow and worry, there is only a shallow smile and rich love. He was in a good mood, and such a good mood, as she brought him. Young master, Marshal Angus looks well, and you've been watching for a long time, so why don't we go back? Seeing this, the captain of the escort guards waiting by Shirazukikawa's side knew in his heart that Shirazukikawa must not feel good in his heart, so he consciously walked over, bent down slightly, and proposed in his ear. Shirazukikawa paused slightly, then snapped back to his senses as he pinched the spiritual power crystal cane in his hand until cracks crumbled and his skin blanched as he took a moment to slow down. Go back. Shirazakawa turned around, leaving only a clear and cold command, and sailed towards his flying machine. The captain of the escort heard the sadness in his words, and after sighing, he took the escort females and left the place together. They come quietly, go also quietly, geese pass without leaving traces, insects go without returning, all of this, we're always concerned Shijin income in the eyes. It seems that this kid is still aware of the interest and understanding of manners. If this kid has seen him and still dare to rush forward, then he will have to show no mercy, dare to pry his corner, dreaming. Lord Shion, I heard them say that the starflower sea on this planet is very famous, and I'd love to go and see if it's as wonderful as the rumors. Let's have dinner and go for a walk there later in the evening. Angus stood on the platform of this planet. His eyesight suddenly glanced at the promotional advertisement posted on the platform, noticed the dreamy purple sea of flowers in the picture, and suddenly wanted to go and see it, so he spoke to Shi about his proposal. Okay, baby can go wherever she wants to go. After these few days of leisure, I'm going to be busy afterward, so I won't even have much time to accompany you then. She tied Angus's collapsed shoelace, stood up and then held his hand, leading him towards the flying machine, revealing a hint of favor and regret between his words. Lord Male, you don't have to work too hard. If you feel tired, you can ask the females under Rockster's hand to help you. They don't have anything else, they have a lot of strength. If you want a need or something, you can ask them. Angus said that in the end, he was still heartbroken for his own male lord, who could have rested comfortably, but ended up following him over to work with him because he had to make palace pastries. Yes, Lord Shi, we are all happy to do what we can for you. Ogster was cued by Angus and immediately brought the captains of the military females under his hand who were in charge of the two teams of military females to Angus and Shi, and after giving them an insect military salute, he made his attitude clear. Angus was very pleased to look at Ogster for a few moments, and gave him a full value of 10 in his heart, knowing that before becoming his adjutant. Ogster is a rube who doesn't know how to deal with people, and has been used by other bugs without realizing it, and is stupid enough to count money for them. If Angus hadn't kindly reminded him once in the first place, he wouldn't know where he was now as a handyman in that place. Now it seemed that he had grown up well, in terms of people. She raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded before taking Angus on board the flying machine, and it was only after they had left that Illyrio stepped forward and abducted Ogster's arm, teasingly saying, "Your boy is very on the ball today, the Marshal is very satisfied with your performance." Oh. Ogster scratched the back of his head with some embarrassment, looked at him and said, "In fact, I didn't say anything. I was thinking that these guys under my hand, their brains are not good, and their hearts are not much, they are just a force of brute strength that has no place to be scattered, which is why they went up and said something." Illyrio listened to Ogster's words, and looked at the two military female captains under his hand. These two goods are also like Ogster, scratching the back of their heads, did not understand the situation, but also naive and laughing along with Ogster, naive, with heart, but not much heart. Illyrio sighed in his heart, then patted Ogst's shoulder. "Ogst, you think it's better to talk less if you can. I'm afraid that you won't be able to think straight that day, and say something that will make the Marshal angry, and be punished to guard the border star. You kid, it's better to grow a little bit more mindful of it you." Ogst looked at Illyrio and blinked a few times, smiling stupidly. "Oh, I'll try to learn as much as I can from you." Illyrio smiled and took him with him into another craft and headed for the center of the planet. They arrived safely at their destination and in a little while, it was time to get busy, everything was looking up. Chapter 99 First Love is the most memorable. She joined Angus at one of Angus's properties on the planet in the center of the city, where the house had been meticulously cleaned several times, inside and out, top to bottom, after which military females had been assigned to guard the premises. This place was different from the Central Star, which was the junction of two countries, the Empire and the Federation, and on the planet, there were not only Imperial bugs, but also Federation wages. She's popularity throughout the stars could be said to be known by all insects, and Angus took into account various reasons, like what to avoid VJ females from excitedly swooping up his males, males living on this junction planet being disrespectful to his males, and mollusks intruding, among other things. Therefore, Angus this led his own personal guard's army female, came to the mansion as a guard, even Sheely went out alone, is also to have the army female followed. She jinned for such an arrangement, and did not have any comments. In the end this is Angus to give him a row, in order to let any other insects to see after, can be afraid, do not like what a headless fly, see him on the reckless up. "Angus, come on, go wash up and take a shower first, I'll go cook for you, and after dinner in a little while, take a break, and let's get some rest, and go to bed early today, so we can get up early tomorrow." She saw while Angus embraced into the master bedroom, then bent down to hold him placed on the bed couch, squatting in front of him, holding his hand, tenderly bowed his head and kissed it, words between the tenderness of the state. Good, all listened to Lord Xiong. Angus smiled at him, and at this moment, unlike the cold and seriousness he had in front of the other bugs, his entire bug was tinged with tenderness and love. Right, what do you want to eat, baby? Now all hurry up and name the dishes and I'll make them all for you. She said, then took off Angus's shoes and replaced them with comfortable non-slip slippers for him. Angus hooked his lips and looked at the male insects in front of him, only to feel very potty in his heart. Although I think whatever Lord Xiong cooks is delicious, Angus pulled Shishu to sit beside himself, reddening his ears and cheeks, and smiled as he spoke his next words. Lord Xiong, I want to eat crayfish, spicy fish, chicken thighs, and broccoli. Shi Jiao sat beside Angus, quietly waiting for him to say his favorite food, and then silently remembered in his heart, did not expect him to say just a few things, a little slightly stunned. Just nothing? She looked at Angus and saw him nod, a look on his face that seemed to ask, yeah, that's it, what else is there? The look on his face made him chuckle. Oh ha ha ha, there's really nothing else you want to eat? Baby, you're asking for so little, I'm a little uncomfortable, really don't you want to add something else? Like beef? Fruits? After dinner dessert, not something like that. Angus laughed and leaned his head on Shi's shoulder, a pleasant light chuckle that put Shi in a good mood as he tenderly pinched his cheek. Come on, I'll give you more time to think about it. Are you sure you don't want to add more? I'm a little uncomfortable trying to eat so little today, baby. It doesn't take much, and I can't eat it all, what a waste. Angus and Zaiten fingers tightly interlocked, in saying this sentence seems to be remembering their own a while ago in the middle of the night suddenly want to eat sweet fried chestnuts thought of waking up, called Zai Dun after eating one or two and don't want to eat the picture, suddenly there is a hint of a faint heart meaning. And it wasn't just that one thing, there were many others just like it, and the more Angus made the connection, the more vain he felt, his ears and cheeks reddening. Oh, and you know you've wasted food before, huh? Seeing Angus speak, his voice getting smaller and smaller, and seemingly recalling what happened before, Shi Xiaowei smiled helplessly and dotingly and pinched his nose. If I hadn't been there, all that food would have really gone to waste. Luckily I was there, I ate it for you, but it's just that, gained a few pounds. Angus listened to Shi's words and reflexively reached out to touch his stomach, frowning as he touched the well-defined, and very powerful, still hard abs, and retorted. Lord Xiong lied, where have you gained weight? Obviously the figure is still so good, the muscles are still solid and it looks like there's no meat at all, it's only when the male lord needs to eat more that he needs to eat more. She took Angus's hand and smiled, squeezing it, then turned back to kiss him on the lips, a very gentle, lingering kiss with no particular lust. It took me a lot of exercise to keep this one up, otherwise you'd think I'd be so idle that I'd insist on carrying it by hand and up and down the stairs every time I get a shipment in. Angus raised an eyebrow slightly at that, then nodded, releasing him and getting up from the bed. Go about your business then, Master Hung, I'm going to take a shower. Okay, be careful baby, I'm going down. Yes. Angus kissed Shi Jin's cheek and turned to go to the check room to get a change of pajamas and pants. Looking at his back, he was quite happy. Shi Jin smiled with eyes full of favor, got up and left the master bedroom, heading to the kitchen. This side Angus and his male master sweet and sweet, the other side of the white family, white silence in the courtyard. It is very lonely, he is alone, a male insect sitting in the courtyard under the begonia tree, looking up at the moonlight, do not know what to think. Beside by silence, there was a table with an alcohol stove on it, tea was warmed on the stove, and before the tea, a dish of flower-shaped pastries as white as snow was placed, dazzling in the moonlight. The sound of tea slightly boiling, in the quiet courtyard, especially loud and clear, even the white silence of the breathing sound, were covered a large part of the need to listen carefully, in order to hear some gentle breathing. White silence lying in the recliner, covered with a thin plush blanket, in such a cold moonlight illumination, but also does not appear to be cold and silent, alone added some loneliness. Went to see him today? A pair of long legs and white suit pants suddenly appeared in by silence's afterglow, and at the same time, a clear and pleasant voice came to his ears, which was calm and introspective, and warm as jade. Aha! White silence did not turn around to see who the worm is, just looking at the sky-crippled moon, silent for a moment, only like emotionally murmuring like to speak, toned down, mood-heavy repression, make the listener feel pity. He is still as irresistible as when he was a child, but the little female that loved to run after me as a child is now the lover of the other males and the female father of the child. As White Silence spoke, he thought again of the image of Angus being helped off the warship by a male insect, though Angus had little expression on his face. However, in his eyes when he looked at that male insect, he revealed a strong joy and dependence, even his body was full of trust, so it could be seen that he was very unusual to that male insect, and it could also be seen that that male insect was very good to him. White silence. As you can see, Angus, he's married and carrying that male bug's pups. It's been so many years, it's time for you to let go. Bai Yen looked up at the full moon in the sky, a handsome face with deep features tinted with hopelessness and seriousness. Bai Silence listened to his words and was silent for a moment, not answering at first. Ampelopsis wasn't in a hurry to get his answer, he just hoped that this silly brother of his would come to his senses soon, take good care of himself, and not cling to an unavailable female. Bai Silence sat up from the recliner, turned around and poured 2 cups of tea, one for himself and one for Bai Yen. Bai Yen saw this and knew that he had something to say, so he took a seat on the stool next to him, picked up the teacup and took a sip of the tea and waited. Brother, what would you do if you were me? White Silence was silent for a long time, and then asked Aunt Elia such a question. Aunt Elia heard, suddenly felt a little funny. This is still not dead? First of all, I can't be you, and secondly, if I were you, I wouldn't be as mute and bitter as I am now. I would go to the other side and make it clear on the same day that I understood my own mind's success or failure is all in a moment. Aunt Elia felt that Bai Silence was already hopeless. After the words fell, he heavily put down the tea in his hand, turned around and left. He was really too disappointed in this younger brother. Bai Silence put down her teacup and leaned back into the back of her chair again, faint tears in her eyes. Yes, if I hadn't gotten sick and been unable to afford it when he was kicked out of the house in the first place, wouldn't I have been able to stop all of this? No bug could answer his question, and no one would know the question he was asking. Chapter 100, If you make any more trouble, I won't let you go. Angus's minions, all of whom had their own residences, did not have property on the planet, but Angus had more than one property. So generals like Chavez and others were sent to rest at a property close to Angus' residence. It was heavily guarded there as well. After all, it wasn't in imperial territory, so it was always better to be on the safe side. Over here, after Chavez finished his shower, he stood on the balcony in his bathrobe while blowing the warm breeze and video chatting with Lu Jinlin, who was far away on another planet filming a movie. They chatted about nothing more than small things, which was boring, but it was better than sharing, and they both felt comfortable and happy after all. The desire to share between partners is important. Chavez, you don't blow out your hair, watch out for senile migraines, you don't remember when I'm not around, do you? Lu Jinlin's side was very bright, it was obviously still noon, and he was eating while counting down on Chavez who wasn't taking proper care of him. A pair of beautiful eyebrows were wrinkled together, and it looked kinda cute, which Chavez liked. No, it's warm over here and it dries quickly. Chavez reached out and touched his almost blow-dried hair, and spoke earnestly to Lu Jinlin, who looked good with his makeup on. Okay, don't let me know when you get a headache. Lu Jinlin also rare with him than jabbering. After leaving this sentence, show him the meal he ate, and then talk to him about the meal and so on. Chavez did not say much, but the eyes have been looking at him, and it is still very good. Chavez and Lu Jinlin were in the middle of a conversation when his keen ears suddenly heard an extraordinary voice. He paused for a moment and followed the sound. Then he saw that Kanching Kapulshin signs behind a tree in the courtyard that did not have a female insect, and the two of them did not know what to say, and the two handsome faces, in an instant, turned red through and through. Chavez, what do you see? With a gossipy face, show me the view around too. Lu Jinlin looked up just about to tell Xiao Weici that this meal he ate was delicious, and that he would take him with him some other day. Then he caught a glimpse of his somewhat gossipy expression, and in an instant, his eyes blazed, and the soul of gossip burned brightly. It's two of my co-workers, they've liked each other since they became Marshal Angus men, it's just that neither one of them is very open about it. They usually fight like children, they're two of the livelier, happier people on our team. Seeing Lu Jinlin like this, Chavez knew what he was thinking and didn't begrudge him, directly turning on the panorama mode, so Lu Jinlin's virtual humanoid stood next to him, looking over there with him. Oh come on, look at this, are they finally going to make it right? You could say that. Lu Jinlin put his virtual arm up on Chavez's shoulder, his eyes shining brightly, the corners of his mouth dying to raise to the roots behind his ears, and Chavez, seeing him like this, laughed helplessly, agreeing with him, and then looked over. The two of them this look, they saw Kanchenka's suddenly boyfriend power burst Shintrace to support up, and then lowered his head to buckle his neck. A kiss, this kiss should be a little bit hard. Shintrace the whole female worm or red into a small tomato. Oh yo this side is not still military female guarding it, they can really dare They have the guts to go for a one-handed 6. Ahem. I didn't realize that Kanchoko was so eager. Chavez was genuinely surprised that these two guys were kissing each other in the yard, and froze for a while before coughing in some embarrassment. At the same time, his own ears reddened, and he also frequently went to look at Lu Jinlin's virtual image, not knowing that he had thought of something. Ha ha ha. Mr. Chavez, you're not shy, are you? Lu Jinlin turned around and saw the reddened ears of Chavez, froze for a moment, and then laughed out loud. What are you kid pretending? Usually when you hugged me, I didn't see you shy, this moment shy I saw you. Young Lu, be careful what you say. Chavez was so shy that he cancelled the panorama mode and didn't bother to look at the two of them, Kanching-ku and Shin signs, and directly turned around and walked into the house, closing the balcony door and pulling the curtains shut, and following through on the idea that it was not a good idea to see or hear. Chavez, you like to call me Lu Xiao whenever you're shy, I've seen through you, little man. Lu Jinlin didn't mind Chavez's actions, he only felt in his heart that this brother was just too cute, teasing and flirting with him was much more fun than watching others show their love. Chavez sat on the sofa, listening to Lu Jinlin's words with a lifeless look on his face. He knew that this demonic spirit was going to start relentlessly teasing and oohing and awing him again. Lu Xiao, if you make any more trouble, I won't let you go when I get back. Chavez waited for an ear of Lu Jinlin's provocative words, listening to the red face, and finally couldn't bear it, looking at him with a sullen face, deliberately threatening. Lu Jinlin instantly quieted down, obediently talked to him about something else. He knew that Shavers was not joking, he did not want to have no waste. Chapter 101 Running in Both Directions of Favoritism. In these days when they came to the planet on the border of the two countries, Angus and she met except for the night when they ate and slept together. Other times, basically, they were busy with their own business. Angus was in the front hall of the two clans' pilgrimage hall directing and overseeing the ministry's setup of the venue, while she was in the kitchen hall, 3,000 meters away from the front hall, a distance that seemed quite far, but with the use of the auxiliary craft, it wasn't worth mentioning. However, both she and Angus were so busy during the day that they basically didn't have time to take a look at each other, and they could only go home together hand in hand after they finished their workload for the day, which was a happy thing. She would have felt happier and more joyful if she didn't have a love interest who was always trying to take Angus out for shopping and dinner and talking about bug life. Of course, Shijin doesn't believe that this kid, like Chichuan, can ask Angus, who has become a workaholic without him, out. In this world, the bug that can make Angus stop his work and follow him is only Shijin, who is Angus's baby bump. That day after she finished his workload for the day, he took the auxiliary flyer and headed towards the front hall where Angus was located, carrying a freshly baked crumpet in one hand and a dainty red rose in the other. She is romantic, always unchanging, and attentive and serious, and anything Angus wants, or how he wants to be cared for, understood and taken care of, he basically has it in him. Angus stayed with him and just felt happy. Other than that, there was no sense of stress. She never seemed to lose his temper when it came to anything in front of Angus. He was patient and stable enough. Of course, when it comes to issues like Angus's life and safety, the gentle and considerate she will instantly peel off the sheepskin granted on his body and turn into a vicious wolf, tearing apart all the guys who threaten Angus to protect his safety. The reason why Angus was able to like Shijin so quickly, to fall in love with Shijin, to trust Shijin, was only because of this, the favoritism that only appeared in him. She's favoritism are given to Angus, and only to Angus. He is Angus' life, the only, but also the lack of the sun is still there, the world will be. And Angus gave his unique favoritism to she, and they ran in both directions without any room for a third party to intervene, be it a female or a male. When she came to the front gate of the front hall, he dismounted the auxiliary craft and received it into his light brain storage space to go, then nodded under the insect military salute of the guarding military female and walked into the hall. Angus was dealing with documents in the upstairs office, Kanching-ku was in charge of the downstairs decorations, Shinshan and Xiaoweisi were arranged to set up the scenes elsewhere, and at this moment, Kanching-ku was quite serious about his work. Sir Shi, you're here? The Marshal is in his office dealing with work-related matters. You can just go straight up. When Kanching saw Shi, he smiled and nodded, then told Angus directly about his movements, and at the same time, glanced at the thing in his hand for several times, before withdrawing his eyes and stroking his chin, not knowing what he was thinking. Okay, please. She nodded to Kanching with a polite light smile, then turned and went up the stairs. When Kanching saw him go up, he walked over to one of the military females who was tying up the flowers, and looked at the flowers around him, and then back at him. Ahem. I'll take one of these flowers of yours, and you can just tie them up for me, and I'll take them to the bugs tonight. Hearing Kansenhorn's words, the military female instantly revealed a gossipy smile, but he didn't move his hand. Instead he seriously said to Kansenhorn, Lieutenant General Kansenhorn, if I give you the flowers here, then when the time comes to tie them up differently, and the Marshal finds out about it, you and I are both going to be talked about. And how insincere to go by way of here, you might as well just go to the florist and buy a big bouquet. Maybe Major General Shinsigns will be happy and do this and that with you and then this and that. Kanching listened to Imosher's words, directly on the arm around his shoulders, smiling chicken thief, your kid can to our military medical team and the team grass to get, Meng Chao is those teammates know after, is not super wanna get dead you? Imosher nodded at that, then shook his head again, looking a bit naive. They did want to mess with me, but my daughter-in-law loved me and didn't give them any chances. Then they got used to it and didn't mess with me. So, you kid and Meng Chao have been together for a long time? I just realized it. You kid, you're really good. No, my daughter-in-law wouldn't have wanted to hide it. It's just that we're both so busy and we don't live together, so it's hard for you to find out. TSK, you kid is really good. Come on, hurry up and pass on some experience to me. I have to learn, or else there's no way to even get along with Shinsigns. Lieutenant General Kansenkorn, I'm still busy, and when the Marshal comes down later, he's going to be mean with his face and his eyes to scold people. Kanshinku and Mosher were whispering in the hall. It was hard for the other busy military females to care about them. The only thing single females have as an object is their work, the rest of them get lost. She came to the door of Angus's office, and all the way there were military females guarding it, and at the door of the office as well, but they were Angus's own guards. They didn't feel strange when they saw they even nodded in a habitual manner and opened the door for him. His Excellency the Marshal is in his office, please come in. Okay, thanks. She nodded to the two military females, then walked into the office, where Angus, who had heard the sound, was looking up at him with a smile on his slightly tired face. Lord Xiong, you're here. Well, I came to pick you up, is the day not over yet? She walked over to Angus and placed the flowers and crumpets on the table before coming to his side and unfolding his arms to him. Angus naturally wrapped his arms around his waist and rubbed against him, sighing deeply. Yeah, there's still some more, it's going to take Lord Xiong to wait for me. No problem, take a break then, let your eyes rest a bit before you continue to be busy, have some crumpets to pad your stomach first, it's not good to be hungry. Yen tenderly rubbed Angus's head, revealing favor and heartache between his words. Angus rubbed his waist and abdomen again. No, I want to hurry up and finish, then go home with you, there is not much left. Xiong Lord, sit down and play with the light brain and wait for me for a while. She felt what Angus said made sense, so he didn't force himself on him. Okay, I'll wait for you. Angus rubbed against. If you're full by then and still want to move, or if you're not sleepy, we'll go, otherwise you'll be good and go to bed. You've been tired and thin lately, see if that's okay? As Angus listened to he suddenly remembered that he had said earlier that he would go to a movie or something after dinner, and then he had fallen asleep after dinner and wasted 2 movie tickets. Okay, whatever Lord Xiong says. Angus felt his old face flush, and after hiding a cough, he looked at the red rose in his hand, and after saying this with desire, he took a quick step forward. Like any event that was planned before, it would end up being cancelled because Angus had fallen asleep, something that Angus's insta-bug also felt very guilty about. But what could be done about it? Who let him now is carrying 2 male insects' eggs, female insects, And after a busy day and a full stomach, it was easy to get sleepy, so it really wasn't his fault. Jian looked at Angus back from behind him, and when he noticed his red ears and his neck that was gradually flushing pink, the corner of his lips unconsciously rose in a doting yet helpless arc. Baby, walk a little slower, wait for me, watch your step, this ground isn't very slippery, but it's good to be careful, okay? Chen stepped forward and took Angus by the arm, no longer mentioning what had just happened, just caring for him and holding him steadily so he wouldn't slip and fall. Don't worry, Lord Xiong, it will be fine. Angus allowed Shi to wrap his arm around his shoulder and smiled softly, his voice gentle as he spoke to him, the Angus of this time, unlike the one in front of the other females. In front of them, Angus was the commander of all the military females, a war god marshal who could defeat millions of mollusks with his own strength, and they could rely on, and trust, Angus unconditionally. And they were in the presence of Angus, who could trust them but could not be relied upon, so he disguised himself as extraordinarily powerful, as if no worm could defeat him. But in reality, it was just because Angus didn't have any bugs that he could rely on, but now he had who he could trust and rely on unreservedly, even to the point of removing his powerful disguise and showing softness in front of him. She knew Angus's character and understood the strength he pretended to have, so he was better off for a lot of things just by protecting his gentleness and softness. Good, then Honorable Marshal Angus, you can start thinking now about what some of the delicacies will be when you get home in a little while. She gently rubbed Angus's head and rubbed his cheek with a smile, uttering a reminder. Angus smiled at that and nodded, really starting to think. Marshal Angus, please wait. Before Angus could even think out what he was going to have for dinner, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice came from behind him, and he reflexively looked back over and froze at the sight of Moab, the butler of the White Silence household. Lime, who is that Mr. Female Insect? Do you know him? She caught sight of Moab, who was running toward the place, and with only one glance looked down at Angus, and finding his expression momentarily frozen, guessed that they might know each other, and that their relationship might still be unusual, either very good or very bad. It's Uncle Butler from the neighborhood when I was a kid. Angus answered the words of Shijin, then stood up straight and waited for Mobo to come over. Shijin did not forcefully try to embrace him, but stood beside him, consciously acting as a shield. He listened to Angus's tone of voice, a little nonchalant yet. Uncle Mo, it's been a long time, what can I do for you? Once Mobber came closer, Angus looked at him, whose features were as usual, and nodded fairly politely before asking him the reason for calling out to him. Marshal Angus, Lordship, I'm so sorry, it was wrong of me to call you out in haste. Moab heard the nonchalance between Angus's words and pretended not to know, directly taking out an invitation from the storage space. However, this is the invitation that the head of the family asked me to send to His Excellency Shi, and I am following orders, so I am really disturbing you. Mobo said, and then handed the invitation to Shi Yan, smiling politely. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit the smiling bug, but Shi Yan is a biased goods. He sensed his own baby's dislike of this guy, and how could he possibly pick it up? May I ask what is the name of the head of your family? Where does he live? Do you know him? Or do I know him? She put his arm around Angus's shoulders and circled him within his protection, smiling very gently. Moab's face changed as he listened to his words, but finally answered his question. My head of the family is the White Family Ampelia, you don't know him. Oh, that's alright then, you go back and thank him for me for his kindness. I'm not going to go, it's getting late and it's not safe to go back later, we'll go first. She still smiled gently, and after saying this, he turned around and walked away directly with an obviously relieved Angus in his arms, leaving Moab a female bug in the wind. Chapter 103, This brother may be crazy, but he's good to houseworms. She led Angus onto the craft, which went a long way before Angus looked up at him, wanting to speak, stopping his speech and making him laugh helplessly, and his hand then rubbed up his head. Baby, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Your baby husband me it's not like I'm going to eat you right away, don't be afraid. You won't eat it right away, so you can eat it slowly at home, right? As Angus listened to Shi's words, for some unknown reason, such a subtext-like question appeared in his mind. Lord Xiong, thank you for relieving me just now. If you hadn't been there at that time, I probably would have accepted that invitation, even though I don't really like Ampelopsis as a male insect. But his female father helped me when I was very young, and as much as I disliked him, it was for his female father's sake that I went to this party where I wasn't really welcome. Angus thought about it and finally spoke to Shi, but between his words, there was a faint unhappiness and reluctance. It was obvious that he really didn't like this male insect called Ampelopsis very much. It's okay, there I am, don't want to go we don't go, that what Ampelopsis, and not the Emperor, want you to do what you do, don't care about him, you are now only responsible for their own field is good, the other things, leave it to me. Shi tenderly pinched Angus's cheeks, and spoke in a voice that was gentle and stabilizing to the bugs, and Angus's somewhat depressed mood was instantly cured by him. Master Xiong, I knew you were the best male bug in all of Interstellar, Angus finished praising Shi, and then suddenly changed the topic in a very jumpy manner. Master Xiong, I want to eat fresh and tender slices of beef in the evening, and I also want to eat shrimp sliders and corn congee and chicken broth, as well as spicy tofu. Angus said the names of these delicacies, as if he had already smelled the aroma of the food. His mouth was unconsciously secreting saliva, and he had a gluttonous look, which straightly amused Xia, and did not forget to ask him, is there more? Think again. Angus listened, really began to touch his chin, for thinking, his face serious look, directly cute to Xia's heart. Along the way, he has divided some attention, pay attention to Angus's movements, full of love. Over here, Mobo returned to the flying machine with the invitation in hand. He glanced at Shirazakawa who had been staring at him, then gently shook his head before raising the invitation up and presenting it to Ampelia by beside Shirazakawa. Family Master, Angus was going to accept the invitation, but for some unknown reason, he was stopped by Shi, his attitude, which was not considered good, and said that he didn't know you, so there was no need to attend any banquet. When Mobo finished his sentence, Ampelia reached out and took the invitation, looking at Bai Chi Chuan by her side. Xiao Chuan, stop being stubborn, this Shi clearly doesn't have our Bai family in his sights. What's more, Angus is in cahoots with him, and I guess he's already forgotten about you, and his whole heart is set on Shi, the wild male bug, so don't think he'll like you even half as much as he should. Paipo had only listened to Moab's one-sided words before defining Shi, and at the same time, he had also degraded Angus to worthlessness, and Paizakawa frowned a little as he couldn't stand his way of speaking. Big brother, aren't you being too arbitrary? If the Male Insect Association hears you say something like this, then you. Xiaochuan, stop it, which of those guys in the Male Bug Association are not wimps? Don't compare me to them, they deserve it. Before Bai Chi Chuan could finish his sentence, Bai Zi interrupted him, and when he said this sentence, he even brought the slightest hint of dislike and coldness. He seemed to really dislike those male insects in the Male Insects Association for unknown reasons. Knowing that his brother's prejudice against those male insects in the Male Insect Association was more than just a star, Shirazakawa didn't rush to correct him and instead chose to remain silent. At the same time, he was even more curious and wanted to get in touch with this Xia, who had turned Angus's head, to see what kind of charm he had. Otherwise, he was not willing to do so. Mobo stood by his side, listening to Bai Yan's words in silence, not daring to say a word more. Bai Yan looks calm and introverted in normal times, gentle and elegant, but once he encounters something that makes him unhappy, he becomes very stubborn, making it difficult for Bug to endure. When Emobo first started following Ampelopsis, he had suffered several losses before he could figure out his temperament. He now knows what he should say and what he shouldn't say once he gets a good feel for it, and in doing so he keeps his hard-earned, extraordinarily well-paid job. Like Ampelopsis is angry at this time, then the bugs that stay beside him, it is best not to say anything, or else they will receive revenge from him. The way of revenge is complex and varied, so that the bugs cannot be defended at all. Emobo sighed in his heart. On the face of it, he still very respectfully handed over a cup of hot water to Bai Yanpeng. Bai Qichuan rarely cared about his big brother who was not moving like crazy, and went off to think about his own things. Ampelopsis took the hot water handed over by Emobo. The aura on her body disappeared quite a bit, and now drinking hot water, she turned back into the calm and introverted, gentle and elegant look she had before. Xiaochuan, I don't care how much of an obsession you still have with Angus, I just hope that you don't dwell on the past, and that you look forward in everything so that you can live your own life, you know? When Ampelopsis went crazy he made it difficult for the bugs to survive, but no matter how crazy he went, he kept the house bugs close to his heart, but where there was blood, whether male or female, he treated them quite well. So, Shirasakikowa wouldn't blame him for some of the crazy things he did when he was mad, but he wouldn't approve or understand because it was just too crazy. Big brother, I understand. What's next? I want to accomplish on my own, don't help me anymore. Although Shirazakichuan knew that he would hurt Ampelia if he said such a thing, he still said it. If Ampelia interfered any further, he would not have a chance, at all, to get in touch with the distinctive male insect of she. Ampelia's movement of drinking water paused. He looked at Bai Qichuan, knowing his persistence and stubbornness. He opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him for a moment or two, but in the end, he frowned tightly, and didn't say anything to persuade him. I know, I'm still lazy. Ampelia put down her glass of water, got up and exited the flying machine, leaving in a negative manner. Emobo saluted Shirazakawa, turned around and followed him. Shirazakawa closed the door of the flying machine and drove away from the place. When Ampelia turned around at the sound and saw the distant flying machine, his chest rose and fell violently in anger. He pointed at a point in the air that was getting farther and farther away and trembled. Shirazakichuan, you son of a, if I care about you anymore, I'll take your last name. Family master, calm down, calm down. Family head, in fact, the third young man, he is also surnamed Bai. You still want to care about his death. Our entire Bai family of insects are clear. Emobo smoothed Bai Yan's chi while lamenting in his heart. Bai Yan is considered the best bug for Bai Qichuan in the entire Bai family, and when he was sick, Bai Yan was more anxious than his own bug. This brat, what does he mean? Is he trying to piss me off? Him. Ampelopsis was so angry that he was beating his chest while walking incoherently towards his flying machine, and Emobo was by his side urging him on, so to speak. Emobo did not dare to say bad things about Bai Sakichuan, just by Yenpang this brother control. He said half a sentence about Bai Sakichuan, he had to lose a layer of skin. He really did not dare to say it, can only be praised. Obviously, praising Shirazakikawa is a lot better than saying bad things about Shirazakikawa, and Shirazakawa quickly stops getting angry. He even finds out a picture of Shirazakikawa as a child, and looks at it while self-hypnotizing himself into forgiving him. Moab Do, I knew it, you dead brother controller. Chapter 104, of course a young couple has to go on a date. What time is it? Why hasn't Shin come yet? Is this kid lost? Or has he run into some trouble? Kanchinka changed to casual clothes, holding a bunch of roses standing at the intersection of the snack street waiting for Shintrace. He waited for a long time, did not see each other's shadow, Probe looking around, frowning tightly, some worry. Before leaving work today, he discussed with Mosher for a while, and finally decided to first ask Shinma to the snack street, and then send him a bouquet of flowers, and then hand-in-hand shopping, eating snacks, and whatnot. It is really a simple and happy plan. In favor of the plan cannot catch up with the change, Kanchinka first came to the snack street, holding a bouquet of roses and waiting for half an hour, but also did not see the Shintrace to come. He reasonably suspected that the boy let him pigeonhole him, leaving him a female worm to dry on the side. Kansaker's mood was meaty and low, and the bugs that passed him discussed his appearance with a low chuckle and turned away, or into the snack bar. Kanchinka sighed, and was thinking of making a video communication to Shinscience when he caught a sharp-eyed glimpse of the female insect youth who was not far from here. The youth was dressed in a casual white tracksuit, his hair was obviously carefully poured back, and his already handsome face seemed to have a thin layer of decorative powder. The youth's lips were also coated with lip grease to moisturize the lips, which was obviously the appearance after careful dressing. The youth was no one else, it was Shin Shang. Kanchinka's low mood instantly rose to the top. His baby made him wait for so long, just to carefully dress herself, and then come back to see him? It was just too much of a pot sticker for him, and it was a great way to look at it, wanting to get on base, and there wasn't that moment when he wanted to more than right now. Kanshinko, I'm here, I'm sorry, I made you wait for so long. Shinsign saw Kanshinko, his pace quickened a few points, and when he arrived in front of him, he reddened his ears and cheeks a bit in embarrassment. Cough, are you hungry? Let's go eat snacks, I heard that these snacks are delicious. Shintrace, you're very handsome today. Kanshinko finally came back to his senses, he smiled and handed over the roses in his hand. He also scratched the back of his head with some embarrassment, a little wordy. This flower matches you, ahem. Don't be polite, if you like it, I'll often buy it for you in the future. After Kanshinko reddened his ears and said this, he extended his hand to Shinmao. Come on, let's go in. Shinsigns nodded with red cheeks, then reached out to hold his hand. Kanshinko held Shinsign's hand back, and squeezed it, and in a good mood led him into the snack street together. Both of them looked tall and handsome. Standing together is the most attractive insects in the crowd. There are many insects exclaimed with emotion, but they turned a blind eye, only each other in the eyes, and then cannot tolerate any other insects. When the two females, Kanshinko and Shinsigns, walked into the snack street, they were attracted to the food, knowing that they hadn't eaten anything for this first date. Therefore, Shinsigns put the roses into the storage space and pulled Kanshinko and started sweeping the snacks on the snack street. They had seen each other eating anyway. Even if they were together, there would not be any sense of embarrassment. They could do whatever they wanted. It was just too much at ease and happy. Kanshinko, there's one last skewer, you can eat it. I can't eat anymore. Shinsign spread out into a round pancake and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his stomach and wiping his mouth at the same time. He frowned, looking like he'd eaten a bit too much, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Kanshinko smiled and ate the last of his skewer, then paid for it. Want to take a break before you go? Or do you want to take an anti-diet potion and slow down or something? Kanshinko sat next to Shinmao and consciously rubbed his stomach gently, with his mouth still asking him what solution would make him feel better. Just take a breather, let's just go back. I'm really overstuffed today, but I'd like to come back next time. These snacks taste really good. Shinsigns enjoyed Kanshinko's tummy rubbing service. His mind was still recalling the snacks he had eaten earlier, smashing his mouth. If his stomach wasn't too full, he might have wanted to eat a little bit of something else. It's really good, but you can't eat it too often. When Kanshinko saw that Shinmao's brow was much more relaxed, he lowered his hand and then helped him up. Let's go, it's too late now, we both have to go to work tomorrow. We have to go back to wash up and go to bed. We'll be criticized if we're late. Ego, I can't walk anymore, I don't want to move. Kanshinko, just carry me or carry me back. Shinmao played rogue. Shinmao has not rested enough, he did not want to move at all, so he squinted his eyes and started to talk nonsense. Kanshinko was silent for a while, and finally bent down and really picked him up. A princess hug, boyfriend power max. Hey! Kanshinko. Shinmao did not expect Kanshinko to really just pick himself up, confused for a moment, and then quickly reacted. After wrapping his arms around his neck, he saw the smile on his face. Before Shinmao could say anything, the uproar of the other diners came from his ears, and his clear, handsome cheeks, which had reddened through and through in just an instant, buried his face into the other person's arms and refused to come out again. It's okay, I'll put you down when we get out of the snack bar. Aha! Kanshinko knew that Shinmao's skin was even thinner than his own, so he lowered his head and whispered these words in his ear, then turned around and left the snack store. Shinmao softly hummed, his voice and the moonlight fused, illuminating the road ahead. Chapter 105 Feelings of inferiority really can't be controlled. Marshal Angus, these are the inspection items, they may take some of your time. Meng Xiao handed over the inspection item in his hand to Angus, who got it in front of his eyes and took a closer look at it before handing it over to Xia, who was watching him. It's okay, just take your time. After Angus finished saying this to Meng Xiao, he was about to get up and follow him into the cubicle, and when she saw this, he hurriedly held him up and walked in together. To check the body test program, it is really quite a lot. Some items need she accompanied by a signature or something. Lime, if you feel scared or uncomfortable, just tell me and I'll put my arm around you. She followed Angus to the examination room, instructing him somewhat less reassuringly, and Angus nodded, reaching out to shake his hand again before going in. Your Excellency, don't worry, it's just some very unusual and common checks, it'll be fine. Seeing Zai's serious face, Meng Xiao spoke out to comfort him, nodded, turned around and walked in. Zai was isolated in front of the glass door and could only watch. This very torturous examination finally came to an end when the last one was completed, and she rushed over to Angus and wrapped him in his arms. Lime, does it hurt where the blood was drawn? She was about to ask him if the place where the blood was drawn hurt, when he saw that he exposed his skin to himself, and there wasn't even a needle mark on it at the moment, so his words came to an abrupt end. But Meng Xiu didn't hold back his laughter when he saw Xi's dumbfounded face, and Angus glanced at him somewhat helplessly before turning his sights back to his own male lord. Lord Xiong, I'm really fine, don't worry. I can see that, no worries. Angus went downstairs with she, and after Meng Chao collected his tools and put them in the storage space, he went downstairs as well, and he vaguely exchanged glances with Mosher, who looked up, before following Angus and the others out. "Little Mosher, it looks like your daughter-in-law is not particularly concerned about you." Kanchenka saw Meng Chiu and the others leave, so he came to Mosher's side, wrapped his arm around his shoulders, and said in a teasing manner, "It's really not even willing to take a look at you, you're pathetic." "Jiangdong, don't talk about my daughter-in-law like this. My daughter-in-law is the best everywhere. He is not what you say, he is just public and private. Privately, we obviously love each other, and you can't see it." Mosher listened to Kanchenka's words as if he had been poked and prodded, instantly blowing up, and the words he said revealed maintenance and strong love everywhere. There also seemed to be a vague hint of brainwashing in this, and it was not clear whether it was meant to brainwash Kanchenka, or himself, or perhaps, both. "Little Mosher, did I poke at what's in your heart? It's been a long time since I've seen you this agitated. Could it be that Meng Chao, in private, he treats you in the same manner?" Kanchenka saw Mosher slump at a speed visible to the naked eye after he finished what he had just said, and instantly felt that something big was not good, and when he was about to say something more, Shenmao came. "Kanchenka, don't bully people young, you're still immodest at your age, come over here quickly, I have a document here that I can't figure out." Shen saw that Kanchenka was whispering something to Mosher. Mosher was about to cry, instantly thought that this guy is again relying on his identity force people to work young, so he shouted him over. "Hey, coming. Kanchenka shouted in the direction of Shen Signs, then turned his head and reached out to pat Mosher's shoulder, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, so he could only hastily comfort him. "Little Mosher, you also don't think too much, Meng Chao he is such a nature, I'm going to look for Shen Signs, you are busy with your be more serious, then let Marshal Angus catch the criticism." "I know all about it, Lieutenant General, go ahead, I'll work hard and definitely won't drag my feet." I don't know if Mosher had listened to Kanchenka's comfort. The moment he raised his head, he was so combative that the whole female insect of Kanchenka was silenced. "Well, you go for it." The corner of Kanchenka's mouth twitched, patted his shoulder again, and turned around to find Shen Signs, and only after he and Shen Signs walked away did Mosher sigh deeply, and a feeling of inferiority attacked him. Mosher liked Meng Chao, from the time he was a new recruit. At that time, he wasn't the only female who liked Meng Chao, there were other females who were even better than him who liked Meng Chao, and this included Meng Chao's teammates. Mosher didn't dare to express his love for Meng Chao as blatantly as the other females did, he just quietly guarded him and paid attention to him, watching him be on tenterhooks as he was confessed to, and watching him rejoice as he rejected the females who confessed to him. Mosher was born poor, and when his family fell, he didn't have much status. Compared to Meng Chao, the son of a family, it was a world of difference. Mosher never felt that there was anything to feel inferior about his birth before, but after meeting Meng Chao, he felt an unprecedented inferiority complex and gap. Meng Chiu was the pearl, held as a treasure, an erudite, with superb medical skills, while he was the gravel, regarded as nothing, insignificant, and even more dispensable. Mosher never dared to show his liking, no one knew better than him that he was not worthy of a dusty female like that, so he always kept silent and guarded the other side, secretly helping him when he was in trouble. Mosher and Meng Chao had been together for more than 6 months, and between them, up to now, they were actually still regular, and Meng Chao loved flowers. Mosher would send him flowers, and he would be happy, but it was definitely not like he was warming up to him as he had described to Kanchenka, like he was showing off. But would cook him his favorite dishes and lay in a bed at night purely covered to sleep and nothing else. However, Mosher was already very satisfied, because this look of Meng Chao had more fireworks than usual, and it was not too much to describe it with enthusiasm. In fact, until now, Mosher didn't really understand how such an excellent female insect like Meng Chao could be with him, a female insect that wouldn't even get much attention when placed on the street. Obviously Meng Chao had a better choice, Mosher couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. Although he didn't feel the love passed over from Meng Chao, he felt that it was already a great honor to be with him. Alas! Mosher sighed, discharging the depressed emotions in his heart through this low sigh, and then reverted to his heartless and naive appearance, continuing to work hard, as if the female insect that was a little sad just now was not him. Over here, Angus went to the military doctor's residence with his family's mailmaster and waited for Meng Chao's test results in the living room. Angus was eating fruit, he ate a piece and fed it to she, and the two of them were sitting on the couch, sweetly. Meng Chao seemed to have gotten used to it, and for the moment concentrated on his work, oblivious to their love. Chapter 106, perhaps the expression is not quite right. "Bauer, you eat it yourself, I won't." She looked at Angus, who was still trying to feed himself, and shook his head gently, then looked up at the decorations around this room. He then realized that most of the things in this room were doubles, and he paused slightly and withdrew his eyes, thinking that it couldn't be more normal. Team romances and all that were still very much the norm. Angus didn't force she to have to eat the fruit he pitched, and when he saw that he wasn't eating it, he ate it himself, and by the look of him, he seemed quite happy. She saw the gentle tenderness of his head. The heart has always felt that he is very cute. Angus finished eating the daily fruit. He put down the fruit plate, took it back to the storage space. His light brain happened to ring, so he connected to the video message. Caller ID Anthony. Angus did not avoid anything, only he just connected. The opposite side of Anthony saw him and she, some slightly stunned, a long time before reacting. Why is His Excellency Angus she beside you? Isn't he going to be in charge of the pastries for the pilgrimage meeting between the two clans? Why isn't he overseeing the back kitchen today? Anthony coughed and asked several questions curiously after he came back to his senses, and Angus, feeling that there was something not quite right about Anthony's attitude, silently glanced at she beside himself and then looked at him. Angus meant, Your Highness Anthony, does what you are about to say next have something to do with my mail master? Anthony, understanding Angus' eye gesture, gave him a somewhat less natural look and nodded slightly. Angus was stunned for a moment, and not intending to hide anything from she, he said very seriously, Your Highness Anthony, if you have anything to say, my Lord Xiong he has a right to know anything and everything about himself. She didn't expect this matter to be related to himself, so he raised his eyebrows and looked at Anthony, signaling him to tell us about it, and when Anthony saw this, he sighed in his heart and then said, The White family's head, Amp Eliabai, asked me to forward the invitation to you, and as they are 100-year-old family on this planet, it's really hard for me to turn them down, so the banquet that they're organizing this time around, Your Excellency she, has to go. When Angus heard this, his brows furrowed and the dislike in his eyes was almost about to materialize. She paused slightly, then reached out to hold Angus's hand and looked at Anthony and hooked his lips in a very gentle smile. Good, it's not just to attend a banquet, but it's just a meal. The other party has found Your Highness head. I must not give Your Highness some face. She was really not expecting that what's his name, Ampelopsis, to actually send the invitation to Anthony, and he knew that Anthony, as the Imperial Highness, needed to get a grip on the big picture, and would not refuse his request, so he took advantage of him. She could have actually refused, but it would have involved years of dealings between the Empire and the White family, and Anthony, as his Imperial Highness, wouldn't have cared, and she didn't refuse on the basis that Anthony was usually good to Angus. Your Excellency she, thank you for your understanding. Anthony knew that Jean understood this middle truth, so he didn't say anything more, and only sincerely thanked him. I will have the military female send the invitations to where you live, so you don't need to come over to pick them up again. Alright, then I'll trouble His Highness Anthony. When she nodded to Anthony, he twisted his head to look at Angus, who also nodded to Anthony and then hung up the video message. He had already understood what she was thinking, so he didn't try to persuade him, but seriously said, Lord Xiong, I'll join you. Okay, we'll go together then, you just eat and drink, and if anything happens, let me do it, don't worry. Lord Xiong, I'm not a soft target, so don't worry about it. If they dare to bully you and target you, I won't let them go. Angus held Shi's hand and swore this sentence. In this sentence, lurked a thick guard and dislike. It could be seen that he was not really very fond of Ampelopsis. Shi Jin slightly paused for a moment, quietly made a mental note, and on his face, he gently rubbed Angus' head. Good. Meng Chao was doing his inspection on the side and heard all their conversations in his ears, lamenting the complexity of family socialization in his heart, but on his face he coughed calmly as if he were calm, reminding them of his presence. When Meng Chao saw both Shi and Angus looking over, he stood up and took the examination results over, summarizing them with a bland face. Marshal Angus, your body and the 2 male eggs are healthy and so far, there are no problems, and with the nutrition that has continued since then, you are sure to bring in 2 very good and powerful males. Shi Jiao took the list handed over by Meng Chao, nodded to him, and said earnestly, Thank you, Dr. Meng, thank you for your trouble. Angus stood up and nodded to Meng Chao, who looked at him and gave an insect military salute before giving them some potions that would help the male insect eggs develop. There are instructions on all of these potions, Marshals, all you have to do is push this one button and you'll see it. Okay, thanks. After Shi and Angus took the potion, they said goodbye to Meng Chao and left his residence, and as Meng Chao watched their backs that were so close and intimate, a dull, silly, and extraordinarily well-behaved and cute female bug appeared in his mind. Meng Chao slightly paused for a moment, after retracting his sight, but the corners of his lips could not stop rising. He unconsciously looked at the time on the optical brain, and sighed softly, there is still some time left, that little tiny cute. It's only after work, suddenly I feel a little hard to get through. The clouds in the sky were gradually colored red as the world went by, and the sun set silently, leaving only a warm yellow afterglow to warm the returning insects. After Meng Chao finished his own work, he went downstairs and looked in the direction of the front door. Mo sure hadn't come back yet, probably still busy. He didn't rush or send a message urging the other to come back, he just sat quietly on the couch, doing his own thing, waiting quietly. Meng Chao had basically waited like this for the period of time he had been with Mo sure, but today, he hadn't waited long before he was called over by the captain, saying that a military female had been injured in an accident and he needed to help with an operation. Meng Chao rubbed his brow, glanced at the time, and finally left without leaving any words. Chapter 107 Alert, Mollusk Invasion. Captain, what's the status of the injured military female? Meng Chao came to the military female hospital and went to the operating room of the military female who needed to do the surgery, and at the door, he sought his captain who rushed over in a hurry, talking to him as he went. Meng Chiu's captain, Xiaoling, was a shrewd, capable and thunderous handsome female. He was wearing a white lab coat and his brows were furrowed. It looked like the situation of that military female was complicated. That military female was seriously injured in the head and her vitals are weak. He has now been taken to the treatment bay and our crew is resuscitating him now. Xiaoling's brows frowned tighter as he said this. He looked at Meng Chao, his eyes full of seriousness. But still, you need to repair some of the damaged nerves in his brain, otherwise he'll become a plant bug while losing his memory, or even, most likely, he'll die. I understand, Captain. Meng Chao knew the seriousness of the matter and did not dare to let his guard down. He entered the operating room with Xiaoling, quickly changed into his surgical attire, put on his gloves and mask, and then opened the moment to fight with death for his life. On this side, Meng Chao was struggling to fight death, and on that side, Mosher had finally finished all the work he was responsible for, and for the remaining 3 days, he could take a good rest before plunging into his next job. Little Mosher, pay attention to safety on the way back. Shinsigns and I will leave first. You and your team members do not play too late. Everyone go back to have a good rest and rest. Don't worry, Lieutenant General, we know all about it. You and the Major General should be safe on your way back as well. The Lieutenant General and Major General have worked hard. Go back and get some rest as well. We'll see you some other time. Morthy patted Tosk's shoulder back, smiling and admonishing everyone while patting his arm and showing off his biceps. I'm good. I'll beat 10 apiece, so don't worry about it. When the Tosk crowd of insects saw this, they couldn't help but laugh, and the two parties, satisfied, parted ways, each going in a different direction. Mosher was so close to the residence of the medic females that he only needed to step on the auxiliary craft and quickly reach his destination, so Mosher didn't pilot the craft away from here as his crew did. On this road that Mosher usually walks, there is a very nice park. The park is brightly lit. Near the park, there are passers-by walking. It is a cozy and peaceful picture. Today, however, for some unknown reason, after passing the brightly lit park, the streetlights behind it suddenly stopped working, revealing eerie images in the quiet. Morthy stopped his auxiliary craft, his pupils turning vertical, and in the case of the vertical pupils, his sight noticed creeping in the darkness, a soft-bodied insect, its 1,000 feet rustling as it stepped on the ground. This rattling sound was even accompanied by the zipping sound of teeth crunching through cable, followed closely by the sound of teeth chewing, very soft, but loud in his ears. Mosher quickly found a cover. His face instantly became pale, beads of sweat were visible to the naked eye on his forehead, cheeks, and even in his hands. Doesn't this planet have a protective barrier? Why is it infested with mollusks? Is the protective barrier broken? These bugs seem to have burrowed out of the ground. Mosher hurriedly opened his light brain and immediately sent out an urgent warning, and sent the exact location to the light brains of Anthony, Angus, and other high-ranking people, the kind that automatically popped up. Alert! Mollusk invasion of the planet has been detected, located in the vicinity of Tattoo Park. Please provide immediate support. Alert! Mollusk invasion of the planet has been detected, located in the vicinity of Tattoo Park. Please provide immediate support. Alert! Mollusk invasion of the planet has been detected, located in the vicinity of Tattoo Park. Please provide immediate support. As soon as Morthy's location was sent, all the bases flashed red, and a sharp, ear-piercing alarm froze all the bugs for a moment, followed by a quick response. Auguste, Illyrio, gather the troops and prepare for battle. Immediately. At once. Angus, who was eating, couldn't even care about the food produced by she. He put down his chopsticks and hurried towards the door. When she saw this, he quickly followed him. When Angus saw this, he wanted to speak to stop him, but he was snatched up before him. Angus, I'm a SS-class physical male. I can mentally pacify all military females to prevent them from being controlled by the mollusk's mental interference. Trust me, I'll protect myself, and definitely won't let you have any worries. She's words froze Angus for a moment, then he nodded and took a black mech necklace from his storage space and placed it in his hand. Lord Shoam, this is the mech I prepared for you. I originally thought it would never be used one day, but now, I'm giving it to you. It doesn't have a name yet. Lord Shoam can name it. After Angus said this, he nodded to she, turned around and went to put on his shoes. She tightened his grip on his mecha necklace, glanced at the ring on his finger and said seriously to Angus. Angus, you're in a special situation now. Don't hold on. If you can't hold on for a while, use the teleportation opportunity and teleport to my side. I don't want you to get hurt or have any of those accidents. Angus gripped Shi's hand tightly and nodded, and then they left the house together, taking a flight towards the destination where the mollusks had been found. Kanching-ku, isn't this location the path that Marshal must take to get home? Cam. Don't let anything happen to this kid. After receiving the news, Kanching-ku and Shinsigns, who had not yet arrived home on this side, froze for a moment, and quickly turned around and drove towards the place they had just been. Chavez, as well as Meng Chao, who had just come out of surgery, also received the message and quickly rushed towards their destination with their bugs. As Meng Chao ran, he almost fell. Luckily Xiaoling held him up. Meng Chao, he'll be fine, calm down, otherwise not only will you not be able to save him, but you might also add to the chaos. I know, I'm calming down, Captain. When Meng Chao heard this, he paused slightly, forcing himself to calm down and nodded, but the panic in his heart was still spreading indefinitely. Marshal, you mustn't be okay? You have to hold on, I'll be right there. Right away. Chapter 108 Fighting with Mollusks. Bear. Hiss. Morthy had just sent out the localization when he felt a sudden coolness on his left shoulder, and the eerie sound coming from the throat of the mollusk came from his ears. And along with this burst of weird sounds came the fishy odors that made the bugs very nauseous, and these fishy odors could make Marshal vomit for 3 days. Bear. Hiss. Marshal. Ah. So many mollusks. Help. The passing male turned and ran after a scream, instantly drawing all of the mollusks' attention away from him. The females following him were startled and quickly pulled out their laser guns and began to fight. Moxie was able to catch her breath and join the fight as well. A purple mollusk worm, which didn't seem to be afraid of the laser gun at all, had a clear goal, and directly rushed at the male worm that abandoned his female and fled, and with only one bite, he bit him into 2 halves, devoured him into his stomach, and died on the spot. This is the mollusk worm emperor. It specializes in hunting males as food to feed its young. We can't beat him, you guys hurry up and run, the army female troop will come over to support us later. Seeing that one purple mollusk in action, Marshal frowned and gritted his teeth, delivering the message back to the base, after which he twisted his head to look at the 3 females who were still fighting, urging them to run away. These 3 females were all once hot-blooded military females, and if they weren't forced to do so, they wouldn't have married the male who liked to humiliate and bully females for fun just now as their male master. Now they are also considered free, in order to their own pups' later life, but also to fight, after all, first-class merit, very dazzling. We're not afraid, you'll definitely be swallowed up by them alone, we 4 females are in one piece, we can also help each other, hold on, wait for them to come to support us. Yeah. It's been a long time since Lousy's blood has boiled like this. Old me is finally free. Yes. Haha, little bugs, thank you for giving us freedom, but suffer. 3 female insects have said so, Marshal will also have no opinion, and look at their attitude towards the death of the male insect just now, seems to be more or less a little bit of the meaning of the heart of the big fast insects, looks like, that male insect usually do is not a good thing. If the male bug that had an accident just now was His Excellency Shi, not to mention that these 3 female bugs would be sad, I'm afraid that all the female bugs in the entire star would cry bitterly, and Marshal Angus, I'm afraid, would be martyred as a result. Marshal was fighting with the soft-bodied insects while messing around with some thoughts in his head, so it was evident that he was very much at ease with the matter of fighting with these soft-bodied insects. Of course, if the purple bug emperor wasn't there to provide these soft-bodied bugs with restorative abilities, they would have ended this battle long ago. I don't know how long had passed, but countless light sources suddenly appeared in mid-air, which illuminated this dark street, and also reflected the 4 females of Marshall's blood-soaked body into the eyes of the insects. Morthy, take the other 3 females and return to the medic warship. Immediately. Angus stood on the warship, he held a laser sword glowing with silver light, and shouted at Morthy, who received the command, and put his best foot forward, yanking the other 3 females, and swiftly headed for the medic warship. And for the next battle, it was left to Angus to lead Chavez and the other females, along with them, and as for Shi, he sat in the monitoring room, providing mental pacification for a few people. He had wanted to follow down, but Angus was left behind after realizing that the purple bug emperor was extremely fast and only 8 males. Otherwise, he might cause the purple bug emperor to riot. After all, he was the most perfect delicacy, and had a fatal attraction to the bug emperor. She looked at the real-time screen in the monitoring room, frowning as he struggled to find the purple bug emperor's fatal weakness. If he didn't eliminate the bug emperor, the other soft-bodied bugs would be like undefeatable little strong men, and they would automatically heal when they were injured, which was very troublesome and suffocating for the bugs. Captain, have you noticed that this purple mollusk, which keeps the lower part of its body curled up, seems to be protecting something? She looked at it for a while, but suddenly realized something was wrong, so he turned his head to look at the captain and asked him seriously, and the captain listened and immediately ordered the surveillance screen to be drawn closer. The image then appeared to show what was hidden in the lower part of the purple bug emperor's body, a sea of crystalline, rounded spheres, in each of which was curled up a developing mollusk. They came in a variety of colors, and one of them, a golden mollusk, was frantically emitting radiant filaments, linking to the purple bug emperor and supplying him with energy. Angus, attack where the purple bug emperor is huddled, there's a golden soft-bodied egg there that will energize it. Angus froze for a moment as he listened to she, then his brows furrowed, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. It's the mollusk worm returning body, we can't allow it to be born, or else our entire universe will face collapse. Attack the bug emperor's abdomen with full force. At Angus' command, all the females began to fight hard, all attacking out the most vulnerable parts of the purple bug emperor. The golden soft-bodied eggs were knocked down and sunk into the ground. The bug emperor screamed miserably, and was soon reduced to ashes in the laser flames. The other soft-bodied worms, without support, instantly dissipated and disappeared, and the battle was brought to a successful conclusion. Chapter 109. It's the S-Class Mollusk Emperor. After this battle, the street was blocked off, and even in the nearby park, not many bugs came to walk around at night after all. The moment the mollusks appeared, the news spread throughout the stars. Marshal Angus, the mollusk carcasses at the scene have been disposed of, and we have found other eggs of the mollusk, all of which are alive, but our bugs have been digging for a long time, and we haven't seen the golden egg that was knocked down. After the head of the military females logistics department gave a standard bug military salute to Angus and His Highness Anthony, he reported to him on the progress of their work, speaking up about the missing golden bug egg. The golden mollusk worm eggs were hidden in the soil the moment they fell into the land, and no matter how much the military females sent by Angus dug, they couldn't find half a shadow. It seems that the grade of this golden bug egg has already reached that of an S-Class bug emperor, and he can not only provide energy to other bug emperors. It can even utilize mental control and control us, only because he's still an insect egg. He can't do it for the time being, and now I'm afraid he's escaped. Angus' brow instantly furrowed at the minister's words, but he didn't say anything instead. It was Anthony, who stood beside him, who frowned and analyzed. The entire planet has been sealed off and cannot be unsealed until the golden mollusk eggs are found, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground to catch it. Chavez frowned as he walked in, and after giving an insectoid military salute to His Highnesses Angus and Anthony, he stood aside and listened to the officers of the Ouija garrison. The S-Class Mollusk Emperor is extremely cunning. It's just an egg now, and it's giving us such a headache. If it suddenly hatches while hiding from us, then we'll be in big trouble, big time. The words of the Minister of Logistics caused the brows of all the bugs present to tighten, and the atmosphere of the entire conference room became extraordinarily heavy. Angus's frown never loosened, and the heaviness in his eyes was even more so than the other bugs. If the S-Class Mollusk Emperor wants to hatch, it won't be that easy. It needs to develop by devouring males, so it will definitely go in search of males on the planet, and the higher the grade of the males, the more immense the attraction to it. Anthony suddenly thought of something, and after he said that, all the insects in the room looked at Angus, who knew what they meant. That's why his face was even more gloomy just now. He, the male lord, was an SS-grade male bug, which was a fatal attraction to this golden mollusk bug egg. Marshal Angus, for today's solution, we can only let His Excellency Shisia to be the bait for a little while. Don't worry, our Ouija clan will also send out military female troops to protect his safety, and will definitely not let him fall into danger. You. No. I don't agree, it's just too dangerous. If an accident happens, you can't afford it. No sooner had the words fallen from the Ouija garrison officer's lips than Angus looked up at him and frowned in denial. So decisive was his refusal that his chest began to heave violently. Angus, take it easy and watch out for the bug pups. Anthony saw Angus look like he was about to faint from anger, and immediately reached out to hold him, fearing that he would have a long or short, so that Shisia, the usually gentle mealworm, suddenly rose up and turned into a cranky mealworm. Marshal Angus, take care of your health, we'll discuss this matter afterward. I've already sent more military females to protect His Excellency. You don't need to worry. Chavez felt that this garrison officer sent by the Ouija clan must have a bag in his head, that clan's male bugs were not male bugs, and to try to sacrifice their clan's finest, His Excellency, was a daydream. Chavez mentally rolled his eyes at the garrison officer and also held Angus up and calmed him down a bit before saying to the garrison officer, "This garrison officer, I advise you to hurry up and send military females to protect the maleworms of your clan. Originally there are fewer maleworms. If some more are missing, then the emperor of the clan, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as ripping off your position." You. The garrison officer was furious enough at Chavez's remark that he pointed his finger at him and blushed, but he couldn't say half a word in retort. Could he say he had a selfish motive? Of course he couldn't say it. Chavez didn't bother with him and just helped Angus out of the conference room. Anthony gave him a mental like and had Ox take his place, holding Angus with Chavez while he watched the resident officer. Chief Resident Officer, if our checks are correct, then the one male that the purple mollusk bug Emperor ate appears to be of the Wager clan. Anthony finished the sentence with a polite and decent smile, and when he saw the resident officer's white face, he continued, I hope I'll see you again at the next meeting to discuss a solution, so I'll call it a day. As soon as Anthony's words were out of his mouth, he turned and left the place, leaving the resident officer in the conference room cursing and raging with impotence. The adjutants and military females who followed him, however, were smiling in their hearts, guessing that after today, their officer would have to change females and hopefully come with a capable one. I'm fine. Angus stepped out of the conference room, breathing in fresh air and finally slowing down. He stood up straight from Chavez and August's assistance and took a deep breath before seriously exhorting. Just now in the conference room, that garrison officer said something I don't want to be heard by Lord Xiong. I hope you won't tell him. If he finds out, he'll definitely take the risk, and I don't want him to. Chavez and Auguster looked at each other, and then together they gave Angus a standard bug military salute, saying in earnest unison, Yes, Marshal Angus. Angus, don't take that old piker's words to heart. I guess you won't see him at the next meeting. You can't look at a female bug now. Take care of your health. I don't want to hear His Excellency ear to ear about how to take care of you. Anthony walked up behind the three Angus females and waited for them to finish talking before walking over and patting him on the shoulder, half joking, half serious. Angus laughed softly at that, rubbing his belly with some embarrassment, and said, I'm so sorry, Lord Male. He always felt that pregnant females were fragile, and I'm not usually allowed to do this or that at home. I didn't think he'd have to say anything about it when he saw you guys. Aya, this handful of dog food, eat I can hold up, you two hold up or not? Anthony looked at Chavez and Auguster and grinned and flirted with Angus. Chavez and the two females didn't dare to nod their heads, but the look in their eyes was very obvious. Angus sent them both a look. You two go back to your homes. I don't mind at all if you want to work late. Goodbye, Marshal, we're off. Chavez, hearing Angus's threat, reacted quickly, gave the bug military salute and slipped away, Auguster slipping away even faster than he did, as if afraid of being caught back. Anthony laughed hilariously at the sight, and Angus watched the backs of the two of them, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly for a moment before he, too, smiled lightly, then turned and headed for his office. Anthony was close behind. He was smiling but didn't seem to be in a particularly good mood, not before he found the mollusks, so much so that he was ferocious when he struck down the mollusks. Why doesn't His Highness have Nickel close by? Angus was halfway through his walk when he suddenly asked Anthony this question, and Anthony listened with a slight pause, the smile at the corners of his mouth narrowing, and his brows tinted with sad thoughts. Chapter 110 But where there is a long talking mouth. When Angus saw this, he guessed that he was between him and Nickel, who had had a falling out, and that he shouldn't be able to answer his questions, and he didn't ask anymore. Ever since coming to this planet, Nickel has always been out of sight, and I can't find him a lot of the time, and he seems to resist the occasional close contact. I don't know how long I walked. Anthony suddenly said this sentence as if with emotion. Angus listened to it and slightly paused, looking up at him. He suddenly smiled bitterly at this time, then said, The odds are he's tired of it, ugh. Whatever, I'm supposed to be a female who can't keep anything. Angus stopped and opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out before he was interrupted by the sudden return of Anthony's smile. Angus, there's a male bug coming to pick you up. I'm off, see you later. After Anthony's words fell, Angus heard She's voice, and he didn't care about Anthony for a moment, turning to look at his own male master who was running toward him now. As Anthony listened to She's warm words to Angus, he only felt sadness and desolation lingering under his heart. Are there no other bugs in this universe that would do this, except for She Quail, who would be true to his mate from the beginning? Anthony didn't know, and he didn't want to know anymore. He just wanted to ask Nickel who the male bug was that followed him around that day and was so close to him. But he didn't dare. He was afraid to hear what he didn't want to hear. He was weak. There was no way for him to be brave in the face of what happened to Nickel. He had no choice but to run away. Emosher's fight to the end with the mollusks left him with many injuries, and he lay in the healing capsule for a day and 2 nights, and then after making sure the repairs were complete, he was carried back home by Meng Chao, but he still hadn't woken up. Meng Chao brought his work to his home to facilitate taking care of Mosher. The team had always thought that he was just plain playing around with Mosher. They didn't expect him to make an exception because of him. They were all a bit surprised and taken aback. Meng Chiu, I thought you just took Mosher as a mandatory lesson for you to initiate a relationship, a mandatory lesson that is over when it's done? That day when Meng Chao said his decision, his lieutenant looked at him with surprise and said something that left Meng Chao stunned for a long time before reacting to ask him in general. Does it look like I'm having fun when I treat Murthy? When the vice squad heard Meng Chao's question, they also froze for a moment and asked him with even more surprise, isn't that so? Whose female treats her favorite female nonchalantly indispensably? Seeing that Meng Chao froze again, the vice squad said to him hesitantly, "Meng Chao, don't tell me that you're letting Emosher wait for you to come home in the cold outside the lab in the middle of winter with the cold wind blowing because it's flirtatious? And don't you remember having dinner with us on Moxie's birthday because it made the other person comfortable? Wow, it's really like that. I should be glad. It's a good thing old me didn't fall in love with you, it's just too suffocating. Anyway, the two of you have been in love for more than 6 months. I've seen Emosher's stupidly hot face sticking to his cold ass, but I haven't seen you give any half-assed feedback. I but secretly saw him hiding in the corner crying several times. You now tell me that you were serious about him, that I think it, you now tell him, he probably will not believe it. TSK 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 TSK. Stupid child is too miserable, like such a wooden head. Meng Chao heard the words of the vice team that day, stunned for a long time, began to reflect on his own appearance when he fell in love. He seems to be from the beginning to the end of the treatment of Emosher's attitude. As with the treatment of his teammates, it is indeed a little bit dispensable, not cold and not hot. However, he thought it was meant to give the other person plenty of privacy, and it wasn't his intention to wait in the cold wind in the middle of the winter months, what with that earlier message he sent for him to go back. But not only did he not go, but he waited for him stupidly until he came down, and then he took out the dumplings from his arms, which were still steaming, and gave them to him to eat. He was then both distressed and touched, but what words did he say? I told you to go back, why don't you listen? Dumplings can be eaten whenever you want, you're making it hard for me. Meng Chao felt that the hardness of his own mouth was enough to express his heartache, but he only saw the curve of Emosher's mouth suddenly drop a little. He said not next time, and then smiled again. Meng Chao now understands what the flickering emotions were in Emosher's eyes when she looked at him. At that time it was sadness and grief, and vaguely inferiority and apology. After that time, Moxie never came over to give him anything again, and he actually thought there was nothing wrong with it. He really was terrible. Meng Chao sat on the chair beside the bed, his hand holding Emosher's hand tightly. Those images appeared in his mind again, only to feel his heart ache beyond words. He obviously cared about him, so why did he say the kind of things that he could easily misunderstand? If Emosher is accidentally in danger this time when he encounters a soft-bodied bug, then will he? Meng Chao didn't dare to think further. He glanced at the sky outside. The sky was already dark. He then looked at Emosher, who hadn't woken up yet. He sighed heavily, then got on the bed and carried Emosher into his arms. Meng Chao wrapped his arms around Emosher and tenderly dropped a light kiss on his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. Emosher, wake up quickly, I know I'm wrong, don't leave me behind, okay? The sleeping Emosher couldn't hear Meng Chao's words at all. He was breathing steadily, and it seemed that he hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. He had a dream in which he met a Meng Chao who loved him very much, and this Meng Chao would take the initiative to embrace him, kiss him, and even get more intimate with him, and finally go together to get a license to get married. Emosher was very happy in his sleep. The corners of his lips were unconsciously up. Meng Chao did not know what he dreamed, just think he smiled beautifully, so he kissed his lips, and prayed in his heart, so that he would wake up quickly. Chapter 111, 2 together in one chapter. Chapter 111, 2 in one chapter. The sun's rays easily penetrated the shallow clouds, gradually dispersing the darkness and bringing warmth and light. The sunlight spilled into the window and shone on Morthy's eyelids on the bed, causing him, who had just woken up, to raise his hand to cover his eyes with great discomfort. Emosher moved this hand, suddenly felt that his hand was so sore and soft that he couldn't really talk about comfort. He frowned and opened his eyes after slowly adjusting to the light. The first thing that caught his eye was the familiar gray walls and light-colored crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and he froze slightly for a long moment, looking around at the familiar and unfamiliar furnishings of the room, which froze him again. This was not his room, but Meng Chao's room, a room that he was usually not allowed to just come in. Only occasionally he would be allowed to be in this bed when Meng Chao was in a good mood and cuddle with him. Emosher gently hugged the quilt, took a deep breath, and slowed down for a while before remembering that she had encountered and fought with the mollusk bugs, and then was injured, and fainted as soon as she arrived on the military medical warship. Emosher remembered that before he fainted, he seemed to see Meng Chao who was running towards him. Meng Chao was dressed in his military doctor's attire with a white coat over it. His steps were disorganized, and panic seemed to appear on his perennial expression. Emosher's head was too dizzy at that time. He didn't see anything clearly. He only thought that he was in a trance, then he completely lost consciousness, and he didn't know anything after that. As for why Emosher was now sleeping in Meng Chao's bed, Emosher didn't want to probe too much. He reached out and hugged the quilt tightly, burying his cheeks in the quilt for a while until his ears were red, before reluctantly propping his body up from the bed. Emosher lifted the covers and sat up to find a pair of slippers by the bed that he usually wore often, and there was even a cup of hot water still steaming on the nightstand, as well as a bouquet of bright red roses that looked just as dainty as they were. Emosher slightly stunned for a moment, then reached out and took out a branch of roses from the vase that could still have water droplets on the flowers, unconsciously placed on the tip of the nose and gently sniffed, the faint fragrance of roses passed in from the tip of the nose, and lingered in the heart in just a moment. This is the same kind of red rose that I always give to my daughter-in-law. It's still fresh, it shouldn't be long since I bought it. What time is it? Mosher gently sniffed the rose in his hand, suddenly realized that the sun now seemed to have some too much heat. He thought of the time should not be early, so he opened the light brain, looked down at the timetable above, froze for a long time when he found out that it was already 12 o'clock noon at this moment. I've been sleeping in this bed for 3 days. Morthy was staring blankly at the timetable on the light old man. Realizing that at this moment in time, 3 days had passed since the time of his clash with the mollusk bug. And it was very likely that most of his 3 days were spent sleeping in this bed, a bed that belonged to Meng Chao, meaning that he and Meng Chao had shared a bed for 3 days and 3 nights, or under Meng Chao's initiative. Although Mosher knew that Meng Chao was most likely allowed to sleep in his own bed because he had passed out and had no way of waking up and needed to have a bug around to take care of him, he still felt happy in his heart. In that case, couldn't it mean that he also had a certain status in Meng Chao's heart? Otherwise, according to his character, how could he possibly take care of him for 3 days and 3 nights for no reason, and he was usually so busy with his work? Mosher sat on the edge of the bed, his head thinking about something randomly, and after a while he reacted, put on his slippers and turned around to go out of the room. Mosher wanted to go out to wash up, because he knew that he didn't have his own washing utensils in Meng Chao's room washroom, although Meng Chao hadn't said that he wasn't allowed to put his washing utensils in his room washroom, but he didn't dare. Mosher exited the door of Meng Chao's room and was about to go to his own room to wash up in the bathroom, but in the end, he had just closed the door behind him, and when he turned around and looked up, he saw Meng Chao, who was standing in the kitchen tying on an apron and turning around to look at him with pots and pans in his hands. Meng Chao today did not wear the clothes he often wears when he works, he wore casual clothes. Remembering the apron, the whole female insect looks very homey, plus at the moment he is holding a spatula, especially have a kind of home essential good female insect feeling. Daughter-in-law, good noon. Mosher had never seen this look of Meng Chao before. He froze for a while before reacting, his cheeks and ears instantly reddened through. He waved his hand and greeted him with some stuttering, a goofy smile on his face. Clunk! At the moment when Mosher spoke, Meng Chao shook as if in a trance, and his body shivered, and then the spatula in his hand fell to the ground, emitting a clang sound. In the next second, Mosher saw Meng Chao taking large strides similar to running towards himself, and before he had the chance to say anything, he was tightly embraced by the other party in his arms, and his entire female bug froze momentarily, his body stiffening into a piece of wood. Daughter-in-law. Mosher did not expect Meng Chao to suddenly hug himself like this, and also hugged very tightly, froze for a while before reacting, stupefied, hugged him back, still stumbling in his ear and calling out to him. Don't talk, hold me tight. Meng Chao interrupted Mosher's attempt to continue speaking. His voice was trembling as he spoke in his ear. Mosher vaguely heard the choking in his voice, and froze for a while before reacting and hugging him tightly. After Mosher hugged Meng Chao tightly, no one spoke again. Mosher vaguely felt a wet heat on his neck, and he was so surprised that he couldn't help himself. He wanted to see if Meng Chao was crying. But he was afraid that if he casually moved around and saw him crying, it would make him feel hurt and lose face. So he just had to hold him even harder, trying to make him not feel so bad. His heart only felt a twinge of pain at the moment. More than those little aggravations he had before, he still didn't want a noble female insect like Meng Chao to feel unhappy in his own place. Morthy. I'm sorry. Meng Chao did not know how long he had held Mosher before he seemed to have slowed down, and when he let go of him, there was no wretched expression on his face, still as cloudy as before, as if the female insect that had just cried was not him. Not only that, Meng Chao also looked at him and inexplicably said those 5 words to him. Mosher looked at Meng Chao's eyes and froze for a while before he realized what he meant. The expression on his face was a little complicated for a moment. Mosher opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out, just pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed a little, and then foolishly scratched the back of his head, before saying, "What are you apologizing for? It's not like I have anything to do. I'm going to go wash up first. Don't cook first. I'll do it later. I'll go first. As soon as Mosher's words fell, he turned around and left the living room, heading towards his own room, and Meng Chao looked at his back, a light touch of chagrin and hard feelings suddenly crossing the bottom of his eyes. Meng Chiu, why are you so stupid with that mouth of yours? You can't even apologize properly. It's inexplicable. Meng Chao withdrew his gaze and turned around to enter the kitchen. He didn't listen to Mosher's words and ended up frying the food himself. Morthy stood in front of the bathroom sink in his room, propped up his hand and looked in the mirror, silent for a long time. He understood why Meng Chao suddenly apologized. Again, he was a little unsure of the original reason for his apology. Does he think he's in trouble and wants to end it, or is he keeping the peace and wants to start over? But no matter which result it was, it made Emosher feel a little hard. One was the pain that tore his heart and lungs, and the other was the aggravation of having his heart trampled on and then being appeased. In these days when Emosher and Meng Chao were together, he went from full of expectation at the beginning to daily loss to caution later on, which was indeed very aggravating, but he felt that he only needed to see Meng Chao happy. Just a moment ago, Meng Chao's cry of sorry cut the web he had woven for so long to shreds, and then showed the bloody truth in front of his eyes, that he, Emosher, was a particle below the dust, and could only walk shoulder to shoulder with the sun when the breeze brushed his face. Ugh! Meng Chao, why are you apologizing? Emosher covered his chest, like a murmuring light sigh, the smile at the corner of his mouth, very bitter, which latent aggression and sense of loss, as if by that sorry 3 words stabbed, only a moment, will be pouring out, so that he cannot defend, cannot be avoided. Emosher washed up in the washroom and took another shower, staying for a long time to get over those emotions, and by the time he came out, Meng Chao had already fried the food and no longer needed him. Emosher, why don't you blow dry your hair? You just woke up, if you get cold air, you'll get a fever. Meng Chao put away the dishes, and when he looked up, he saw Emosher standing in the doorway of his own room, looking in his direction, and not blowing out his hair, just letting it drip. Meng Chao froze for a moment, unconsciously frowning, and walked over to pull him onto the couch, rubbing his hair. I'm sorry, I just forgot when I came out. Emosher sat on the sofa, very carefully apologizing to Meng Chao. His body stiffly reached out to take the towel to wipe himself, but was blocked by Meng Chao. He had to awkwardly retract his hand, a little constrained and careful to sit. Meng Chao wiped Emosher's hair, felt the stiffness of his body, and stopped him when he saw that he was planning to reach out and take the towel, his hands moving gently as he wiped. He pursed his lips for a long time before he asked. Morthy, why are you apologizing? Emosher did not expect Meng Chao to ask himself this question, and asked it for a while before answering him in a deliberative and tentative manner. It always seems like you get angry if you don't apologize. You ignore me every time you're angry. I don't want you to get angry and I don't want you to ignore me. Meng Chao listened to Emosher's words, the movements of his hands instantly stopped. Emosher felt it, and for a moment couldn't pinpoint what kind of attitude he had. The hand on his knee was clenched into a fist, squeezing tighter and tighter, but he didn't say anything else. The air in the living room instantly became very quiet. Meng Chao seemed to be in deep thought. He didn't rub Emosher's hair again. Morthy didn't move either, so his half-dried hair was quickly dried and made dry and fresh by the warm, hot air conditioning in the living room. Emosher didn't hear Meng Chao's words and sighed quietly in his heart, a light bitter smile crossing the corner of his mouth as he seemed to understand Meng Chao's attitude. Meng Chao, I'm a bit hungry, can I eat first? Emosher reverted to his previous appearance, smiling foolishly as he looked back at Meng Chao, and after saying this, he also acted gluttonous as he looked at the meal on the table. Meng Chao finally came back to his senses. He looked at Emosher's appearance and was stunned for a while before he pursed his lips and nodded. You've slept for 3 days, it's not suitable for you to eat some greasy food, so I boiled congee for you to drink, and when you're better, I'll make something else for you to eat. Yes, then please. This porridge looks really good, I can eat 2 bowls, he. As Emosher said that, he stood up and walked to the dining table, sitting down in a very exaggerated manner and started to drink congee. Meng Chao looked at him but couldn't stop laughing. He always felt that Morthy had secretly made a decision about something without his knowledge. But seeing him eating so seriously, he couldn't be bothered to ask more questions, so he walked over and sat down next to him, eating together. After the meal, Emosher consciously washed the dishes and then went into his room without coming out again. Meng Chao was sitting on the living room couch dealing with work matters, and when she saw him enter the room, she didn't follow him in, but just went to boil medicine for him after taking care of her work. Emosher was in his room, secretly putting away his clothes. He planned to go to Lieutenant General Kanchingku today, applying for a transfer out of the dormitory. Always felt that now living with Meng Chao, there was a little bit of disturbing him. Meng Chao didn't know about Emosher's decision. He was still seriously boiling the medicine for Emosher. He thought that as long as he was good to Emosher, Emosher wouldn't leave him. But he forgot that the female bug that had been wronged and had her hopes dashed more often than not would sooner or later accumulate these emotions into an ocean. Love is a dike, and after the dike breaks, the sea will drown the love, and the tide will rise and fall, never to be the same again. Emosher, your body is not yet fully healed, you still need to drink medicine for a few days. These medicines are a bit bitter. I prepared some candies to relieve the bitter taste. Okay, thank you Meng Chao. Meng Chao knocked on the door of Emosher's room with a bowl of medicine, and when Emosher opened the door, he carefully handed over the bowl along with the sugar, and after explaining the situation, he looked at him and waited for him to drink the medicine before picking up the bowl and leaving. Emosher looked at the back of Meng Chao watching from the door of the room. His eyes instantly crossed a flash of intense sadness, but for a moment, it was carefully hidden by him again, and could not be found for another half a shadow. Meng Chao, thank you for wanting to be with me, but you're so tired of loving you. Goodbye. Chapter 112, come on, let's have a big fight. Bear. Hiss. In the quiet of the night, such an eerie sound seemed exceptionally loud and clear, and under the moonlight a palm-sized mollusk with a faint golden glow and silver runes on its body gently crawled through the emerald-green grass. There were shallow wounds on its body, and the green blood fused with the emerald-green grass, and the next moment, those vibrant blades of grass instantly withered and decayed. The mouth of the golden mollusk bug emitted an eerie sound that sounded as if it was wailing, or as if it was calling out to its companions nearby or in the distance. Baird. Hissed. Baird. I don't know how much time had passed, but as the golden mollusk stopped and no longer had the strength to crawl, it heard the shouts of its companions, and it instantly released its spiritual power, telling them to carefully lurk over to meet themselves. Your Excellency, these are all the information there is on mollusks. See what else is missing? I'll go find it again. Okay, let's see. Not far from the grass where the golden mollusk was perched, there came the voice of the insect race. The golden mollusk unconsciously raised its head to look through the gap, and at the sight of she, who seemed to emit fragrance under the sunlight, its mouthparts were instantly drenched in saliva. The tasty mealworm wants to eat him. Bear hiss. The golden mollusk's eyes instantly turned red, and its feet quickly and carefully moved toward Shi Jin's side. It looked tired and hungry, and was very eager for Shi Jin as food. She looked down in front of the data clerk at the mollusk information in his hand, and vaguely seemed to feel a different mental power fluctuation, a fluctuation that made him feel familiar and full of danger and threat. Shi Xia's heart stuttered slightly, suddenly remembering what kind of spiritual power fluctuation this was, but on his face he did not move and looked up at the data clerk with a smile and nodded. There's nothing wrong with any of this information, thank you, wait for me to finish reading it and then send it back. Alright, His Excellency, take your time, I'll have a team of military females take you back. The situation is rather unique right now, it's better to be safe first. The informant gave Shi a standard bug warp salute, and then very seriously and solemnly summoned a team of military females and told them to send Shi back. When she felt that familiar yet dangerous spiritual power, fluctuating closer and closer, he gently shook his head, then looked at the direction of the spiritual power fluctuation and frowned seriously and said, "Be alert, it's coming over." As if to prove the authenticity of Shi's painting, the golden mollusk suddenly descended from the sky and jumped in front of them after his words fell. Quick! Alert the guard! Alert Marshal Angus! The data officer and other military females froze, then shouted and shielded Shi behind her, and pressed the button that summoned the military females to notify the higher-ups. Bear hiss. The golden mollusks seemed to be really hungry, and after realizing that their food was surrounded by these pesky military females, they hissed like crazy, and in just a moment, some mollusks broke through the floor tiles and barged up. These mollusks didn't even bother about Shi, they directly attacked the other military females such as the informant, while the golden mollusk moved quickly in Shi's direction. Don't look at the small size of its body, but its speed was very fast, almost as fast as a stump. But Shi was no vegetarian, he was unleashed in an instant, dodging the attack while attacking and tying the thing with his spiritual threads. Hung Lord. Illyrio, Ogster, prepare for battle. It's imperative to capture and kill this S-class insect emperor. Angus, who had received the news and rushed over, saw the image of his male master in the golden soft body from fighting, and his pupils instantly crinkled. He frowned and immediately turned back and instructed his two lieutenants. Then he himself turned around and removed his mech necklace. His body instantly entered the mech, and he piloted the mech and then rushed over in the direction of Shi. When Shi heard Angus's voice, he removed his mech necklace as well, and in just a moment, he entered the black mech, piloting its body nimbly to dodge the S-class bug emperor's attacks, sending it a few laser shots at the same time. Angus, I'm fine, take care of yourself. Knowing that Angus would be worried about himself, she pressed a button inside the mech and typed in a string of voice and sent it, receiving a reply soon after. Master Xiong, I'm glad you're okay, go back, I'll fight it, it's same as you can't be here. She heard Angus's anxious voice, but did not intend to leave. He looked at the golden mollusk that seemed to be eager and cranky, his brows knitted tightly for a split second, then he drew his mecha laser sword, which replied to Angus. Angus, I can't leave, if I do, you'll all be controlled by its mental power. The reason it's so cranky is because it can't control the army female warriors, plus my mental power is attacking it all the time, so it's pissed off. I've probed, this little bug came out by forcefully breaking through the eggshell of the bug egg, its body has suffered a backlash, its spiritual power is unstable, and it's able to be easily decapitated. Angus, want to cooperate and decimate it together? Maybe after today, we'll go down in history? The sense of excitement in Shi's voice caused Angus' entire female to freeze for a moment, and it was a long time before he replied, Male Lord, have you been looking forward to today for a long time? Egu, little lime, how can you understand me so well? I'm embarrassed. After she returned Angus's words, he made a laser sword and decapitated one of the mollusks that had pounced on Angus. His movements were ruthless and decisive, not dragging his feet in the slightest. Angus was silent at this. She knew that his baby was agreeing, and so the two of them fought the unafraid and progressively cranky golden mollusk in the air. The two of them, that's not really a fight, it should be called slipping. Bugs is right, obviously can be killed in one blow, but you have to you one and I one attack. There is a kind of spaced out singing a double song feeling. Kanchinko, do you have the feeling that Marshal Angus and his family's male master are in such a situation to spread dog food to us? Shinmao easily solved a mollusk worm, looked up and realized that Angus and the two of them were as easy as playing. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, twisted his head to look at Kanchinko, not quite sure, and asked him. Shin signs, be confident, take back your uncertainty, the two of them are just spreading dog food in disguise. Can't you hear the golden mollusk bug's angry cry of grief? It's a single bug that was born not more than a few days ago, it's just too miserable. Kanchinko discovered that she's spiritual power covered this large area, but all the military females that came in were pacified by the spiritual power and were completely unaffected by the golden mollusk bug's spiritual power control, so it was very easy for them to decimate the mollusk bugs. Kancho core, you have a point. Shinsides also sensed she's mental power to pacify him, so he was in a good mood to help Kanchinko decapitate the mollusks that were trying to sneak up on him, and smiled, and Kanchinko smiled back. Baird. The golden mollusk worm finally couldn't jump anymore. It paralyzed its entire body by the corpses of its companions. Looking at these corpses, hissed angrily, and suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed its companions' corpses into its stomach, and its body grew up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Not good. The S-Class Bug Emperor's mental power is rioting. It wants to use the corpses of its own companions to detonate. Stop it quickly or the entire planet will be reduced to ashes. Illyrio froze for a moment at the sight of the golden mollusk, and then quickly yelled out, and she listened and quickly unleashed his mental power threads, binding the golden mollusk and dragging it into the outer atmosphere in just an instant. Chapter 113, luckily, there is a tutelary. His Excellency Shi. Here and there, cries rang out on the ground. They were stunned and terrified, all startled by Shi Jin's action. Kanchinko, Shinmao, and Mosher and the other females froze for a moment, and rushed straight over, but they were stopped. Lord Xiong. Don't! Angus was startled when he noticed Shi's movements and quickly followed him, but before he could get out of the atmosphere, she forced his mech to shut down by using his status as a male bug, and he was forced to stop, only in time to hear Shi's lingering voice. Angus, don't worry, I have the ring. I'll be back and I won't abandon you, father and son. Lord Xiong. Don't! Angus froze, unconsciously gripping the ring on his hand. He was scared even though he knew this teleportation would be useless, tilting his head in Shi's direction. Instead, he only had time to see the mushroom cloud that suddenly exploded, followed by a sudden rain of golden gold dust raining down from the sky in a beautiful light. It all happened so fast that the other females didn't have time to react to the rain of gold dust. Angus stared blankly at the ring on his hand, only to see it suddenly crack and shatter into fine powder for a few moments, yet she did not return. Lord Xiong. Angus' eyes instantly reddened, tears flowing down his face like no money, and he stumbled a little, being held up by August and Illyrio to prevent him from falling. Marshal Angus, you must trust His Excellency Shi, he never fails to speak to you. Seeing that Angus was in a really bad state at the moment, August spoke loudly, but Angus couldn't hear anything else. He left Dogster and Elio behind and was about to summon his private warship to find Shi, when a female bug shouted, "Look! That's Lord Shi's mecha!" As soon as these words came out, all the females looked to the sky, only to see Shi's mech flying in intact from outside the atmosphere, and in their stunned and surprised sight, it landed firmly on the ground, and the mech was retrieved from the mech necklace. Shi, on the other hand, stood intact on the ground, patting the non-existent dust from his body in a very leisurely manner before looking up to see Angus in tears, instantly tensing up and running over to him in a hug. Aya, didn't I say I would be back? Why are you crying? Look at this face is crying. Come on, Lord Xiong give you a wipe. The words of Shishur finally woke up the female insects of the sanity. We have applauded and cheered, and sighed Shishur powerful. Shishur just as did not hear. Just now, if it wasn't for his timely use of the ring, coupled with the help of the system, he might have been affected by the ripples of spiritual power, the kind that would have crippled him without killing him, and it had to be said that the speed of the system's life-saving speed when subjected to a life-threatening situation was quite timely. That's natural, but the host greatly next time don't be so reckless, I just almost fainted from fear, but fortunately saved in time. Shi, thank you, it's just this time, I guess it won't be in the future, don't worry about it 101. She thanked 101 in his heart, and then seriously comforted the frightened Angus. 101 didn't say anything more, turned around and went to find his husband for a date. This little life is quite nourishing. Lord Shiom, you asshole. You scared me to death. Angus finally came back to his senses as well, fear replaced by anger as he pounded his fist on Shi's back, cursing him as he held him close. It's all my fault, Angus, don't get angry, beware of getting angry. She allowed Angus to take it out on himself, kissing his forehead heartily and holding him close, waiting for him to stabilize a little before he scooped him up across the room, nodded to August and Illyrio, and walked away. It looks like both the Marshal and His Excellency Shi are fine, so let's take care of cleaning up the scene. Illyrio glanced at His Excellency Shi and their silhouettes, then put his hand on Orgster's shoulder and spoke to him with a smile, and Orgster nodded and smiled back. Ario, what do you think His Excellency Shi Jin used to get out of the trap? Should we find a chance to ask him for some advice? Maybe we can learn something? I think it's better to forget about it. He's a male insect, even if we learn it, we probably won't be able to utilize it. You make a good point. The two females, Augster and Illyrio, chatted as they moved forward, instructing the other army females to clean up the battlefield. Chavis and the other females breathed a sigh of relief and got busy as well, while the military females who had witnessed Shi's valiant battle were still discussing it in a nourishing manner, instantly becoming fanboys of sorts. Moxie, did you just intend to go to your death? Meng Chao tugged at Emoshur who wanted to go, his brows wrinkled dead tight. He just saw the mecha figure of Emoshur rushing over. If not, Shi Wei utilized the identity of the male worm to force the shutdown. Emoshur, he might have been corpsed by now. Dr. Meng, you'd be wrong. I didn't even think about going to die. I just wanted to save it because he's His Excellency Shi. Emoshur let Meng Chao grab his hand. His face was as calm as water, but his heart was turning over. He didn't quite understand what Meng Chao meant by this look of great sadness and shock right now. They had ended long ago, after he moved out of the house. What did you call me? Meng Chao looked at Emoshur's calm and wave-free eyes. His voice trembled as he questioned him. Emoshur was silent for a moment, his voice shallow. Dr. Meng, if you don't have anything to do, let go of me first, I'm going to get busy. As soon as the words fell, Emoshur pulled away Meng Chao's hand, nodded to him, and turned around to leave the place. He walked decisively without a hint of hesitation. Meng Chao looked at his back, and the entire female insect froze in place. I do not know how long has passed. Meng Chao suddenly covered his heart and frowned. The female bug that loved him, as if accidentally, was lost by him. Chapter 114, this is a normal reaction. She brought Angus back to the villa and let the robot bug run a medical scan to make sure he was okay, then he let go. He looked up to find Angus looking at him, eyes red and pursed lips and not speaking, looking as aggravated as he could be. Little Lime, still aggrieved? She sat beside Angus, rubbing his head tenderly and taking him into his arms, feeling him hold himself very tightly. He patted and stroked his back soothingly. Angus was really freaked out by what he had just done, and if he hadn't come back safely, Angus couldn't believe what would have happened to him. Lord Shiom, you can't scare me like that anymore. I'm sorry, Little Lime, it's my fault. Next time there's something or a plan intended or something like that, I'll be sure to tell you first, and then you'll decide if I can go for it, okay? Don't be aggravated, I'm all heartbroken right now. Good. She and Angus cuddled in the room and talked for some time, and I don't know how long had passed. Angus seemed to be feeling tired and soon fell asleep in his arms. She Panther Angus placed on the bed, took off his shoes, socks, and then covered him with the quilt, before sitting on the edge of the bed, ruffled the hair at his temples, then leaned down and lowered his head to tenderly kiss his forehead, whispering, "Good night, Little Lime." Once Shi's words fell, he turned around and went to take a shower, and when he came out of the shower, he went to the living room to drink a glass of water, and was about to go back to sleep when he glimpsed the courtyard outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a somewhat familiar figure. The familiar figure was talking to Anthony's mate, Nickel, who had no bug tattoos on his body, and the skin on his neck was so clean that it was obvious that he was a male. He wouldn't have noticed if the figure was just walking or standing in the yard. The familiar male bug seemed to know Nickel well, and their hands occasionally touched as they spoke, as if they were passing something on. Out of curiosity, she unconsciously walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, opened it up onto the balcony, and observed the two bugs from behind the fence in front of the balcony. As a male bug with SS-level physical ability, Shi's 5 senses were extraordinarily agile and sharp, so he was able to see these two bugs not far away very clearly from the balcony. He froze for a moment when he saw the appearance of the male insect, and the figure of Jiang Jinyu appeared in his mind, as well as the appearance of the male insect, Muran Qin, who stood beside Jiang Jinyu, revealing reserve and elegance in every way. Isn't this Jiang Jinyu his husband? How come he seems to be familiar with Nickel? He's not trying to slag off my employees, is he? She thought so. His fists instantly hardened a little, but he quickly calmed down again, on the kind of hateful attitude that Mo Lanchin treated Jiang Jinyu on the waistband of his pants. It should be impossible to slag him. And nickel to Anthony, that can be said to hold in the heart of the hand for fear of falling, contained in the mouth for fear of melting attitude, more unlikely to slag each other. To summarize, these two guys, most likely, knew each other in the first place, but just didn't expect to run into each other here, so they stayed and chatted for a while, bonding and all that? She touched his chin and thought for a while. When he looked up, both Mirankin and Nickel had disappeared. He froze a little and twisted his head to look around, then he saw Anthony, who had witnessed Mirankin and Nickel chatting in the corner not far away. He looked at Anthony with a really bad look on his face, and she smacked his mouth a few times and sked several times in a very gossipy manner. That's a big misunderstanding, Nickel, you're on your own. Master Hung, what are you doing on the balcony? As soon as she's words left his mouth, Angus's sleepy voice sounded behind him, and the next second he was hugged around the waist, Angus's warm body pressed against his back. Lime, I'm blowing off some steam and I was just about to go back to bed. Why are you awake? She said, turning to look at Angus, and before the other man could answer, he saw his unshod feet, froze, and hurriedly bent down to pick him up. Why don't you wear shoes when you come out? What if you get sick? You can't do that next time. She carried Angus towards the bedroom, rambling to him as he went, not sure if Angus was listening. Angus just raised his arms around She's neck as he was picked up, resting his head against his chest and closing his eyes. She looked down and realized that Angus had fallen asleep again, and with a slight pause in his heart, he suddenly felt a little amused. It looked as if he had just subconsciously realized that he wasn't around, and that was why he had gotten out of bed in a daze to find him. She lay down on the bed and held Angus in his arms, so that his stomach was against his own, so that it would be much more comfortable to fall asleep, and Angus really did sleep more soundly. She tucked Angus in and closed his eyes, soon falling asleep as well. Even as he slept, his mental soothing and pheromones didn't stop. If they didn't, Angus might have nightmares and sleep through the night. The moon gradually faded into the clouds and soon disappeared this night. She and Angus slept quite comfortably and warmly, while some of the other bugs had a hard time sleeping through the night, such as Anthony, such as Emosher, and then Meng Chao. In this world, more than love is difficult to bear, the love of the intention, but also more than love and cannot be broken heart. The depth of love, the world is difficult to say, the heart is difficult to line. The next morning, just as a sliver of the sun's rays spread down on the sky, she woke up in a burning discomfort and a feeling of chest tightness and shortness of breath. He had just opened his eyes when he saw that Angus was arching and rubbing his head against his chest, and in doing so, he vaguely felt the touch of something other than Angus's stomach, a touch that was, well, special. Xiaojian gave a slight pause and quickly realized, what did this strange touch mean? And what did it mean? Little Lime, not feeling well? She reached around Angus as he said this and put a soft cushion behind him so that he could lie down on it, and then he saw Angus blushing and watering. Lord Male, I. Angus's voice was hoarse, his throat sounded particularly dry, and after he said 3 words, he lifted his hand to cover his eyes and pursed his lips to stop talking. His legs were shaking involuntarily, and he didn't, by the looks of it, feel well. It's okay, don't cry, little Lime, I'll help you. She pulled Angus's hand away from him, and lowered his head to kiss his eyes, gently and heartily continuing to kiss his nose, his lips, soothing the discomfort he was experiencing due to the effects of his hormones, and making him feel better. Lord Xiong. Angus grasped Xi's arm and called out to him in a trembling voice, his words filled with a sense of unease. Angus, don't be afraid, I'm here. Shi Yen tenderly reached out to hold Angus's hand and interlocked his fingers with his, and his words revealed gentleness, and his voice was like a bottle of tranquilizer, and when he took it, his emotions would all become much calmer. Angus wrapped his arms around Shi's neck, trusting him with all his being, and she turned his head sideways to kiss his cheek soothingly before continuing. After some time, she carefully carried Angus to the shower and brought him back, Angus leaning against his chest, his cheeks flushed, not sleeping. The overheated body temperature on his body had already come down during the activity of carrying out the evacuation, and it was now a normal temperature. She touched his forehead and measured it again, before his heart breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole thing relaxed. The emergency situation just now had scared him. Luckily he had memorized all the various reactions of pregnant females in his head, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to handle it just now. It was much better now that it was okay. Little Lime, get some sleep and rest for today. I'll talk to His Royal Highness Anthony later. I'll go make breakfast and come back to get you in a little while, okay? She gently rubbed Angus's head, then lowered his head to kiss his forehead, before gently asking for his opinion, patiently waiting for his answer. Master Hung, I want to drink some water before I sleep. Okay, be right there for you. Angus squeezed Shi's hand, feeling thirsty, and told him what he wanted, and she nodded and turned to get him a cup of hot water. Angus drank the water and then went to bed contentedly, while she went to wash up before making breakfast and then giving Angus his leave. Anthony, who had received Angus's request for leave on this side, agreed without any comment. After all, Angus was carrying 2 male bug eggs, so he still had to pay some attention. Chapter 115, Encountering Shirazukikawa in Shopping. Lord Shion, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to go to the nearby food city for a stroll? It just so happens that I've taken the day off, so we can go and have a look together. Angus slept for half an hour before being woken up by she. They were currently sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, chatting about the family and planning whether or not to go out today. Lime, what's wrong? Don't you want to eat this egg? She first peeled the egg he was holding, and put it in Angus' bowl, and when he saw him staring at it, he asked him about it. Angus rubbed his stomach and looked at him and nodded, indicating that he couldn't eat anymore. She then brought the egg over and ate it into his mouth himself before answering his question, with a flirtatious tone between his words. The food court is pretty nice, but Lime, can you walk to that place now? I was saying my back hurt and hated me at the crack of dawn today. Angus thought of she's excessive solicitation not long ago, his ears and cheeks instantly reddened, and he said in a very chirpy manner, my recovery is very good, Lord Shion doesn't need to worry. Pooh ha ha. Little Lime, you're so cute, that's fine, we'll go out later after lunch when the temperature is a little cooler, and you can still take advantage of the fact that you can sleep a little longer now, and I'll call you then. Good. Angus nodded, then finished his own milk in one gulp, got up and headed for the bedroom again. She looked at his back, his eyes were actually the color of doting. After lunch, she didn't take Angus out directly, but played backgammon together in the villa until they moved out at around 3 o'clock. Not far from the villa, the food court, at this moment is very lively. Come here, couple bugs or more, some are even a family of 3, or a family of 4. He was the only male who accompanied the females like she, but there were quite a few females who accompanied the males, but none of that had anything to do with them. Angus, hold my hand tight and don't ever let go, I'll worry if we accidentally get separated. She held Angus's hand and smiled as he spoke to him. Although he knew the chances of him and Angus getting separated were low, it was still important to be reminded of the things he needed to be reminded of in order to make him feel at ease. Lord Shion, I'm not a child anymore. Even if we get separated, we can still use our light brain to contact. Don't worry too much, I'll find you. Angus tightly holding she's hand, but the face is very serious to speak. This appearance is very contrasting feeling. Let she think he is very cute. Okay, let's go in then. Jean tenderly rubbed Angus's head, and after doting on him with these words, he brought him along into the food court. By this time, the lunch they both had eaten had almost been digested, so it was just time to have a good meal. When Angus and she stayed together, it was always simple, happy and joyful. He didn't even have to use any of his brain. He didn't know how much easier it was than when he was at work. Angus felt that when he was around his own male master was his brain, and if there was any problem, the other would help him solve it now. And he's so emotionally stable that even if something bad happens to him, he won't lose his temper and will change his mind to another kind of fun. Angus felt that he was really happy to meet and have such an excellent male bug like she, while she was glad that he had come over, or else such an excellent Angus would have been cheaper for those scum. So it's a two-way run, neither one of them can get a foot in the door, and even if they did, they'd both make a concerted effort to stick it right out to the third party together. She now would like to give Shirazukikawa inserted away. He is dead, he cannot imagine, he is just with his daughter-in-law out to Shoppa Street. Actually still ing can meet love rivals, no matter from which angle to think, are very bad luck. Things have to start from 20 minutes ago. She and Angus together hand in hand to the square. Angus suddenly very wanted to eat kiwi. She thought of the fruit store is 5 meters away from here, so did not bother to let Angus follow along. Lime, sit under the pavilion and wait for me, I'll be right over, call me if anything happens. Okay, you go Master Hung. After she finished talking to Angus, he tenderly rubbed his head and turned around to go to the fruit store to buy kiwis, and it was during such an opening that Shirazukikawa came. Angus. Angus was sitting on the pavilion looking at the optical brain when a voice in his ear caused him to freeze for a moment, twisting his head to look over, slightly surprised at the sight of Shirazukikawa. Chapter 116, Whose Jealousy Has Turned Over? Xiao Bai, long time no see. Angus reacted, holding his stomach as he stood up from the stool in the pavilion, and Shirazukikawa glanced at his stomach, loss and sadness crossing his eyes as he pursed his lips to hide the emotion. Angus, when you were a child you always called me Brother Sakikawa, you never called me that. Bai Sakichuan looked at Angus, the corners of his lips hooked into a smile, his tone slightly sentimental. Angus didn't know what Shirazukikawa was trying to say, but just remembered the scene when he was a child and always followed him, then was bullied by his sidekick advocates every time he was on his way home. Young Bai, it's fine not to talk about what happened when you were a child, it's all in the past, we all need to move on. Angus's words made the whole male insect of Shirazakikawa froze for a long time. He looked at Angus and tried to say something, but nothing came out clearly. Finally, seeing that he was still standing, he said, "Angus, you'd better sit down, you're not fit now either. It's easy to get tired standing like this, and I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here alone as a female? Where is your male master?" Angus did feel tired of standing and sat down as he was told, though he didn't answer his question. Sun was from looking cold. Angus always felt that he and this maleworm were nothing more than a childhood past that could not be described as very good or very sad, and that he had not been in contact with him since he was kicked out of his family's home. Although he had once even expected that the other party would come to his rescue, it turned out that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He had thought at the time that they were already very good friends, but unfortunately, everything was just what he thought it was. Though later, after Shirasakigawa and he had re-encountered, he had explained to him why the other party hadn't come to his rescue. But he felt that it didn't matter. After all, it was all in the past, and, at that time, Shirazakikawa really had no obligation to save him. It was all just his life. Then later on, they each went through more and more and they lost contact with each other completely. If it hadn't been for a chance party that allowed Angus to re-encounter this childhood playmate, and only after learning the other man's identity did he recall some vague images, he didn't think he'd have recognized the other man when he looked at him as he grew up. In fact, in the end, the relationship between Angus and Shirazakikawa wasn't really that familiar, and he really didn't have to answer his question. After all, it was a private matter. "Angus, why are you ignoring me?" Shirazakikawa didn't get an answer from Angus. His face was a little slightly hard to look at, his eyes flashed with a touch of intense sadness, his voice trembled slightly, as if he would cry out in the next second. "Young boy, don't be like this. If other bugs see this, they will think that I'm bullying you and report it to them." Shirazakikawa looked at Angus frowning. How could he not unite him with the soft and cute little female from his childhood? Obviously that little female was full of him at that time. How could she become like this now? "Angus, Hey! This gentleman, do you have any sense of morality? Can't you see that my female is carrying a bug egg? Can you put your pheromones away for a bit? He looks uncomfortable, thank you." Without waiting for Shirazakikawa to finish his sentence, Shishia, who had arrived late with a kiwi in one hand and a rose in the other, interrupted what he was saying with a voice. At the same time, he walked over to Angus and frowned as he took him whole in his arms, releasing pheromones and mental power to soothe him, rubbing his head tenderly with words of heartache. "Little Lime, does your stomach hurt? Did this male bug bully you? I'm sorry, I just saw that there was a flower store next to the fruit store, so I went to pick a branch and wasted a little bit of time. Next time I go out, I'll still have to be by your side every inch of the way to accompany you." As she said this, his eyes vaguely glanced at the incredulous Shirazakawa at his side, then handed Angus the red rose in his hand before sitting down beside him again and peeling the kiwi next to him as if he were a bug. "Here, have some kiwi to slow you down, and next time call me directly, or what if something happens to you and the baby?" "Lord Shion, I'll pay attention next time." "Okay, next time you don't listen, I'll get mad." "I know, hung lord." "Well, good boy." After she finished his sentence, he freed his hand to tenderly touch Angus's stomach again, and withdrew his hand after receiving the resisting mental power fluctuations from the two male insect eggs. Shirazakikawa stood beside them and witnessed their sweet moment, and for a moment, his mood was complex and multifarious, and he stared blankly for a while longer before coming back to his senses and collecting his pheromones. Shirazakikawa had just seen Angus in his flying machine, and he was so excited that he stopped his flying machine and came straight over, so he had forgotten that pregnant females had a repulsive reaction to the pheromones and mental energy released by another male insect. Shirazakawa thought about the way Angus had unconsciously held his stomach when he frowned just now, and realized that the other party was having a hard time, which was why his speech was harsh. Moreover, he was as gentle as water in front of him, no, it should be in front of any bugs except him, but cold and high-strung. "What can I do for you, sir?" Shijin sensed that Bai Chichuan's pheromones had tightened up, but he hadn't left yet, so he frowned and looked back at him, still politely signaling him to get lost, or else he was going to be unable to hold back his flood of power and give him a good beating. "Your Excellency, how do you do? I am the young master of the white family of this planet, Bai Chichuan. I've heard a lot about you. I'm sorry for just now. Angus is a friend of mine. I haven't seen him for a long time, and in the excitement of the moment, I forgot to restrain my pheromones, and I'm sorry for the trouble that I've caused you." Shirazakikawa finally came back to his senses completely. He didn't expect she would still politely give himself an expulsion order after a situation like the one he had just been in, and was mentally surprised at his temperament. He looked again at the care and patience with which he had treated Angus, and it was clear to him that he had lost completely. "Oh, I accept your apology, Mr. White can leave now. You stay here and the occasional pheromone blown over by the wind will affect Angus's body in the development of the bug eggs. Please, Mr. White, take your time." Seeing that this male insect apologized, Shi Yin didn't want to tangle with him, he just wanted him to get out quickly, and spoke in a more serious tone. He was usually very gentle. But except for Angus, no one dared to disobey him, mainly because when he lost his temper, his cold face was really capable of tigressing people. Angus wouldn't go against him most of the time, because basically it was she who took the initiative to go along with him, and Angus didn't have much of a temper, and was always obedient in front of him, which she thought was very nice. "Excuse me." Shirozakikawa felt the added pressure in the spiritual power released by Shi, a smudge of pressure that was only directed at him, and he blanched slightly, once again understanding very clearly that he had lost, not only emotionally, but also in terms of force value. Angus ate kiwi quietly the whole time, and for Shi's initiative, he only felt handsome and cool, and liked it so much in his heart that his eyes were very bright. Only after Bai Sakichuan left did he look at Shi Qian and said seriously, "Lord Xiong was really handsome just now." "Yes, I am quite handsome. Come on, let's discuss that guy just now. What kind of friend is he to you? If you can't say it clearly, you don't eat this kiwi." She smiled gently at Angus, then moved over to take the half-eaten kiwi in his hand and ate the whole thing, rubbing his cheeks as he threatened him. He was so jealous right now. The sky was clear, the clouds were beautiful, and whoever's jealousy had been knocked over. She wouldn't say so, but Angus had understood perfectly well, and was trying to coax him. Chapter 117, It's an honor to meet you. When Angus and Shirozakikawa met, he was only 3 years old, and at that time, his female father was already inching his way through that family, with the female monarch females giving him a hard time at every turn, and the males not caring about it, and even thinking that he was his misfortune. Angus hadn't been shown kindness by any other bug other than his own female father, Shirozakikawa being the first other than that, and remembering the time he'd been rounded up by his older siblings who were taller than he was, and hiding in a corner crying from his injuries. A lost Shirozakikawa then arrives, and when he sees Angus, he first backs away in disgust and fear before dropping to the ground. "Are you dying?" Angus only remembered the first time Shirozakawa had seen him. He had asked something that had stuck with him, and Angus didn't know how he had answered at the time. He only remembered that the other party ran away, then came back and fed him a mouthful of water. After that he left again. He was in pain all over his body, his clothes were covered in blood. If not for the female bug's good physical ability and the fact that he was a SS-grade female bug, he might have died long ago. "He fed me a mouthful of water. I hadn't gotten any good from any other bugs than my female father at the time, and I didn't have any friends, so I just assumed that he wanted to be my friend, and I followed him around a lot later on when I got better, and I think I was even disliked." Angus leaned against Shi's shoulder, frowning, trying hard to remember those images from his childhood that were not very clear. She listened to his heart pumping next to him, regretting very much that he didn't beat that kid up. "I can't even remember the specifics. I was younger at that time, and then I don't know what happened, but Shirozakikawa let me follow him. Then he would give me 1 or 2 candies every day, but I never got one once, because every time I got one, I got beat up by one of those suitors of his on the way home, and it was miserable. I didn't even want to take the sweets he gave me afterward, but he would cry, and then the elders would scold me, and I would have to be beaten up again, and it didn't hurt at all to be beaten up by those suitors than to be beaten up by the elders, and I would take the sweets he gave me again. Sometimes I don't even want to go to him anymore, but then he'll cry and I'll have to be beaten. Ugh. Then after my female father and I were kicked out of the family, I haven't had any contact with him since." He sighed when Angus' words were finished, and after a while he didn't hear she speak, and looked up at him with some confusion, only to see his eyes red, and after a few moments of freezing, he lifted his hand to touch his eyes. "Lord Xiong, why are you crying?" "I really don't have anything with Shirozakikawa, and there's absolutely no way I would." "Well." Before Angus finished his eager words, he was kissed on the lips by Shi Jin. Shi Jin's this kiss, without any erotic colors, gentle to the extreme in this tenderness, but also vaguely revealed a strong heartache. Angus suddenly understood the reason why Shi's eyes suddenly reddened, not because of any misunderstanding that he had some improper relationship with Shirozakikawa, but because of heartache for what happened to him as a cub. Angus understood this, and a warm current instantly crossed his heart, warming the entire heart. His male lord really is the warmest, yet the gentlest and most powerful male insect in the entire star. He loved the male lord so much that he would never let go of him in his life. Angus wrapped his arms around Shi's neck and closed his eyes, expressing his fondness in his heart. "Angus, let's forget about that guy just now. You suffered so much because of him. I'm really sorry. If I had come to your side earlier, I wouldn't have made the first half of your life with your female father so hard." Shi Xiaowei pressed his forehead against Angus's, rubbing his head painfully, a slight choke in between his words and his attitude, all of which made Angus's heart ache instantly. "Lord Xiong, we are good enough now, you don't need to blame yourself." Angus took the initiative to kiss Shi's lips, holding his hand, seriously said. I think I should just use the suffering of the first half of my life so that I can exchange it for such a good you, Lord Sheung. It's my honor to meet you. Angus, it's only the greatest blessing of my life to be married to you, I love you. She listened to Angus's heartfelt words, and still solemnly echoed the same sentiment, sitting up straight after he said this, raising his hand to wipe away his tears before continuing to peel his kiwi. Here, I'll keep peeling the kiwi for you, but you can't eat more than one right now, 1.5 more, and we'll go for a walk somewhere else and see some other good food, and if you get tired, I'll just hold you. I've got all the strength in the world, you male lord. Yes, Lord Hung, this is a very pretty rose you bought, I like it very much. It's good that Lime likes it, I'll buy it back for you next time. After she and Angus talk it out, the warming up between the two of them becomes sweeter and sweeter, while Shirasaki Chuan, who left from here, has no idea what Angus is going through. He had only thought that Angus had liked him as a child and had been firm and stubborn about it, and now he was just in a trance, thinking that Angus was more attracted to she, who was stronger than he was. Not knowing how he would react when his fantasies were shattered, she said he was looking forward to it. Chapter 118 Don't Meddle in Their Personal Affairs. Shisa took Angus to stroll around the food city until evening, found a restaurant and ate dinner together before returning home while chatting about the day, treating the sudden appearance of Bai Chichuan as if it had never happened. Anyway, in a few days, they were going to go together to celebrate the birthday of the White family's elder stag bug, and as for what would happen then, she chose to soldier on, water to cover the earth, or what else could they do? Once he got home, Angus sat down on the living room couch not wanting to move anymore. He had really walked a lot today, using the distance he had to commute to and from work to get out of the front door from his place of work. It could have been 100 laps between those distances. Lord Xiong, I'm so tired, don't move me and don't rub, let me rest for a while, my feet and legs are a bit sore. Angus sat on the couch, fishing for a pillow to hold in his arms, ready to snooze. He hadn't even had time to squint his eyes when his own leg was raked by she and rubbed directly. He cringed in pain instantly and demanded pitifully. Are you being silly? You've been walking a lot, and if you don't rub it now, it might hurt even more tomorrow. The way you are now, you might not even be able to go to work if your feet hurt down there. Are you sure you don't want to rub it? Of course she knew that Angus's foot would be in pain right now, but if he didn't rub it, it would only hurt more when he woke up from his nap, so it was better to have a long pain than a short one. Angus himself also knew this reasoning, and did not refute him, is considered to be the default. She see this, then conscientiously give him a leg rubbing. Because he had walked so much today, at first Angus felt some pain, and it wasn't until later that he felt much more soothed, and he could only say that she's technique was really good. Angus hugged his pillow and looked at the male bug that was crouching in front of him, rubbing his legs at will, only to feel a rush of warmth crossing his heart and warming his entire heart. Angus looked at she and unconsciously reached up and stroked his head, even rubbing it several times as he looked up, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Lord Male, your head is so nice to touch. Oh yeah? Then you can touch it a little longer. She looked at Angus and raised an eyebrow, his words full of indulgence and pampering. Angus didn't answer him, but his hands were already proving his attitude and literally just rubbed him several more times before he stopped. She looked down and continued to rub Angus' leg, not minding the other man's movements at all, until he felt Angus' thigh and calf muscles relax a lot. He stopped then and sat down next to Angus, moving over to kiss him on the lips in a sticky manner. Well, let's go upstairs, you're going to bed after you shower and I'll take you to work tomorrow. Yes, Lord Male. Angus reached up and wrapped his arms around she's neck, rubbing his head against his shoulder, and then put his own foot on his leg, which made it all too obvious that he wasn't going to walk up there himself. She paused, then let out a helpless light laugh, then easily picked up Angus and turned to head upstairs, his words full of favor, little slacker. Angus buried his head in she's neck, hugging him tightly, and grunted when he heard him say that about himself, without retorting. Quite a little temper. Shi Xiaowei let out a soft smile in favor of him, sidling up to him and tenderly kissing him on the cheek, then carefully placing him on the bed in the bedroom and getting him slippers again. Master Hung, I suddenly have a craving for lemonade, can you please make it for me? Angus put the slippers on after, suddenly feel a little thirsty, inadvertently glimpsed the checkroom, closet cabinet placed on the lemon fruit ceramic ornaments, suddenly two eyes shine, very expectant look at she, saliva are swallowed several times. Okay, get in the shower and I'll go make it for you. There was really no way for she to refuse the bright-eyed Angus, so after weighing his options, he did choose to make him lemonade. The big deal was that he could brush his teeth properly after drinking it. Well, thank you Lord Xiong. Angus kissed she's lips, then turned around contentedly and went to the bathroom to take a shower. She looked at his cheerful back, smiled, and turned around to go downstairs. By the time a calm and beautiful day ended after she lay in bed, holding Angus against himself, asleep, and the next day would be a new beginning. After being dropped off at work by she, Angus went to a morning meeting where he had to go over some arrangements and plans for afterward. Anthony was there, but he looked pale and seemed tired, and the whole female looked haggard, as Angus had noticed even without asking. When the meeting was over, the females left one after another. Just Anthony sat on the chair, pinching his brow very tiredly. Angus glanced at him, lowered his head to organize the documents in front of him, and asked him with concern, "Didn't sleep well?" "Ugh. Sort of." Anthony rubbed his brow and sighed. Even his tone carried a palpable sense of exhaustion. It was really hard to imagine him admitting that he was tired. Angus looked that way for a few moments before finally deciding not to mind his own business and wriggling his way into the office. If there was a conflict between Anthony and Nickel, it would be their own business, and it would be better for him, a female worm who didn't know the truth or the process, to stay out of it. "Marshal, did you rest well yesterday? Is your body okay? Is the baby okay too?" Seeing that Angus had arrived, Illyrio pulled August and immediately gave him a standard bug military salute, after which he inquired about Angus's health with concern. "It's okay, work hard." Angus nodded, a light smile crossing his eyes and softening his face a bit at Illyrio's concern. "Okay, Marshal, these are the process of work during this period of time. Below they report up, you see, and..." Illyrio gave a quirky grin, and then went into serious work mode, with August watching from the sidelines having to smack his lips while scrambling to learn. Angus sat in his seat, watching Illyrio, listening attentively to his report, nodding every now and then occasionally making a comment. The working atmosphere, quite good. Chapter 119. This attribute is a bit miserable. "So, what you're saying is that His Highness Anthony, he has gotten very tired of me, and that's why he's been unkind to me this whole time?" Nickel looked at Kanchenka's eyes and said this with a hurt face. He didn't even know what he had done wrong lately, but whenever he got a little bit closer to His Highness Anthony and tried to hug him, he would be easily dodged by him, and he wasn't even allowed to share the same bed with him in the back, so he could be worried about it. Nickel was really at a loss. He didn't know where he had heard that Kanchenko and Shinmao were a couple, and that they were particularly sweet. That's why he came over here on his ass to take lessons from Kamsanghorn, but it turned out that the other party had been talking for half a day, just to show that His Highness Anthony hated him, and he was really desperate. "There's a good chance if you really don't believe me, go boldly to His Royal Highness Anthony's room tonight and fling him on the bed. If he's acting resistant, then yes, if not, then that's another possibility." As Kansenker said this, he put his hand on Nickel's shoulder and looked around, realizing that there were no other females, before mysteriously coming up to his ear. "It was you who served His Highness Anthony so uncomfortably that he felt lustful and didn't want to be with you." "Bull you." "I'm not going to bull you, I'm going back. The meeting should be over by now, and if His Highness can't find me, she'll probably hate me even more." Nickel listened to Kanchenka's words that were not in tune at all, and directly frowned and pushed him away, feeling that his words had tarnished the image of His Highness in his heart, and after saying these words in a huff, he turned around and left. "Hey, don't get mad, I'm just guessing." Kansaker looked at Nickel's exasperated back and shouted again, a flirtatious, gossipy grin on his face as he turned and headed for his office. "Nickel, this silly boy, His Highness Anthony, this is obviously a mood. Do not go to ask His Highness Anthony, but also wasting time here, then you can have to suffer. I am benevolent to the end of the to do or not to do with him." On this side, Nickel didn't know Kanchenka's intention. When he returned to Anthony's office, he realized that Anthony was working, and when he heard the voice, he just raised his head to look at him, and then lowered his head with a cold expression to continue working. Nickel's eyes flickered, and for a moment he was a little overwhelmed, the sense of panic in his heart growing stronger, but his face showed no particular expression. Even though they were both licensed, marriage can lead to divorce, so he was scared, but didn't know what to do. "Your Highness, would you like some coffee?" Nickel walked over to Anthony, bowing his head slightly to question him in a warm voice, and Anthony's grip on his pen stuttered, the tip of his heart tingling slightly without showing it on his face. "No, go about your business without following me." This statement from Anthony could be considered more than cold treatment of an ordinary person. Nickel froze for a few moments, instantly feeling the pain in his heart as if he had been stabbed with a sword, but he said nothing, just nodded, yes. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Nickel turned around and left Anthony's office, and before he closed the door, he glanced up at Anthony and realized that the other party was still working earnestly and didn't care about where he was going, so he sighed softly and closed the door and left. As soon as Nickel left, Anthony looked up at the closed office room door, a heavy hurt crossing the bottom of his eyes, and he let out a heavy sigh before opening his light brain and contacting his personal attorney. "Attorney Wu, I'd like to continue the divorce I talked about earlier, is that convenient for you?" Nickel wandered aimlessly outside for a while, eventually walking over to where she was working, and she was helping the other females unload along with her. He froze for a moment as he inadvertently saw him when he looked up, then without any politeness at all, he simply said, "Nickel, you're just in time. Come over and help, there's too much stuff here for them to handle." Yes, His Excellency she. Nickel heard she's voice before he drifted off and realized what he'd walked into, nodding before immediately walking over and joining the working females carrying the goods. With Nickel on board, the shipment was quickly moved and finished, and was neatly yarded by them in the storage warehouse to be kept on standby for the pilgrimage of the two clans. Everyone take a break and drink some water. After she's words fell, the females went to drink and rest on their own. He took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Nickel, who was not polite and thanked him after taking it. Don't you usually follow His Highness Antony? Why did you suddenly come over today? Did His Highness Antony ask you to come over? After she took a large gulp of water, he looked at Nickel very puzzled and uttered a trifecta of questions. Nickel listened and sighed quietly. If only His Highness had called me. He doesn't want to see me at all right now, and I don't know why? Alas. When she listened, he paused slightly, suddenly remembering the image he saw that night. He instantly understood, looking at him with a raised eyebrow and asked, Did you meet with Emo Lanchin the other night? How do you know that, Your Excellency she? After Nickel asked this question, he suddenly realized something and stood up in shock. You mean, His Highness saw it? He misunderstood me? She looked at Nickel and nodded non-committally, raising an eyebrow. I see that look on his face. It's kinda sad. If nothing else, you'll be receiving a copy of the divorce papers before too long. Good luck. Nickel. Nickel was startled, could not care to answer she's words, turned and ran away. She did not call out to him, and continued to leisurely drink the water in his hand. Ouch, the water is really good. Chapter 120, It's all a misunderstanding. Your Highness, you misunderstand me. I'm the same as the male bud you saw the other day he was. Nickel barged into Anthony's office. He had just pushed the door open, and at the sight of the image in the office, his eager words came to an abrupt halt, his face frozen with anxiety. All that could be seen was a henpecked-looking female stooping close to Anthony's face, so close to kissing. Nickel's intrusion caused both Anthony and the glasses-wearing, Sven-scum-like female to look over, and Anthony froze for a moment before he could say anything before Nickel walked in coldly and quickly and knocked the weaker female onto the table with a single punch. The battered female let out a gasp, her glasses flying off as he tried to get up, and before he could move, he was flipped over by Nickel's hair, his fists coming in a barrage of punches, netting him in the face. Ugly. I let someone seduce my highness, I'll beat you to death. Ow. Who are you? You're ing sick. Ow. Psycho. Not in the face. Not in the face. Not in the face. Nickel was so angry that he didn't hold back at all, his eyes were red, and Wu Lu was wincing from his beating, not able to resist at all. Nickel, what are you doing? Let go of him. Anthony finally reacted from the shock he had just felt and quickly frowned and reached out to pull Nickel away. Wu Lu took the opportunity to get up and hide behind Anthony. When Nickel saw this, he still wanted to rush over and make a move, but was stopped by Anthony. Nickel, have you had enough? Anthony looked into Nickel's eyes, his brow furrowed in a deadly frown, as if in the next second, he could fight him over the female bug behind him. You were mean to me for him? Nickel's eyes were full of hurt and his face was full of unbelief, and his voice was tinged with the slightest bit of aggravation and trembling. Anthony's heart ached dully at seeing him like this, and his mind snapped back to the image of when he was with the male bug that just looked so good, and he became angry and answered him gamely, so what? Is it right for you to beat him up randomly? Feeling that he shouldn't be here at the moment, Wulak found his glasses, and after putting them on, he glanced at Nickel, grimaced, and stumbled. Don't misunderstand, I'm just the lawyer that your highness found. There really isn't any improper relationship with him. Your highness, I'll leave first, that thing. You'd better consider the situation before looking for me, hiss. As soon as Wu Luke's words fell, he turned around and ran away, he even slammed the door as he left. He really didn't expect that this Nickel's temper was so explosive. Wasn't he just pulling out the eyelashes that were about to fall into his eyes for his highness? Hiss. Heard him, this couple obviously love each other. What is not first their own communication clear before deciding? Long open mouth, do not know what is used for, good pain, this is considered a work injury, right? Find the boss to go. Wu Lu thought so, then topped a miserable cannot be more miserable face, went to find their own boss daughter-in-law to cry to go. If he can get a throw a small benefit, then he will be satisfied, he. Your highness, what do you want with a lawyer? Nickel listened to the female bug he just hit as a lawyer, immediately like a pot of cold water from the head to the bottom. What temper, fire instantly no trace. Anthony turned and sat back in his chair without answering him, and Nickel, seeing this, hastened over to him and inquired earnestly, Your highness, did you not misunderstand something when you saw me chatting with a male insect the other night? Anthony heard Nickel's question and instantly whipped his head around to look at him, glaring at him with beautiful eyes, his tone tinted with exasperation while his voice trembled. What have I misunderstood? but that you are tired of me and want to find a male insect to marry? What's wrong with me fulfilling you? I return your freedom, let you with him. Well. Before Anthony could finish his words, Nickel snapped his head and kissed him on the lips. He froze for a moment and tried to struggle, but he was taken into his arms in one swift motion. He was forced to stand up and his back was pinched and he instantly went limp. Anthony pushed helplessly against Nickel's chest. His body, which hadn't been irrigated for some time, was suddenly in a long drought, so he couldn't stand at this moment, and could only stand by Nickel's strength, forced to endure this dominating kiss. Anthony wanted to bite Nickel's tongue but just couldn't bring himself to do it, so he kissed him in a long, wet kiss, and when it was over, his entire body went limp against Nickel's chest, gasping for air to regain his breath. Your Highness, the way you're secretly jealous is just too cute, but you'd better not be secretly jealous next time, or else I really don't know what I've done wrong, so next time, just tell me directly, and I'll definitely change it once I've heard it. Nicole hugged Anthony, rubbed her chin on his shoulder, and laughed softly. The emotions in her heart suddenly dissolved, leaving only the content of "My Highness is so cute" on the screen. Also, that male bug that night was a member of the Wager clan's royal family, Emolanchin. He has female monarchs and a female cub. Moreover, he's my uncle. It's absolutely impossible for me to be with him. Your Highness, the next time you're jealous, you still have to find out who you're talking to. Anthony, who had been about to retort to Nickel's first sentence, froze his entire female bug when he heard his second sentence, his head going blank for a split second before he could find the key word from it for a long time. Uncle? Nickel, aren't you a bug female? How come you have a male bug? Anthony took hold of Nickel's hand and pulled him to sit down beside him, and after sitting beside him, Nickel took him in his arms and began to tell him the story of his own journey to the bugs after meeting Anthony and following him without a second thought. Anthony leaned against Nickel's chest and listened to what he said, feeling shocked and incredulous at the same time, heartbroken and touched at the same time. He didn't realize that his unintentional act at first would make Nickel remember for so long, and even make him follow for him without any hesitation. Chapter 121, This is probably what love looks like. All of it, that's all. I've been afraid that you misunderstand that I'm a spy, so I didn't dare to tell you, and I just happened to meet my uncle that night, and he brought me a companion ring made by my female father, and after I received it, I talked with him for a while. With that, Nickel pulled a delicate ring out of his storage space, and he looked at Anthony with a resigned frown. I wanted to give it to you earlier, but you suddenly ignored me after that day, and were still not warm to me. I was afraid that you hated me, and didn't even dare to get close to you. I was aggrieved for a while. Anthony took the ring that Nickel had given him and held it in his hand for a few moments before looking at him with moist eyes, more aggravated than he was. I'm the one who's aggrieved, obviously all this time. When I'm close to you, you're avoiding it like you're running away from a flood beast, and you still have the nerve to talk about me. Where did I? When did this happen? You came home extra early that day and I came out of the shower to sit next to you and you left without even looking? Asshole. Injustice. The way you looked at me that day, you clearly told me to get out quickly and not to sleep in the same room with you. I wasn't afraid that you would get angry, so I left. Anthony watched as Nickel blinked a few times and was instantly speechless. It seemed like he did sulk in the bathroom at the time. He remembered clearly curbing his emotions. Had he not been able to collect them at the time? Anthony was a little embarrassed for a moment. He saw that Nickel was so aggrieved that he was on the verge of tears. He reached out and wiped his own tears, and held them for a while before he said, I'm sorry, well, I was wrong about you. Oh wow. Daughter-in-law, you can be so aggrieved this period of time. You find that lawyer. Are you planning to just so unexplained divorce with me? Woo wow. I can be too aggrieved, woo woo. Nickel hadn't planned on crying either, but Anthony's sorry was too much to handle, and it dried his eyes right out, and he hugged Anthony as he cried as much as he could. Anthony received the ring into the storage space, turned around and wiped his. Anthony didn't finish his sentence before Nickel kissed him off, presumably thinking that His Highness was just ranting on too long, and that it would be better to prove it by actually doing something. Anthony froze for a moment, then couldn't think of anything else to do. Wrapping his arms around Nickel's shoulders, he kissed him, and at the end of one kiss, Anthony caught a glimpse of the unclosed curtains and nudged Nickel's shoulder. Nickel, the curtains. Anthony said with a frown as he craned his neck to look in the direction of the window. The curtains aren't closed, it's better to pull them up. Your Highness, no bugs will come through, don't worry. As soon as the words left Nickel's mouth, he kissed Anthony on the lips again, and Anthony was too mesmerized by his kisses to care about anything else. Outside the window, the sun quietly disappeared into the clouds. For this pair of partners to solve the misunderstanding added some warm atmosphere. The breeze quietly brushed past, the trees swayed, the leaves rustled, everything is so natural. At the end of the shift, she arrived at Angus's workplace right on time, and as he picked him up from his office and brought him downstairs, he saw Anthony and Nickel, who were not far away, coming their way. Anthony's entire female bug was squirming, and Nickel was smiling curtly by his side, and it looked like the two guys were making up. Lord Shion, I haven't seen Nickel following His Highness Anthony for a long time, and today was quite a surprise. Angus saw that the two females, Anthony and Nickel, stayed together again and felt surprised. He hadn't seen the two of them stay together for a long time, and now they suddenly came together again, looking like they had made up. Probably a misunderstanding was cleared up and then made up. She assisted Angus towards the gate, smiling on his face as he spoke to him. Angus listened and nodded noncommittally. Makes sense then, Lord Shion. She helped Angus walk over to the two females, Anthony and Nickel, and nodded at them, unintentionally glancing at the very visible marks on both their necks, and raised his eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. Your Highness, I'll take my family's little line back first, so be safe on your way back. Anthony nodded as he seemed to realize where she was looking and looked back to Angus. You guys be safe on the road too. Don't worry, Your Highness, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, bye. As Shiwei left with Angus, Nickel nodded to him with a thankful look in his eyes. Shiwei didn't care. He twisted his head to look at Angus and smiled as he inquired him, Little Lime, what would you like to eat for dinner? Nickel glanced at them, then took Anthony's hand and smiled as he looked over. Your Highness, let's go home as well. I'll make you a nice meal tonight as well. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Anthony looked at Nickel and paused slightly, then smiled at him. If you're cooking today, then I'll have to think about it. Under the setting sun, the two pairs of companions in the opposite direction, but how can not resist the warmth of love between them? This is probably the different appearance of love. Chapter 122 White Family Elderly Banquet. When the birthday of the Bai family's old man arrived, the Bai family came with a lot of dignified males and females, and as the current head of the Bai family, Ampelia naturally had to bring her own females and stand together at the door to greet them. After all, when the White family's old man was still the head of the family, his influence was enough to shake half of the stars, and now, even if he was no longer the head of the family, his influence was still quite immense, and even His Highness, Anthony, had to attend this birthday banquet. Angus's male father, Neville, was already close to the White family bugs, and Elder White was even more fond of him as a male bug, treating him like a son. Elder Bai had 9 children in his life, 4 males and 5 females. It was impossible for the females to be in charge, and none of the males had made it, so the position of the family head fell on the outstanding Ampelopsis. Novelli was unlike any of Elder White's sons. He had power and talent, and could be described as someone else's child, so he liked it very much. This banquet, Elder Bai also asked Ampelia Bai to specially invite Novelli and his estranged son Sunyachi, as to whether they would bring their son over. That wasn't something he cared about, as long as Novelli came. This was something that Elder Bai had emphasized to Ampelia, and as Ampelia didn't want to make her grandfather angry, she was always on the lookout for the presence of Novelli among the guests coming and going. Uncle Novelli, Uncle Yachi, you're here. My grandpa's been telling me about it for a few times. Ampelia received a lot of guests with her female monarch, and I don't know how long had passed, and the expressions on their faces were almost stiff, before Novelli and son Yachi arrived late. When Ampelia saw them, it was as if she saw her own male and female fathers, and she walked up very enthusiastically, smiling with a toothless smile, looking a bit silly. But Novelli and son Yachi, who were treated by him in this way, felt very flattered. After all, anyone likes to be treated with double standards, especially if the party who is being treated with special care and affection is himself. Ampelopsis has grown so big already, and is really getting more and more bountiful and handsome. Novelli then simply nodded with Ampelopsis, while son Yachi had already pulled on his hand and patted the back of his hand in a very elder-like manner, praising him between words. Uncle Yachi is also getting more and more elegant. You and Uncle Novelli standing together is just too dazzling. I saw it from a long way away. Ampelopsis didn't mind being patted on the back of the hand like this by son Yachi. In the end, he was still his elder, and he also said some nice seen words. He couldn't not give face to it. Son Yachi's face was piled with smiles by these few words from Ampelia. There was little expression on Novelli's face. His face, which was very similar to Angus's, also had a cold expression, except that his coldness was to the bone, whereas Angus was a protective shell. Ampelia chatted with son Yachi for a while longer, and was about to let them in when a somewhat overly ordinary flying machine stopped not far away, a flying machine that was just too conspicuous and cheap among the thousands of brands. Ampelia looked over with some curiosity, and when son Yachi saw him like this, she also looked over, and when she saw the cheap flying machine, she suddenly snorted a laugh, her words mocking. Aya, which family's flying machine is this? Why is it so cheap? They also have the nerve to come over to attend the old master's banquet? Nor are they afraid of making jokes. Ampelia raised a non-committal eyebrow as Novelli looked at the one craft, suddenly catching a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure in the craft. He paused slightly and frowned. The other guests also noticed this cheap flying machine that suddenly appeared in the guest parking lot, and stopped and looked over, all of them curious as to who had come down from inside such a flying machine. Just as the bugs were talking, the flying machine, which was very cheap for them, opened, and just as they were all watching, a bug came out. First there was an incredibly handsome-looking male bug in a black suit, and second he was holding a silver-haired female in a special white pregnant female suit that just plainly, and not to be ignored, appeared in front of them. This pair of male and female bugmates, not any other bugs, but Shijin, whose reputation resounded all over the stars, and Angus, who had the ability to make Shijin swear to the bug god that, in this lifetime, he would only want him as a female bug. The insects looked at them and were stunned for a moment, and several of them who knew the news that Shixia had killed the S-class bug emperor with his own strength not long ago and was unharmed moved their eyes away. This maleworm, even if he walks to participate in this banquet, it is an existence that makes them look up to them. They can't afford to mess with it at all. It's better not to mess with it. When Sun Yachi saw Angus and she, the mocking expression on his face was instantly replaced by pallor, and he quickly retracted his eyes and hid behind Novelli, not daring to look at them, trying to lower his presence. And Neville was stunned for a few moments at the sight of Angus and she, the cold look on his face gradually chafing and finally being replaced by a desire to speak. His eyes were filled with many more emotions, which blended together to complicate his mood. She and Angus had seen Neville and their craft long ago when they arrived after all. The craft had a logo on it that Angus had never been able to forget in his life. She realized that his expression was not right, and he wanted to leave, but Angus did not let him go, so he had to bring him here. If this scum male father of Angus dares to take advantage of the opportunity to bully him, she will definitely not be merciful. Anyway, the male bugs beat the male bugs, at most they will be dragged to admonish and talk to each other, but not like the female bugs that are punished so miserably. Little Lime, can you hold on? If it's too much to bear, let's go back. I'll go and explain the situation to His Highness Anthony at that time. She held Angus's hand, and noticed that when Neville looked at him, he would unconsciously grip his hand tighter, and his face became a little slightly pale, so it was clear that he was nervous, and maybe even a little bit scared. Lord Male, I'm fine, don't worry, I can hold on, but let's stay for a while and then leave. There are too many male insects at a banquet like this. The pheromones that are unintentionally leaking out of them will make it a little difficult for me. Angus didn't have any extra thoughts about his male father, who didn't have much affection, and he was having a hard time gripping She's hand right now, not because of Neville, but because the unconscious pheromones around him smelled so bad. She froze for a moment as he listened to what Angus said, then realized that he had just misunderstood. Angus would not be nervous at all about treating that male father of his, and would not be willing to bestow even the extra emotion of hate. Angus, if it's really hard, you don't have to go, I'll go by myself, and once I've delivered the gift, I'll come out to you and take you to dinner, okay? She's, Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to meet you, and welcome, you and Marshal Angus, this way. In the end, Ampelia wants her grandfather to have a lively and comfortable birthday banquet, and also wants her stubborn and obstinate brother. Allowing him to completely come to his senses after this banquet, his treatment of Shixia, at least, maintained a superficial calmness. Okay, thanks. Shijin nodded his head with a polite and detached smile to Ampelia, then took Angus by the hand and led him along into the banquet hall, and when the other bugs saw this, they were mentally brushing up their pop-ups, most of them saying that Shijin was very attractive. After walking into the banquet hall, she took Angus with him, and under the guidance of the waiter, he came to the seats, and by then, there were already quite a number of guests seated at the tables, most of which were females, with only a few males. The males and females at this table were a little slightly surprised to see she and Angus, but they quickly gathered their emotions. They were all bug savants. She is by far the most valuable male insect. The Empire and the Federation's Male Insect Association are valuable. Can they be offended? They are very clear, so she is very suitable for befriending. Your Excellency, I really didn't expect to see you here. I'm Jajiner. I've really heard about you for a long time. You and Marshal Angus, how do you look like a match? It's really a match made in heaven. It was only when Shijin took Angus to sit down with him that a male worm came to his side with a glass of wine, with a smiling face, and very accurately poked the point in Shijin's heart. So what's the social or not social stuff? It doesn't matter. What matters is that the guy is on the ball. He said he and Angus are a good match. Hey, he's just happy to hear that. Mr. Zhao, it's a pleasure to meet you, and since Mr. Zhao has said so, then if we meet today, we'll consider it as making a friend. She squeezed Angus's hand under the table, and then gave him a cup of hot water before he picked up his glass of wine and smiled as he spoke to Zhao Jiner, just for the sake of his comment that he and Angus were made for each other, so what was the harm in giving him a face? Angus was helpless in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it on his face, but he wasn't worried that she would get drunk. What exactly was the other party's drinking capacity? He is still very clear. Anyway, the two of them drank together in private, and he had never seen his male master drunk, and every time he was too drunk to save his life. And when he woke up, not only was he cleaned up and his ears were superb enough to hear Shirazakikawa's voice, and he immediately disengaged himself from socializing and returned to sit down next to Angus. He turned his head and kissed him on the cheek after deliberately saying so when he saw the food on the table, and raised his eyes provocatively to look at Shirazukikawa. Angus hadn't wanted to pay any attention to Shirazukikawa, and was so grateful to be rescued in time by she that he didn't expect to be kissed on the cheek, and for a split second his ears turned red with shame. Cough. Master Shion, stop it, many bugs are watching. She saw Hakusekichuan walk away with a very bad look on his face, then he smiled and squeezed Angus's hand. Okay, don't be angry, I was wrong. Angus nodded, then picked up his cup and drank from it. She smiled and rubbed his head, and sat down next to him wherever he was. Every once in a while a bug came over to talk to him, and he was just polite enough to clink glasses with each other and talk to them from his seat, which was fine. Over here, Shirazukikawa never found a chance to get close to Angus alone, so he sighed inwardly and turned to go upstairs, intending to do so later. Shijin, Heda. It's weird that I would give you a chance. Shirazukikawa. Chapter 124, Some problems still need to be solved. Banquet formally began. She has many guests to recognize. In addition to this table he sat on the guests, there are some or other seats, their own over to greet him guests, although not familiar, but chatting up actually really not awkward at all. But now that the banquet had officially begun, they were too embarrassed to stay longer, so they returned to their seats and sat down, waiting for the protagonist to appear and speak. She and Angus were sitting right in the direction of the platform, so they only needed to raise their heads to see all the things on the stage and the White House bugs that were coming, without having to twist their heads around to go over and look at them like the other bugs did. Shijin gave Angus the skin of the lychee, and his eyes were on the old man who was escorted out by Ampelopsis in the limelight. The old man's temples were gray, but his face didn't have many traces of age. She guessed that this was probably related to the average life expectancy of this world, after all, in this interstellar who all live long lives. Of course, this also has to exclude the probability of a short life that occurs in the case of those unnatural deaths. Elder Bai walked at a steady pace, and Ampelia Bai and Bai Sekichuan followed him, waiting for Elder Bai to stand on the stage prepared in advance before they retreated to the back and waited for him to speak. She noticed that this old man had looked at himself accurately as soon as he got on the stage, and froze slightly. Then, nodding to him quite politely, he turned his head and put the peeled lychee on Angus's plate, and moved over to speak to him in a low voice. Little Lime, why do I feel like this old man is looking at me in such a prickly way? It's like pins and needles. Angus paused slightly at Shi's words, then glanced up at Elder Bai, realizing that he was indeed staring in their direction, intentionally or unintentionally, and that aside from him, Shirazakawa was also looking here. Lord Shion, don't pay any attention to him. This old man hasn't liked me much since I was very young. His personality is rather old-fashioned and conformist, and sometimes he is particularly fond of being a good bugmaster. He reckons he disapproves when he sees you married to me, and the usual male bugs treating the females differently, and intends to catch you at some point and lecture you about it. Noticing the disapproval that filled Elder White's serious eyes and quickly realizing what he meant, Angus sighed inwardly and turned his head to explain the situation to his own male master. Angus said these things, as a matter of fact, and the sense of helplessness between his words could make she imagine just how he had been poisoned as a child, and it wasn't a good memory anyway. Little Lime, I know, and you should stop thinking about things that made you unhappy as a child, and think more about you, Lord Shion, and me, and be happy when you think about it more. She smiled and took Angus's hand, and clasped it with his fingers, and whispered in his ear again, not bothering at all about Elder White on the stage, but after hearing him speak, he was quite facetious enough not to chat anymore. Elder Bai said a lot of things, mostly thanking the guests who came and went before saying something about his own experiences over the years or whatever he wanted to say. Elder Bai looks quite tough. Speech is also very loud, is too much words, just like the old lady's shroud, stinky and long. He said the guests are a little drowsy, only to be regarded as enjoyable like to rest. She in his heart for him to point a praise, and send a 666, this old man is really too able to say. After Master Bai finished his words, he took a seat at the main table, then let the waiter set the table, and a number of bugs went over to say auspicious words and toast. But she didn't go. He could come here, not really to celebrate this old man's birthday, but to give face to Anthony, who also came. But Anthony had been relegated to another table, and it was only now that he had made a toast on behalf of the Empire that he came to them, first with emotion and then with a toast. It's been a hard day's work, and it's been all the odd trade and socializing back there too, so you can find a reason to go back after you've eaten. Angus is heavy now, and it's only good that he rests a lot. Anthony stood in front of She, clinked glasses with him and took a sip before glancing at Angus and barking a small but serious admonition at She, who nodded and clinked glasses with him again before finishing the glass in a single gulp. Seeing this, Anthony also drank from his glass, and then hearing a bug call at him, he looked back and realized it was Nickel, and then, after a slight pause, he turned his head to she and raised his eyebrows slightly, signaling that he was going to leave. Your Highness Anthony, go about your business, don't worry here, Angus is the female bug on the tip of my worry. I have the measure. Alright then, I'll go over there first. Anthony listened to what she said and gave a meaningful look at Angus' reddened ears, then raised his eyebrows and hooked his lips in a faint smile and turned around to leave the place. Little Lime, is there anything you want to eat but can't clip? I'll help you clip it. She put his glass on the table. Turning his head, he smiled at Angus, chopsticks in hand, literally ready to give him food, no joke. Angus saw this, also nonchalantly said the name of the dish he wanted to eat. Yen laughed, then gave him a lot of dishes in the bowl. The other guests on the table to see this, Yen politely looked at Mobo, politely asked him exactly what is the matter, these polite emotions, occasionally mixed with some coldness. Did not say much, the females are more than a little envious look. She and Angus feasted in the banquet hall, and then they planned to leave the place. If he didn't get out of here again, Angus might feel bad. This place, after all, still had other males in it, and it just wasn't a good place to stay for long. Your Excellency, please stay. She looked politely at Imobo, politely inquiring what exactly he was up to, and these polite sentiments were occasionally mixed with some hint of indifference. She led Angus out of the banquet hall, and before he had a chance to get into his own flying machine, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. She looked politely at Imobo, politely inquiring what exactly he was up to, and these polite sentiments were occasionally mixed with some hint of indifference. She looked back over to see that butler of the white family, Mobo, and he sked softly in his mind, then without moving, he gathered Angus behind himself. What can I do for you, sir? Mobo was a little embarrassed, but he could only go on with his head. There was no way, he was just an ordinary female insect working for the white family insects. It was really not easy to make a living. Your Excellency, I'm really sorry to have disturbed you once again. The old man knew that you were leaving, so he asked me to give you this card, and I hope you'll take it. Imobo handed over the card in his hand with both hands, with a respectful face and a calm and relaxed smile, which didn't look like he was lying, but rather like it was true. Lord Xiong, this is the pass card for each of the Bai family's business sector industries. If you take this card, you can go in and out of any of the Bai family's venues and spend for free. She looked at the card held in Moab's hand and didn't take it at first, and Angus explained it to him after he saw that he was a little puzzled, strangely enough. With this card, it means that she is the guest of Elder Bai. No matter where he goes and what he does, the other party will give some face, which is considered to be the meaning of giving resources for free. However, she simply did not have any friendship with Elder Bai. He suddenly sent such a card over. No matter which direction you think about it, it is a little less simple. Oh, you white family elders have really gone through a lot of trouble. I wonder what price you want me to pay for accepting such a card. After she understood the purpose of this card, he didn't take it immediately, but looked at Imobo and said this to him with a leathery smile, his eyes, straight to the point that Imobo's scalp went numb and his feet trembled a little. Your Excellency, Jean is indeed intelligent. Imobo took a deep breath and gave Angus a hard look before telling Jean his purpose. Your Excellency, our old man hopes that you will let Marshal Angus completely break our young Master Chuan's mind. He has been living a muddled life all these years. It's time for him to wake up properly. She listened and paused slightly, then looked to Angus, who paused slightly for a moment, frowning slightly, before finally nodding. He also felt that Shirazakikawa always appeared in front of him and was a bit annoyed by the insects, and there were some things that it would be better for him to say clearly on his own. She saw, respect his choice, and did not refuse, just according to the character of that Bai Chi Chuan, not to tell him completely clear, he will deceive himself and bully, really do not know anything, or must be resolved as soon as possible. Okay, where is your young Master Chuan? I'll send Angus over there and stand guard right next to him. Okay, this way please. She and Angus looked at each other and finally followed Imobo back to the White House again, but instead of going to the banquet hall, they went to the backyard. Chapter 125, It's All in Your Head. She and Angus arrived at the parlor in the backyard, where Shirazakikawa had been waiting for a long time, and she was more than a little irritated to see him, but he didn't stop it. Instead, he wove several more layers of mental power webs for Angus, before going to the tea hall not far away to drink tea and wait for Angus and Shirazakawa to finish their conversation. Angus, I didn't think you'd come to see me. Shirazakikawa sat on the seat next to Angus, looked at him and smiled as he spoke. Angus didn't have time to reminisce with him about the past and talk about his family. He directly opened the door and said, Shirazakikawa, I came over here today because I wanted to make it clear to you that I'm grateful to you for feeding me a mouthful of water when I was a little girl and almost dying, but I paid a price for it, so we're kind of even. Shirazakikawa didn't expect Angus to say this bluntly, and froze for a while before saying, What do you mean by getting even? Angus, Weren't you my favorite when you were a child? No matter where I was, I would follow. How can you? Xiaobai, be realistic. At that time, I was only 5 years old. You saved me. I thought I was friends with you. That's why I wanted to follow you. But I didn't expect that because of being close to you, I would be punched and kicked by those suitors of yours, and to be honest, that feeling, even with my amazing recovery, really hurt. Seeing Shirozakikowa's confused and stunned expression, Angus didn't wait for him to come back to his senses, and directly continued. At first it was obvious that you disliked me and acted nasty, so I really don't know what made you allow me to come near you all of a sudden. I thought you thought of me as a friend too, and always ran after you because I was often bullied by bugs and had no friends, and you were the first friend I cherished. Even if I would get beaten up by bugs my own age and older than me every time I got close to you, I'd still feel willing. You loved to give me some candy when you had something to do, but they all took it away from me, and I never ate it once, and when you asked me if it was good, I didn't even know what it tasted like. If I say I don't know, you'll cry, and if I say it's not good, you'll cry, and when you cry, the elders will put all the blame on me. I'm going to be lectured by your brother, preached at by your male and female fathers, and come home to a severe beating from my male father. Even my innocent female father will be implicated, and even if I don't go to you and you cry, I'll still be taught a lesson. You say you like me, then I'm sorry, your liking is too heavy for me to accept and I've never liked you. I wish you'd come to your senses and stay out of my life. I see you and there's nothing left but that sip of water of gratitude, and what you think I like about you is just what you think. What Angus said was unknown to Shirozakikowa, whose entire male insect's 3 views were now shattered, and who was simply too well protected by his family's insects. Where would he have known such things, and now realizing that he was the bug that had caused Angus to go through so much pain, it was hard to accept for a split second, his eyes reddening with guilt and remorse that was almost overflowing within him. Angus, how can that be? You're lying to me, aren't you? Shirozakikowa was at the moment like a fish on the verge of dying, thirsting for water in the last moments of its life. Angus looked at him and didn't answer him, but his eyes said it all. When Shirozakikowa saw this, the entire male insect froze. He was deeply shocked and emotionally unstable. The female insect he liked, because of himself, without his knowledge, actually went through so many painful things. How could he accept this? And how to face it? Shirozakikowa's entire androgynous body froze in his chair, and when Angus saw it, he just gave him a sympathetic look, leaving his last words, "Take care, and I hope you can really grow." As soon as the words left his mouth, Angus held his stomach and stood up. She, who had been watching them from this side, saw this and walked over, assisted him, glanced back at Shirozakawa, and then turned away with Angus. This family's young master's 3 views, this time can be said to be collapsed in pieces. Wait for him to come back to his senses. It is estimated that it will take a long time, but what does this have to do with him? This kid is less experience. This time is also considered a long memory. On that day, Bai Sakichuan watched them leave the Bai family, and was silent for a long time before returning to his room and locking himself inside without eating or drinking. The Bai amp was very worried, but the Bai elder was satisfied and told him not to act rashly. So, by the time Shirozakikowa came out of his room, a day and a night had passed, and he still looked sad, but with his refreshed 3 views, he should have succeeded in reorganizing. Elder Bai felt that it would only take a while for this grandson of his to become a new man, and that card, too, would be considered a good use of his money and worth its weight in gold. Chapter 126: A Mysterious Package. After attending the White family banquet that time, Bai Sakichuan never appeared in front of Angus again. She knew it and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and their lives returned to the previous peace, and no one was able to intervene in it. Angus and she went home and went about their routine for a week, the two of them as warm and wonderful as ever, such warmth and beauty until it was interrupted by the arrival of a package in the mail. On this Saturday, she is going to take Angus to the hospital for a full body checkup. Meng Chao also followed. He is after all, now Angus's private bug doctor, in all aspects of the responsibility, and has the absolute right to know. Therefore, both she and Angus didn't go to their workplaces today, plus the things they were responsible for were near the end, so they just needed to let the people below continue to complete them, and they didn't need to go over to keep an eye on them often. Marshal likes, what you are seeing now are 2 male bug eggs in 3 dimensions. They are now at full mental threshold, and all tests are normal and well developed in every way. The doctor in the hospital took the probe from his chair in his hand and placed it on Angus's belly, looking at the reflected picture while talking to him. His face was overflowing with joy, and it was obvious that this was also the first time he had seen a female bug carrying 2 male bug eggs at once. In a little while, you can prepare the incubation box. Their development, compared to the other bug eggs' development, is more perfect, probably born after the birth of the use of less than a long time, will be able to come to this world. The doctor female's words made both Angus and she breathe a sigh of relief, the tense expressions on their faces relaxing a lot as Angus was helped out by she. Meng Qiu then went on with the doctor to find out more about the other aspects of Angus's body in the male worm egg. Angus' test, really, was a green light all the way through, and it was obvious that he was very well taken care of by Shi in the early stages and was in good spirits. No matter what time of the day it was, his face carried a touch of spring in its step. Marshal Angus, your body and the male bug eggs are fine. After all the tests today, you and His Excellency she still need to go back and get some rest. Don't worry about anything else for the time being, there's always the bugs that can do it. After Meng Qiu understood the situation, he explained the situation to Angus and asked him to take more rest. Angus nodded, and Xia also took note of all of them. Angus and she returned home after parting ways with Meng Qiu, and they had just arrived at the house when they received a package from one of the guardsmen. Marshal Angus, this is a mailing package sent over by a mailing machine bug at 10:30 this morning. There was no name or address of the sending bug. We tested it, it wasn't anything of a hazardous nature, and fearing that it was sent over by a friend or loved one of Marshal Angus, we kept it. The guardsman watched as Angus earnestly reported to him and reported the results of the inspection of this package received today, and the reasons for staying. I know, go back. Angus was a little slightly surprised, even surprised, after hearing what the guardsmen said, but he didn't show it on his face, and let the Sun guardsmen return to their posts after nodding seriously. Yes. As soon as the guardsmen's words left their mouths, they turned toward Angus and Shi, and gave a standard insect military salute, before turning away from the area and walking toward their posts. She looked at the squarely mailed package on the floor, reached out and patted it, realizing that it was a very hard texture of sheet iron, and paused slightly to look at Angus. Little Lime, who could this be from? I can't believe it's still in an iron box. It looks like what's inside is important, so I'll carry it back home and open it up? I don't know who sent it, I can't remember offhand. It's better to take it back and look at it, then you'll know who sent it. If you can't tell, then just put it away. When Angus had given his word, she raised his eyebrows, bent down and picked up the iron box on the ground, easily slung it over his shoulder, led Angus, and turned to go home. Lord Xiong, isn't it not too convenient for you to walk when you're carrying something and holding me? It's better not to hold me, I can walk by myself. Angus saw Shi Jin like this, very worried to reach out his hand to help hold the iron box, words full of worry and nervousness. Shi Jin noticed his movements, lightly laughed and said to him, Little Lime, no need to help, this is so light, I can carry 10 of these, and then hold you and walk without any problem, trust me, okay? When Angus heard the firmness in Shi's voice that didn't sound like a joke, he nodded a little hesitantly, and finally chose to believe him and let go of the hand he was holding. As it turned out, she wasn't lying to him, and he really was safe and sound holding him and bringing his things back home with him again, and after placing the metal box on the living room couch, he turned around and helped him to the couch on the other side of the room. Okay, now you sit here and watch me unwrap it, it's not easy for you to bend over right now. Good, then I'm counting on Lord Xiong. Knowing the score herself, and not trying to be a hero, Angus nodded, smiled at him, and then sat good-naturedly and watched. She smiled and rubbed Angus's head, before he found a pair of scissors and removed the outside packaging, revealing a black and gray combination locked box, and there was a sticky note with the password underneath this box. The string of numbers was beautifully written, so beautiful that Angus looked at it and thought it looked unusually familiar, but couldn't for a moment remember exactly where he'd seen it before. Yo, this also put their own password here. Who is this sent? Do not leave a name or letter, the address is also not, make is really too mysterious point. She looked at the self-contained ciphered row of iron boxes. For a moment he raised his eyebrows with emotion and looked at Angus with a puzzled look in his eyes. Angus lovingly shrugged his shoulders, using this action to indicate that he wasn't very clear either. She saw this and could only open this iron box according to the code. Inside the iron chest there was no gold, silver, jewels, or maps of treasure, only odd, but childlike cub dolls and toys, and underneath these toys there was a brownish-brown letter, with an envelope that read presented to Angus. Little Lime, why are these all toys for kids? Even though you're a little kid in my heart too, you don't play with these. She looked at these small toys full of childish fun, smiled and picked up one of them and shook it, and after saying this, he took out the letter from inside. He was startled when he turned to find Angus' entire female frozen, a hint of sadness on a handsome face. What's wrong with Angus? Why does he look so sad? Did I say something wrong? She sat down next to Angus, a little worried, and took him into his arms, rubbing his head in gentle inquiry. Angus froze, then shook his head, then reached for the envelope he was holding and opened it with a stony face. Seeing this, Shi Chen guessed that he knew who the sender of the letter was, so he stopped talking and accompanied him to look at the contents of the letter. This look, his mood became complicated. Chapter 127 Father Xiong's Secret. Dear Angus William, I am your male father, Neville William, see letter anon. I have thought long and hard and finally decided to write this letter to you. The male father knows that he has wronged your female father, and he has wronged you, and he is not writing this letter because he wants to be forgiven by you and your female father. You father just hope, after reading this letter, you can stop feeling sad and aggravated for such a bad you father, and I also hope you replace you father, and tell Sagana to wish him happiness. I know Titty is more suitable for him than me. Father Xiong is ashamed that there is no way to steadfastly choose to believe in you under his worm compulsion, and Father Xiong knows that you have been unwilling to recognize my existence as Father Xiong. But that's okay, and I know that I really don't deserve to be your male father, and I'm proud and sincerely happy that you're now so good and loved by such a wonderful male bug. Father Xiong found out that you have bug eggs, and although I know you don't recognize me, I still want to prepare some gifts for them. Inside the envelope, there are 2 real estate cards that Father you would like you to have. It's kind of a gift from me as a grandfather to the 2 cubs. The gadgets in this combination box were your favorite toys when you were a kid, and I'm giving him back to you, and it's up to you what you do with him. The words of the male father are a little too much, but that's all, so I hope to see you soon, and goodbye. Navari William. This letter from Neville is only 1 page long and it doesn't mention a single thing about Sagana and Angus and their eviction. However, the envelope is full of apologies and concern for his future grandson, and it is both contradictory and ridiculous that he calls himself the father of the male, yet says he is not worthy of being the father of the male. Angus took out 2 real estate cards from the envelope. These 2 properties, both of which were one of the richest of Novelli's assets, even Sun Yachi didn't get such treatment. Angus, okay? She wrapped his arms around Angus and rubbed his head with some concern as a comfort. The shock of a belated apology from the jagged male's father was too much, and he felt that Angus would need to slow down for quite a while to get over it. Master Hung, I'd like to be alone for a while, can you go upstairs first? Angus looked at the things in his hand, slowed down for a while, before looking up at Shijin, his eyes slightly red, but his tone was very calm. He looked like this, let Shijin's whole heart seized up, but he respected his choice. Okay, Lime, if you need anything, you can call me, I'm always here, okay? She rubbed Angus's head, and after saying this, he leaned down and kissed his forehead again, and only after he nodded, did he turn and go up the stairs. He didn't go far, but watched him from the corner of the stairs. Angus read that one letter many more times after she had gone, before he went and sat down beside the iron chest, reaching out and pulling out the age-old but well-preserved little toys inside, and with each one he looked at he was plunged into a memory, and his eyes grew redder and redder, but he never cried. Shijin was watching from the side, wanting to go down, but afraid of Angus' anger, so he could only grip the handrail, holding his fingers white with mixed feelings. Angus took a model of a warship out of the iron chest, which was a bit slightly worn, but clean, and it was obvious that the owner who kept it loved it and polished it up. Angus stroked it, and before his eyes appeared the image of a small female riding on the shoulders of a male being carried along on a run, all surrounded by green grass and flowers of various colors, a beautiful landscape, and a warm father-son relationship. Father Xiong, Father Xiong, Father Xiong, a little bit faster, the big warship is going to be unable to fly, haha. The milky little female bug grabbed the male bug's hair, not caring whether the other side hurt or not, straight gaze focused on holding a small warship model, yelling to run faster to be able to fly up. The little face is all happy smile. And nah, hold on to you father is going to accelerate. Yo, it's taking off. The male bug didn't care about the little female bug's rudeness, instead he even smiled and tried to fulfill any request of the little one as much as possible. With an indulgent face, the little female bug was very happy to be able to play with his male father. That was the happiest day for him. Father Xiong, when Anan grows up, he must ride on a really big warship and also be a powerful officer. When that time comes, I'll take Father Xiong and Father Female up there together to play, okay? The little female bug lay on her back in the male bug's arms, holding the warship model with an innocent face and speaking childish words, and the male bug rubbed his short silver white hair and said dotingly, "Good, Father Xiong is waiting for the day when Anan realizes his wish. When that time comes, Father Xiong will hold a big banquet and tell everyone how great our family Anan really is. Yeah. And must be the best. Ha. Yes, Auron is the best." Later, the male bug had the little female bug sent back. He went away by himself. The little female bug did not know why the male father had to sneak to see him, only knew that after the male father saw him, his warship was taken away by his other brothers and broken. Angus looked at this one broken warship model and was silent for a while before he finally fell into tears. He didn't know how Novelli got this broken warship model. But he knew that Neville must have done something when he didn't know, but he hadn't said anything, and he didn't know anything. Angus saw many more of the little toys that he had once gotten and had been taken away from him by his brothers at home, which had once been his greatest treasures, only to be taken away from him and he never got them again. Angus finished looking at all the little toys and then sat on the couch in silence for a long time before he thought of a female, one who had once bandaged his wounds, his male father's third female servant, Astia. Angus felt that his male father, who was a man of few words but liked to do good deeds behind his back without being known, had a secret of his own, and one that might have something to do with driving him and his female father away from William's house. Angus immediately contacted Ostia and made an appointment with him to meet him at the cafe tomorrow, which the other man readily agreed to do, and she saw to everything until Angus stabilized a bit before coming downstairs. She looked at Angus and opened the door. "Angus, I'll stay with you." Angus paused slightly, then nodded and sniffled. "Lord Mail, thank you." She shook his head slightly and walked over to him and wrapped his arms around him, not saying anything soothing, just staying with him. Chapter 128. Is this the truth? She did not disturb him, just quietly accompanied him, and I do not know how long they waited. Soon, a gentle-looking female worm, exuding a bookish air, walked into the cafe. He wore a light-colored suit, like a nobleman. Angus sat upright when he saw this female who was searching for something, and she paused slightly, guessing in his mind that this female was Ostia, Angus' eldest, the female servant of Navarre who had once taken care of him. Angus sat up straight and waved when he saw Oscar looking over. Oscar saw him and paused slightly, then smiled and walked over. "Angus, long time no see." Ostia greeted Angus first before looking over at Shijin and nodding to him. "Good day to His Excellency Shijin." "Hello, service waiter, order this way." "Yes, Lord Stagbug." She nodded to him, not knowing what to call him for a moment, so he just said 2 words and greeted the service waiter directly, and Oscar didn't care. He just named the drink he wanted to drink when the service waiter came. "I'll have a black coffee, please." "Yes, sir, please wait." When the waiter left, Ostia withdrew her eyes and realized that Angus had been staring at her, and after a slight pause and a heartfelt sigh of relief that he was still a little kid and didn't care that she was on the scene, she then smiled and said, "Angus, what do you want to know from me?" "You ask, and I'll tell you all if it's clear." Angus listened to Ostia's words, silent for a moment. He opened his mouth. In his heart there are a lot of questions he wants to ask, but he does not know which question to start asking. For a long time and a daze, unable to speak. Seeing this, she reached out and took him into his arms, not saying any words, just wordlessly comforting and giving him energy. Oscar took this small action in his eyes and silently noted it in his mind and appreciated it. Angus seemed to take encouragement in She's gesture and took a deep breath before looking at Oscar and asking the question he wanted to know the most. "Mrs. Asha, father, I want to know, why did he send me those things all of a sudden? What does he mean? And what is he trying to say to me?" Ostia listened to Angus's questions without any sense of surprise. He had guessed that the other man would ask them as early as last night when Angus had contacted him. Angus told him that Neville had sent him packages in the mail, and inside the packages were various small toys that he had gotten but had been robbed of, as well as a letter, and 2 real estate cards in the letter. These were arguably the most valuable things in Neville's life, and by suddenly sending them all to Angus, he was signaling that he wanted Angus to know the truth. With all this in mind, Ostia wasn't going to hide something for Neville, and he thanked the waiter who had brought the coffee, before answering Angus with the question. Novelli and Sun Yachi have already divorced. After Novelli knew that Sun Yachi took the liberty of making you write a severance letter in his name, Ostia seemed to think of the scene, and the emotion on his face took on some of the shock he had gotten from remembering it, and he was silent for a moment before he continued. He said that even if he were to cut ties with the family, even if he were to take the blame for betraying the family, he wouldn't kick out Sagana and Angus unless he stepped over his dead body. Angus listened to these words for a few moments, stunned, and tried to speak, but was stopped by Ostia's raised hand, and all he could do was shut his mouth. Novelli is in the hands of the old man, and has even less right to refuse. He has been recuperating from his injuries, and the bugs he sent out to look after you all have been replaced by Sun Yachi, and that is why you have met with so many bad things. Then the old man finally let him into the healing pod, and the first thing he did when he got better was look for you guys, and just as soon as he made a move, he was warned by the old man. Chapter 129. Add or don't add, as you wish. Thinking of the time when Novelli was back and forth with his injuries, Ostia couldn't help but sigh, take a sip of her coffee, and continue. Though Novelli is a male insect of William's family, he is nothing more than a faint speck of dust in the William family where there are so many males, and he has no choice but to give up on picking you up and concentrating on developing himself. It took Navi a year to have a voice in William's house, and he instantly gave Sun Yaoki a little lesson that he couldn't forget, and that made him stop hurting you all. I asked him at the time why he didn't get you guys back, and he said that the Williams were just too heavy, and that it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for you guys to leave, or at least not to have any contact with you guys until he became head of the family. Thinking about the pain and calculations that Novelli had gone through over the years, Ostia felt heartbroken from the bottom of her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. Then you grew up and became a marshal. The old man suddenly thought you seemed a bit useful, so he tried to have you emotionally and morally kidnapped. Luckily you were smart and clever enough not to fall for it, and he was very proud of himself, but at the same time he knew that everything could not go back. Oscar looked at Angus' face and thought of Sagana. Angus' eyes and Sagana were so much alike. Navilai was sad for a while after he found out that Sagana and Tiddy were together. He knew there was nothing to go back to, so he stopped talking about wanting to pick up either of you and bring you back. He just went to check on Sagana once in a while to see if she was happy, that's all. You received all those little toys that Neville had snatched back after he knew you were being bullied and taught the bullybug a lesson, and he kept them in his secret cabinet and guarded them as if they were his treasures. He sent you all these things out of the blue, probably because he decided to tell the truth because he felt that you and Sagana were both happy and shouldn't be stuck in the pain of the past. Oscar sighed softly, picking up his coffee and taking another sip before he said seriously, "That's all I have to say. I've said what I need to say. Angus, any questions you want to ask, anything I haven't answered, feel free to mention it." Angus felt that the shock of the incident was so powerful that it would take him a long time to cushion himself before he could figure it out. It turned out that Novelli William, his once beloved androgynous father, had never let him down, from start to finish. Everything he knew about the malevolent male father and all the pain he experienced was from Sunyachi. This twist was just too big, making him a bit unable to accept it for a while. Father Ashtia female, I'm sorry, but the shock of what you've said may be a little too much for Angus, and it will probably take him a while, before he can digest the end of it, so please give him some time, can you? Seeing Angus stared at by Askia and not speaking, his eyes red, she paused, then wrapped his arms around him and, in his place, spoke to Askia. This thing, the impact is really big, it's fine, let him think slowly, I'll just wait. Okay, thanks Astia female father. Astia was in no hurry, nodding calmly and waiting patiently for Angus to come around. She thanked him gratefully, then gently rubbed Angus's head, patting and stroking his back soothingly. Asha female father, I male. Mr. Neville, is he doing well now? Angus hadn't called out to Father Navarre-Shion for many years, and he had just opened his mouth, and had only shouted one word before he suddenly couldn't call out, so he had to change his name and ask Astia. To be honest, he's not having a very good time, but he doesn't want you to know that, so just assume he's having a good time. Astia didn't intend to hide something. He knew very well in his heart that the female that Novelli was most ashamed of in his life was Sagana, and the female that he cared most about was also him, and the child that he was most ashamed of was Angus, and the child that he cared most about was also him. It's just that I'd like you to stop by the next time you visit Sagana, even if it's not to talk to him, to sit and have a cup of tea. Astia was still Novelli's female in the end, and even if his feelings weren't particularly deep, he would still be moved by the fact that, in the end, Novelli had done all those things for them. Astia and Neville were childhood friends, sort of grew up together, first as friends, then as mates, and he couldn't be more aware of what kind of character the other man was. Angus didn't answer, but Astia saw the movement in his expression, and he laughed softly, and said to Angus again. Angus, after Elder Bai's party that day, Sunyachi took it upon himself to make it known to all bugs that he and Novelli were divorced and moved out of your male father's house. I'm now your male father's female ruler in name only, so if you come afterward, you don't have to worry about anything, you can just come inside and your female father is always welcome. Oscar set the cup down in his hand and looked at Angus with a gentle and loving smile. Angus paused and then nodded. Anyway, I will, female father. Female father, if there is time, I will bring Angus to visit you. Today is really troublesome for you to make this trip. Why don't you play for a few days over here before going back? All the expenses will be paid by me. She was on the ball enough to say something so appropriate and not uncomfortable for Bug at this point in time, and Oscar couldn't help but nod as he listened. Since His Excellency she has said so, then I won't be polite to you, Angus, this period of time. If you are free, then come to Star Moon Villa to play with the female father. The female father would like to know about it. My little grandson's matter. As Astia said this, Angus's mood eased and he chatted with Astia about the specifics of the 2 male bug eggs. She listened attentively next to him, and if Oscar said anything he wasn't aware of the caveats, he would ask a lot of questions, which was a bit unexpected for Oscar. Angus and she had a long chat with Astia before they parted ways, and before they did, Angus looked at Astia and said, somewhat awkwardly, female father, do you have Mr. Neville's design account? Astia raised a slight eyebrow and didn't correct him on the name calling, just nodded and pushed Neville's social account to him. I'll send it to your account, add it or don't add it, it's up to you, the female father won't interfere. Thanks. After Angus said this, he separated from Astia. She put his arm around him, looked at Astia's back, and was silent for a long time before he said, Angus, I'm here for you no matter. The messages sent by Meng Chao were basically stone sunk without a single response, and he was experiencing a sense of loss every day, but then regained his composure every day and continued to send messages to Osher. From so many experiences, he deeply appreciated the sense of loss and sadness of not getting a response when Osher was with himself before, and also deeply realized that there was something wrong with the way he fell in love, and the deep guilt and remorse often accompanied him, making it difficult for him to sleep at night. After Meng Chao sent the message, he collected his light brain and walked towards the flying machine parking lot. she was holding an exquisitely wrapped flower in one hand and an exquisitely wrapped cupcake in the other. It was obvious that these were for Angus, and he had a smile on his face, the kind of happy smile that came with being about to take Angus home. Meng Chao walked over and she saw him and smiled politely at him. Dr. Meng is off work, huh? Yes, sir. Are you on your way to fetch Marshal Angus? Yeah, Angus said he was kind of craving this cupcake, so I made him one, so I'll go ahead and take care of yourself on the way. Zai nodded to Meng Chao and carried his things with the intention of leaving, but Meng Chao suddenly remembered at this time that Emosher seemed to have a particular fondness for sweets, so he ghostly called out to Zai, Sir Zai, please wait a moment first. She stopped his advancing steps and turned his head to look at Meng Chao in a very puzzled manner, inquiring of him, may I ask what Dr. Meng has to do? Your Excellency, my partner he also has a sweet tooth, but I don't know how to make these pastries and whatnot. Can I come to you to learn when I have time? Meng Chao thought about it and decided that he should follow Shi to learn how to make small pastries, or to improve his cooking skills and so on, so that when Emosher comes back, it would be good to make sure that he doesn't end up with nothing, and end up making a mess. Of course, Dr. Meng can meet me in the back kitchen whenever he's free. Recently, the back kitchen has also been idle, and there's basically nothing to do. You're just right for me to use to pass the time, it's kinda nice. She didn't have any intention of refusing. Now at this time, the ingredients that should be prepared in their kitchen and some of the responsible seasonings and such things, have been prepared pretty much. Every time he went to the kitchen, he basically sat on the side and watched the military female as they got busy, and after they got familiar with him, they weren't restrained at all, and a lot of things weren't allowed to be done, and he couldn't intervene much, and was idle and panicked. Meng Chao's words were equivalent to sending charcoal in the snow, wasn't it? He really couldn't wait for it. It was just enough to pass the time, and in a while, the two clans' pilgrimage would begin, and in the meantime, the kitchen didn't need too many people. Alright then, when I'm done with this time, I'll come to you, then I'll be in trouble, Honorable Shi. You're welcome, I'll leave you to it then. After Meng Chao finished talking to Shi Shi said goodbye to him and hurriedly left. Meng Chao looked at his back and was silent for a long time, long enough for the other person's figure to disappear before he returned to his senses, turned around and got on the flying machine and left the place. Meng Chao returned to the home that didn't have any females besides him, cooked himself a simple meal, ate casually, and went upstairs to wash up, then went to the study. Meng Chao felt that he might not be able to sleep, so he didn't force himself and stayed in the study, dealing with his work or reading a book. All in all, it might make him a little more at home this way than going back to an empty room, feeling lonely and unable to sleep. After reading for a while, Meng Chao inadvertently turned a page and caught a glimpse of a note with a very familiar font that read, "If only I could go on a movie date with Meng Chao, hold hands, and go shopping, as well as hugging and kissing in a romantic sea of flowers, that would be very happy." This sentence was carefully written, and after it was finished, it was crossed out with a pen, and any below the original sentence that had been crossed out, another sentence was written. Let's forget about it. We are not equal no matter our status and position, or the difference in the strength of our feelings. I love him too much, but he doesn't love me. Meng Chao looked at these two words with obviously very different states of mind, and only felt his heart twitching and aching. He didn't know what kind of state of mind Emosher was in to cross out the words and write such sad and sadly disappointing words. He just knew deeply once again, and realized, that he had really broken the heart of the female that had once filled his eyes, and that was why he had chosen to leave him without hesitation, coldly, half-heartedly, and ruthlessly. Meng Chao took this piece of paper out and placed it in his light brain storage space, keeping it close to his body, always reminding himself, in a self-mutilating manner, of what he had actually done before. Meng Chao tonight, as always, insomnia, he even lying in bed how can not fall asleep, quietly placed in the chest of the heart, at the moment from time to time to pump a pain. He wondered if he was having a heart attack, but after some tests, his heart was perfectly normal, so there was only one thing that could happen. He was aching in his heart was the kind of mental type of pain that came from a buildup of emotions. He wanted to cry like any other lovelorn female bug, but sadly how he couldn't. Meng Chao lay on the bed and opened his light brain to send a lot of messages to Emosher, which also had a screenshot of the note, which was clear and piercing. Meng Chao, pictures, note pictures. Meng Chao Emosher, I'm sorry, I didn't know I had problems with the way I fell in love before. I'm really sorry, I deeply feel your feelings now. To be honest, it's really hard, I have insomnia again today. Meng Chao, can I come to see you? I miss you so much. I know you won't forgive me, but please let me know how you are doing over there. Are you used to living there? Is it okay? Meng Chao, Emosher, I'm so hard to bear, you take care of me, okay? Meng Chao, Emosher. Meng Chao finally posted these two words, and never posted any more information. As he lay on his bed, suddenly feeling pain all over his body, he turned off his optical brain and hugged the quilt, gasping softly and letting the beads of sweat slide down. Meng Chao's emotions were up and down, coupled with the fact that he had been unable to sleep during this period of time, and had been completely insomniac for many days, and even if he was physically strong, he couldn't carry him through such a build. Finally, Meng Chao managed to fall ill after today. He had a very severe high fever. The family machine bug noticed the main bug's physical abnormality and came to the bedroom to resuscitate him. He was sedated in fever-reducing injections. He was asleep at the moment, but he was not sleeping peacefully. Drop. Abnormal fluctuations in the master insect's mental power have been detected. The detection report is about to be released to the companion master insect's light brain, initiating the forced screen popping program. The machine bug was just a machine no matter what. All it could do was what was in the program. Other than that, he couldn't do anything, so he could only ask for help, and whether the female who got the message would come over or not was a different story. Meng Chao was frowning tightly even as he fell into a comatose state, sleeping very uneasily. His entire mental power fluctuation was highly tense. He didn't know if he was having some kind of nightmare, but he couldn't wake up, and the situation was a little slightly worse. Chapter 131 Moshi, I'm sick. Moshe returned to his dormitory after finishing his work. The dormitory he lived in was the kind of dormitory where 8 females were together. He had just arrived at the dormitory when he saw his roommates eating hot pot. He was so hungry that he rushed straight over to them and sat down. Moshe, why are you kids so slow? Come a little later, you won't even be able to drink the soup base, haha. That's right, next time you have to come back quickly, don't dawdle, or you'll be hungry. Egu, you guys don't talk about him, just the two of you haven't been back for a long time. Don't be poor, Moshe, you eat your food, don't pay attention to them. Morthy's housemates were all a few years older than him and took care of him like a younger brother, even if he was the last one to go back to the dormitory. When they had anything to eat or drink, they would leave him a portion, and their presence soothed his broken heart and gave him the strength to start living again. Brothers, thank you so much, I'll drink to you for taking care of me all this time. Moxie smiled and picked up his glass, clinking glasses with his roommates in the dormitory. After saying this, his entire female bug looking much livelier than when he first arrived. The housemates were happy to see him like this, and after clinking their backs with him they went from person to put food in his bowl. They treated this housemate, who was younger than them, as if he were a younger brother, and it was natural to treat him differently than they would a side bug. Moshe's side of the wine passed 3 rounds, joyful and happy, and when he was about to disperse, his light brain suddenly popped up the screen. An emergency distress pop-up screen, unique to the relative, appeared on the pop-up screen, along with a quote and a picture of the test results. The master bug's body fever exceeded the high-risk level and turned to low fever after using antipyretic injections, but his mood swings are abnormal, and he may have mental power disorders and mental power riots, so I hope that the master bug's partner will return to the master bug to channel his mental power, and there are still 54 hours left before the time of the master bug's riots. As Moshe watched Meng Chao's name appear on the pop-up screen, the entire female stood up in shock, and the stool behind him was forced to fall to the ground with a loud thud. The other females looked over and were startled at the look on Morthy's face as well as the pop-up screen, and before they could say anything, Morthy turned and ran out. Warden, you don't have to leave the door open for me at night, I won't be back at night. After dropping such a sentence, Moshe ran even faster, and it was only when his housemaster and housemates reacted and tried to go after him, but they could no longer see his back and could only come back. Morthy looks like this, is something wrong with his mate? Looks like it, mental riots are no fun, let him go, after all, a life is at stake. Let's get this place cleaned up and organized together then, gotta get to bed, got a busy day tomorrow. Moshe parked the flying machine casually in the courtyard of Meng Chao's villa, not bothering to move it to the parking lot, and went directly to the gate. He stood at the gate and was wondering if Meng Chao would have deleted his iris recognition already when the gate opened with a drip the moment he raised his eyes. Morthy was stunned for a moment, then without further thought, he went straight into the house, the door closing automatically while he went up the stairs. He had just arrived upstairs when he sensed many threads of psychic energy floating around everywhere. They were tangled in the air and emitted an aura of near death. Moshe's heart was instantly in his throat, and he quickly walked to Meng Chao's bedroom, which was even worse than outside. These spiritual power threads were running around, touching themselves and then entangling themselves into a ball, gradually expanding, with the intention of becoming so big that they would explode. Meng Chao. Moshe released the spiritual power threads, wrapping those spiritual power threads that were cluttered into a mess, and then gently and carefully soothing and unblocking them. His mental filaments organized them into strips of well-defined threads, and they liked it by and large, wrapping themselves back up as Morthy's mental filaments were about to leave. Moshe reached out and stroked Meng Chao's forehead. It was indeed still low. He was frowning, not in a very good state. Moshe frowned tightly, then sighed, kicked off his shoes and got into bed, laying down on top of him, closing his eyes and resting his forehead against his. The spiritual power threads entered from Meng Chao's forehead and swam around inwardly, searching for the core of the spiritual power, and after finding it, they gently wrapped it around, starting from the core and spreading out to the limbs and bones, channeling the disorganized. Meng Chao sniffed lightly at Emosher's scent in his arms, imprinting his scent deeply in his own mind, as if this was the only way to be sure that he was holding him and had never lost him. Since Mosher decided to leave Meng Chao and implemented her decision, she also had some trouble eating and sleeping, often paralyzing herself with work, and was exhausted every day. Several times he ate in a hurry and then fell back to sleep. Beside the bugs looked like he was in a better physical state than Meng Chao, at least his body would not get sick, but the hurt in his heart was unavoidable. Emosher really likes Meng Chao, and Meng Chao is also his first love. The hurt brought by him, it will take a long time to slow down God, and may even be unable to get over it. The evening sun set gradually in the darkness of the night and slowly dispersed. The canopy from color was. Emosher paused slightly, then twisted his head to look at Meng Chao, and found that his eyes were tightly closed and his brows were furrowed, and he hadn't woken up at all, only subconsciously hugging him and asking him not to leave, looking like he was burnt out. Meng Chao, I'm going to get you a fever-reducing patch, no go. For a moment, Emosher didn't know in what mood to face Meng Chao, so he reached out and patted and caressed his back, coaxing a small child to talk to him. Meng Chao listened in a daze, only grasping the two words do not go. The force on his hands relaxed a little, but did not intend to let go of him, even though he was too hot to bear. Emosher felt that he was the one who was sick. Meng Chao was burned like this, what he said, what he did, which was not confused. Why did he believe him? Emosher thought, no longer caring about Meng Chao, trying to break his hand. He felt like he'd burn into a little cutie if he didn't put a fever reducer on him, wipe his body, and change his clothes. But I didn't expect that Emosher had only just moved, and Meng Chao held him tightly again, this time so tightly that it almost suffocated him, and Meng Chao's fragile and overwhelmed helpless cries came from his ears. Emosher, don't leave me. Meng Chao's voice was full of sobs when he said this, and Emosher also felt a slight coolness at his neck at this time. It was Meng Chao's tears, and the touch was very real. Don't you go, I'm not touching you. Meng Chao was confused and understood Emosher's words. He opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Emosher's appearance, carefully and sincerely letting go of him. He shrank his hands, looked at him with a pair of red eyes full of tears, and looked like, as long as you don't leave, I will do anything you want. He looked at him with a pair of red eyes full of tears. Emosher had never seen Meng Chao like this, or rather, he had never seen any vulnerable moments of Meng Chao in his impression. Meng Chao is always powerful and noble. He doesn't like to smile, he loves to frown. No matter who he looks at, his eyes are full of indifference. Only occasionally when he encounters something interesting, he will hook up the corners of his lips and smile for a while, and after that, he returns to his original state. When Emosher and Meng Chao were together, they would always give him flowers, and he seemed to like it very much, showing his happiness to him after every time he got them. Although it was very short, but he was also very satisfied. Of course, this is only in private, so many times, the sight of the bug will ask Meng Chao, is not still single. He did not know how Meng Chao answered. He only know, he is a little too greedy. Emosher didn't know Meng Chao's thoughts, and didn't dare to ask him. Their status and position, and family conditions, all made him not have the right to talk about the conditions, not to mention, he was still very unsure, Meng Chao's liking for him, just how much. This first love that ended without any problems, Emosher talked about it very tired. He thought, it is true that the relationship of the wrong door and the wrong family, in the end, will end in failure. But he is still not willing. Obviously he has paid so much, in the end, but nothing. He is very obsessive to the end of all over the body, lose themselves. When Emosher looked back, he realized that the self that defiantly loved Meng Chao was both pathetic and ridiculous, so he learned to let go. But in the end, he had loved, and could not come back to his senses for a moment, and when Meng Chao's life was in danger, he still rushed here in a hurry. Emosher looked at Meng Chao's fragile and unbearable appearance at the moment, his heart densely pained. This disobedient heart of his, actually still vaguely pained because of the female worm in front of him. This pain was very complicated, and could not be said for a while. Emosher took a deep breath and sat up from the bed. He had just lifted the sweat-dampened quilt and was about to get out of the bed when Meng Chao eagerly grabbed the corner of his shirt. He didn't touch him as he said, but he still grabbed the corner of his shirt. Morthy, where are you going? Meng Chao's voice was dry and hoarse from sweating too much and speaking at this moment, adding some more pity to him, and Emosher turned back to look at the corner of his coat that he was tugging at and didn't say anything. Meng Chao saw Emosher looking at his hand, tears falling as he said. He didn't dare to make Emosher angry, pursed his lips and withdrew his hand, blinked his tears away and looked straight at him, intending to follow him wherever he went. When Emosher saw Meng Chao let go, he got out of the bed. He intended to put on his own shoes, when he suddenly realized that by the bedside table, there was a pair of slippers he had worn earlier. Meng Chao actually didn't take it and throw it away. Emosher froze, and finally said nothing, put on those slippers, and headed for the bedroom door. Emosher, I'm wrong, I'm all wrong. I'm sorry, don't leave me, tell me where I've done wrong, I'll change it all, don't you go, okay? Meng Chao knew that Emosher might be angry, but he couldn't care less. If he let Emosher go this time, he would die. He couldn't stand the day without Emosher's presence anymore, not even for a second. Emosher listened to Meng Chao's words. His entire female insect was stunned. He slowed down for a long time before he realized what the other party meant. A little stunned. Meng Chao, what do you mean by these words? To retain me? In what capacity? Emosher, I was retaining you as a partner. I wanted to explain before, but you didn't even give me a chance. You filled out the transfer form yourself in a muffled voice and left without saying goodbye. I wanted to go to you, but there was too much going on. Emosher, I love you so much. I'm sorry I didn't let you feel the... Meng Chao said to the end, has sobbed uncontrollably, that aggrieved strength live as if Emosher bullied him. Emosher listening to what he said, tears also fell. He took a deep breath, will be in the heart of the aggrieved suppressed. Chapter 133, have you become a spoiled brat after the fever? Meng Chao, we'll talk about these things afterward. You have a fever and need to reduce it. Now go back to the bed to go. I'm going to get you a fever-reducing patch. No go. Emosher's tone was calm and organized after he finished his sentence, then he reached out and patted the hand on his waist. Meng Chao couldn't let go of him as he listened to his words, obviously dizzy and uncomfortable, but he still had to confirm over and over again, you're really not leaving? It's really not going. Emosher answered him with great certainty. Meng Chao ran out of questions and made no movements. It was as if he had never hugged Emosher before. He just held him quietly and didn't let go. Emosher felt his body temperature getting higher, frowned, and was about to open his mouth to speak when Meng Chao finally let go of him. A little reluctant, you hurry back. I know. Emosher paused, and after leaving those words, opened the bedroom door and walked out. Meng Chao didn't turn back to the bed until the door was closed, turned on the large lamp and leaned against the bed, staring at the door. Emosher brought in a fever-reducing patch and a tube of functional water, and Meng Chao heard the door move before blinking his dry eyes and looking blearily at Emosher, who had come in. Emosher was slightly stunned by Meng Chao's looking eyes, but then quickly came back to his senses and took something over. He first handed him functional water. Drink the water first, then I'll put on the fever-reducing patch for you. Good. Meng Chao took the functional water, gulped it all down, and Emosher saw him finish it before taking the cup and putting it on the bedside table next to him. He then ripped open the fever-reducing patch and put it on Meng Chao's forehead, and sighed inwardly when he realized that his clothes were soaked. Why don't you change into some clean clothes? It's not comfortable to keep wearing these, and I'll get hot water to wipe your face and hands. As Emosher said that, he naturally went to go through Meng Chao's clothes for him, and he just opened the closet and saw his clothes besides Meng Chao's, which were the same as the ones he had taken away earlier, so to speak. I was going to pick you up and bring you back after this period of time when I was busy, thinking that you usually like to wear those clothes the most, so I bought the exact same ones for you and put them away, and with you gone, the closet is empty, and so is my heart. Meng Chao and Emosher dazed, timely snapped his fingers to explain. This voice the more said to the back, the smaller, but also more pitiful. Emosher heard the heart pumping, that is a pain. Emosher pursed her lips and found Meng Chao's pajamas, and didn't return his words, turning around and handing them to him before going to the washroom to get hot water. Meng Chao changed his clothes and pants laboriously by himself on the bed, and after changing into clean clothes and pants, he also felt much more comfortable, and then he stared at Emosher. Get up in your slippers for a bit, the sheets and covers are wet, change to a clean set and sleep more comfortably. Emosher end of the basin out, suddenly thought of the bed sheet covers or Meng Chao body sweat, do not change, sleep up more or less a little bit buried, so directly let him get up, his own face to wipe hands, he is changing up the cover sheet too. Meng Chao didn't dare to have any complaints, sat himself on the small bench given by Emosher, dipped the towel, wrung it out, wiped his face, wiped his neck, wiped his hands and arms, and then, feeling a little bit comfortable from wiping the water, rubbed his own belly, chest, and hindquarters. He topped a handsome face, frowning and storing tears, looking like a child who had committed a crime and been taught a lesson by his parents, and then aggrieved himself to wash the fragrance. Emosher threw the dirty cover sheets and clothes to the machine bugs, which took them to be cleaned and sterilized, and as soon as Emosher came back, he saw Meng Chao struggling to wipe his back with a wet towel, which was really stubborn and pitiful. Emosher sighed, sighing that he must have owed him money in his past life, then walked over and took over the tough job for Meng Chao, who blinked a few times and didn't dare to speak, so he shut up and let the other man scrub and wipe. The fever broke pretty fast. After Emosher finished rubbing Meng Chao's back, he threw the towel into the basin and reached up to stroke the back of his neck, which was much cooler than before, and he was quite relieved. Well, get into bed and go to sleep, you might as well take a day off tomorrow with your superiors. As soon as Emosher's words fell, he intended to pour out that basin of water and wash the towel, but before he could move, he was grabbed by Meng Chao's hand, and as soon as he lowered his head, he met the other party's pitiful eyes. Morthy, are you leaving? When Meng Chao asked these words in a trembling voice, the strength of his hand holding Emosure increased a few more points, his eyes full of caution and supplication, causing Emosure to freeze for a long time, his nose souring. No, it's still dark, where am I going to walk? Go outside and sleep on the street? You let go of me and I'll get some water. Meng Chao listened to Emosure's words and glanced at the sky outside. It was indeed dark at this moment. He finally gave up and let go of Emosure's hand, and coincidentally, at this time, Meng Chao's stomach let out a gurgling sound. Morthy, I'm a little hungry, can you make me something to eat? He unconsciously covered his stomach, blinked his eyes and looked at Emosure, somewhat cautiously hooked Emosure's little finger, shaking, his appearance to be how aggrieved, he had not eaten properly before going to bed, this time a little hungry. Emosure had never seen Meng Chao being pampered, and today he had seen it, his heart aching and thumping at the same time. He felt that he was really sick. I'll cook you a bowl of noodles, okay? Emosure compromised. Meng Chao hurriedly nodded his head, fearing that he would back out, and at the same time, he suddenly understood what Emosure liked about himself, and deeply remembered it in his heart. Chapter 134. This is actually all a misunderstanding. Meng Chao once again ate the noodles cooked by Emosure, only to feel hot tears, if not because the noodles would be lumpy. He really wanted to eat them slowly one by one, slowing down the speed of finishing them. He was afraid that there would be no more after this. Morthy sat beside him and searched the forums. He was in a complicated mood, his heart was torn, he couldn't decide what to do for a while, so he was going to ask the bugs on the forums. The ex was sick with fever and almost had a psychic riot, then his emergency contact bug, it was actually me, after I came. The ex acted very clingy to me and kept apologizing and saying he was sorry and begging to get back together. What do you all think about this? When Emosure searched for this question, he had set the screen content to be visible only to himself, so Meng Chao had no idea what he was doing, and what's more, he wasn't even paying attention right now as his mind was on how to slowly finish a bowl of noodles. As soon as Morthy posted this question, a simmering bug replied to him, a bug called Baby More Care. Baby More Care, reply to the owner, this question before answering, I have to know how you broke up with him? And look at you, this question, before it is cohabitation means right? Otherwise it is impossible to have an emergency contact bug relationship. The Baby More Care, reply to the owner, I remember this emergency contact bug relationship, need both sides to determine will be married to each other, will be established, right? The owner of this because of what with your ex broke up Emosure saw the two replies, and the entire female bug froze in place. Right, the emergency contact bug relationship was something that could only be successfully established by a partner who was sure they wanted to get married. I'm sorry for not letting you feel my love. What Meng Chao had said earlier broke into his mind in a very fitting way, and he was stunned for a moment, turning his head to look at Meng Chao, who was still studying how to eat so that the noodles didn't slow down a bit, and he suddenly had the courage to want to ask him why. Meng Chao, there were a lot of female insects chasing you before, obviously so excellent, you. Emosure's words caused Meng Chao to raise his head. He had a noodle in his mouth and waited for Emosure's next words. Emosure didn't care about the noodle in his mouth and continued. Why did you choose to fall in love with me? And why, after choosing me, did you treat me so nonchalantly and callously? Meng Qiu froze for a moment as he listened to Meng Qiu's words, suddenly reacting to the fact that the other party was trying to give him a chance, and instantly ate the noodles in his mouth, explaining to him seriously and eagerly. Because you're the cutest looking of all the females I've ever seen, and we met a long time ago, and you gave me a red rose and said to look at it and be happy, but you don't seem to remember. I haven't been hot and cold to you, I'm sorry, that's my problem. The bugs that have followed me around since I was a kid don't need me to say much, they understand what it means, I'm used to it. I've got gifts for you too, but you don't seem to like any of them, and I'm a dumbass, and sometimes the way I talk can be a little easy for bug to misunderstand. The day you brought me food, it was cold and I was in surgery, so I tried to get you to go back, but the surgery was over and I found out you'd been in the freezing cold for so long. I'm heartbroken, I wanted to take you to the office to warm up, but I had a brain fart and that's why I said the kind of things that hurt you, I'm sorry. Meng Chao was given the opportunity to explain, and with a brain, he told Emosure all about what he had been reflecting on during this period of time and his own state of mind at that time, and Emosure only felt unbelievable as she listened to what he said, and how she felt at that time. You're lying, bug. If that's really what you think, then why do we sleep separately even when we live together? You only let me lie in your room for a night every time when you're happy, and when you're not, you let me roll back to my own room to sleep. Emosure's eyes are red, do not know where to get the courage, directly at Meng Chao on the roar. He roared after he felt a little too loud, but think of the aggression at the time, and then straighten up. No. It's obvious that you were so resistant to my touch that I applied for this 2-room residence, huh? Every time I tried to attempt to get close to you, you shook like a sieve, and I was so afraid that you'd be scared out of your wits that I wouldn't dare make the next move. As Meng Chao listened to Emosher's questioning, he really was more wrong than sinus. He looked at Emosher, his eyes were wide and his tone was aggrieved. Meng Chao still remembers to this day that after he and Emosher got together, he especially wanted to kiss him, literally all the time, but the first time he tried it, he was shocked by Emosher. At that time, he just held Emosher in his arms, not yet what it, the other side began to shake, is the kind of whole body trembling shake, Emosher so shaking, instantly his charming mind to scare away, and then that time to hold a little. After that, he tried many times, holding hands Moshi shaking, close to him, he also wanted to shake, and then Meng Chao had no choice but to decide to do a desensitization treatment. That is to sleep with him every other night. The first night, Emosher shivered and fell asleep. Meng Chao finally embraced him, and then contentedly barfed several kisses to his mouth, kissing contentedly before going to sleep. More things, Meng Chao would not dare to do, because Emosher shaking up, really a bit scared bugger, what mind just up, have to be scared out. Emosher blushed a bright red as she listened to Meng Chao's words and opened her mouth, momentarily lacking the courage to defend herself. In fact, he himself knew about this problem of his. When he was nervous, his whole body would shake. He was misunderstood several times when he was a child because of this problem. A classmate lost something and blamed it on him, which he clearly hadn't done, but because of his problem of trembling when he was nervous, he was forced to pay a fine and return the item. The murderer was later found, and the classmate didn't apologize to him, even mocking him for being a psychopath. He was at a loss for words. After going for several tests, the body is fine. This is purely a psychological problem created by the environment in which he grew up, which cannot be cured and does not need to be cured at all. When Emosher wasn't nervous, then it was the same as a normal bug. He liked Meng Chao so much at that time, just the mere thought of being in close contact with the other person could make him nervous to the point of shivering, let alone practicing it in reality. He had imagined the state he was shaking in. This was really enough of a spoiler. It was really hard for Meng Chao not to propose a breakup, and he was still planning to give him desensitization treatment. Therefore, Emosher and Meng Chao, two females, in fact, are not much fault. The fault is in the wrong and the poor communication. If it is not today Meng Chao is sick, Emosher on the forum, the two estimated that they need to consume a period of time in order to contact the misunderstanding. Moxie, move back in. I can't eat or sleep well this time you're not here. It's really driving me crazy. Meng Chao reached out to hold Emosher's hand, gripping it tightly, and his gaze was sincere as he looked into his eyes, his voice purposely lowered as he spoke, sounding aggrieved. Knowing the truth of Emosher, this period of time in the heart of the sadness and aggrieved energy instantly came up. He drew back his hand, turned his back and did not look at him. Do not move, you aggrieved of whom to see na? I am the most aggrieved, right? When Meng Chao heard Emosher's sobbing, he instantly dropped the noodles that were still left in a drop and sat down next to him, pulling him around and heartily wiping his tears. I'm sorry, I'll definitely learn how to speak properly from now on. I'll never make you angry again. If I make you angry again, you can punish me any way you want. Emosher listened to Meng Chao's words, sniffled, then pounced on his arms wailing. Meng Chao was at a loss for words, incoherent coaxing. After a while, Emosher only with a crying voice, ferocious bastard, the next one will not be repeated. The haze in Meng Chao's heart instantly dissipated to nothing, hugging him tightly and nodding fiercely later. Emosher, I will definitely not do it again. Chapter 135, Desensitization Treatment Really Works. Meng Chao's words had just fallen, then he felt Emosher in his arms trembling again. He froze for a moment, pulling away some distance and looking down at him, awfully aggravated. Murthy, what are you going to make me do when you're like this? I've been a vegetarian for almost a year now. This can't be blamed on me. I get like this when I'm nervous. It's a heart condition that can't be cured, and you're sick now. Get well, you. Think of something. Emosher felt quite embarrassed, that face instantly reddened to the core, and then he suddenly realized what was going on, and immediately glared fiercely at Meng Chao, his words threatening. Oh, well, I can't do much until you're cured of your heart condition anyway, so how about we move on to desensitization, so you move back in, how's that sound? Meng Chao let go of Emosher and found that he immediately stopped shaking, his heart was viciously stabbed. Emosher listened to his proposal and questioned him skeptically. This desensitization treatment you have, does it work? All those doctors say there's no cure, it doesn't affect your life or anything. Moxie, that's because those guys are medically incompetent. This has to be a psychiatrist. I have a certificate of attendance, trust me, and look for yourself, has it affected your life? Meng Chao said, and went to hold Mosher's hand again. Mosher started shaking and shaking again. Mosher looked at his body that was shaking into a sieve, and wanted to cry. Indeed I did, but did it work? I should have. Anyway, I get a kick out of kissing you every time you fall asleep next to me. What the? What are you kissing that's cool? No, you would actually say such words of a tiger and wolf? Meng Chao, Give me back the cool and noble Dr. Meng from before. No. That Dr. Meng could easily lose you, and starting today, I'm going to expose my nature in front of you. Meng Chao said, then held Emosher down on the sofa, and did not care if he shook or not, lowered his head to his lips as a barbite, claws are even more unscrupulous, straight to make Emosher itchy haha laugh and dodge, and do not shake, and then he took advantage of the opportunity to kiss deeply. Emosher was kissed by Meng Chao to the point that her head was dizzy and her body was soft, and she couldn't care less about being nervous and her body wasn't shaking anymore. He now looked at Meng Chao's face and had only one thought, Meng Chao, he didn't mean anything but a pure and innocent smelly hooligan. Meng Chao, you asshole. Shut up. You're damned if you're still sick, trying to pass the virus to me? Emosher was kissed by Meng Chao's whole body is soft, kissed to the end he was annoyed, this guy still do not stop, he was angry, a claw pushed him away, and began to frantically output, but Meng Chao's left ear is not even in, not to mention the right ear out. Morthy, one more kiss, just one. It was rare that Emosher didn't shake when he kissed just now. Meng Chao mustn't seek more benefits for himself. What if after this time, his Emosher shakes and shakes again? Emosher looked at Meng Chao's pitiful appearance, thought of the touch just now, and gulped, although it was a bit annoying that this guy kissed too long. But he nodded his head in agreement, and he'd noticed that if he threw himself into kissing, he didn't tremble, so maybe that desensitization treatment, whatever it was, really did work. Meng Chao contentedly hugged Emosher and kissed him for a while longer before reluctantly letting go of him, and then continued to go eat the rest of the noodles, although there was a bit of a lump, but it couldn't go to waste. Emosher also won't let Meng Chao waste it, but will share it with him and eat it. After all, it's a bit cold. Meng Chao, how to say, is a sick person, it's better to eat less cold things. After Meng Chao and Mosher made up, he got better quickly, and Mosher moved back from the dormitory, but he didn't transfer, he just needed to get up a little earlier every day to take the flying machine to work. After Meng Chao found out, he consciously took up the duty of sending him to work, and kissed him everywhere there was him, saying it was desensitization therapy. Having to cuddle and kiss in bed, the reason was still the desensitization treatment, which Emosher found to be quite effective. At least he doesn't shake now when Meng Chao suddenly comes close to hugging himself, and he doesn't shake when he kisses him all the time. It was that every time he wanted to go further, Emosher would shake so badly again that Meng Chao had no choice but to take it one step at a time. Anyway, it's been waiting for so long, it's not too bad, not to mention that it's much better than before, and you can still kiss it. Meng Chao is still very happy. Geez, are these two kissing in the corner again? She came over to bring Angus lunch. He went upstairs, he saw Kanchenko, Shintrace, and Xiaowei, as well as some military females surrounded by a corner of the face of the excited staring at something. Go over to see, good guy, Meng Chiu and Emosher resting in the corner of the shadow of the kisses forgetting about it. Egu, Lord Shi, don't you walk quietly? Suddenly making a sound scared us enough. Kanchin Kasashi patted his chest and took a breath of relief. The other females were also startled, and now they are all taking a breath of relief. They slowed down for a while, and then gossiped on the wall to see the opposite side of the Emoshi and Meng Chao kissing. These single female insects like to get high on CP, see the insects kissing also even if, why you two this legitimate also so love to see now, this gossip mind yo. Shi Yen glanced at Shinsine's, then looked at Kanchenko, flirting with him in amusement, then saw both his and Shinsine's faces redden. He then smiled and turned around and went up the stairs to find Angus. He wouldn't be watching these youngsters fall in love, would he? It was his Angus who was better looking. Over here Kanchenko and Shinsine slipped away at some point, and by the time the military females came back to their senses, all they could see was Chavez. Chavez gave them a look, then turned and walked away, and the military females, without a backbone, didn't dare to get high and slipped away, sweet, sweet love, as they had seen it anyway. Over here, Mosher and Meng Chao finished their kiss, and they both hugged and combed their breathing, before they smiled at each other, and together, hand in hand, they went to Angus's office and reported back to work. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, there was nothing but sweetness and honey between Meng Chao and Mosher. Chapter 136, Some Little Routines. Morthy, is your partner still going to pick you up with flowers today? Almost to the end of the work time, with Mosher together with the work of the former roommate rotating chair turn around, a face of flirting plus gossip inquired Mosher, his face gossip and flirtatious smile, straight to look at Mosher blush. Still to come, you'd better hurry up and work you, less prying into these have-nots, by Major General Shintrace saw it, must punish you to run the playground. Ega, I know, why are you nagging like a little old man? How is it nagging when I'm telling the truth? Ha ha, well, I'm not going to bully you, I'm working hard. Morthy coughed and snapped back to his senses, then was very serious as he solemnly instructed this ex-roommate, who laughed at this and turned away, but instead of working, he sent a message to his roommate group. Mosher had just sorted out the last file when he received a message reminder. He thought it was Meng Chao coming to pick him up, so he opened his light brain and looked at it, but he didn't see Meng Chao's message. Instead, he saw his ex-roommates group chatting away, and he clicked in out of curiosity, and then his whole face instantly went wooden. Handsome aura of a female bug 8. Su Laozhan, ha ha ha, I told you fools would lose, and still don't believe me. Mo sure his partner even came to pick him up today. You guys lost, give money. Zhao Qi, how do you know? And how are you sure? Mo sure his partner is a military doctor female, alas, usually so busy, it is impossible to pick up every day. Zhao Qi, before, even if, today their department is a lot of injured military female, our Marshal set up a drill plan, not bump, absolutely impossible. Shishala, that's right, I passed by the military medical female insect department today, that inside the injured female insect, more than my whole insect is numb. Mo sure his partner is the second in command of the military medical female insect inside, how can he spare the time? Shishala, the fact is that the plan cannot catch up with the change. Su Laozhan, you kid, or wait to give our dormitory a worm 500 red packets at you. Zhang Hua just cried over the military medical female insect department. TSK, it's busy as hell inside. Yo, I guess today Mo sure is going to pilot his own flying machine back. Ha, I'm already looking forward to my $500 red packet. Zhang Zhongyang, peep the JPG. Xu Jin, I'm also looking forward to it. Su Laozhan, remember to prepare 6 big red packets, give a few brothers happy. Su Laozhan, you can pull to it, I just but specifically asked Mo sure, he said his partner will come, that will certainly come or you guys prepare red packets for me. Mo sure looked at these individual brothers in the group, took his family Meng Chao to come to pick him up or not to bet. The bet is actually still red packets, instantly feel a red heart stood up, and then he face expressionless screenshot, and then sent a message in the group. Ing Shield, screenshot taken, you guys are gathering to do bad things, wait to be scolded you guys. Morthy, why are you still in the group? Su Laozhan seeing Ingshir's message, the whole was shocked, turned back as a shocked face, the hand hurried to withdraw the message, but unfortunately the message withdrawn is useless. Ingshir, this little bad guy has screenshot. Shishala, holy. Nima forgot to kick Mo sure out. Oh my god. If this chat log is reported, we're all screwed. Moshi, brother Chi, are you really polite? Zhao Qi, I owe Mo sure little baby, we are wrong, don't be angry, this is not trying to earn some pocket money, don't be so serious, okay? Moshi, buzz. After sending this message, Mo sure snickered in his heart, so he clicked on this group's message undisturbed, closed the light brain, looked up and saw Su Laozhan's pitiful eyes, and then pretended to be angry and grunted, twisting his head to ignore it. Mo sure, brother, this is not a moment of ghostly mind, you do not take it to heart, brother, to you as a cow as a horse, you can never say that thing just now, really, by the Major General knows, we have to take off layers of skin. Su Laozhan, as long as the thought of Shintrace and the knowledge that the military female made a mistake, the training of their appearance, cannot help but shiver, is not that Shintrace is how terrible, mainly, when he trained the wrong military female, really too terrible. Depends on my mood, who told you guys to bet with my daughter-in-law coming to pick me up or not? Not generous at all, huh carrot? Mo sure couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Su Laozhan was really close to crying when he said those words, but he held back, bound to carry on his arrogance to the end, not halfway. You don't just look at the mood you so let my heart thud, jumping, very unsubstantial Mo sure, you don't screw, brother really can't suffer. Su Laozhan really want to cry, just almost did not give Mo sure kneel down, before that a dormitory group, but also noisy, they said basically is to request Mo sure do not tell Shin Mao, otherwise really play finished. Mo sure saw Su Laozhan was really close to crying before he finally couldn't help himself and laughed out, okay, I'm just kidding, how could I possibly say this to the Major General, even if I did, he would just take it as a joke, don't take it seriously nah. Su Laozhan listened to Mo sure's words, almost hot tears, he held Mo sure's hand, said a number of words, before he stabilized his heart and mind, twisted his head back to his own position, just now the pitiful look instantly gone, he even laughed and sent a private message to his housemates, just 2 words, get it done. In this regard, Mo sure knew nothing about it, he just opened his light brain and sent a message over to Meng Chao, and there wasn't much going on, it was just to ask him if he could come and pick himself up today, and if he couldn't, he would go back on his own. Mo sure had just sent the message over, and Meng Chao had given a reply, which could be described as a second reply of sorts. Meng Chao, why do you ask? Mo sure froze for a moment, and then replied to him with a hooked lip and a smile, a smirk between his brows. Moshi, I heard from my colleague that your military medical department is very busy today, I'm afraid you don't have time to come over, I can go back by myself, and I can still make dinner for you. Meng Chao, today is indeed very busy, but most of those military females are superficial injuries, only a small number of broken bones and whatnot. These females in our department are not vegetarians. From diagnosis to treatment, it does not take much time, so there is no need to work overtime. I can go to pick you up, do not worry. Mosher looked at this reply from Meng Chao and paused slightly, then nodded seriously, feeling in his heart that Meng Chao was really great, and continued to reply to him. Moshi, okay, I know, then I'll wait for you at the door after work. Meng Chao, good. After Mosher and Meng Chao ended their chat, they shut down the light brain and continued to refine the contents inside the document, and Meng Chao over here was also put into his work. Chapter 137, We're Going Home Together. After work, Mosher was on time at the gate waiting for Meng Chao. Su Laozhan followed him around and kept chatting with whoever he was talking to. Mosher guessed that he might have pulled a group with his ex-roommates again, and then made all kinds of bets and weirdness in the group. Mosher saw Su Laozhan's lewd smile and silently rolled a small white eye, not even bothering to pay attention to him. This guy is really too eyeless. Morthy. Mosher was feeling all kinds of dislike towards Su Laozhan when Meng Chao's cool and gentle voice rang out not far away. He froze for a moment and then looked up. He saw Meng Chao holding a bouquet of exquisite flowers, appearing under a tree blooming with small purple flowers smiling at him. He was wearing a white suit, his hair seemed to have been done on purpose, and he was dazzling in the setting sunlight. Meng Chao, you're here? Mosher looked at such a handsome Meng Chao, unconsciously reddened her cheeks and ears, smiled and ran towards him, and after standing in front of him, she smiled again and asked him. Mosher, I'm coming. Meng Chao handed the flowers he was holding to Mosher, then leaned over and kissed him lightly on the lips, rubbing his head. Let's go home. I learned another dish from His Excellency Shi today. How about I make it for you to eat tonight? Well, I'll see what happens then. Come on, let's go home. Good. Meng Chao and Mosher held hands and walked together towards Meng Chao's flying machine, their backs, so happy that it made Su Laozhan, a single dog, shed tears of envy and gratitude, and with tears in his eyes, he photographed the backs of their two females. Then tearfully sent it to their newly created group, and also proudly sent a voice saying, all of you stop talking and don't quarrel, I won. Hurry up to give money, red packets, take out. Don't renege on your debt. $500 each, I'm waiting. Previously also noisy group, in Su Laozhan issued this one photo, instant silence, even his voice is not anyone to listen to, the group is quiet terrible. Su Laozhan, hey. What do you guys mean? I won, so pay up. Bastards. Su Laozhan realized that something was wrong and sent a message in, and then there was still no then the female worm paid attention to him, he froze for a while, and then became angry. These assholes. I have to fight you guys. How dare you not pay? Bastard sons of ES. Su Laozhan angrily ran in the direction of the dormitory, his look of rage, straight to the female insects passing by him startled, and thought that something big had happened. This side, after Mosher was led by Meng Chao onto the flying machine, he was held down on the seat and kissed for a while, which Meng Chao beautifully called desensitization treatment. Mosher also let him kiss. He realized that he was always kissing Meng Chao lately, from being so nervous in the beginning that he was shaking like a sieve, to now being natural, it was really quite difficult. Meng Chao kissed for a while, found that Mosher once did not shake, the heart suddenly felt rising hope, that hand cannot help but leap to the hem of the clothes, confused Mosher did not realize that he was kiss 7, now simply cannot distinguish between north and southeast and west and north. Meng Chao. Hurts. Mosher was pinched by Meng Chao's sudden pinch to pain, his whole female insect a jolt, and then stopped kissing him, frowned at his hand, and then found the place where his hand was, his cheeks, ears, and neck instantly reddened, and then began to shake. It's so annoying. Moxie, if I go on being vegetarian, you'll have a hard time when I open my meat. Meng Chao retracted his own paw, somewhat annoyed, biting Mosher's cheek for a small amount of time before looking at him accusingly, and after he finished speaking, seeing that he was still shaking, he sighed and returned to the driver's seat. It's okay, we'll take our time, now go home first, I'll cook you dinner for you, so you can eat more and make up for all the meat you lost, okay? I know. Mosher reached out and pinched her cheeks to calm herself down, then looked at Meng Chao and said to him seriously, Meng Chao, I'll try not to be so nervous, so don't be in a hurry, okay? Meng Chao heard Mosher's words, slightly paused for a moment, then reached out and rubbed his head, looked at him and lightly laughed. I don't have to do something with you in order to show that you love me. Take your time, even if you have to wait for a long time, it doesn't matter, as long as you're by my side, I'll be very happy. Mosher's cheeks were a little red as Meng Chao rubbed his head, and his eyes were bright as he nodded and then twisted his head to look ahead, before Meng Chao withdrew his hand and started the flying machine. When they arrived at the place where they lived, Meng Chao parked the flying machine before the two of them returned to the house hand in hand, and after eating, they went out for a walk hand in hand, and life was quite leisurely. Agu, it's really not easy, I actually met you two in the square, that's quite a coincidence. She supported Angus, who was getting older by the month, out for a walk, and they chatted about the child's name as they walked, then walked to a nearby square, where they met face to face with the two females, Meng Chao and Moshi. His Excellency Shi, Marshal Angus, good evening. Together, Meng Chao and Emosher gave a standard insect military salute to the two Angus husbands before relaxing their bodies, and Emosher gave them a friendly smile before saying, Meng Chao and I couldn't sleep after dinner, so we came over here to take a look. That's pretty good, you guys can check out the fence over in the center of the lake, there's a fireworks show to watch today, and it's been a while since Angus and I were out here, he's not like you guys right now, he needs to rest up a lot, he can't walk too long. Knowing that the two of them were supposed to be out on a small date, she smiled and kindly reminded them to go to the lively place over there and play for a while, maybe they could even harvest some small surprises. We happen to have no idea where to hang out? Thanks for reminding His Excellency Shi, then we'll head over first, so be safe on your way back. When Emosher heard Shisher's words, he instantly became excited, and after he finished talking to him in a giddy manner, he was about to pull Meng Chao towards that place. Meng Chao nodded politely to Angus two bugs, and then followed Emosher's pace and walked away. Angus, let's go back, do you need me to hold you? You just stood for so long, your feet and waist should be hard. She looked at Angus, smiled and rubbed his head, seeing him rubbing his waist and looking at himself for a word, he raised an eyebrow, don't worry, there won't be anyone to look at you. Okay, then master you can carry me, I can't walk anymore. Angus finally had no worries, reached out and wrapped his arms around Shi's neck, itching to hang onto him right away. He felt that his legs were probably swollen, he'd have to go back and have a good soak in hot water to get rid of it. Alas, it was hard work. Okay, we're going home. She let out a light laugh, then bent down and easily picked Angus up in a cross-body hug, then whispered gentle words in his ear, then rubbed his cheek, before carrying him and walking in the direction of home. A house and a place to live weren't always home, but for Angus, wherever she was, it was home, and right now, he had a happy home. After Oscar gave Angus Neville's contact information that day, he hesitated for a long time, but finally added Neville, verifying the message with his direct name, Angus William. Angus simply added the last name without saying too much, knowing that his wise male father would be able to understand what he meant. Sure enough, no sooner had he sent it than Neville agreed at once, and neither of them sent a message over to the other first, until they had been silent together for 3 days, and at last, at the same moment, had messaged each other. Neville said, Angus, male father is very grateful that you have forgiven male father, and if you get a chance, you can bring your male master and baby over to the house with you, and your room, all the time. Angus said, Father you, it's been a long time, thank you. After sending the messages at roughly the same time, especially as if they were meant to be replies to each other, they both froze at the same time for a few moments before Angus reddened and laughed, and Neville's emotions were mixed and varied. The father and son, who have been entangled in misunderstandings for years, have finally, one day, cleared the air, and while it's not as deep as the bond they had as children, it's not bad now. Anyway, for the next few days, Angus chatted with Neville whenever he had time, and even made a lot of online purchases for his male father, who also had the mailing machine bugs deliver a lot of things tied to food and clothing. She was left out in the cold for so many days, but didn't see anything wrong with what Angus was doing, and what opinion could he have? What opinion could he have? It was the old man, and even if he had taken Angus over to live with him, he would have had to go along with it, rather than justifiably grabbing the bugs, or it would have only backfired. Luckily, Shi's well-behaved appearance finally drew Angus's attention, and Angus even took the initiative to send sweet fruits in order to make it up to him, so she felt that it was all worth it. Chapter 138, Getting Married on the Way Back. Meng Qiu, there really is a fireworks display over here. We're still quite lucky. Don't you think so? Mosher propped his hands on the railing and looked at the fireworks device set up in the center of the lake. The smile on his face was very wide. Meng Qiu looked at him. The corners of his lips curled up into a doting smile as he nodded his head and replied, Yes, that's right, we're very lucky. The fence by the lake was filled with bugs of all statuses at this very moment. Most of them were accompanying their house bugs to come here to watch the fireworks display, and some of them were female bugmates, just as loving as the two female bugs, Mosher Meng Qiu. There were more and more bugs, and Meng Qiu was worried that Mosher would be swept away by the swarm, so he tightened his grip on his hand and held him in his arms, circling him within his own protection, blocking out the possibility of being squeezed into a bug cake by the crowded swarm of bugs. Mosher stayed in Meng Qiu's arms and face to face with him. As the fireworks exploded, there was a lot of noise around him, but he couldn't hear anything else. He tilted his head and looked at Meng Qiu. He only felt that the female he liked him as well. He was really so happy and blissful. Mosher, Meng Chao looked at Mosher, who was as beautiful as a crown of jade under the fireworks. His heart moved slightly. He lowered his head and called out to him in his ear, gently and firmly, "When we go back, we'll go to the marriage registry and register our marriage, and we'll all live together from now on, okay?" Mosher froze for a moment as he listened to Meng Chao's words, then suddenly reddened his eyes. He suddenly hugged Meng Chao tightly, hooked his lips and smiled broadly as he replied to him aloud, "Good. Meng Chao, you can't go back on your word." "Well, absolutely no backsies." Meng Chao words fell, then lowered his head and kissed Mosher's lips. Mosher this time did not shake, and even took the initiative to obey, and the beloved insects, in the insect sound of the lake, under the fireworks kissing, expressed a strong love. At this moment, no one could disturb them, and they only had each other in their eyes for the rest of their lives after this. That night, the vegetarian Meng Chao, finally with tears in his eyes, ate a piece of a fresh and tender meat, so happy that even Mosher's cries could not be heard, and all he wanted to do was to eat a few more bites. Then the next morning, to go to work, Mosher how could not get up, but also shouted back pain. Meng Chao very heartbroken to give him leave, and said that he was wrong, but the heart is a rebel, he dared next time. "Meng Chiu, I want to drink water, it's all thanks to you, my voice isn't even my voice anymore, one more word and now it hurts, you're annoying me." Cough cough cough. Mosher boldly kicked Meng Chao's thigh, and after huffing and puffing and yelling these words, he began to cover his mouth and cough, itching to cough out his lungs. "Mosher, I'm sorry, I'll pour you some water, don't be angry." Seeing Mosher coughing so hard, Meng Chao's heart was truly distressed. Patting and caressing his back, he turned around and went to pour water for him. Mosher finished the cup of water, his dry throat was finally relieved. He gave the cup to Meng Chao, then lay down and wrapped up the quilt. "Don't you say anything, I'm going to sleep." Meng Chao looked at this refusal to talk to Mosher, opened his mouth, but finally fell silent and turned directly to the kitchen to cook. Meng Chao is also too bad, his old waist almost broke, if not for his strong recovery, now even sit up cannot do it. Cough, although but, Meng Chao that what look, really handsome ah. Morthy glanced quietly at the closed door, then reached for his hindquarters, a face as red as a monkey's ass and doubled in shame. Mosher now involuntarily coughed a few times whenever he thought of Meng Chao's appearance, and he calmed down for a while before recovering, then covered his face, closed his eyes and went to sleep. Meng Chao, this wave of desensitization treatment is really carried out for a long time. Good thing that Kung Fu is not a burden on the worm, he is considered to be successful, and still successful after the kind of bonus attached. How a word of pleasure. Meng Chao and Mosher's feelings, this is considered to be completely stabilized, just waiting for the two clans' pilgrimage to end. They return to the empire, and go to the marriage registry to register their marriage. Time always passes quickly in happy and joyful days, and in just the blink of an eye, the most important moment, the pilgrimage meeting of the two clans, was approaching. Chapter 139 Male worm eggs come out. Time passed by, and soon a month and a half had passed, and Angus's belly was getting so round that the next bug saw it and subconsciously took care of him. After all, Angus, a pregnant female with such a rounded belly, looked like she would start at any time. Should he have any mishaps, not only would she ask for a claim, but even the Imperial Androgynous Bugs Association would also step in. Angus carries, but two male insects in all aspects of the conditions of the better egg. Nah, this is not a joke, he may at any time to launch this matter, not to be able to let the worm sloppy things. "Little Lime, if your feet hurt, just tell me, I'll carry you up, don't try to be brave, okay?" She helped Angus into the area where he was working, repeating what he had said so many times before going up the stairs, very uneasily. "Lord Xiong, my body, I know very well, you do not be nervous. Well, I have anything, will tell you, not to mention that we also have a partner emergency contact bug system, there will be nothing." Angus reassured his own male master, who was almost anxious and worried to the point of prenatal depression, that it would be fine, and there was even a sweet smile on his lips, but she was still uneasy and decided to send him straight to the office. "No, I still don't feel at ease, Little Lime, I'd better send you directly to the office, I don't know why, I always feel a little bit unsettled in my heart today," Shi Yan said, directly assisted Angus to go upstairs. Angus knew that Shi Yan really worried about himself, so he did not stop him. Angus allowed Shi to help himself up the stairs and into the office, and got himself safely to his workstation and sat down, then smiled at him. "Lord Xiong can finally be at ease now, can't he?" Seeing Angus like this, she was finally relieved in his heart, smiled and curled his fingers to scrape the bridge of his nose, said somewhat helplessly, "I'm caring for you, naughty." "Lord Xiong, I know, but don't worry too much, the babies are healthy, we'll all be fine for sure, don't worry." Angus reached out to hold Shi's hand and rubbed his cheek against it, keeping his eyes on him, assuring him gently and firmly. She looked at him with such a vibrant look, and his heart sort of let go. "Good, I'm relieved, call me if you need anything, I have to go to work, now that the two clans' pilgrimage is approaching, I need to come up with some masterful food to impress the Federation and the rest of them, and there's still a lot of work to be done back there." Shi Yan tenderly rubbed Angus's head, smiled after saying this, turned his head and found that Elio still Oxter did not know where to go, so he did not care, directly lowered his head and tenderly kissed Angus's forehead. Okay, Lord Xiong, be safe on your way over there. Well, wait for me to pick you up from work, but don't go downstairs on your own without permission, the stairs are basically mopped after work, and you're no joke if you slip. Okay, I got it. Usama? She rambled on and on with Angus before turning to leave Angus's office, and it was only after he had gone that Illyrio and August, who were crouched under their chairs, stood up. Angus gave the two of them an affirmative look, then nodded with a satisfied look on his face, and Elio and Oxter, seeing this, gave him a bug military salute, then looked at each other, the emotions in the bottom of their eyes readily apparent. Oxter, Marshal recently really he lost heart, as long as His Excellency she in the office let them squat underground, is too miserable, legs numb several times are. Illyrio, stop it. It's our honor to let the Marshal and His Excellency she spend more time together. Silly bastard, you still don't get the hang of it even though there's money to be taken, just die of stupidity. August. Angus ignored the eye contact between the two of them and was in a good mood to work, and he phased through the morning, and at noon, she came over to bring him lunch, and the two of them ate their lunch together in the office, and then took a nap on the break room bed next to the office. This lounge is the above know that Angus to the late stage after easy to get tired, especially for him to make out, inside also put a soft big bed, also equipped with a monitoring machine worm, monitoring his physical condition with, afraid that he has a good or bad, there is no way to give the Empire subjects to explain. After all, she and Angus's baby can be expected by the Empire, and even the whole interstellar public, although there is no news on the network now, but they are still looking forward to it, want to become she and laws of the bug is still quite a lot. Little Lime, sleep against me, it'll be more comfortable, I'll release mental soothing and pheromones so you can sleep more comfortably. She wrapped his arms around Angus, letting him lean against him, and kissed his forehead tenderly, and his voice was gentle, and Angus nodded, and after leaning his stomach against him, he rested on his shoulder, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. Seeing him fall asleep, she closed his eyes as well and fell asleep in no time at all. Angus slept so deeply that she felt a little panicked and didn't fall into a deep sleep, so when Angus made a sound of pain, he woke up immediately. Little Lime, what's wrong? Does it hurt your stomach? Lord Xiong. Bug eggs are coming out. Angus was in pain, his face was pale, his hand tightly grasped Shi Qian. After saying this, the pain was even worse. Shi Qian saw this, his eyebrows furrowed, his face instantly overflowed with worry and urgency. He hurriedly called Meng Chao. Meng Chao, hurry up and bring the med bugs to Angus's office break room, Angus is starting to get a stomach ache. After Shi Sure had answered the phone, he explained the reason succinctly, and Meng Chao over there, who was hugging him Sure and taking a nap, instantly came to his senses. Okay, I'll bring the bugs over right away. Meng Chiu, it's Marshal Angus he wants to. Yeah, Moxie, I'm sorry I can't stay with you for a while, I'll cook for you when I'm back from work. Meng Chao, I'll go with you. Maybe there's something I can help with or something. Well then, let's go. I'll call the captain. Meng Chao and Mo Sure hurried towards Angus's lounge, and the medical team, who had received the news, was out with their equipment in an instant. They were so fast that they reached their destination almost together, and then she was taken out of the lounge, which in turn became a makeshift operating room. Chavez and the other bugs all heard about it, and Anthony was so anxious to see she that he folded his hands and wandered from side to side, just about praying to the bug god. He froze, he'd felt, more than once, that she loved Angus miserably, and he still did, and his love was even growing stronger with time. Don't worry, Sir Shi, Angus and those two male bug eggs, they'll be fine. Anthony walked over to Shi and kindly relieved him. She nodded to him but kept his eyes on the lounge for fear of missing something. When Anthony saw this, he ceased to speak, and only followed and waited beside him, and Nickel brought him to sit down in a chair beside him. Sit down a little, Your Highness, you have not rested much before, take advantage of the present, and have a good night's rest. Good. With a nod, Anthony reached out and took his hand in his, then looked in the direction of the lounge and fell silent as Nickel moved a little closer to let him lean against him. I don't know how long it has passed, the door to the lounge finally opened. Meng Chao walked out holding a thermos box. She saw it and hurriedly walked over, not looking at the two rounded and full mealworm eggs in the thermos box, and asked him directly. Meng Chao, how is my little Lime? Is he alright? Is he still in pain? Can I go in? Your Excellency, don't worry, Marshal Angus is fine now, all his data is normal, he just used anesthesia, he is now being treated in the medical bay, he can wake up in the evening, you can go and take a look at him. Okay, thanks. Hearing what Meng Chiu said, His Excellency finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and after thanking Meng Chiu, he was about to walk inside the house. Halfway through his walk, he stepped back again and reached out to take the two male insect eggs in Meng Chiu's arms into his own arms. Just give me the bug eggs, thank you, please. As soon as Shiwei's words fell, he turned around and left, leaving the crowd of insects to look at his somewhat dumbfounded back, pausing for a long time, and then laughing out loud. At the same time, it was even more certain that he really loved Angus miserably, and I'm afraid he couldn't even think of carrying off his male bug eggs if he didn't still know he was a male father. The doctors and military females inside the lounge retreated one after another, leaving only Angus and Shi's family of 4 inside, with Meng Chao and Emosher standing guard, while the other bugs returned to their posts. Chapter 140 Grand Finale. Angus woke up at night without incident, and he went home with Shi, and Anthony told Angus to get 3 days of rest, and they'd take care of the rest. In a few days, important royal bugs and noble bugs from both countries would be arriving at their destinations, and they would need to be there to greet them, so Angus would have to rest up before he could continue with this. After she sent Angus to his room, he went downstairs and placed the 2 little ones in their respective incubators, activating the devices. Brats, you'll have to develop well in there, father male and father female are looking forward to your arrival. She smiled and tenderly placed both hands on the 2 incubators, silently covering them with a layer, a protective net woven from spiritual power threads. This protective net, which serves to provide psychic reassurance, tracking, vigilance and majesty, is now expected and desired throughout the stars for the male insect eggs. He couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be some despicable bugs that had some bad intentions, so just in case, it was still good, although the surrounding area had been set up with a dragnet because of these 2 male bug eggs, but with multiple layers of protection comes multiple layers of security, and the sense of security is even higher. As soon as Shi's words fell, he felt 2 spiritual power fluctuations pass over, emotions of joy and closeness. He froze for a moment, then let out a light laugh and gently patted the 2 incubation boxes again. Good boy, father male has gone to cook for your female father, so you developed well. After she finished speaking, he turned around and left the place, going to the kitchen, and before long, he had prepared the meal and carried it upstairs. Angus leaned against the bed and chatted with each of the 3 elders, Sagana, Novelli, and Astia, his brow filled with a joyful color, so he thought he was having a good conversation. Little Lime, I made some easier to digest food, you must eat more, it's been a hard day. She put the meal on the bedside table, turned his head and pressed a button, then a suspended tabletop without 4 corners fell from the ceiling above the bed Angus was leaning on. He set the meal on it and sat down opposite Angus. Lord Shone, these dishes smell so good. Angus also came to sit at the table board. He squinted his eyes and lightly sniffed the aroma of the meal. His eyes instantly lit up and he gave a thumbs up to Shi Jin. Lord Shone, the cooking is getting better and better. That's right, and don't look at who I am as a male lord. Shi Yin couldn't help but smile and raise an eyebrow as she listened to Angus's compliment, but her hands were still earnestly arranging the food for him, so she was really talking and moving at the same time. Angus' eyes smiled even deeper when he saw Shi's appearance. He was really lucky to have met a male insect like Lord Xiong in his life. Angus was a little sleepy after eating with Shi, but he wanted to go downstairs to check the 2 male bug eggs. She didn't let him go down for fear that he would get tired, and directly carried the 2 hatching boxes with male bug eggs to the room. Little Lime, let's put the 2 of them in this small room next door from now on. Our pheromones and spiritual power threads are thicker inside our bedroom. They might feel more secure, don't you think? I think it's okay. Angus looked at the 2 rounded male bug eggs, his eyes full of love, revealing joy and happiness between his words. She walked over and took him by the shoulders, dropping a light kiss on his forehead, also feeling very happy. After they both clapped, the 2 little ones were placed inside the small room attached to the side of the bedroom, and the door was also installed with an anti-theft system, and the supervisory robotic bugs were placed in the small room, so it would be foolproof. Time, always in the silent passage of time, soon came to the 2 tribes' pilgrimage to the day. The entire border star is never before lively. Food delicacies, wine brewed chun drink. There is no place not to highlight the empire's attention to this meeting between the 2 countries. Angus' entire female had recovered and was now standing with Anthony in front of the temple gates, greeting dignitaries, while she was busy in the back kitchen. Chavis and the other females were also busy with their feet, none of which had much interaction during this time, when Nichols' house bugs arrived, which included 3 members of the Murankin family, and he took the opportunity to take Anthony to meet them. Angus and Ogster, Illyrio stood at the gate of the temple to greet the dignitaries, and there was no mistake, everything went smoothly. It was a day of delicious food and many more mutually beneficial agreements between the Empire and the Federation, agreements that were well kept secret by no other bugs knowing about them except those involved, and when they talked, it was a full house. Once this table full of Chinese banquet came out, I'm afraid Shi's reputation would not only spread to the entire interstellar world, but would probably be recorded in the history books. As for how it was recorded in the history books, it was not a matter for Shi to dwell on, and the 2 clans' pilgrimage meeting also came to a successful end amidst laughter. After the bugs of the Empire and the Federation parted, they each took a warship and returned to their own countries, and the friendship between the two countries still continues. There will be no chafing for the time being during the 500 years, and as for 500 years from now, that's something the ruling bugs of the future should worry about. After she and Angus returned home to the Central Star, Angus took a week's vacation, so she took him and the 2 eggs that were still in the incubator to various places to play together, and had a nourishing little life. On the night before his return trip, on a whim, she took out the bug flower seed that he had planted earlier, and he had wanted to water it. I ended up just taking it out and was stunned by the small blue and white heavy-petaled flowers on tiny branches extending from the green leaves. The little blue and white adoration flower is not just one, it is a beautiful flower that extends tiny branches from each leaf and produces a flower that bursts throughout the pot. Yes, it is a flower that grows on a branch that extends from a leaf, not a flower that grows from a rhizome. This is one of the more exotic and rare varieties, known in the 21st century as the flower on the leaf. This kind of leaves on the flowers plants generally belong to the national protection plants, easily cannot be moved, unless you want to step on the sewing machine, eat iron window meal. Little Lime, your bug flower seeds are blooming. Shizhong froze for a while and finally came back to his senses. He held the flower pot, turned around and ran towards the bedroom, shouting excitedly as he ran. Angus heard him, and he too froze for a few moments as he stepped out to see the pot of dazzlingly beautiful flowers, and then his eyes reddened. Lord Male, is this really my bug flower seed? It grows so beautifully. It's not ugly at all, hey. Of course, our little Lime is also the best looking. Whoever dares to say that you are ugly, I will beat him up. Come and let Lord Xiong hug you. Don't cry, little Lime. Can I post this good news on the Star blog? I so want the whole Star to know about it. She took the red-eyed Angus into his arms and kissed him on the lips and cheeks and forehead, and the whole stag beetle was so excited that he couldn't wait to make it known to all the stars right now. Angus knew the hard work and effort of his own male master, and didn't have any comments. Moreover, he also wanted to let all the bugs in the whole star know that his male master really was the best male bug in the whole star yet. He was the only one who had planted the bug flower seed, and that the flower would live forever from now on and never wither. Lord Male, you are the first male bug to grow a flower. All the bugs in the stars will be shocked by this. Lord Male, thank you for showing me what my bug flower seed's flowers look like. I love you. Angus, I love you too, so can I also make an official announcement of the pup's existence? She asked this question because he was 100% sure that he wouldn't let the thieving insects steal the 2 male insect eggs, and the male insect associations of the 2 countries were keeping a close eye on them. What's more, once these 2 little guys left their male father, they would stop developing and fall into a deep sleep. But any bug that knows a little bit of common sense shouldn't be so stupid as to harm a male bug and become the public enemy of the whole nation, right? Sure. Angus also had 100% certainty of protecting his cubs, so he agreed to She's proposal, and then he saw his male master act like a small child, give him a kiss, turn around and go to take pictures. Angus froze for a moment as he looked at She's back, and then laughed out softly. Lord Xiong, sometimes, he really is as cute as a little kid, it's so nice. That night, she released a blog post. Only a moment, was 2 countries more plus media scrambled to report the heat of the discussion on the network, but also very hot. Most of the bugs are shocked state. On the internet, I don't know which male bug took the opportunity to post a sentence. You guys are really too stupid. Who said that white female bugs are ominous? My female servant is very good. We are married for 5 years. He gave me 2 male pups. This shows that the white female worm, his breeding value is high. Then the white females who didn't get married off were suddenly chased by many males blazing their courtship, and the females looked at their mouths with disdain. White females, wise men don't enter the river of love, get out of the galaxy. Live a simpler life, a house, a blooming bug flower seed potted plant, 2 bugs, and 2 bug pups, 3 meals and 4 seasons to spend with you. At Imperial Marshal Angus Attachment X5, house photo, bug flower seed photo of him and Angus together, all of the above. Imperial Marshal Angus V. For the rest of my life in the future. At X5. As the sun set, Angus sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down lovingly at the 2 round and full male bug eggs in front of him, his eyes full of tenderness. She put the bug flower seed potted plant beside him, sitting and looking at him, his eyes full of pampering smile. She smiled and stroked the incubator. Angus, I've thought of names for the babies, would you like to know? Angus looked up at him, curious. What's the name? She suddenly came over and cupped Angus's cheeks, dropping a soft, light kiss on his lips before looking him in the eye and saying, the older brother's name is Shi Zhan, and the younger brother's name is Shi Huan. Cham is clear and translucent, implying innocence and carefree, and Huan is a bridge, implying calm and reliable, a pillar of strength. How about that? Lord Xiong, when you name it this way, are you trying to get the younger brother to raise the older brother? Little Lime, how can you think like that? your family's male master is just allegorical. Can't they both be born, each with a little face? Their male father will not laugh even if he teases them a little bit, then how much less fun I have to have. Master Hung, you're being childish again. Little Lime, I didn't, so just say, yes or no. I agree. The laughter in the hut, from the window cracks out, so that passing butterflies and birds cannot help but stop to watch, and after that, will quietly leave, their happiness still continue. Chapter 141 Extra Chapter of Bug Pups. 7 months later, the central star fell a heavy snow, between heaven and earth, a white blanket, falling snow, heaven and earth change, are a cold look. It was supposed to be a day for bugs to snail around the house and not leave the house, but on this day, the familiar bugs didn't want to stay home. Instead, they all gathered at she and Angus's house because, on this day, it was the day that the 2 male bug eggs broke, and everyone was very much looking forward to the arrival of the bug pups. Have the medical teams arrived yet? Hurry up and get over here. Novelli, can you trust the medical team you're leading? Don't hurt my grandson, Titty, I'm sure your doctor friend is the best. Sagana, do you want to be so double standard? Novelli is also Cub's grandfather, how could he possibly hurt Cub? Lord Male, you don't care about them Fufu, bring them in though. Angus didn't even say anything about it. I know, I'm happy today, I'm not going to talk to them, I'm going to go see my little grandson. Shintrace, look, Cub is trying hard to push away the eggshell. Hey, he's so cute, oh my god. Kanshinkut, don't push past, if you touch the pups, His Excellency Shi and Angus and his family will have to fight you for your life. Don't worry, I'm careful. Chavis, this is really nice, but you don't have to be envious, in a month, you'll be the eldest uncle. Lucianua, this kid is still considered to fight for our old Lu family. Although they are not twins, they are still male insects. When this boy is born, let him come here to Shijin to learn male insect etiquette. I don't want to have a nephew who doesn't know how to be polite. Shalene, that's quite nice, but will they agree to your proposal, Sir Janua? Don't worry, you'll have to agree to disagree. You Lu, watch out for the steps. Hey, watch out for the table. Do you want some water? Do you want to sit down and rest? Lord Xiong, I'm not that fragile, believe me. Lucianshi, it's so lively here, let's go check out the mealworm eggs, I'm so curious. Slow down, O'Hare, don't fall. Angus had simply vacated the parlor in the villa to serve as a banquet hall, and the halls of each other were brightly lit, with cakes, towers of wine, and beauty. The incoming and outgoing guests were all familiar with the bugs and didn't need to be formal at all. They greeted each other and they all gathered in front of the hatching box placed on the round platform in the very center. In both incubators, both male bug eggs showed signs of breaking, and the passionate discussion and fervor surrounding them made one of the little guys shake his egg excitedly, while the other was quiet and well-behaved. Master, congratulations, this is a congratulatory gift from Zhang Yuchen and I. A small gift, no honor, he. Lindai pulled Zhang Yuchen to the villa, and when he saw Xian, he directly shoved the gift into his arms, smiling and talking. Xian smiled, a little slightly helpless. Lindai, Xiaochen, you guys are polite, quickly go inside the drinks, go ahead and drink as much as you want, it's enough. Zhang Yuchen smiled and nodded, then went in with Lindai. The two of them went straight to the food table and took one each before going to look at the male insect eggs. Master, here's a gift for Blue Chen and I, congratulations, and thank you for your generosity and help. Zhang Jinyu holding the stomach was ink. Blue Chen assisted into the door, he looked at Xian, smiled, will hand over the gift in the hand, Xian C, will be posted on the inhibition of posting pheromones received. No, smiled and took the gift. Zhang Jinyu, you've also learned to be as polite as these brats of theirs. Ah, your highnessimo, he's still carrying one of them, you can really rest assured that he's so close to me. Emo Lanchin has long found in Zhang Jinyu came in, she deliberately put away the pheromone, naturally, he was very assured, so he led the wearing black and white color small suit of soft to him, smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. For the other male insects, I really don't feel at ease, but with you, I'm still quite at ease. Softy, call Uncle Shijin. After little Softy recognized his ancestor, he got a nice book name, called Emochini, but people still like to call him Softy, and he got used to it. Hello Uncle Shi, Softy has come to see her brother. Xian tenderly rubbed the little guy's head, bending slightly to speak gentle words to him. Soft is so good, you guys go in, food and drink are enough. Thank you uncle. Okay then, we'll go in. Emo Lanchin nodded to Shijinyu, and then took Zhang Jinyu and Softy with him as Shijinyu continued to greet the guests at the door, and Angus finally got out of the presence of the elders at this time and came to his side. Master Xiong, it's been hard on you, I've come to help you. Why are you sweating all over the place? What did Father Male and Father Female and the others want you to do again? She took out a handkerchief and pulled Angus to himself, tenderly wiping away the beads of sweat on his forehead and questioning him somewhat helplessly. Alas! The love, hate, and grudge of the previous generation, the final bitter fruit. After all, I have to experience it, and when the cubs break the shell, none of them will care about me. When Angus said this, he really wiped away a handful of bitter tears. She just wanted to laugh when he heard this. What kind of love-hate relationship is this? Nothing more than Sagana female father and Ashtia female father, two female insects daily fight, Titty female father and Navili male father in the side to persuade the fight, cannot persuade, and then look for Angus to the theory is just, they adultio, the more they live the more childish. It's okay, there's still me, the female father, and they care about the baby is not quite good. We will go on a honeymoon then, so that they do not have two insects world. How about it? Makes sense. She's words made Angus's eyes light up, and nodded solemnly. He had spent a lot of time with she, and had been tinted with yen bad. Pooh ha ha. Little Lime, you're really getting bad. Those two boys will probably cry when they find out. Ahem. It wasn't you who suggested it. Well, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. These two husband and wife, really from beginning to end, are sweet and sweet. She Jin's mood is quite stable, and has a good mouth that can talk. They basically will not quarrel, really a little spearhead, all by she Jin easily dissolved. This side of the guests are almost here, food and drink are almost here, the time for the two male insects' eggs to break their shells is coming soon. The insects are gathered around the hatching box, she and Angus are standing at the front, waiting somewhat nervously. The originally noisy environment was suddenly quiet, with only the breathing of the crowd of insects, who were all staring intently at the male eggs in the incubation box, waiting for one of them to break the shell. Ka-ching! I do not know how long has passed. Placed on the left side of the male insect eggs issued a slight click, followed by a small white hand removed the broken pieces. The subtle clicking and chewing sound sounded. The crowd of insects see, very excited, but do not dare to speak for fear of scaring the pups. Ka-ching! The little fellow broke another piece of eggshell, and ate it quite well, and when he had eaten the one he had broken, he endeavored to brace himself to stand up, with both hands and arms lying on the edge of the eggshell, and with his head on top of one of them, exposing his soft black hair, and then biting into the shell. The soft and cute-looking little guy glanced at the surrounding bugs with a pair of unperturbed eyes before withdrawing his gaze and continuing to click and dazzle the eggshells. When he had finished showing off the eggshells, he looked to the hatching box next to him. In that hatching box was the little one who had been so cheerful before. The bugs were making noise and he was making even more noise, but now that it was quiet, he had stopped moving instead, and the group didn't know what was going on. The clever little Shijan, however, knew what had happened to the boy, and because it was so quiet, he fell asleep, and if he missed the time to break his shell, he was going to be GA. Knock knock. Little Shijan stretched out his little fat hand and snapped to knock the incubation box, and the little one on the side heard the movement and shook the egg body, then clicked his fist to break the eggshell, and stretched out a little fat hand, and then there came a crying sound. The white-haired little Shihuan cried while taking the eggshells and clicking and showing off. He opened his big watery eyes to accurately see his male and female fathers, not a bite of the eggshells, and chewed and swallowed, then started to cry again, not again, then swallowed, then cried again. When little Shijan saw it, he directly covered his ears and turned his back, and although the little guy's face didn't have much expression, the crowd of bugs felt his dislike, the kind of dislike that is really disliked. Little Lima, I know that twins can be a bit polarized, but wouldn't this be a bit too polarizing? Shouldn't the names of the two of them be switched? Zai looked at the little Shijan, who was not at all innocent and carefree, and then looked at Shihuan, who was not at all mature and stable and a pillar of strength, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously twitched. Lord Shion, there is no need to change. It's okay for a brother to protect his younger brother. It's not certain now, in case Huan doesn't need his brother's protection when he grows up. Angus also did not expect the two pups in his family. One playing a small smart broken shell does not cry, one playing a small nerdy will only cry. After a moment of reprieve, finally decided not to change the name. Little Lime has a point. As soon as Shihuan's words fell, the insects finally reacted, and the jubilant voices rang out again. Little Shihuan was so captivated that he forgot to eat the eggshells. Xiao Shijan saw him like this, very impatient, and patted the incubator wall. The little guy immediately good behavior, click dazzle finished eggshells, still held by the doctor to do a comprehensive examination. Little Lime, just now Shijan's spiritual power fluctuated, is he impatient? It seems like, I felt Shihuan Gun's mental power fluctuation. The two of them have such exuberant mental power fluctuation, this physical ability level, it won't be SS level, right? She and Angus whispered next to each other, and after they finished, both of them gulped. If this mental power level was so high, then wouldn't it be so smart that they could understand it as soon as they learnt it and understood it at a glance, then they would still experience a fart of a parenting experience. Little Shijan and little Shihuan were born smoothly. The two of them level test as expected by Angus. Two bugs are indeed all SS level. In the future both of their studies, they do not have to worry about it. Novelli and other elders are happy bad. The entire intergalactic population was also overjoyed when they found out, celebrating this event, not just talking about it. She and Angus didn't end up going on their honeymoon, they still patiently brought up the cubs, both of which were very smart and pretty good except for the fact that little Shihuan liked to cry when he was pampered. Time always flies, and in the twinkling of an eye, the two little ones became flamboyant young men, and they had many suitors, but they inherited their female father's virtue of marrying only one female insect in their lives. Therefore, before there is no favorite female insect, they will be very serious to reject the pursuit of the suitor, even if she's high cold and reserved, in the face of the suitor confession, but also will be very clear refusal, never give hope, do not drag, do not play ambiguous, is simply this generation of female insects' dream of love insects. Although Shihuan has a jumpy personality and has to get into trouble once every 3 days, when facing a suitor, he, like his brother, rejects the other party very seriously and never engages in ambiguity. One is the strict family education, influence. After all, Shi Yan is a good husband, but also a good father. Secondly, Shi Yan said, true heart cannot be let down. If you do not like it, then we must frankly and openly reject it, and refuse to be clear. They can all be Xiong father's good babies, of course they have to obey, and Xiong father is so good and gentle and great, they all regard him as their idol. They are the kind of Ashen fans who will never climb the wall. Shijan, Shihuan, you two keep the house well. Father Xiong took your female father out to sweeten it. We will bring you gifts, no need to thank us. She put his arm around Angus, and after saying this to his two sons in the yard, he happily took Angus into the flying machine, ho-hum. Shijan faintly glanced at the distant flying machine, took it for granted and withdrew his sight, turned around and went back to the house, and as he passed Shihuan, he said in a faint voice, don't look at it, have you finished your coursework? Shihuan had wanted to perform a bit of Nian Nian, and was instantly alarmed by Shijan's reminder, Brother, why are you reminding me? I still have 5 coursework not completed. So painful. Shijan simply ignored his wailing, directly into the house to brew coffee to go. Shihuan saw, hurriedly rushed in, running while howling, brother, you help me a little, a few more days, I'll have to be tutor trained to death. Shijan looked up at him, and after a moment of silence, said very coldly, no help. Shihuan was instantly petrified, unable to cry, brother, how on earth did your 37 mouth say such icy words? I'm going to complain to female father. Say you bully me. Shijan was impassive, and calmly took a sip of his coffee, go ahead. Shihuan. Great, today is another day where Shihuan is made to be cranky by Shijan.